Supreme God Emperor Chapter 2137 to Chapter 2195. Did you see that? Mu Yun said indifferently, of the 300 Bone Clan warriors gathered around me, the lowest cultivation is at the 5th transformation of the Ancestor God realm, and the highest is at the 9th transformation of the Ancestor God realm. Do you think your mere dozens of people can survive? Mu Yun waved her hand, and the 300 osteopyrum disappeared directly. Zhao Jieluan understood that the 300 osteopyrum had gone to kill his guards. Damn it, Mu Yun had never intended to let him go from the beginning. I'll tell you the truth. Mu Yun squatted down and looked at Zhao Jieluan. She said slowly, Zhao Yanming willingly handed over his soul seal and established a master-servant relationship with me. Therefore, I will definitely push him to the position of the Zhao clan leader. Moreover, I have to thank Murong Fengxiao. The heart-refining pearl is indeed the most precious treasure of the Murong clan. It can help my subordinates cleanse their bodies and raise their realms. As soon as he said this, Zhao Jieluan looked at Mu Yun in shock. At this moment, he understood that Mu Yun's return seemed to be to deal with the Sea Demon clan in the Boundless Sea. But in fact, she was already preparing her own plan. She controlled Zhao Yanming. If Zhao Yanming became the Zhao clan leader, then the Zhao clan would definitely be the subordinate of the shepherds in the future. You're so despicable. Despicable? Mu Yun smiled faintly. This sentence is more suitable for you. The Zhang clan and the Zhao clan have formed an alliance, but you still attacked Zhan Tianyu. Even if your father knew, I think he would also sentence you to death, right? As he spoke, Mu Yun gently waved his hand. A terrifying suction force pulled Zhao Jieluan's body. At this moment, Zhao Yanming had never felt that death was so close to him. Mu Yun really wanted to kill him. Zhao Jieluan's body slowly fell to the ground. Mu Yun waved her hand, and flames spread. Zhao Jieluan's body disappeared without a trace. Exhaling, Mu Yun felt the leap in her strength, and her expression returned to normal. He had no intention of letting Zhao Jieluan off. However, he didn't want to expose his 300 osteopyrum in front of everyone. Above the 5 transformations of the Ancestor God realm, 300 osteopyrum was a powerful force. Slowly, the 300 pieces of osteopyrum disappeared. Zhao Ben and Zhao Feng's group of several dozen wouldn't be able to stop the 300 osteopyrum, so he wasn't worried about that. At this moment, a beautiful figure flew over. Seeing Zhao Jieluan's corpse on the ground, the beautiful figure was slightly stunned. Thank you. No need to thank me. Mu Yun said indifferently, even if Zhao Jieluan didn't harm Zhan Tianyu, I would have killed him. After all, Zhao Jieluan can only have one crown prince. Hearing this, Xianxia was slightly startled, but she didn't say anything. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun turn around, Xianxia suddenly said, You have a way to save my brother, right? Save him? Mu Yun was startled and said, Sorry, I don't have a way. You must have a way. Xianxia didn't give up and said, You're the crown prince of shepherds. You can even revive the dead. You can definitely save my brother. Mu Yun stopped in his tracks when he heard this. I do have a way, but it's a way that you will never agree to. Mu Yun stood still. What way? It's simple. The purple lightning in your brother's body is a kind of mark that consumes his life force. If it's in the Zhan clan, your father might be able to remove it, but your brother obviously can't wait until the 9 void world opens. My way is for your brother to sign a mark similar to a master-servant contract with me. Restricted by me, I can transfer the purple lightning to my body and remove it. Hearing this, Xianxia was slightly startled. In that case, wouldn't Zhan Tianyu become Mu Yun's follower? This was absolutely unacceptable to the Zhan clan. Xianxia asked again, Mu Yun, can you tell me if this mark can be removed? As soon as this was said, Mu Yun's eyes flashed and she said, No. Hearing this, Xianxia's body trembled. It couldn't be removed, that was to say, if she wanted to save Zhan Tianyu, she would have to be restricted by Mu Yun. Otherwise, Zhan Tianyu would only have a dead end. Xianxia's heart was in a mess. Your Highness. Suddenly, a shout was heard. Zhan He flew over at this moment and said, Not good, His Highness, he can't make it. Can't make it? Xianxia's pretty face was pale. How could it be so fast? Mu Yun didn't say much at this moment. The purple lightning binding body was one of the vicious seals of the Zhao clan's purple lightning sky-splitting art. This seal would attack and bind a martial artist's body. In the beginning, it would not be obvious, but after a while, a bigger problem would appear. Moreover, once it started to take effect, the effect would be unbelievably fast. Xianxia hurriedly turned back. Mu Yun and the rest also followed. Zhang Tianyu was leaning against a rock at this moment, his face deathly pale. The green patterns on the surface of his body became more and more obvious. This way, Zhang Tianyu really could not hold on anymore. Big brother, Xianxia's face was filled with grief at this moment, but she was powerless. Unless she found her father and had a way to save Big Brother. But this was the Nine Emptiness Realm. If the outsiders were not exterminated, the Nine Emptiness Realm would not automatically open. They could not get out at all. Cinny, Zhang Tianyu's face was pale at this moment. He grabbed Xianxia's lily-white hand and said in a low voice, "Listen to me, after I die, you'll take on the identity of the Zhang clan's crown prince. Zhang clan, no one is more suitable than you." The moment these words came out, Xianxia's face was completely stunned. No, 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 you won't die, big brother, you won't die. Xianxia looked at Zhang Tianyu with teary eyes. Big brother could not die. Since young, the two of them grew up together. Big brother protected her time and time again, how could he die now? All of you withdraw. Suddenly, Xianxia's face was ice cold, and she directly ordered. Although the Zhang clan guards were puzzled at this moment, they still dispersed one by one. Mu Yun, save my big brother. Xianxia said calmly. Really? Really? As Xianxia's words fell, Mu Yun nodded and walked forward. He gently opened his palm, and a black and white mark slowly appeared at this moment. The moment that mark appeared, it covered Zhang Tianyu's glabella and directly absorbed into his soul. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu only had the strength to breathe and could not resist at all. A connection came from the bottom of the two's hearts. Slowly, Mu Yun sat down cross-legged. Through his own soul, he could steadily feel the changes that Zhang Tianyu's body was undergoing at this moment. Streaks of green electric current flowed through his body. Those electric currents covered his body and entangled his soul power, making him unable to resist. Mu Yun snorted coldly and directly rolled the green electric current into his body with one hand. Slowly, rays of light spread out. Streaks of green lightning appeared around his soul. Zhao's divine lightning bloodline talent, the purple lightning binding body, can't possibly have the ability to restrain himself, right? Mu Yun smiled slightly, and that electric current flowed directly into his clone at this moment. Slowly, that clone's body suddenly trembled, but immediately after, that electric current disappeared. As expected. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. Again and again, Mu Yun covered his body with electric current. Gradually, the green patterns on Zhang Tianyu's body disappeared at this moment. Seeing this scene, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He really did it. Looking at Mu Yun, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The Crown Prince of Shepherds was indeed the Crown Prince of Shepherds. Slowly, a ray of light flashed in Zhang Tianyu's eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis. The aura in his body slowly rose. Not long after, a tyrannical aura suddenly erupted. 8 changes of Ancestor God. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu seemed to have been reborn from the ashes. Brother, seeing Zhang Tianyu's transformation, Xianxia was even more shocked at this moment. Mu Yun explained at this moment, signing the mark with me will increase as my strength increases, and the extent of increase will be even greater than mine. Hearing this, Xianxia's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. What kind of strange person was Mu Yun? At this moment, Zhang Tianyu turned around and looked at Mu Yun. That control that came from the bottom of his heart made him understand that he was being controlled. I saved you, and I don't need you to thank me. Mu Yun said, but from today onwards, you will be controlled by me. Of course, if you don't want the Zhang clan to be controlled by me in the future, you can resign from the position of the Crown Prince of the Zhang clan. Mu Yun didn't say much. It was up to the two of them to decide what to do. However, at this moment, it was an extremely difficult choice for Zhang Tianyu. If he was controlled by Mu Yun, then if he became the clan leader in the future, wouldn't the Zhang clan become a vassal of the Shepherds? However, whether he was willing to resign from the position of crown prince or not. Just the old antiques in the Zhang clan alone wouldn't agree to it unless he died. Crown Prince Mu. Slowly, Zhang Tianyu said, although my Zhang clan also participated in the 9 clans expedition against the shepherds back then, my Zhang clan only sent out a portion of soldiers. And our main purpose was to stop them, not to kill them. If you can guarantee that you won't take revenge on the Zhang clan, I, Zhang Tianyu, am willing to be controlled by you. Hearing this, Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. I can't guarantee it. Mu Yun said, I won't believe your one-sided words. How much effort did the Zhang clan put in and how many people of my shepherds they killed? I, Mu Yun, will make them pay back one by one. If it's really as you said, that your Zhang clan didn't kill my shepherd's warriors, I won't deal with your Zhang clan. After all, it's better to have one more vassal than one more enemy. But if your Zhang clan harmed my shepherd's warriors, I can't guarantee this. It was impossible for Zhang Tianyu to let bygones be bygones just based on a few words. How much harm did the 9 clans do back then? Now, they would know the price they had to pay. I won't tell anyone about this. As for whether you will tell Zhang Chonghuan, it's up to you. Seeing Mu Yun leaving, Zhang Tianyu was struggling. Big brother, I know. Zhang Tianyu smiled bitterly. Everyone is afraid of death, including me. With Mu Yun's return, you and I have seen what he can do. I believe that he is destined to be the man standing at the top of the divine world. I also want the Zhang clan to be controlled by the shepherds. However, I am most worried that even if the Zhang clan is really under him, he will not forget the hatred of the shepherds and will still attack the Zhang clan. Zhang Tianyu said with bitterness in his heart. Now that Mu Yun had returned, Mu Qingyu told everyone with his cultivation that surpassed the divine realm. No one can touch Mu Yun. With a towering tree like Mu Qingyu by his side, Mu Yun's name was enough to shake the entire god realm. Oh, no. Return to the peak of the past. Now in the divine world, Zhao and the Zhang clan were in a bad situation. The 3 neighboring ancient clans, Han clan and Yang clan, wanted to devour the Zhang clan. The Blood clan also wanted to deal with Zhao Zhao. Now that Zhao Jieluan had attacked them, it was enough to see how serious the internal problems were. The alliance of the 2 ancient clans was the weakest side. However, with the rise of the shepherds, perhaps they could choose another direction and join forces with the shepherds. With Mu Qingyu's deterrence, the other ancient clans did not dare to act rashly. With the addition of the Zhang clan, it would be a different situation. However, he was most worried about Mu Yun. The hatred in Mu Yun's heart could not be ignored. He was a proud person. How could he forget the suffering he had suffered so easily? This made Zhang Tianyu worried. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun left with Mou and Huang Yan. Gradually, 3 figures appeared behind them. There, dozens of figures had become corpses. Mu Yun came in front of the corpses. With a wave of her hand, a majestic suction force spread out. Time ticked by. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Mu Yun nodded and said, retreat. 300 pieces of osteopyrum disappeared in a flash. This time, Mu Yun still decided to go into seclusion. The 9 emptiness realm was simply too suitable for cultivation. Kill and devour. Monster devour, tyrannical and rich divine power. This allowed him to reach the 7th transformation of the ancestor god realm in a mere 200 years. If this continued, then he might even be able to attain the 9 transformations of the universe enlightened ancestral god realm here. At that time, even if he had just entered the 9 transformations of ancestor god realm, it wouldn't be impossible for him to deal with 3rd-rate, 2nd-rate, or even 1st-rate 9 transformations of ancestor god realm experts. In the following period of time, he needed to find those humanoid monsters and continue to hunt. Thinking about it, it was quite funny. Others couldn't compare, but he was like a flock of ducks. Under such circumstances, it was quite funny when one thought about it carefully. The 3 figures left immediately. After several days of traveling, Mu Yun could be said to be very ostentatious. However, the strange thing was that he didn't see a single humanoid monster. He didn't even see a single ordinary warrior. This situation was really too strange. Mu Yun looked around cautiously. Boom! On this day, as Mu Yun was hurrying on his journey, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. The ground cracked, and rocks flew everywhere. The sound of waves rolling slowly sounded from the left. Slowly, 2 rays of light flickered. Seeing that light, Muyun was slightly stunned. He had seen this light before. It was scattered when the humanoid monsters were fighting. Someone was fighting with the humanoid monsters nearby. Muyun's figure quickly flew over and withdrew all his soul aura. Approaching the battlefield, Muyun's eyes flashed. Muyun Shi. Shui Zhufeng. Seeing the 2 experts who had just entered the 9 transformations of the universe enlightened ancestral god realm, Muyun was stunned. At this moment, there were more than 100 people beside Muyun Shi and Shui Zhufeng. At this moment, all of them had violent auras as they tried their best to kill the humanoid monsters around them. However, there were hundreds of humanoid monsters. There were too many of them, and everyone gradually couldn't hold on. Swoosh, almost without hesitation, Muyun directly charged out. These humanoid monsters were powerful and had extraordinary strength. Muyun Shi and the others couldn't escape. Rays of light flashed, and the murderous aura on Muyun's body grew stronger. Slowly, the ground began to crumble. Muyun held the cloudy heaven sword and slashed down. The sword light whistled. Who? Muyun Shi and Shui Zhufeng were stunned. They were too engrossed in the battle just now and didn't notice that there was someone lurking around. Your Highness! Your Highness! When they saw that figure, everyone was suddenly delighted. But then, most of them were shocked. 7 transformations of the universe enlightened ancestral god realm. Muyun had actually reached the 7 transformations of the universe enlightened ancestral god realm. Ordinary people would need at least 10,000 years to go from the 4 transformations of the universe enlightened ancestral god realm to the 7 transformations of the universe enlightened ancestral god realm. Even some geniuses would need thousands or thousands of years. But Muyun actually reached the 7 transformations of the universe enlightened ancestral god realm in just over 200 years. This was truly inconceivable. The show has only just begun. Muyun smiled and said, "Let me do it." In an instant, a devouring aura erupted. A tyrannical devouring power spread out. At this moment, those humanoid monsters were like iron blocks attracted by a magnet. They all swayed unsteadily. They were actually affected at this moment. Everyone was stunned. Muyun ignored everyone's shocked gazes and attacked with her sword. She was like a hard-working gardener picking the fruits she had cultivated. Shui Zhufeng and Muyun Shi were completely convinced. They had been in the high-dimensional space for hundreds of years and were helpless against humanoid monsters. However, Muyun seemed to be their nemesis. This was truly inconceivable. "Looks like your highness is still your highness," Shui Zhufeng praised. Of course. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Then, they attacked again. The hundreds of humanoid monsters were mostly at the 7, 8, and 9 transformations of the universe enlightened ancestral god realm. However, in Muyun's hands, they were really not enough. The battle spread out. Muyun's murderous aura gradually rose. She dealt with them one by one. Then, a violent devouring power spread out at this moment. Those humanoid monsters all turned into nourishment, nourishing the people in the Heaven Fall Yellow Springs diagram. This scene made the people in the Heaven Fall Yellow Springs diagram very excited. Miao Zhanyu of the Nine-Tailed Cat clan had even reached the 7 transformations of the universe enlightened ancestral god realm. Miao Yutong had also reached the 6 transformations of the universe enlightened ancestral god realm. Such an improvement was unimaginable even in their dreams. Gradually, the battle ended. The surroundings were in a mess. Your Highness! Your Highness! Muyun Shi and Shui Zhufeng cupped their fists at this moment. Both of you have worked hard. Your Highness, you have reached the 7 transformations of the universe enlightened ancestral god realm? Shui Zhufeng could not help but ask. Yes. Muyun nodded and said again, "Perhaps, I can go further, but it will take some time." Looking around, Muyun said, "Let's choose a safe place first and then talk about it in detail." Yes. At this moment, everyone left. On the way, Muyun found out through conversation. The shepherds were like others. When they encountered humanoid monsters, they had no choice but to hide. But even so, they had lost many experts in the past hundreds of years. This time, there were only 100 or so people gathered together. Seeing this scene, Muyin also nodded. It seemed that in the high-dimensional space, not only were the ninth-grade races a threat, but the humanoid monsters were even greater. For the next period of time, Mu Yunxi and Shui Zhufeng naturally surrounded Mu Yun. As for Mu Yun, he began to go into seclusion with all his might. This time, he had devoured a lot. The hundreds of humanoid monsters and the dozens of Zhao warriors were all good nourishment. They provided him with nourishment for his powerful strength. But he needed time to digest them. This time, when he entered the Nine Void Realm, it was difficult to get rid of them in a short period of time. Now was the best time to absorb them. The shepherd's warriors set up camp in the surroundings and were on guard. After all, not only did they have to guard against the humanoid monsters, but they also had to guard against the invaders from the 7 races and the various ancient races. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 120 years had passed. In this place, everyone began to carefully cultivate. Mu Yun had been in seclusion for 120 years and had not appeared. This made Mu Yunxi and Shui Zhufeng secretly look forward to it. His Highness has been in seclusion for 120 years this time. I think he will definitely be able to reach the 8 changes of the Ancestor God realm. Shui Zhufeng could not help but be excited. The stronger Mu Yun was, the faster the shepherds would return to their peak. Shui Zhufeng, I heard that back then, you lived with His Highness for a period of time and taught him the way of assassination? Yes. Shui Zhufeng seemed to be immersed in his memories and said, in the end, His Highness' talent in assassination is not as good as my son, Shui Zhuing. But you can't imagine the ruthlessness of His Highness' cultivation. Let me give you an example. Shui Zhufeng said seriously. Back then, His Highness and my son learned the way of assassination under me. It only took my son a month to learn how to lay low and strike instantly. He was very outstanding. However, His Highness failed time and time again. However, he spent a total of 10 years working tirelessly. In the end, he finally gained control of it. It was because of this ruthlessness that the Dark Shadow Palace was given a mission to assassinate a first changes of the Ancestor God realm. Shui Zhuing accepted the mission, but he failed several times. But His Highness followed him to accept the mission. He killed with a single strike. When I saw the way His Highness attacked, I was really impressed. Oh? Even you were impressed? Mu Yun, she said with a smile. Shui Zhufeng said seriously, it was really amazing. Lying low and killing with a single strike. His Highness seemed to have created an artistic visual enjoyment. That is the highest realm an assassin can pursue. Hearing this, Mu Yunxi nodded. As a member of the shepherds, Mu Yunxi knew how the crown prince had lived since he was young. His Highness might not be the best in the god realm in terms of talent, but his tenacity in cultivation was unparalleled. And this tenacity had greatly increased his strength and fame. Boom. Swoosh swoosh, 2 figures flew over and said hurriedly, Sirs, bad news. We've been discovered by the Dragon Rhinoceros clan and the Necrophagus Beast clan. They've started fighting. What? As soon as he said this, Mu Yunxi immediately stood up. His face was frosty as he said, Stop those guys. His Highness is in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. Yes. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, figures flew out one after another. Mu Yunxi and Shui Zhufeng looked at each other. The Dragon Rhinoceros clan, the Necrophagus Beast clan, these 2 clans were very difficult to deal with. Shui Zhufeng said coldly, the leader of the Dragon Rhinoceros clan is called Long Fong. He's a young master of the Dragon Rhinoceros clan. And the leader of the Necrophagus Beast clan is called Shi Yuan, right? Both of their expressions turned solemn at this moment. Figures rushed out one after another with murderous intent. Hee, there's really someone here. The leader of the hundreds of figures grinned and exuded a strong and domineering aura. 9 changes of Ancestor God. Long Fong, you've got a good nose. Shi Yuan, I've found her. You'll be the main force and I'll attack from the side. The other person had a strong and majestic figure and was also at the 9 changes of Ancestor God realm. No problem. Both of them waved their hands and the people behind them followed. How dare you? A shout suddenly sounded at this moment. Mu Yunxi's face was cold. He held a long sword in his hand and directly attacked. "Oh, you're a hot woman." Long Feng grinned and said, "To be honest, the human body is indeed awkward. But I have to say that there are many beauties among the human race." "Of course." Corpse Yuan also smiled faintly and said, "Previously, I caught a group of these stupid humans and killed a few men. The remaining few women were very interesting. Furthermore, that soft and tender skin is simply unforgettable." Haha, both of them exuded a violent aura and spoke without restraint. In an instant, the two of them charged towards Mu Yunxi. Swoosh swoosh, right at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. At this moment, a figure dashed out from the side. Berserk divine power rippled out continuously. The powerful waves of qi were each stronger than the last. Under such circumstances, the earth gradually began to tremble. Each wave of rumbling sounds was louder than the previous one. One of the figures held a dagger with both hands. The two daggers flew out of his hands and shot towards the two of them. Puff puff, in an instant, a bloody wound appeared on each of their arms. The two figures quickly retreated. Damn it! Both Shi Yuan and Long Feng looked at the scene before them. A figure slowly walked out. It was Shui Zhufeng. Having just entered the 9 transformations of the ancestor god realm, Shui Zhufeng was extremely proficient in the Tao of assassination. However, earlier, he had only injured the two of them, and had not seriously injured them at all. Shui Zhufeng found it hard to believe. A 9th grade race was indeed very powerful. However, Shi Yuan and Long Feng were extremely furious at this moment. Someone had actually stabbed the two of them. This was simply a great humiliation. The two silhouettes looked at each other and charged out. Boom, at this moment, the earth slowly collapsed. Long Feng took a step forward and punched the ground. Rumble, a crack appeared on the ground as it spread out. Dong, Mu Yunxi and Shui Zhufeng both retreated. The strength of this punch was simply terrifying. The strength of the Dragon Rhinoceros clan had always been domineering. At this moment, the two of them also became cautious. Despicable humans. Long Feng sneered. If it weren't for the appearance of those monsters over these years, you humans would have been finished long ago. Recently, those monsters have lessened a lot. If we come out to move around, it will be the end of you humans. Shameless boasting. Mu Yunqi and Shui Zhufeng instantly charged out. Boom. Immediately, the 4 figures began to exchange blows. On the other side, the warriors of the shepherds were also exchanging blows with the warriors of the 2 9th grade races. The scene suddenly became chaotic. However, the shepherds had been dormant for tens of thousands of years. The people they brought this time were all elite disciples that were personally selected by the shepherds. In order to protect Mu Yan's safety, Mu Xuanji and Mu Qingya personally prepared. These people were all elites of the elites. The two sides exchanged blows. The Dragon Rhinoceros clan and the Corpse-Eating Beast clan could not gain the upper hand. Seeing this scene, Long Feng and Shi Yuan were secretly shocked. The guys they met on this trip seemed to be different from the ones they met in the past. This was extremely strange. Boom, the 4 figures were exchanging blows fiercely. There was no clear winner or loser between them. Regardless of whether it was Shui Zhufeng or Mu Yunqi, both of them had just entered the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm. However, both of them held important positions in the shepherds. How could they be simple people? Long Feng and Shi Yuan were even more shocked. Were these guys so terrifying? At this moment, both of them had a trace of astonishment in their hearts. However, they were merciless in their attacks. Shi Fengqing, stop watching the show. Long Feng took a step back and suddenly roared. Got it. In an instant, a figure charged directly towards Mu Yunqi, who was exchanging blows with Long Feng. A fist shadow fell directly towards Mu Yunqi's back. Just as the fist shadow was about to land, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. In the mountain range, the earth and rocks crumbled as a figure suddenly appeared. As the murderous aura surged, the figure waved his hand and a murderous aura swept out. 9 Heavens Emperor Finger. He pointed out a finger and blocked the fist. A violent force instantly swept out. Boom, boom. Boom, at this moment, the ground slowly shook. At this very moment, everyone could clearly feel an oppressive aura being emitted from it. Your Highness! Your Highness! Seeing the figure that appeared, Mu Yunqi and Shui Zhufeng's spirits were lifted. This aura was the 8 changes of the ancestor god realm. Mu Yun had improved again. What kind of strength could Mu Yun, who was at the 8 changes of the ancestor god realm, unleash? Your Highness? Fengqing, who had appeared, also stopped and looked at Mu Yun with interest. I heard that in the mortal world, the human race is now divided into 10 clans. The 10 great ancient clans dominate the mortal world, but it seems that the highest realm among them is only at the ancestor god realm. At this level, just like us, even in a grade 9 race, any middle-level expert would be able to destroy the entire human race. It seems that you have learned a lot over the years. Mu Yun smiled faintly. Of course. I heard that the 10 great ancient clans have sent out their elites to deal with us. What a pity. Fengqing sneered. You humans are too weak now. Mu Yun was not angry. She smiled and said, if you think that humans are weak, you can go to the unfettered sacred ground and see if those humans are weak. TCH. Fengqing sneered and said, I didn't expect you to know about the unfettered sacred ground. However, the current unfettered sacred ground is bitterly supported by the 3 sovereigns. I think it won't be able to hold on for long. Once the unfettered sacred ground is finished, the powerful backing of the human world and the Kanglin myriad world will completely collapse. Then, the human world will be completely finished. The 3 sovereigns? Mu Yun was stunned. She had never heard of the 3 sovereigns. You're worrying too much. Mu Yun said indifferently, you should worry about whether you can keep your life. Haha, as soon as he said that, Fengqing laughed loudly and said, my name? Have you obtained it? Why should I? Because you're only at the 8 changes of the ancestor god realm? Fengqing laughed, waved his hand and shouted. At that instant, a ferocious roar could be heard, causing sound waves to surge toward Mu Yun. Roar, that roar was like a lion's roar, and it swept through the space, causing it to fluctuate faintly. In an instant, a powerful fluctuation rushed towards Mu Yun's body. Get lost. Qi Ling immediately appeared and slashed out with her spear. In an instant, the sound waves were rebounded back. The lion's roar instantly disappeared. This scene caused everyone present to be extremely astonished. This kid's 8 changes of the ancestor god realm was actually so domineering. How do you feel? Mu Yun said with a faint smile. You're courting death. Fengqing felt that he had lost all his face, and he immediately put down all his airs and attacked. In an instant, a violent aura spread out. The earth rumbled, and a figure suddenly expanded 100 times. So you're from the Winged Silver Lion clan. Mu Yun smiled when she saw Fengqing's original form. At this moment, the earth slowly cracked open. At this moment, Fengqing's figure was 100 feet tall, and his eyes were fixed on Mu Yun. The 8 transformation ancestor god realm human before him actually gave him a sense of threat, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The 100-meter-tall figure had 4 thick limbs, and the lion's fur rustled in the wind. A faint divine power wrapped around the lion's fur, and the fur around its neck stood up like steel needles. Slash! In the blink of an eye, Fengqing took a step forward, his hair standing on end. Swish swish swish, in the next moment, like a rain of mau-mau, strands of hair shot out. Dong, a muffled sound rang out as the ground began to slowly crack open. The crimson spirit in Mu Yun's hand kept spinning and condensing into an empty belt. Fengqing's attack was unable to break through. Clenching her fist slightly, Mu Yun's brows were filled with killing intent. To be honest, only after reaching the 8 transformations of the ancestor god realm did I know what it feels like to be so powerful. Mu Yun said coolly, you just entered the 9 transformations of the ancestor god and are seriously too weak. Meteor storm. Earth explosion and sky fall. Yang manipulation. Heaven ascending technique. In an instant, almost at the same time, the 4 sacred steel divine arts rushed out. At this moment, the 4 sacred steel divine arts seemed to have turned into the sharpest killing weapons, and they shot towards Fengqing. A meteor-like light fell and pierced towards Fengqing. One by one, the black profound balls exploded and charged forward. At this moment, the air twisted and turned into sharp blades. At this moment, Crimson Spirit attacked aggressively. In the blink of an eye, the power of the four sacred steel divine arts was raised to the maximum. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a miserable cry rang out at this moment. That miserable cry had just sounded when it was drowned out by the waves. At this moment, everyone understood that Shifangqing was done for. Shifangqing. Shifangqing. At this moment, Shi Yuan and Long Feng's faces changed. Retreat. Almost at the same time, the two of them thought of retreating. It's difficult to run now. Mu Yun smiled and waved her hand. Waves of majestic aura surged out, each stronger than the last. 4 directions heaven realm. In an instant, hundreds of figures including the two of them were completely trapped. Mu Yun's eyes were filled with leisure. I am the crown prince of the shepherds. Remember, in the future, I will walk out of the mortal world and descend into the myriad worlds. I will make the myriad worlds tremble because of my name. Boom, in an instant, the 4 directions heaven realm kept shrinking. Gradually, the 4 directions heaven realm shrank into a dot, and those figures were already squeezed beyond recognition. They didn't even have the ability to resist. At this moment, Mu Yun and Shui Zhufeng, who were standing at the side, were completely dumbfounded. 8 changes of the Ancestor God, was this really the 8 changes of the Ancestor God? Was this a joke? With a flip of her hand, Mu Yun killed hundreds of figures of the 9, 8, and 7 changes of the Ancestor God realm without any resistance. How could this be done by the 8 changes of the Ancestor God? Congratulations, Your Highness, for reaching the peak again. Mu Yun and Shui Zhufeng knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Peak? Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, My peak is not here. Clenching her hands, Mu Yun smiled and said, There's still a long way to go before reaching the peak. When these words came out, the two's eyes shone brightly. That's right, Mu Yun was only at the 8 changes of the Ancestor God realm and had yet to reach the 9 changes. Once she reached the 9 changes, she would go on to elementary, 3rd rate, 2nd rate, and 1st rate. Once she reached the 1st rate level, she would be the top existence in the divine world. In the end, she would become a top Ancestor God, comparable to the current patriarchs of the 9 ancient clans. At that time, who would dare to invade the shepherds? 10,000 years ago, the patriarch of the shepherds was more powerful than the immortal state. That alone was enough to cause the other 9 clans to be extremely cautious. In addition to Mu Yun's tyrannical strength, the shepherds could even counterattack. I found something interesting here. Mu Yun opened her mouth and said, If we find that place, it won't be a problem to get rid of these foreign races. In fact, I might even be able to reach the 9 transformations of the ancestral god. Mu Yunxi and Shui Zhufeng's eyes glinted at his words. If that was the case, then after this trip to the 9 empty realms, when Mu Yun returned to the shepherds, she would be the well-deserved crown prince. At that time, the shepherds' blood feud would be avenged. At this moment, the two of them were extremely excited. Mu Yun being able to recover was undoubtedly the best news for them. Let's go. With a wave of her hand, Mu Yun led hundreds of people and immediately left the place. At this moment, the martial artists of the 3 foreign races had all turned into wisps of essence Qi, nourishing him. Clenching her fists, Mu Yun's heart was surging. 8 changes of the Ancestor God, she had finally arrived. The domineering feeling of this power was really unbelievable. Powerful strength and aura that made one's heart palpitate. Mu Yun was now extremely eager to reach the 9 changes of the Ancestor God. 9 Guai. This one was the transcendent God state, the legendary saint state. The saint of heaven and earth was a saint recognized by heaven and earth, not the saint that she thought she was in the small world. Just like scholars, they would respectfully address some great scholars as saints. However, these honorifics were just their own names. However, if one could use the meaning of the book to evolve the creation of heaven and earth and the growth of all living things, that would be the true saint. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart became clearer and clearer. This kind of feeling was truly exciting. Slowly, hundreds of figures followed Mu Yun's footsteps and hurried along. This time, Mu Yun did not deliberately choose a direction, but followed the thoughts in her heart. After about 4 to 5 days, the group of people appeared outside a canyon. That canyon crack was 100 meters wide, and the cliffs on both sides were tens of thousands of feet high. Looking in from the outside, it was like a path to hell. It's here. Mu Yan's heart was like a mirror at this moment, and she said indifferently, Cloud-slashing canyon. Cloud-slashing canyon? Mu Yan and Shui Zhufeng were suddenly stunned. Your Highness, are you mistaken? Mu Yan could not help but ask, isn't Cloud-slashing canyon in the human world? That's not the real Cloud-slashing canyon. Mu Yan smiled slightly and said, or it can be said that someone deliberately changed the name of that place to Cloud-slashing canyon to confuse the public. The moment these words came out, Mu Yan and Shui Zhufeng were even more puzzled. What did this mean? This was the Nine Emptiness Realm, how could it be confused with the human world? Mu Yan looked at the two and said seriously, back then, I led the Xianxia to the Cloud-slashing canyon to fight with the elites of the 9 clans. In the end, I did die there. However, my divine body has disappeared. Mu Yan said tirelessly, and before that battle, on Demon Slaughter Mountain, my hands were chopped off and my heart was dug out. My eyes dissipated. Logically speaking, Father should have secretly hidden these, but in the end, most of my divine body could not be found. The place where I finally died in battle was Cloud-slashing canyon, so these should all be in Cloud-slashing canyon, but they were not. I racked my brains but could not figure it out, but today, I understand. Mu Yan and Shui Zhufeng were both stunned. I fused with my hands, heart, and eyes, but the divine body I had in the cloud-cleaving canyon disappeared. Because it was taken away by someone, and the real Cloud-slashing canyon was moved to the 9 Emptiness Realm, and the Cloud-slashing canyon in the human world was just a cover. The moment these words came out, Mu Yan felt a chill in her heart. Could it be the clan leader? Shui Zhufeng said calmly, the clan leader hoped to preserve your previous divine body. No. Mu Yan said firmly, it was the Blood Clan. Blood Clan. The moment these words came out, the two were even more puzzled. You should know about the famous instant space divine pearl in the God realm. The moment these words came out, the two's expressions changed slightly. The instant space divine pearl could teleport everything to another place in an instant. Even if it was a powerful secret realm, or even mountains, rivers, and seas, it could be teleported. This was the most precious treasure of the Blood Clan. And this treasure could only be used once. It was precious and rare. Hearing Mu Yan mention the instant space divine pearl, the two immediately understood. Someone must have moved the real Cloud-slashing canyon here, and instead used a trick to confuse the people of the God realm. People of the Blood Clan. Shui Xiao. If I'm not wrong, your men from the Blood Clan should be here, right? Mu Yan smiled slightly and licked her lips. Originally, Mu Yan did not understand this, but when he broke through to the 8 changes of the Ancestor God realm, the moment his realm increased, he felt that there was actually a suction force in this place. He had already felt this suction force when he was in the low-dimensional space. But he did not understand. But this time, he noticed something subtle. That was his hands, heart, and eyes. Mu Yan was no longer the simple person he used to be. After fusing everything from 9 lives and reaching the 8 changes of the Ancestor God realm, this feeling made his heart clearer. The previous him might not be able to understand the subtle changes in such a situation, but now he could. In addition, when he was the crown prince of the shepherds, how tyrannical was he? Even though he was dead, his body was still terrifying. But now, one thing he did not understand was why the Blood Clan moved the Cloud-slashing canyon here. And they used the instant space divine pearl. This kind of thing was extremely valuable, and it was a one-time use. It would be better for the Blood Clan to directly occupy his body thoroughly. This was also what Mu Yan was puzzled about. Everyone, be careful. Mu Yan looked ahead and said carefully, I'm afraid the Blood Clan, Zhu Clan, and Yang Clan are all here. Yes. Hundreds of figures spread out at this moment, looked around, and entered the canyon. Gradually, a terrifying aura spread across the place. The strong oppression was stronger than the previous one. At this moment, the moment everyone stepped into the canyon, they all felt that their steps were staggered, and their aura was suppressed to the point that they could not breathe. How can this be? Mu Yan, Shi, and Shui Zhufeng were shocked. Both of them had just entered the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm, but at this moment, they could feel such a terrifying oppression. At that moment, Mu Yan was also staggering. However, he appeared to be in a much better state than the others. Be careful. Mu Yun looked around with vigilance in her eyes. That terrifying oppression was indeed too tyrannical. Mu Yun slowly stepped out and looked around. After passing through the tunnel, the front suddenly opened up. Rays of strange and variegated light shone in the surroundings, and it was eerie. Moreover, there was a sinister aura slowly spreading out. This place was full of eeriness, and it was an extremely strong visual impact. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh. Just as Mu Yun and the others were looking around, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. On the ground, rays of light swords shot out instantly. The speed was so fast that it was overwhelming. Swoosh. 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 Several shepherds were careless and were directly pierced by the light swords, dying tragically on the spot. Be careful. Mu Yun held the crimson spirit in her hand and swept it away with her spear. Bang, hundreds of meters away, an explosion sounded. More than a dozen figures rolled out in an instant, their flesh and blood badly mangled. Cowering? That doesn't seem like the spirit of an ancient race. Mu Yun looked ahead and said coldly. Upon closer inspection, about 200 to 300 figures were looking at Mu Yun at this moment. The figures in the lead were emitting strong killing intent and were extremely cautious. Mu Yun was naturally very familiar with two of them. Zhu Chen. Mu Yun. You came after all. The two of them stood carefully in the crowd with solemn expressions. Between them was a figure in a blood-red robe. His aura was restrained, and his eyes were sunken and pale. Shui Liangxing of the Blood Clan. Mu Yun's gaze landed on Shui Liangxing as she smiled faintly. I remember that you were only at the fourth transformation of the ancestor god realm 10,000 years ago. Not bad. I can't compare to the crown prince of the shepherds. Reaching the 8th transformation from the 2nd transformation of the ancestor god realm took less than 1,000 years. Shui Liangxing grinned as his gaze landed on Mu Yun. He licked his lips. 8th transformation of the ancestor god, Zhu Chen and Yang Yu's expressions changed. This guy had reached the 8th transformation of the ancestor god realm. What a joke. At this moment, the two of them were feeling uneasy. As the crown princes of the Zhu and Yang clans, they were only at the 6th transformation of the ancestor god realm. After 200 to 300 years in the 9th emptiness realm, they had advanced by one transformation and reached the 7th transformation of the ancestor god realm. However, Mu Yun had reached the 8th transformation of the ancestor god realm directly. The 8th transformation of the ancestor god realm was the top level in the entire god realm. However, how could Mu Yun reach this level so quickly? Zhu Chen and Yang Yu felt a chill in their hearts. Shui Liangxing smiled and said, Crown princes, you don't have to be discouraged. Not to mention that he is the crown prince of the Mu clan, just the amount of time he has spent through 9 lifetimes is much more than the both of you. After Shui Liangxing said this, Yang Yu and Zhu Chen understood that even so, the crown prince of the Mu clan back then was still very terrifying. The two sides confronted each other, and Mu Yun's eyes flickered. There are still people inside, right? Mu Yun suddenly spoke. Shui Liangxing, Yang Yu, and Zhu Chen were all stunned. It seems that nothing can be hidden from Crown Prince Mu. Shui Liangxing said, that's right. It seems that Crown Prince Mu also knows that your true body from your previous life is here? I roughly guessed it. Now that you have said it, I am even more certain. Mu Yun smiled and said, in that case, I think that I have to defeat you to enter? I've been waiting for a long time. Shui Liangxing licked his scarlet lips and smiled. Crown Prince Mu, why don't you let me see how domineering your 8 transformations of the ancestor god realm is? Sure. In an instant, Mu Yun waved her hand, and figures appeared one after another. Over 100 figures appeared at the same time, instantly coordinating with the shepherds to attack. At this moment, numerous figures were engaged in battle. At that moment, Zhu Chen and Yang Yu also avoided Mu Yun and charged towards the shepherds. The two of them were originally in high spirits. After reaching the 7 transformations of the ancestor god realm, they wanted to kill Mu Yun here. But who would have imagined that in the blink of an eye, Mu Yun would actually directly reach the 8 transformations of ancestor god realm? Wasn't this kind of increase in cultivation a little too fast? How in the world did this fellow reach this step? The two of them realized that Mu Yun was not someone they should deal with. It was best to leave such a troublesome person to a troublesome person like Xiao. Waves of murderous aura spread out, and both sides instantly destroyed the entire valley. Xianxia stood at the front, staring intently at Mu Yun. His opponent was the crown prince of the shepherds. Such a person's cultivation speed was extremely fast, and he would not allow his foundation to be unstable. One had to be extra careful when fighting against such a fellow. Buzz, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and a blood-colored long saber appeared in Xianxia's hand. The saber was more than 3 feet long and was straight and sharp. If one did not look carefully, it looked more like a broadsword. Blood-edged saber. Mu Yun narrowed her eyes slightly. A few years ago, it was Shuixiao's treasured saber. Shuixiao gave this saber to you. It seems like he really cares about you. Crown Prince Mu, you must be joking. I'm just a good-for-nothing under my crown prince. Since you know you're good for nothing, you should cultivate well and stay in the blood race. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Xianxia was slightly taken aback. Boom, in an instant, Xianxia's figure had already charged out. If he was the slightest bit careless when facing Mu Yun, he would definitely die without a burial ground. This was his crown prince's most cautious advice to him. Therefore, even if he had just entered the 9 changes of the ancestral god realm, he could not be careless. Clang, the celestial sword appeared at this moment, and Mu Yun slashed out with a murderous aura. 9 Heavens God-slaying sword technique. The celestial sword cooperated with Mu Yun's god-level sword soul, and every slash carried an extremely powerful and domineering aura. The two figures, one sword and one saber, emitted waves that swept through the entire canyon. Bloodthirsty divine saber slash. The long saber in Xianxia's hand instantly transformed into a divine wolf that devoured the sky and charged out. That slash caused waves of blood to surge. It was as if the power of a divine wolf had descended from the sky. A muffled explosion rang out as the two of them collided at this moment. There was a loud rumble, and another explosion occurred. At this moment, Mu Yun held the celestial sword in her hand and trembled slightly. On the other side, Xianxia held the long saber tightly. However, there was a bloodstain on his arm that spread out and flowed onto the long saber. At this moment, Xianxia's face was ice cold. 9 changes of the ancestral god realm. Xianxia, you have indeed gained a lot of knowledge in the past 10,000 years. Mu Yun said indifferently, however, although I have started from the beginning, I have taken one step at a time over the past 10,000 years. I have fused the memories of 7 lifetimes, which allowed me to be as powerful as when I was at the same level in my previous life. If you fuse with the divine body, you will be able to surpass your previous life. Do you understand? The celestial sword in Mu Yun's hand emitted a buzzing sound. Buddha's light earth slash. With a slash, the long sword in Mu Yun's hand seemed to have a spirit at this moment as it emitted a strong light. That light emitted a strong murderous aura like that of a divine Buddha. 8th divine art of the sacred steel, Buddha's light earth slash. With a slash, the Buddha's light radiated in all directions and condensed into a light sword. It was sacred and inviolable. Boom, in an instant, rumbling sounds rang out one after another. Now. At the same time, Xianxia seemed to have found a way to survive Mu Yun's most domineering attack. At this moment, he slashed out with his saber. That saber light charged towards Mu Yun, completely ignoring the fact that Mu Yun's attack was about to land. Die, Mu Yun! Shui! Liangxing shouted crazily, Your Highness, kill her. In an instant, a violent aura burst out from the blade gleam. It was as if a peerless expert had appeared from the saber light, bringing with him a boundless sea of blood. The entire canyon was dyed red with blood. A figure dressed in blood armor appeared at this moment. He held a long sword in his hand, which was like a saber light. The sword struck out and pierced towards Mu Yun. Instantly, Mu Yun's eyes flickered when she saw that figure. Xiao. With the celestial sword in her hand, Mu Yun stood proudly without dodging. At this moment, the violent attack landed directly on his body. Waves began to slowly spread out at this moment. That figure dissipated at this moment. But in an instant, a figure appeared behind Xianxia. He held the crimson spirit spear and stabbed out directly. With a puff, blood splattered out from the long spear and exploded at this moment. This spear directly took Xianxia's life. My heart doesn't ache when a doppelganger is severely injured, Mu Yun said coldly at this moment. With a plop, Xianxia's eyes bulged out as he looked at the sky. He had completely lost his consciousness. At this moment, he could feel that a force in his body had been completely drained. At this moment, the blood-edged saber stood proudly in the air. A shadow stood there coldly. Between his eyebrows, blood chi was rolling, and his blood armor added a bit of coldness. It was Xuexiao. Seeing Xuexiao's figure, Mu Yun smiled and said, "Crown Prince Xuexiao, I'm afraid it's not good to come here with such a formation?" "There's nothing bad about it," Xuexiao said. "Crown Prince of the Shepherds, Mu Yun, you're indeed more powerful than I thought. 8 changes of Ancestor God Realm. It seems that you'll reach the 9 changes of Ancestor God Realm soon. Now is not the time to chat with you about trivial matters." Mu Yun smiled and said, "I'm very curious. The one waiting for me here is your loyal subordinate, Xianxia. Then, who is the one inside? Are you very curious?" Xuexiao said indifferently, "But, you don't have to continue being curious." In an instant, the blood-edged saber appeared out of thin air. Xuexiao shouted coldly, "I spent 10,000 years condensing the murderous aura in this blood-edged saber. Now is the time to release the murderous aura. Although it's only equivalent to 10% of my full strength." Xuexiao said proudly, "Mu Yun, can you withstand 10% of my attack? You're dreaming if you want to kill me with 10% of your strength." "Is that so?" Xuexiao smiled faintly and said, "The 9 changes of the Ancestor God are divided into 4 levels: elementary, third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate. Every level of the soul will be strengthened by a layer of soul rings. 4 layers superimposed is perfect. I've surpassed the first-rate Ancestor God Realm and am ranked among the 10 great clan leaders. Do you think that I can't kill you with 10% of my strength?" Xuexiao said indifferently, "Mu Yun, I admit that your father has surpassed the God Realm and is indeed powerful. But the top power that the God Realm can withstand is only at the saint level. No matter how powerful your father is, he can only resist the clan leaders. If he wants to kill them, he needs to be more powerful. But once he shows it, the God Realm will be destroyed. This is something that your father can't see. After all, as the human emperor, it's his duty to protect the human realm. You know quite a lot." Mu Yun looked coldly at the shadow. "The human realm is vast. But to the 10,000 worlds and the land of 10,000 races, it's just a small place. The footsteps of humans have already traveled across the land of 10,000 worlds." Xuexiao said indifferently, "My vision is not as shallow as yours. The so-called 9 Fate Emperor is just a kind of luck. If I kill you, I can plunder your luck." The saber radiance flickered, and Xuexiao's shadow merged into the blood-edged saber. The saber was overbearing, the powerful saber radiance emitted waves of light, and the light waves rushed towards Mu Yun. Green Scale Dragon Armor. A layer of green scale armor appeared on the surface of Mu Yun's body, and protected her body firmly. In an instant, she held the celestial sword tightly in her hand. She stabbed with the sword. At this moment, it was as if the whole world had quietened down. The saber radiance and the sword radiance slowly dissipated, converged, and resisted. Boom, a strong vibration was released in the entire mountain range. The ground cracked, and the airflow flowed in all directions. At this moment, a figure retreated straight back. It was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun was holding the celestial sword. Her face was pale, and she looked ahead. The smoke gradually dissipated, and the figure appeared at this moment. It was the blood-edged saber. However, the blood-edged saber was covered with cracks, as if it would collapse at any time. Xuexiao's voice sounded slowly. "You are indeed the crown prince of the shepherds, to be able to withstand 10% of my attack." Xuexiao smiled faintly. "Unfortunately, my strongest skill is not my saber skills, but my sword skills. If this was a sword, I'm afraid you would be dead." Crack crack crack, as Xuexiao's voice fell, the long saber finally could not withstand it, and it broke into pieces. Xuexiao's aura completely dissipated. "You gathered your soul power into the blood-edged saber, and wanted to give me a fatal blow at the critical moment?" Mu Yun looked at the broken blood-edged saber and smiled faintly. Unfortunately, Xiao, my strongest skill is not my sword skills. Mu Yun took a step forward, and directly entered the depths of the valley. At this moment, Zhu Chen and Yang Yu did not dare to stay any longer after seeing this scene. Xianxia had just entered the 9 changes of Ancestor God. However, it was too easy for Mu Yun to kill him. Was this something they could fight against? If they did not run now, they would not be able to run away even if they wanted to when Mu Yun dealt with the person inside. At this moment, the two of them led the disciples of the Zhu clan and Yang clan away. Only a few dozen blood breeds were left behind to resist. However, they were slowly being eaten away by the shepherds and the Osteopyram army. Walking in the valley, Mu Yun's feelings became clearer and clearer. That aura was constantly being released, attracting his senses and making him feel stronger and stronger. The rustling of footsteps could be heard. After entering the valley, one could see a majestic mountain that towered into the clouds. At the bottom of the mountain, there seemed to be a tunnel that led to the darkness. Stepping out, Mu Yun walked into the tunnel at the bottom of the mountain. Unexpectedly, the interior was not pitch black, but as bright as day. Droplets of water that emitted a gentle light hung on the mountain wall, illuminating the cave. Mu Yun's footsteps came to a halt as he looked ahead. There was a lone figure standing there. Bloody blisters covered his entire body. However, his pair of blood-red eyes caused one's heart to palpitate. You sensed it in the end. A slightly hoarse voice could be heard. The figure turned around and looked at Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun followed the figure's gaze and saw a stone wall in the depths of the cave that was radiating light. The light carried strange patterns as it spread out. The blood-robed figure said indifferently, "The Crown Prince of the Shepherds is a hero of the age. I didn't expect that trash Xianxia to be unable to hold on so quickly." "You too," Mu Yun said indifferently. Although he was at the 8 changes of the Ancestor God realm, he was not afraid of those who had just entered the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm. It seems like killing Xianxia and destroying the Crown Prince's killing intent has made the Crown Prince of the Mu clan more confident. The blood-robed figure said indifferently, "However, it's no wonder. After all, you were also so outstanding in your previous life." Slowly, the blood-robed figure stepped forward and said, "The 9 Emptiness realm is one of the seals of the 10 realms of the mortal realm. It is the land of inheritance left behind by the first God Emperor, Xiao. I believe that Crown Prince Mu should have sensed that when those strange people appeared, they were extremely murderous to others, but to Crown Prince Mu, they were the greatest nourishment." Mu Yun frowned slightly as she looked at the figure in front of her. "Crown Prince Mu, why are you so agitated?" The blood-robed figure said again, "You should also know the origin of those people, right? The divine body of the Crown Prince of the Shepherds, if handled properly, can even be refined into a peerless divine weapon that surpasses divine weapons. Even if it is not refined into a divine weapon, but swallowed and fused, it is enough to make the divine body reach an unattainable realm." The blood-robed figure's tone remained indifferent. "And within the 9 Emptiness realm, there is an extremely tyrannical aura. This place was left behind by the first God Emperor, Xiao. Therefore, it contains the Emperor's might. Over time, a strand of hair from the Crown Prince of the Shepherd's divine body can turn into a human monster, and a strand of flesh can become a supreme saint. In the end, those people are formed from your flesh and hair and the Emperor's might of the first God Emperor, Xiao, of the Shepherds." As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Yun could be said to be extremely shocked in his heart. If it was really as the blood-robed figure said, then those people contained the aura of his divine body, and with the Emperor's might, they transformed into existences that were neither human nor ghost. But each of them was powerful. You blood breeds are really generous to teleport the entire cloud-cleaving canyon to the 9 Emptiness realm. No wonder there is almost no news about my divine body in the God realm in these 10,000 years. No. The blood-robed figure shook his head and said, "The cloud-cleaving canyon was indeed moved to the 9 Emptiness realm by the blood breeds, but behind the scenes, your father, Mu Qingyu, knows everything." But he did not stop them. Instead, he allowed the blood breeds to do what they wanted. Mu Yun narrowed his eyes. "Then I'm very curious." Mu Yun asked again, "Why did the blood breeds not make a move for so long? Instead, they only started after I arrived." "It's simple. The blood-robed figure smiled faintly and said, "First, not everyone can subdue the crown prince of the shepherd's divine body. Even the ancient clan leader can't do it, so he needs to wait. The second thing is that the god body isn't complete. Your father took away his hands, heart, and eyes. The power of an incomplete god body will be greatly reduced. Moreover, if he hastily fuses with it, there will be a big problem. So, the blood breeds are waiting for your arrival." In the blink of an eye, a murderous aura was emitted from the cave. "It seems that you know quite a lot. You blood breeds know quite a lot too." At this moment, a murderous aura spread between Mu Yun's brows. For this person to be able to chat with him for so long, he was probably full of confidence. The blood breeds were very generous. They had been waiting for his return, using his current divine body to fuse with his former body. Then, they wanted to reap the benefits. The plan was perfect, but they seemed to have overlooked a problem. The fusion of 9 lifetimes and his current progress were not something that ordinary people could guess. At that moment, the ground began to crack open as one figure after another appeared. At this very moment, all of these figures were covered in a bloody aura. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 9 figures, and they all had the aura of someone who had just entered the 9 transformations of the ancestor god realm. The blood breeds are very resourceful. They actually added 9 more ancestor gods to their original number for no reason. There's no other way. The blood-robed figure waved his hand and said, "In order to deal with Crown Prince Mu, the blood breeds do not want to make any more mistakes. This time, if you die, even Mu Qingyu will not be able to use the 3 lives reincarnation curse to revive you. So, Crown Prince Mu, you must die today." The blood-robed figure waved his hand, and swooshing sounds could be heard. 9 figures, each holding a divine weapon, swarmed forward. "Not bad, I admire you." Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, "And I'm also very curious. Who are you?" There aren't many blood breeds who have just entered the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm. Who exactly are you? As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, many figures appeared beside him. 6 avatars appeared at this moment. 6 against 9. I think these avatars of mine should be enough, right? Mu Yun smiled and said, "I'm more interested in you." As soon as he finished speaking, the celestial sword charged out, and Mu Yun's figure quickly followed. Clang, in an instant, the blood-robed figure attacked with his sword. At this moment, the 2 figures instantly exchanged blows. As for the 9 people, they charged out and besieged Mu Yun's 6 external incarnations. In the 8 changes of the ancestor god realm, Mu Yun had a total of 8 avatars. Each of them had the cultivation of the 8 changes of the ancestor god realm. What was even more powerful was that they had the bloodline talent of the 8 great ancient clans. With such a realm, coupled with the bloodline talent, she didn't fear the 9 blood breeds experts at all. Mu Yun was even more aware that this blood-robed figure was the most difficult one to deal with. Furthermore, the jade disc at the back of this place did not seem to have any ripples. There was definitely something extraordinary about it. With such an extraordinary appearance, the blood breeds might have other tricks up their sleeves since it concerned her divine body. Boom, in an instant, in the depths of the cave, the killing intent of more than a dozen figures intensified amidst the glints and sword shadows. And in the canyon, the shepherds and osteopyram warriors had completely gained the upper hand. Although the fierce battle continued, it was a one-sided situation. Aurora sword slash. Kill. In the cave, 2 figures were entangled with each other. Killing moves, each stronger than the previous, were unleashed at this moment. And at this moment, the killing intent between the 2 of them was getting stronger and stronger. This allowed Mu Yun to clearly feel that the power in her body was gradually increasing. The more she fought, the stronger her comprehension of the divine art became. As she attacked with her sword soul was constantly nourished and condensed. Buzz, in an instant, Mu Yun could clearly feel that something in her body seemed to have shattered. Sword soul, sword essence, and sword body were the 3 ultimate states of a swordsman's cultivation. Mu Yun had reached the level of sword soul long before he entered the divine realm. His sword had a soul, but it had been a few hundred years since he reached the level of sword soul. At this moment, for some reason, her god-level sword soul had finally been upgraded to the sword essence after exchanging blows with the blood-robed man in front of her. In an instant, Mu Yun felt that the speed of the sword in her hand had increased, and its power had also changed. You're finished. She swung her sword, and the power of the sword was released slowly at this moment. The sword essence was different from the sword soul in that it was a substantial sword attack. The growth of the sword soul for a swordsman came from the extreme upgrade of the swordsmanship. However, the sword itself was still controlled by the person, and the power of the sword was still given by the person. On the other hand, the sword soul was able to unleash a powerful threat from the sword itself. Boom, as she swung her sword, the sword aura whistled, and a majestic aura burst out instantly. With a crack, the figure in front of her suddenly retreated, and the blood-robed man in front of her turned into pieces and fell slowly. This scene caused everyone present to be stunned. The power of the sword became even stronger. Mu Yun changed at this moment. Sword essence. The blood-robed figure was shocked. That's right. Mu Yun kept her sword and looked ahead. When the figure appeared, Mu Yun was completely stunned. It's you. Impossible. Mu Yun was in an uproar when her eyes fell on the person in front of her. The person who appeared in front of her was not someone else, but Yun Lang. How could it be? Yun Lang was already dead. She killed him with her own hands. How could he still appear here now? You're already dead. Mu Yun muttered to herself. That's right. I'm already dead, but I'm alive again. Yun Lang said coldly. I'm not human now. I'm just a puppet with its own consciousness. Yun Lang's murderous intent was released slowly. If it weren't for Mu Yun, he wouldn't have become like this. I still have to thank you. Yun Lang smiled sadly. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to reach the 9 changes of the Ancestor God realm. Although this body isn't under my control, at least I still have my consciousness. I can watch you die. At this moment, Yun Lang's face was ferocious and terrifying. When they saw Mu Yun, it was as if they had seen a demon. It was hatred and anger towards Mu Yun. Sure enough, like master, like disciple. Mu Yun shook her head and said, I once treated you as my own. Even though you are Shui Zhao's disciple, I still treated you as my own disciple and nurtured you. Even Yi Qiu is not as good as you. But you're full of hatred for me. Cut the crap. The winner takes all. I may not be as good as you in the future, but today, Mu Yun, I will definitely kill you. Indeed, there's nothing more to say. The long sword in Mu Yun's hand danced. Once the sword soul was formed, the sword moves that he had learned before, combined with the 9 heavens god-killing sword art and the strength of the elementary sword soul, the strength of the 8 changes of the Ancestor God realm was enough to rise to a new level. Boom, the 2 figures collided. Waves of impact were stronger than the previous one, and they overlapped again and again at this moment. That attack was filled with killing intent. They didn't hold back at all. However, gradually, one could clearly feel that Mu Yun's attack at this moment had reached the peak. The explosion of sword moves firmly suppressed Yun Lang. These changes carried the power of heaven and earth. At this moment, it condensed into a powerful explosive force. Sword, come. Mu Yun swung his sword and controlled it with his hand. A ray of sword light covered the sky. 4 directions heaven realm. In an instant, sword seals condensed around the sword light. They directly gathered into a ray of light and attacked Yun Lang. At this moment, the light was extremely strong. Heavenly Divine Palm. With a palm strike, a vast aura rose rapidly in Yun Lang's body. Dong. Muffled explosions rang out. At this moment, deafening booms erupted from the ground. In an instant, everything dissipated. The madness in Yun Lang's eyes completely disappeared at this moment. In the end, he wasn't Mu Yun's opponent. He wasn't in the past, and he still wasn't now. He could even feel that he didn't force Mu Yun to use her trump card at all. This time, he failed again. At this moment, Yun Lang was indignant, but he couldn't be indignant. Considering that you and I are master and disciple, I won't devour you. Mu Yun said indifferently, but, bang, with a wave of his hand, the Fuyao ghost finger pointed out at this moment. It was as if a finger could destroy the universe. Yun Lang's figure completely collapsed. Everything seemed to have never existed. It was as if everything had completely disappeared at this moment. Mu Yun stood alone and looked ahead, not saying a word. The light of the jade wall wasn't affected by the battle at all. It existed steadily. In an instant, Mu Yun could feel that there was an even deeper attraction in front of him, making him unable to stop. The 6 avatars were fighting with the 99 changes of the ancestor god realm at this moment, but they weren't affected at all. He took a step forward and entered the jade wall. At this moment, his figure completely dissipated in the cave. With a splash, it was as if water was flowing endlessly. The moment Mu Yun arrived, it calmed down. This was a strange space. It was a white world filled with bubbles of various sizes. Every bubble was enveloped in light, and the inside couldn't be seen clearly. With a wave of his hand, a bubble fell into Mu Yun's palm. He touched the bubble gently, and the bubble instantly exploded. Scenes appeared before Mu Yun's eyes. Seeing that scene, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. This was when he was practicing his swordsmanship in the shepherds as the crown prince of the shepherds. Mu Yun naturally wouldn't forget this scene. Dumbfounded, Mu Yun looked at the other bubbles. When they landed on his palm one by one, the bubbles slowly exploded. Scenes appeared before him one after another. They were the scenes of his previous life. He had already understood all of this when he fused with his god soul. But now, seeing it again here made Mu Yun quite surprised. "You're here." A voice suddenly sounded at this moment. The entire strange space seemed to have become completely silent at this moment. A figure dressed in white with fluttering clothes slowly walked over. That figure had a fair complexion and a slender figure. His eyes were like the sea of stars. At this moment, when he saw that figure, for some reason, a name suddenly appeared in Mu Yun's mind. Yi Xiaoyao. Who are you? Looking at the figure in front of him, Mu Yun said. Who I am isn't important. What's important is what you're doing here. Mu Yun scratched his head and said, I'm here to fuse with my divine body. As soon as he said that, the white-cloaked figure put his hands behind his back and smiled. What are you smiling about? Nothing. This is the 9 empty world. Your divine body can cause such a huge change in the 9 empty world. I think your identity shouldn't be simple, right? The man smiled and said, what's your relationship with Mu Qingyu? That's my father. Father, the man laughed and looked at Mu Yun. A hint of admiration appeared between his brows. Your father indeed didn't disappoint me. The man laughed and said, in that case, you're Yuner? You know me? Mu Yun was stunned and said, you're Yi Xiaoyao? The man nodded. That's not right. Mu Yun said in bewilderment, before I was born, you were probably already dead, right? Yi Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, in this world, some people are dead, but they're still alive. You're not dead? I'm already dead. Yi Xiaoyao nodded. This back and forth made Mu Yun's head dizzy. No wonder my father is so mysterious all day and doesn't tell me anything. It seems that he learned from you. Oh? Yi Xiaoyao laughed and said, your father has always been a meticulous person. Moreover, he's the only person I've ever seen who takes the survival of the human race as his responsibility. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that your father's achievements would be above mine. Above yours? Mu Yun was even more confused. Her mother was Emperor Qing, and according to her mother, her father was inferior to her. Could it be that her mother could be compared to this grandfather in front of her? There are some things that you won't understand now. Yi Xiaoyao said indifferently, however, in the future, you will understand that the burden on your shoulders requires you to walk the path under your feet step by step. Although you are the same as me, a 9-fate emperor, and this is destined by the heavens. It can be said to be a supreme honor, but it can also be said to be supreme misfortune. The vastness of the world is beyond our imagination. Even if Di Ming controls thousands of worlds, who can say for sure what the so-called thousands of worlds are? Mu Yun was stunned when he heard this. Forget it, I'm not here to talk to you about this. Yi Xiaoyao said again, this time, it's time for you to take back your divine body. Only by fusing with the divine body can you be called a true 9-fate emperor, a supreme body. And this is the solid foundation you've laid. If you take another step forward and obtain the recognition of the heavens, you'll become a saint. Only then will you take this step. Wait. Mu Yun said at this moment, What do you mean by this? What do you mean by fusing with the divine body? Only then will you take this step? Don't tell me that the gap between me and my father and mother is huge? As soon as she said this, Xiaoyao laughed and didn't say anything else. The painting of the gods is the essence of the thousands of worlds. I spent countless efforts to create it. Guai, I think you should know who he is. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun was stunned. He had long guessed Guai. Now, it seemed that his guess was very likely correct. The origin of the earth is called Earth One, and the origin of life is called Life One. Then Guai should be one of the four great origins, right? Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, if not, grandfather, you wouldn't have relied on the painting of the gods to fight with Di Ming. Yi Xiaoyao said indifferently, I originally carried the body of the Nine-Fate Emperor, but I didn't succeed. In this world, in the 10,000 worlds, there are four great origins. The heavenly Tao's origin is Tian Yi, the Earth's origin is number 1, the life's origin is Life Yi, and the spacetime origin is Guai Yi. I spent my entire life to obtain the spacetime origin and get to know Guai Yi. When Guai Yi and I joined forces to protect me, Di Ming destroyed her body. So in the end, she became the artifact spirit of the painting of the gods. Yi Xiaoyao smiled faintly. There's no need to mention the past. I'm already a dead person who has dissipated between heaven and earth. However, to be able to see you appear, my heart can be considered at ease. Grandfather, you can't say that. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, this Guai Yi doesn't recognize me. Why don't you come back and bring Guai Yi to kill the 10,000 worlds again? I really want to hug them and enjoy myself. Little rascal. Yi Xiaoyao scolded jokingly. You should know the responsibility on your shoulders very well. This seal of the 10 realms originally has a trace of my consciousness left behind. Although I can't be revived, I can help you revive the 3 ancestors in your body. Mu Yun was stunned when he heard this. Help revive the 3 ancestors, this was simply a powerful method to defy the heavens and change fate. Yuner, although your father and mother are called Emperor Qing and the Human Emperor, and your 3 uncles are called the 3 Emperors and enjoy supreme glory, they are also shouldering the responsibility that belongs to them. And this responsibility is only temporarily borne by them for you. So, you still have a lot to do. The prosperity of the 10,000 worlds is the beginning of the great Tao of heaven and earth. What Di Ming did was completely out of his own selfishness. He was worried that someone would surpass him. So, there's too much you need to do. Your parents are only temporarily relieved of the burden from me and transferred to them. However, there's a limit to how long they can bear it. Mu Yun was slightly stunned when she heard this, but in the end, she nodded. This world was boundlessly prosperous and vast. And the path he needed to take, rather than saying that it was the end of the path in the mortal world, it would be better to say that it was the beginning of the path in the infinite worlds. What he needed to walk was a very long journey. Alright, let's cut the crap. The seal of the 10 realms involves the foundation of the mortal world. It cannot be broken. Secondly, the method to bring your 3 patriarchs back to life is here. Furthermore, what you need to do is to steadily increase your cultivation base and become a saint as soon as possible, becoming a saint recognized by heaven and earth. I, Yi Xiaoyao, will wait for the day when you lead the 10,000 worlds and become a supreme god emperor, bringing harmony to the 10,000 worlds and 10,000 races. All of a sudden, many words filled his ears with sincerity and heartfelt advice. In an instant, Mu Yun's body quivered. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked ahead. At that moment, he had yet to enter the jade disc. Instead, he stood in front of the jade wall. It was as if everything that had happened just now was just a fantasy. Your Highness! Your Highness! At this moment, the shepherds walked over one by one. Seeing everyone, Mu Yun nodded. The 9 ancestral gods had already been dealt with. At this moment, everyone stood in front of the stone wall and looked at the scene in front of them. Wait for me. Mu Yun's simple words fell. This time, she took a step forward and truly stepped into the jade disc. In an instant, the world spun. Mu Yun only felt that a ray of light in her mind was slowly dissipating. Opening her eyes again and looking ahead, Mu Yun stepped forward step by step. What appeared in front of her were 3 lotus platforms. However, Mu Yun had never seen that lotus platform before. 9 Revolution Jade Lotus Platform. At this moment, Guiyi's voice suddenly sounded. It was filled with excitement and joy. At this moment, he seemed to have seen a rare treasure. Something that could make Guiyi so nervous and excited was definitely a rare treasure. It was also the first time Muyun saw Guiyi so excited and nervous. What's this? Muyun looked at Guiyi and asked. Good stuff. Guiyi said slowly, the 9 Revolution Jade Lotus Platform is a miraculous item of heaven and earth. Legend has it that it was born at the beginning of heaven and earth. It contains the creation of heaven and earth and can give birth to souls. Give birth to souls? Muyun was stunned. Yes, give birth to souls. Guiyi was extremely nervous at this moment. He said, even a dead person can reconstruct their divine body and give birth to souls as long as there is a strand of consciousness left. This is a heaven-defying treasure. In heaven and earth, I have only heard of its name and have never seen its real existence. Guiyi continued, if you had this back then, you wouldn't have died at all. You only needed to fuse with the lotus platform and be reborn directly. Why would you need the 3 lives reincarnation curse? Hearing this, Muyun was even more stunned. In that case, this treasure can be said to be blessed by heaven and rare? Of course. Guiyi said again, even a saint will go crazy when he sees this item. As long as a strand of consciousness was preserved, one could be reborn, nourish their souls, and come back to life. Was this what Grandpa meant when he said that he would help him revive the 3 ancestors? Muyun smiled slightly. But then, she said again, in that case, Guiyi, can you be revived? You won't be restricted by the painting of the gods and won't be an artifact spirit anymore? As soon as he said this, even Guiyi himself was slightly stunned. Then, he laughed and said, at least you have some conscience. I thought you would want to directly hand these 3 9 Revolution Jade Lotus platforms to your 3 ancestors and let them gradually revive. I didn't expect you to think of me. Forget about me. The painting of the gods is powerful. Even I can only sacrifice my own body to the spirit. If you leave the painting of the gods now, I'm afraid you won't be able to suppress the various things in the painting of the gods. You will die. Hearing this, Muyun's heart warmed for no reason. All along, Guiyi said that she didn't like him, but she was indeed very good to him. Thank you. Muyun said seriously, if I have the chance in this life, I will definitely reconstruct your true body. Forget it, kid. I'm lucky to not do things that risk my life. Hearing this, Muyun smiled slightly and stopped being pretentious. She held out her palm, and the 3 lotus platforms rose out of thin air and were kept in the blue sky yellow springs diagram. In an instant, a ray of light rose from the blue sky yellow springs diagram. 3 ancestors, Muyun looked at the 3 of them and explained in detail, there's actually such an item in the world? The 3 ancestors were stunned at this moment. A strand of consciousness was enough to revive the dead. At this moment, what existed in the 3 of them was a strand of consciousness. 3 ancestors, don't worry and cultivate. Muyun comforted them and said, Yunar will wait for the 3 ancestors to return. At this moment, the 3 of them were extremely excited in their hearts. No matter how they heard about the revival of the soul, this matter was extremely unbelievable. 3 figures were sitting on the lotus platforms at this moment. In an instant, a ray of light rose. Slowly, that strand of consciousness actually became solid at this moment. It was indeed so strange. Muyun was also extremely nervous. The 3 ancestors were the 3 generations of clan leaders in the past. If they were reborn and alive in this world, then the shepherds would be unstoppable. Next, at this moment, Muyun was standing in the space of the jade wall and looking around. These are all transformed from my divine body. Slowly, she looked around. In the world of light, bubbles were floating at this moment. As Muyun waved her palm, the bubbles gathered together one by one. At the same time, the ground in the entire 9 empty realm trembled at this moment. In an instant, rays of light shot out in all directions. Then, at this moment, regardless of whether they were in hiding or exposed, the eyes of those freaks all turned blurry. The freaks are being controlled. At this moment, Muyun was inside the jade wall, but she could clearly feel it. Those freaks were transformed from her divine body. At this moment, all of them stood still solemnly. Since that's the case, it's better to deal with the remaining foreign clans in the Nine Empty Realm first. Slowly, one after another, the strange figures began to conduct a carpet search and kill. And Mu Yun, who was inside the jade wall, didn't care at all at this moment. One by one, the bubbles merged and gathered together. Slowly, a figure appeared in front of Mu Yun. The Crown Prince's divine body. Mu Yun murmured slightly and walked forward. This step was to walk towards her previous life. This step was to walk towards herself. This step was to completely perfect Guai. Buzz, in an instant, all kinds of scenes slowly enveloped Mu Yun's mind and passed by one by one. Her body began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Everything seemed to have been completely sublimated at this moment. Mu Yun could clearly feel that when the scenes merged at this moment, what they contained was not only his body, but also a sublimation of his essence. It was like a person who was missing an arm or a leg. At this moment, the arm or leg didn't reappear, but returned to its original state. It returned to the moment when he was lost. Now, this was the feeling. Mu Yun looked around with a hint of joy in his eyes. The sound of water splashing could be heard. At that moment, Mu Yun felt as if he was in the middle of a lake, and the surrounding lake water was gathering back and pouring into his body. At this moment, his body seemed to have become a powerful kettle that urgently needed water to pour into it. He was waiting quietly, waiting for a critical point. Buzz, in an instant, that critical point arrived. Mu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed between his eyes. And beside him, another clone appeared again. The ninth clone, the 9 changes of the ancestor god had arrived. At this moment, a light flashed in Mu Yun's eyes. At this moment, the light in his body reached its peak. At this moment, his primordial spirit and soul seemed to have undergone a change, containing a majestic vitality. It had changed. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes flashed. This was a strange feeling. However, this strange feeling made Mu Yun feel a sense of tranquility in his heart. 2 into 1, the real Mu Yun, the real Nine-Fate Emperor Mu Yun, was formed. Comfortable, Mu Yun slowly opened her eyes and clenched her fists. At the same time, those freaks on the ground were in a daze. Their murderous aura surged as they searched for the 7 foreign races and killed them. In the end, all the foreign races were annihilated. The strange figures exploded in the air and turned into streaks of flowing light. They directly entered the jade disc where Mu Yun was and disappeared. What is His Highness doing inside? I don't know, could there be any danger? Everyone was discussing fervently. No. But at this moment, Mou suddenly opened his mouth and said, he seems to have advanced again. When these words came out, everyone was incomparably silent. Advanced again, Mu Yun was already in the 8 changes of the ancestor god realm. If he advanced again, wouldn't that mean he was in the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm? Mou could clearly feel that at that very moment, the aura in his body was continuously increasing. The aura that came from the bottom of his heart made him understand that Mu Yun had advanced again. How terrifying was his talent! Wasn't the speed of his advancement a little too fast? Mou could only sigh in his heart. The human race was indeed an incomprehensible race. Miracles rarely appeared in other races. However, there would always be top-notch humans in the human race who would become incomparably strong. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the jade disc. His long black hair was tied up in a bun, and a strand of hair was in front of his forehead, floating in the wind. The slender figure didn't have a strong body, but at this moment, he gave off a refreshing aura. Your Highness. Shui Zhufeng and Mu Yun walked forward and looked at Mu Yun. Your Highness, yes, I have just entered the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm. Mu Yun nodded. He really reached the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm. Mu Yunqi and Shui Zhufeng were both stunned. No one had expected that Mu Yun would really reach the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm. Although she had just entered the realm, her speed of improvement was truly unimaginable. Congratulations, Your Highness. God bless the shepherds. Congratulations, Your Highness. God bless the shepherds. Swish swish swish, dozens of figures knelt on one knee and kowtowed. Looking at the dozens of figures, Mu Yun waved her hand and said, in this place, all the foreign invaders have been killed. Next, the 9 emptiness realm should open. It's time to go back. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. They had only encountered 3 foreign races. How could all 7 races have been exterminated? This was truly inconceivable. Your Highness, Buzz, at this moment, a ray of light slowly rose from each of their bodies. In an instant, that beam of light seemed to have opened a door of time and space. It really opened. Mu Yunqi was stunned. Prepare to leave. Mu Yun looked around and said, this time, we shepherds don't have to be afraid anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun's figure flashed and rushed toward the vortex above her head. At the same time, the vortex above the heads of all the martial artists in the entire God realm opened, and figures gradually left the 9 emptiness realm. This place was bound to be as peaceful as before for a very long time. Light flickered, and after a long time a stream of light flashed past. One figure after another appeared high up in the sky. Immediately after, those figures appeared one after another. However, many of them immediately fled the moment they appeared. Among them, the Zhu clan's crown prince, Zhu Chen, and the Yang clan's crown prince, Yang Yu, did not say anything and immediately fled. As for the other ancient clans, they did not stay and left. Mu Yun looked at the sky and heaved a sigh. The God realm is finally back. Let's go. With a wave of her hand, everyone followed and rushed down. Crown Prince Mu. A voice sounded at this moment. It was Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Mu Yun with a complicated expression and said, thank you. No need to thank me. Although I saved your big brother, I also restrained his freedom. As for your choice, I will wait for news in the shepherds. Mu Yun left as soon as he finished speaking. It had been nearly 300 years since she entered the 9 emptiness realm. During these 300 years, she did not know how the shepherds and the entire God realm were doing. Leading everyone, Mu Yun's figure flashed, and she immediately rushed out. When Xianxia saw this scene, her expression was even more complicated. He has reached the 9 transformations of the ancestor god. Zhang Tianyu said bitterly, as expected of the crown prince of the shepherds. 9 transformations of the ancestor god, Xianxia muttered, the god realm can't be stabilized after all. It seems that there will be another bloodbath. What should the Zhang clan do? Let's return to the clan and report to father first. Okay. At this moment, the 2 of them led the Zhang clan and left at the same time. On the other side, Zhao Yanming was clenching his fists, feeling proud of himself. 6 changes of ancestor god. Zhao Yanming's eyes were filled with joy. In 300 years, I have reached the 6 changes of ancestor god from the 3 changes of ancestor god. I don't know what my 3 brothers have to say. Where is brother Mu? Has he left? Looking around, Zhao Yanming's eyes were filled with joy. He, Zhao Yanming, was the crown prince of the Zhao kingdom. No one could take away what belonged to him. Crown Prince Zhao. At this moment, a figure flew over. It was Shui Zhuiying. Shui Zhufeng looked at Zhao Yanming and said with a smile, my crown prince wants me to bring a message. Zhao Jieluan is dead. Crown Prince Zhao, you have one less person to worry about when you return this time. What? Zhao Yanming was shocked when he heard this. Zhao Keiming and Zhao Qingfeng, let's see how Crown Prince Zhao deals with them. Goodbye. Shui Zhufeng's figure disappeared, Zhao Jieluan was dead, a glint flashed across Zhao Yanming's eyes. With Zhao Jieluan dead, he could do his best to rope in Zhao Jieluan's subordinates. After all, his father still supported him in Zhao Kingdom. If he knew that he had reached the 6 changes of ancestor god realm, he would probably spare no effort. Let's go. Zhao Yanming's figure immediately flew away. High up in the sky, one figure after another disappeared without a trace. The trip to the 9 empty spaces realm had come to an end. Mu Yun led the group back to the shepherds. Along the way, Mu Yun sighed as he looked at the vast god realm. In the past, he had thought that the immortal realm was the pinnacle of the world. It was only after he reached the god realm that he realized how vast the world was. From a mere void god, he had reached the ancestor god realm today. Every step he took was like walking on thin ice. Now that he had reached the 9 changes of ancestor god realm, his state of mind had also been greatly improved. Buzz, at this moment, a buzzing sound rang in Mu Yun's mind. Immediately, the figure that was moving forward quickly stopped, What's wrong? Your Highness? I'm fine. Muyan's body trembled slightly. You guys go back to the shepherds first and report to my father. I'm going to the Spirit Snake Island. Muyun said. But, Your Highness. Go. As soon as Muyun finished speaking, his figure instantly rushed out and disappeared. What's wrong with Your Highness? Maybe he misses his wife? Then let's go back to the shepherds first. One by one, the figures disappeared in a flash. In the palace of the shepherds. At this moment, 3 figures stood in the main hall. They were Mu Qingya, Mu Qinglang, and Mu Xuanji. What did you say? Mu Xuanji suddenly roared. Who told you not to follow him? Mu Yan's and Shui Zhufeng's faces changed slightly. Fourth Master, His Highness seems to be in a hurry. Moreover, His Highness single-handedly took down the Spirit Snake Island. It's not easy for us to stop him. Moreover, His Highness has reached the 9 changes of the Ancestor God Realm. 9 changes of the Ancestor God Realm? Mu Qingya's face changed slightly when he heard this. Oh no. Mu Qingya said again. When Yin left, he left 2 clones in the Divine World. The 9 empty world and the Divine World are not connected. His main body doesn't know what the 2 clones know. Now it seems like he already knows. Mu Xuanji and Mu Qinglang's faces changed slightly when they heard this. Damn it, you guys, Mu Qinglang couldn't help but reprimand everyone. Fourth brother, immediately lead all the Xuanji battalion guards and set off for the Spirit Snake Island. Mu Qinglang instructed. If Yun is on the island, stop him no matter what. If Yun isn't, at this moment, Mu Qinglang's expression was calm as he said, bring him back. Yes. Mu Xuanji took a step forward and disappeared in a flash. Mu Qingya and Mu Qinglang looked at each other at this moment. Second brother, let's split up? Mu Qinglang said again. If Yun is impulsive, the Zhu clan and Yang clan might take the opportunity to strike. Alright. At this moment, the 2 of them disappeared once again. Only Shui Zhufeng and Mu Yun were left in the main hall. They looked at each other in confusion. Until now, they still didn't know what had happened. At the same time, in the Boundless Sea. There were countless islands in the Boundless Sea. There were 144 islands that were famous. However, the shepherds had taken 36 islands in the past. 300 years ago, the Mu clan's crown prince, Mu Yun, did something even more unbelievable. He subdued 4 sea demon kings and seized 30 islands. Now, the living environment of humans in the Boundless Sea had been greatly improved. The sea demon tribe and humans could live together on the 66 islands under the command of the shepherds. This was also thanks to the dark seal of life and death. The 4 sea demon kings didn't dare to disobey Mu Yun. Therefore, they strictly carried out Mu Yun's orders, resulting in such a prosperous scene. The shepherds and the sea demon tribe were now in a stalemate in the Boundless Sea. At this moment, in the eastern part of the Boundless Sea, a black figure stood proudly on Black Tortoise Sacred Island in the sea demon tribe's base camp. Hearing this shout, the eyes of everyone present flickered. Who was so bold, who dared to call the demon emperor by his name on Black Tortoise Sacred Island? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, figures rushed out. Those figures lined up on both sides, looking at the newcomer with murderous intent. Haha, I was wondering who it was. So it's the famous crown prince of the shepherds. A mocking laugh sounded. Looking at Mu Yun in front of him. I wonder what Crown Prince Mu wants to do by coming to my Black Tortoise Sacred Island. Get lost. Looking at the person in front of him, Mu Yun spoke directly. Get lost? The black-robed man with a green face suddenly had an ugly expression. Mu Yun, I am the Toad King, one of the 9 great demon kings. How dare you be so rude? The man shouted, don't think that just because your father is the chief of the shepherds, our sea demon clan won't dare to. Puff. In an instant, a puff sounded at this moment. In an instant, Mu Yun's figure turned into a bolt of lightning, and a sword light directly cut through the Toad King's neck. The second-rate 9 changes of the ancestor god died at this moment. In an instant, the entire sky fell silent. The Toad King's aura was completely gone. Mu Yun said in a deep voice, Shantian-su, come out and die. Her voice reverberated throughout the entire Black Tortoise Sacred Island. At this moment, all the sea demon clans were furious when they heard such provocative words. Slowly, a figure strode over. With a crown on his head, he was dressed in a light yellow robe. His figure was beautiful, and with every move he made, the tyrannical aura of a superior spread out. At this moment, everyone quieted down. Beside him were two figures with powerful auras. They were at the first-rate ancestor god realm. They were the two demon emperors. On both sides, the four demon kings stood still. The figure that appeared was no stranger to Mu Yun. It was Xianxia, the only demon emperor of the Sea Demon clan. Crown Prince Mu, what a rare guest. When Xianxia saw Mu Yun, he smiled and said, "May I know why you have come to my Black Turtle Sacred Island? I'll take your dog life." At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with killing intent. Hearing this, Xianxia smiled. Even if your father were here, you still wouldn't be able to say such words. Xianxia said indifferently, "I advise you to go back. Your father is here, so I won't touch you. However, you have to act appropriately. I'll take your life as a sacrifice to my elder brother." At this moment, Mu Yun was still as domineering as ever. "Oh? Are you here for Mu Luo?" Xianxia chuckled and said, "You, Mu Yun, snatched 30 of my islands and angered the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce. Although Heaven Pavilion and Misty House have obtained Mu Yun's authorization, the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce is not to be trifled with. Furthermore, it wasn't my idea that your brother died while on a mission. If you want to find someone, go to the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce. You have a share too." At this moment, Mu Yun's killing intent did not decrease. As soon as he left the Night Emptiness realm, he learned from his two clones that fourth uncle's son, his sixth brother, Mu Luo, was dead. The current Mu Yun was no longer the him of the past. After fusing all his memories, whether it was second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, or his brothers and sisters, they were all brothers and sisters who grew up with him. Mu Luo was Mu Yuanfeng and Mu Yuanqing's father. His two nephews didn't know yet. If they knew, who would be able to bear the pain of losing their father? Fourth uncle lost his only son, how could he bear it? So he came. Mu Luo was in charge of a series of transactions in the four great Demon King Sea region that he ruled, cooperating with Heaven Pavilion and Misty House. However, one day, the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce and the Sea Demon clan suddenly launched an attack. When the shepherds arrived, they only saw a ship full of corpses. Among them was Mu Luo's. The anger in Mu Yun's heart could not be suppressed at this moment. The shepherds were his family, and Mu Luo was his elder brother. It was precisely because he was his father's only son that he cherished the kinship with second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle's sons even more. But now, Mu Luo was dead. This was something he could not accept no matter what. "Since you joined forces with the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce and wanted to deal with the shepherds, then you should know that Mu Luo is my elder brother." Mu Yun's voice became gentle at this moment, and she said indifferently, "My father only has one son, but big brother, sixth brother, and seventh sister have always protected me since I was young. If it weren't for them, I might have been forced to cultivate by my father time and time again and wouldn't have been able to persevere. But you killed him. Why did you kill him? Why? Don't you know that he is my elder brother?" Mu Yun's voice gradually became choked with sobs. "Since you dared to kill him, then you are prepared to shed all pretenses of cordiality with the shepherds, right? Mu Yun." Xianxia shouted at this moment, "You'd better remember what you are doing now. Even your father wouldn't dare to wantonly use troops against the Sea Demon clan because of Mu Luo." "Wouldn't dare?" Mu Yun snorted, and the Misty Heaven sword suddenly appeared at this moment. "My father wouldn't dare, but I dare." In an instant, a wave of sword aura soared into the sky at this moment. At this moment, waves rolled above the sea. The murderous aura on Mu Yun's body had completely condensed, as if waves of murderous aura had appeared and surrounded her. Yuner, at this moment, suddenly, without any reason, a palm gently touched Mu Yun's shoulder. That palm was slightly trembling. "Forget it." A slightly helpless voice sounded, "I know that you are very angry about Mu Luo's death, but now, the big picture is more important." As soon as these words came out, Mu Yun's figure trembled. He did not turn around. He couldn't bear to see Mu Xuanji's expression at this moment. Fourth uncle usually treated his descendants casually, often beating and scolding them, but Mu Yun knew that that was his unique fatherly love. Towards him, this fourth uncle had never been willing to beat or scold him since he was young. A white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. Perhaps no matter who it was, it would be the greatest pain no matter what realm they reached. Uncle Yun, behind him, Mu Yuanqing and Mu Yuanfeng's voices also sounded. We brothers will definitely avenge father's death. Mu Yuanqing said with red eyes, but Uncle Yun, you just came back. Take a rest first. Mu Yuanfeng also echoed, Uncle Yun. At this moment, Mu Xuanji, Mu Yuanqing, and Mu Yuanfeng were standing behind Mu Yun. They were trying their best to dissuade him. Mu Yun knew why. The shepherds were indeed powerful, but the Sea Demon clan couldn't be underestimated. If they went to war with the Sea Demon clan because of Mu Luo, it would be an all-out battle. That would undoubtedly be an opportunity for the neighboring Zhu and Yang clans. As long as the Blood clan worked harder and took advantage of the battle between the shepherds and the Sea Demon clan, the three clans would join forces and kill the shepherds. The shepherds would be attacked from the front and back. Tens of thousands of years of accumulation would probably be lost again. Therefore, after Mu Luo's death 100 years ago, the shepherds still didn't do anything after he returned. However, Mu Yun couldn't bear it. He couldn't face the departure of every family member. Fourth uncle, you can't stop me. Mu Yun spoke again at this moment, her tone was still incomparably firm. Yuner, do you still remember your fourth aunt? Mu Xuanji shouted again at this moment. Do you still remember why my eye is blind? If you remember, listen to fourth uncle now and go back with me. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun's body trembled. I remember, Mu Yun trembled as she said, back then, I was only at the third transformation of the Ancestor God realm and was assassinated by dozens of. Ninth transformation of the Ancestor God realm. It was fourth uncle and fourth aunt who saved me. Fourth aunt was killed in order to stall for time. Fourth uncle, in order to take me away, one of your eyes was stabbed and blinded. If I remember, I will listen to fourth uncle, but that's exactly why. Mu Yun suddenly said, that's exactly why. From then on, fourth aunt became my mother in my heart. Fourth uncle, I treat you with even more respect and listen to you. That's also why sixth brother didn't blame me for fourth aunt's death. Instead, he took care of me even more than before. But now. Mu Yun's body trembled even more violently. I didn't fulfill my duty as a younger brother. Sixth brother is dead. The entire shepherds can bear the heavy hatred of their crown prince for 10,000 years. But when I, Mu Yun, returned, I didn't bring any glory to them. I didn't bring any hope to the shepherds. Today, I will tell everyone that the people of the shepherds are inviolable. Since everyone is afraid of my identity as the Nine-Fate Emperor and is afraid that I will unify the divine world, then I, Mu Yun, will unify the divine world and let them see that their fear is useless. In an instant, an aura spread out from Mu Yun's body and pushed Mu Xuanji's palm away. Yuner! Mu Xuanji shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, his voice became weak as he said, your father is not in the divine world. Mu Yun's body froze when she heard this. You should know that without your father's deterrence, the 9 great ancient clans won't sit still. They won't sit back and do nothing. Mu Xuanji suppressed his aura and said slowly. Slowly, time seemed to stop at this moment. At this moment, the sea was incomparably calm. But in an instant, a shout suddenly sounded. Where is Yin? It was a simple sentence with 4 simple words. Swoosh, 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 figures in windbreaker battle armor appeared out of thin air. Here. Hundreds of figures instantly appeared in front of Mu Yun. Destroy the Black Tortoise Sacred Island and kill the Black Tortoise Demon Emperor. Yes. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, hundreds of figures charged out at this moment. When Mu Xuanji saw this scene, his body trembled slightly, and a teardrop fell from the corner of his eye. Stinking brat, why are you so stubborn? Seeing Mu Yun's figure, Mu Xuanji couldn't help but curse. He has always been like this. A pleasant voice sounded. His martial path is not to become the ruler of the heavens, but to protect his loved ones. It is also because of this that he can make some people fight for him without hesitation. That beautiful figure nodded slowly at this moment. Miss Jean, I'll have to trouble you. Fourth uncle, you're welcome. Meng Zimo, Yi Sueki, Xiao Yuner, Wang Xingya, Jiaoer, Miao Xianyu, Mingyue Xin, and Bao Qingyu also charged out. After 300 years, the 8 women all had the aura of the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm. The only difference was the difference in their levels. Bao Qingyu and Mingyue Xin were obviously stronger. They were both first-rate 9 changes of the ancestor god realm. Jiaoer was currently at the second-rate 9 changes of the ancestor god realm. The other 5 women had just entered the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm. Merging the 9 sacred steels made the 9 women feel as if they had been enlightened. Their cultivation improved by 1,000 miles. At the same time, the remaining 1,000 or so mysterious heaven 10,000 warriors charged out one by one. The 5 captains all had the aura of the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm. The only difference was the strength of their levels. The other Xianxia's strength had increased greatly. The chain of life and death made them feel like they had cultivated for 30,000 years in the past 300 years. As Yunyi charged out, the Xianxian followed. Then, the 4 monster kings under Mu Yun arrived with their men. The Crab King, the Overlord, the Ice King, and the Thunder King arrived with their men. In an instant, the mighty army had reached 100,000 people. Ancestor gods, god masters, god emperors, and god kings all moved out. The entire sea region was densely packed with murderous intent. Mu Yun. Xianxian's face turned cold when he saw the scene. He shouted, "Are you sure you want to start a war? Don't forget the situation of your shepherds. The other ancient clans won't watch your shepherds attack my sea demon clan." "Is that so?" Mu Yun held the celestial sword and said coldly, "They won't watch, but they can close their eyes. If you want to join the war, I, Mu Yun, will accompany you to the end." The celestial sword slashed out. Swoosh, however, right at this moment, an even faster beautiful figure directly rushed out. "Yaoer, you've just entered the 9 changes of the ancestor god. You might not be his match. Let me deal with him." Qin Mengyao said calmly, "Who asked me to have a husband like you?" As the sound of her voice faded, Qin Mengyao's killing intent gushed forth. Behind her, a towering figure gradually appeared. "Kill Mu Yun!" Xianxian shouted, "Sky-devouring shark emperor, python emperor, don't hold back." "Yes. Yes." The 2 figures charged out the sea demon clan. At this instant, the curtains of the battle had been raised. "Grandfather!" Mu Yuanqing and Mu Yuanfeng both looked at Mu Xuanji. "What are you still standing there?" Mu Xuanji roared, his voice slightly choked with sobs, "Kill these bastards. Camp's Camp's army. You sure and you. The battle was the battle. At this moment, there was no longer any hesitation in Mu Yun's eyes. You, sure. The children of the shepherds were not to be killed. Mu Yun was going to tell everyone that the 9 Fate Emperor they feared had returned. Even if her father wasn't in the god realm, no one could bully the shepherds. Boom, 2 figures charged towards Mu Yun at this moment. But in the blink of an eye, Yun Zhongwu, Qin Yuanhang, and Xing Duyu charged out and stood in front of Mu Yun. The shifter emperor, Xianxian, was trapped by Qin Mengyao. The other 2 shifter emperors were stopped by the Cloud Wing trio. The other shifter kings couldn't withstand the attacks of the 5 captains of the Xianxian. The shifter emperor panicked. He knew that Mu Yun's azure wings were very strong. But when did the Xianxian become so strong? Moreover, those few beautiful women all possessed extraordinary strength. The strength that this fellow had suddenly displayed was terrifying. At this moment, almost the entire sea demon clan was under great pressure. And this time, the shepherds even brought the Xuanji battalion. "Mu Yun, are you really going to do this? Do you not care about the consequences?" Xianxian shouted coldly. "Consequences? When you killed my brother, you should have thought of the consequences." Hearing this, Xianxian was completely enraged. "In that case, even if Mu Qingyu comes today, you shepherds will pay a painful price." Instantly, Xianxian looked up into the sky and roared. "Heaven's Inquisition Pavilion Lord! President Fang Qingsong! Come out, the 2 of you. The agreement between you and me can't be cancelled, right?" As soon as Xianxian finished speaking, a loud laugh sounded. Why are you angry, Shifter Emperor? You're just a hot-blooded young man. As the laughter fell, figures descended one after another. Upon closer inspection, the person in the lead had a shiny scalp. He was dressed in a luxurious robe and was smiling wholeheartedly. President of the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce, Fang Qingsong. Mu Xuanji's expression changed slightly when he saw this person. The three most mysterious trading pavilions in the Divine Realm were the Heaven Pavilion, the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce, and the Ethereal House. The businesses of these three chambers of commerce were spread all over the Divine Realm and the lands of the 10 great ancient clans. However, the three behind-the-scenes leaders rarely showed themselves. But the more so, the more they could not be underestimated. Today, Fang Qingsong actually appeared in person. President Fang is right. Mystic Emperor, why are you worried about the rashness of a young man? A gentle voice sounded. At this moment, another voice sounded again. Heaven's Inquisition Pavilion. Mu Xuanji shouted, Heaven's Inquisition Pavilion, the shepherds have given half of the island trade to the Ethereal House and the other half to the Heaven Pavilion. What are you doing today? Nothing. I'm a businessman. Whoever gives me the highest price will do what I'm supposed to do. Mu Xuanji immediately understood what was going on. These two mysterious helmsmen had a deep relationship with the Xianxia since a long time ago. Two more figures who were not inferior to Xianxia had arrived. In the Divine Realm, apart from the 10 great ancient clans, there were the first-rate 9 transformations, second-rate, and third-rate ancestral gods. In between, there were some figures who surpassed the first-rate ancestral gods even though they were not as powerful as the 10 great ancient clans. Xianxia, Heaven's Inquisition Pavilion, and Fang Qingsong were such figures. At this moment, the three of them were here. On the shepherd's side, it seemed that only Qin Mengyao and Mu Xuanji had reached this level. Heaven's Inquisition Pavilion and Fang Qingsong appeared and charged toward Mu Xuanji. So you've been in cahoots since long ago. Mu Yun held her sword and charged forward. Surpassed the first-rate ancestral gods, so what? Instantly, Mu Yun drew her sword and charged toward Heaven's Inquisition Pavilion. Hee, Crown Prince Mu, don't overestimate yourself. A faint laugh sounded at this moment. A young man blocked in front of Mu Yun. Young Master Tianchong. Crown Prince Mu, you're not the same as you were 10,000 years ago. Why are you so unwilling to let go of the glory of your previous life? Another figure appeared at this moment and blocked Mu Yun's figure. One on the left and one on the right, the two of them intercepted Mu Yun. Young Master Fang Yu. Tianchong, Fang Yu, the young pavilion master of the Heaven Pavilion and the young president of the Four Directions Merchant Association. These two people's reputations were like thunder in the entire Divine Realm. Third-rate ancestral gods were powerful and had a strong desire to kill others. Seeing this, a murderous intent appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. The two of you also want to stop me? With the celestial sword in hand, Mu Yun slashed out. I really want to learn from this shepherd's crown prince's brilliant moves. Fang Yu smiled and took a step forward. An array flag suddenly appeared in his hand. The moment the array flag appeared, it was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses charging over. On the other side, young Master Tianchong also took a step forward. A majestic gray shadow condensed in his body and broke out of his body. Heavenly pulse, what young Master Tianchong displayed was clearly the power of his bloodline talent. At this moment, the two of them joined forces and charged toward Mu Yun. Around them, Xianxia, Yunyi, and the others were extremely worried and constantly moved closer to Mu Yun. Don't worry. At this moment, Mu Yun directly ordered, kill the remaining 4 demon kings and destroy Xianxia. If I can't even deal with these two people, then I've lived for 300 years in vain. As soon as she finished speaking, the celestial sword slashed down. Boom, at this moment, a ray of light appeared out of nowhere from Mu Yun's body. The sword fell, and the sword light whistled. The majestic sword aura condensed into a solid form. Bang bang, the sound of shattering resounded continuously. One sword killed 2 people, young Master Tianchong and young Master Fang Yu did not even see the speed of Mu Yun's sword falling. They only felt a majestic aura directly cut off the aura in their bodies. What kind of strength was this? At this moment, the two of them were split into 2. In an instant, Mu Yun clenched her fists. Bang bang, the two of them turned into a bloody mist. Let's get some interest for sixth brother first. No. At the side, Tian Wending and Fang Qingcang's hearts almost broke. Killing their son was akin to severing their lifeblood. Mu Yun, I'm going to kill you. Now do you feel my pain? Mu Xuanji, on the other hand, fought against the two of them by himself. Back then, you killed my son without caring about anything. Have the two of you ever thought about the pain in my heart? Mu Xuanji did not care at this moment. Who cares if eldest brother is here, who cares what second brother and third brother instructed? Since Mu Yun was crazy, then he would accompany Mu Yun in her madness. Give them a taste of their own medicine. At this moment, Mu Yun held a long sword and looked at the two of them. Today, none of you can escape. As her words fell, a murderous aura was completely released. Mu Yun directly rushed to Tian Wending. Yuner, be careful. Mu Xuanji could not help but shout, Tian Wending is a top-tier ancestor god. Don't worry, fourth uncle. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura immediately spread out. I'm no longer a beginner in the 9 transformations of the ancestor god. As her words fell, her aura bloomed. At this moment, her chi and blood seemed to have undergone a transformation. Third-tier ancestor god, during this time of battle, Mu Yun's chi, blood, and soul actually increased again. This was really close to being a monster. The 9 transformations of the ancestor god were divided into beginner, third tier, second tier, and first tier levels. The advancement of each level required extremely rich chi and blood nourishment and soul nourishment. More importantly, the endurance limit of the divine body increased. Now, he didn't need to worry about the limits of his body's endurance. He only needed to devour powerful blood essence and souls to plunder into his body. Then, he could steadily improve his cultivation base. The combination of the bloodline talent Devour and Purify allowed him to plunder as he killed one in battle. Devour bloomed in the midst of killing. Do you think a third-rate ancestor god can fight me? Tian Wending shouted in a deep voice, do you think that just because my name isn't on the divine fate list, it means that my strength is inferior to those people? As soon as these words came out, a murderous aura surged from Tian Wending's body. This murderous aura spread out, and a wave of pressure swept toward Mu Yun. A super first-rate ancestor god? Mu Yun grinned and said, not bad, not bad. Maybe after devouring you, I can directly reach the second-rate ancestor god realm. Don't you think so? Impudent. Heaven's Inquisition shouted. On the other side, Mu Bai and Yun Zhongwu had worried eyes. Mu Bai knew that even at his peak, he was no match for Tian Wending. His master was indeed a third-rate ancestor god, but there was a big difference between him and Tian Wending. At this moment, Yun Zhongwu also understood. Although he was ranked 19 on the divine fate list, Tian Wending was not ranked. But Tian Wending's strength was not much inferior to his. It could be said that Tian Wending's strength was on par with his. Mu Yun's 3 changes were too difficult to deal with. He had to finish off his opponent as soon as possible, but at this moment, the forces by Mu Yun's side, including Xianxia, Yunyi, the warriors of the 4 Sea Demon Kings, and the warriors of the Xuanji Battalion, were enough to fight against Black Tortoise Sacred Island. But the appearance of the people of Heaven Pavilion and 4 Directions Chamber of Commerce increased the pressure they faced at this moment. Xianxia, Tian Wending, and Fang Qingcang were all super first-rate ancestor gods. Qin Mingyao and Mu Xuanji were also the same. Yun Zhongwu was also the same, but now, they were entangled. These guys knew that it was useless to fight until the sky turned dark. Only by killing Mu Yun would he be able to solve this problem. At this moment, Tian Wending directly punched down. Mu Yun's actions were tantamount to provocation. A mere third-rate ancestor god dared to challenge his authority. He was truly courting death. This punch gathered the might of the heavens and earth and smashed down. At this moment, Mu Yun let out a low shout and took a step forward, thrusting her spear forward. Heaven-defying technique. A spear pierced through the air and collided head-on. At this moment, Mu Yun was filled with killing intent. Boom, in an instant, deafening booms rang out one after another. Around the two of them, the void was torn apart, and the sea roared and churned. This exchange of blows immediately revealed the difference in strength between the two. Supreme-tier elder gods could use their god power and control spacetime to do as they pleased. In fact, a single fist strike from heaven's questioning dome could change the power of heaven and earth for their own use. This was something that the current Mu Yun could not do. A loud rumbling sound was heard. Mu Yun's body suddenly retreated and smashed into the depths of the sea. A wave of water splashed outwards. Your Highness! Yun-er! Brother Yun! In an instant, the hearts of the surrounding people beat violently. How could an ordinary third-rate elder god possibly withstand a punch like this? At this moment, the crowd was completely worried. However, the Siren tribe, for Directions Chamber of Commerce, and Heaven Pavilion saw hope and desperately stopped everyone. Once they killed Mu Yun, this battle would be over. This guy was the core of these people. You overestimate yourself. Heaven's questioning dome snorted coldly. Why are you so happy so quickly? A voice suddenly sounded. In an instant, a figure appeared in front of Heaven's questioning dome. Mu Yun? Heaven's questioning dome was obviously stunned when he saw that calm figure. At this moment, the situation did not seem to be simple. Walala, the sound of water was heard at this moment. The figure that had fallen to the bottom of the sea struggled to appear. It was still Mu Yun. So it's an avatar, Heaven's questioning dome sneered. It seems that you are very skilled in using your avatar. Even I did not realize that that was actually an avatar. There are plenty of things that you can't tell. Mu Yun's cold eyes swept across the surroundings. From the looks of it, this battle was still a competition between the top powers. The 9 changes of Ancestor God was undoubtedly the leader of the battlefield. Once a 9 changes of Ancestor God appeared empty-handed, it would cause a series of chain reactions. In the end, it could lead to the complete defeat of one side. At this moment, Mu Yun exhaled and looked ahead. A super first-rate Ancestor God, it sounded very terrifying. Regardless of whether it was the divine body, soul, or blood, they were all extremely powerful. However, her current divine body was not weaker than Heaven's questioning dome. It could even be said that she was stronger. She took a step forward and a crimson spirit sword appeared in her hand. With a thrust of the spear, a powerful spear energy swept across the area. Boom! At the same time, the avatar behind her also rose from the ground and slashed out with the celestial sword. The 2 figures surrounded Heaven's questioning dome. Aren't you too arrogant? Heaven's questioning dome sneered, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The 2 avatars were indeed powerful. However, he was a super ancestor god. How could he not have the avatar that Mu Yun had condensed? Humph. With a deep snort, a figure suddenly took a step forward beside Heaven's questioning dome. Boom, that figure directly smashed out with his fist. At this moment, the power of his fist completely exploded. Dong, a dull sound could be heard. The figure that rushed down from the sea was directly sent flying back by the punch. Tian Wending's external body incarnation squeezed forth, suppressing the external body incarnation tightly. Mu Yun, do you really think that I am afraid of your shepherds? Heaven's questioning dome said coldly, my Heaven's Pavilion has business dealings throughout the entire divine world. Even the ancient race has to give me face. Even if your father is a super god, in the divine world, he can only display the strength of a half-step sacred. He can't kill me. Is that so? In Mu Yan's hand, the crimson spirit sword flickered with black light. Brother, it seems that we have been underestimated. At this moment, the crimson spirit sword shone brightly. Alright, let's kill to our heart's content. Mu Yan took a step forward with her long spear in hand. She directly slashed out with her spear. Boom, in an instant, Heaven's questioning dome's avatar charged forward at an even faster speed. Dong dong dong, in an instant, the 2 figures were entangled together. At this moment, the demon emperor Xianxia was fighting with Qin Mingyao. On the other hand, Mu Xuanji was blocking Fang Qingsong. At this moment, everyone could feel that the entire sea was gradually filled with blood and wind. From the sky to the bottom of the sea, figures of humans and sea demons were fighting with each other. More than 100,000 soldiers were killing each other. The boundless sea was located in the east of the divine world. To the north was the territory of the Yang clan, and to the south was the territory of the Zhu clan. As the battle on the boundless sea began, at this moment, in the Yang clan's secret world, Father, this is the best time for us to strike. Yang Yu said proudly. Mu Yan's improvement is too fast. She is now in the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm. Who knows, she might reach the transcendent god realm in the future. When that time comes, what should we do? Why are you in such a hurry? As the patriarch of the Yang clan, Yang Chenfeng's expression was also uncertain. Father, if we don't strike now, when should we? Yang Yu said impatiently. Mu Yan's strength was already terrifying to him. They could not allow Mu Yan to continue growing. Otherwise, when the shepherds gained a foothold in the boundless sea in the future, they would definitely attack the Yang and Zhu clans from the north and south. They had to be prepared for the worst. What do you know? Yang Chenfeng looked at his son and sighed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, at this moment, several figures flew over at high speed. Patriarch. The person in the lead was dressed in black and battle armor. How is it? Patriarch is right. Mu Qingye of the shepherds is waiting at the edge of the boundless sea with the leaf guards. You may leave. Yang Chenfeng waved his hand and nodded. Looking at Yang Yu, Yang Chenfeng said again, the shepherds used to have 4 elite guards, the Green Feather Army, the Leaf Guards, the Xuanji Battalion, and the Xianxia. Back then, the Xianxia was almost wiped out and suffered heavy losses. However, the shepherds' 3 core guards are still there. The Leaf Guards were personally trained by Mu Qingye. You should know how powerful they are. Yang Chenfeng said, this time, the shepherds plan to fight to the death with the Siren clan. If the Blood clan and the Royal clan are not worried, why should we be? But father, if the shepherds win after the battle, it won't be good for the Yang clan. Indeed, it won't be good. Yang Chenfeng said calmly, however, even if they fight, the shepherds will have to pay a price. This price will take them hundreds of years to recover. As soon as he said that, Yang Yu said unwillingly, I really can't accept it. That guy Mu Yan, don't worry. Yang Chenfeng said indifferently, someone will be more anxious than us. The Blood clan and the Royal clan will not watch the shepherds rise. Why should we take the lead and challenge Mu Qingyu's authority? The Blood clan and the Royal clan are the ones who are most worried about the shepherds becoming stronger. After all, the Blood clan contributed the most when Mu Yan died, and the shepherds were annexed in the end. A large part of the Heavenly Realm's territory was divided between the Royal clan and the Blood clan. If there is a blood feud, Mu Yan should settle it with the Blood clan and the Royal clan. Yang Yu's expression changed slightly, but the anger in his heart did not diminish. Mu Yan, for the geniuses of the Heavenly Realm, this name had always been a shadow. But now, this guy came back from the dead and displayed an impressive talent that was not inferior to his previous life. Why? Sooner or later, I will make him die in front of me. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Zhu clan was tense. The other 9 ancient clans did not expect this at all. Mu Yan's attack did not follow the usual routine. It could even be said that she was stupid and did not care about the consequences. However, the 9 ancient clans were all very careful about this matter. Mu Qingye pulled Yi Wei to the border between the Boundless Ocean and the Yang clan. Mu Qinglang pulled the Green Feather Army to the border between the Zhu clan and the Green Feather Army. There was also Mu Qingyu, who had yet to show herself. She was most likely guarding against the methods of the Blood clan and the Royal family. If Mu Qingyu did not appear, perhaps the Blood clan and the Royal clan would not do anything. After all, no one could guarantee that Mu Qingyu would destroy the realm of the gods in a fit of anger. Then, no one would have a good time. At this moment, everyone in the realm of the gods was secretly waiting for the next move of the 2 leaders, the Blood clan and the Royal clan. However, it seemed that these 2 leaders were also waiting for everyone. Following Mu Yan's reckless battle with the Sea Demon clan, a storm seemed to be brewing in the realm of the gods. If one was not careful, it could engulf the entire realm of the gods. Boundless Ocean, Black Tortoise Sacred Island. At this moment, the battle had completely spread out. Within 100 miles, the shepherds and the Sea Demon clan were already engaged in a fierce battle. Boom, a loud explosion sounded, and above the sea, a figure suddenly retreated. At this moment, Mu Yan's clothes were torn, and she was gasping for breath. A bloody aura spread out from her body. The blood was stained by the Sea Demon clan's warriors. In front of her, Tian Wending's expression was cold and indifferent. At this moment, Tian Wending was also surprised. He did not expect Mu Yun to be so domineering. Not only did she block his attack, but she also persisted until now. Although Mu Yun was not a threat to him, at this moment, she was like a cockroach that could not be killed, pestering him. If this drags on, the shepherds will not have an advantage. Tian Wending snorted. I think Mu Qinglang and Mu Qingye did not come because they are guarding against the Yang clan and the Zhu clan. Your father hasn't appeared yet because he should be on guard against the vampires and the royal family. Mu Yun, your momentary impulse will bring great trouble to the shepherds. It will even cause the shepherds 10,000 years of forbearance to be in vain. Long-winded, you sure talk a lot. At this moment, Mu Yun wiped the blood off his cheeks and smiled. I've never done anything without considering the consequences. From today onwards, you, Heaven's Inquisition, will be the first soul to die in the name of Mu Yun. Kill. At this moment, Mu Yun waved her hand. However, his figure did not move. Boom, suddenly, a loud explosion could be heard from the sea below. At this moment, two figures charged out. Tian Wending's face turned pale as his body swayed. His avatar, it had perished. Tian Wending's face was terrifyingly dark. Mu Yun had actually destroyed his avatar. An avatar could be said to be the condensation of a martial artist's efforts from the first transformation to the ninth transformation of the ancestor god realm. Even if he had some treasures, he could not bear to use them himself and gave them to his avatar. But now, his avatar had been killed. Moreover, this was not the only thing that shocked Tian Wending. At the place where his avatar had disappeared. At this moment, three figures were standing proudly, panting heavily. The three figures had the same appearance and aura as Mu Yun. However, if one looked carefully, one could see that there were some differences. However, three avatars, what a joke, Tian Wending's face changed for the first time. This feeling was as if things had gone out of his control and had developed uncontrollably. Tian Wending shouted, 3 avatars, that's impossible. Avatars are caused by the unique cultivation of humans. Among the other races, only humans are like this. But in your entire life, you only have one avatar. It's like everyone has a shadow. How can you condense 3 avatars? Tian Wending was stunned. 3 avatars was really unbelievable. You're talking about ordinary people. Do you think that I can still be called an ordinary person after coming back from the dead? As soon as she said this, Tian Wending's face was filled with killing intent. If that's the case, then all the more I can't let you continue to grow. Tian Wending shouted coldly. A green saber appeared in his hand. The green saber radiance slowly spread out at this moment. The powerful saber aura was like overlapping waves, directly crushing toward Mu Yun. Sky-dominating saber art. As the saber slashed down, the saber radiance slowly spread out at this moment. The powerful saber radiance condensed into a saber blade. It split into 2, forming a spiral shape, and flew toward Mu Yun. At this moment, they had to get rid of Mu Yun. Otherwise, it would cause even more trouble for their heavenly pavilion. Mu Yun was now at the third-rate ancestor god realm. In the future, when she reached the first-rate ancestor god realm, the 3 avatars beside her would be equivalent to 3 beings of the same realm. This was simply too terrifying. In the future, when Mu Yun reached the level of the various clan leaders, wouldn't she have 9 top-notch ancestor gods by her side? This was absolutely impossible, otherwise, not to mention the alliance of the 9 clans, even if the entire god realm united, who could stop Mu Yun and Mu Qingyu? For heavenly realms. In an instant, seeing the saber radiance coming toward them, the other 3 avatars of Mu Yun directly flew over at this moment. The 4 figures gathered, and in an instant, a space cage was formed at the 4 corners. The 4 heavenly realms spread out at this moment. Tian Wending and the saber radiance were trapped at this moment. Just 4 third-rate ancestor gods, do you think you can stop me? Tian Wending snorted. He took a step forward, and at this moment, he directly attacked with his saber. Boom, in an instant, the saber radiance in the air was unparalleled. Crack crack crack, in an instant, the 4 heavenly realms shattered at this moment. The sound of blood spurting out could be heard. Including Mu Yun's original body, the 4 avatars were directly sent flying back. At this moment, Tian Wending finally displayed his true strength as a top-notch ancestor god. Crown Prince of Shepherds, indeed the Crown Prince of Shepherds. It seems that I can't underestimate you at any time, Tian Wending said coldly at this moment. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth again, Mu Yun laughed heartily and said, "But, you have already underestimated me." Meteor shower. Earth explosion and sky fall. Yang chaotic sky. Heaven ascending technique. Heaven confining seal. Ghost finger shaking. In an instant, 6 figures suddenly appeared. The 6 figures seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and they directly attacked with the sacred tablet divine arts. Their speed was so fast that even Tian Wending could not react in time. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the 6 divine arts were incomparably overbearing, and they directly greeted Tian Wending's body. At this moment, Tian Wending was completely dumbfounded. Mu Yun's external incarnation was not 3, but 9 external incarnations that were almost equal in strength, and they could use different divine arts, and they were controlled differently. How was this possible? It completely went against the martial path of the divine realm's cultivators. However, at this moment, he did not have the time to think about this. A series of explosions rang out around his body. The 6 figures directly attacked at this moment, and it could be said that it was in a flash. Mu Yun did not believe that Tian Wending could dodge such a killer move, panting heavily and using 6 divine arts at the same time. The 6 external incarnations were also a huge burden for a warrior. Even if I don't die, I will lose a layer of skin, Mu Yun panted heavily and looked ahead. The strength of a top-notch ancestor god was indeed terrifying. Mu Yun had to admit that if this divine body of hers had not merged with the divine body of her previous life, she was afraid that she would have died a few times. "Brat, I will kill you." However, at this moment, the sea surface under her feet suddenly surged, and a long saber suddenly slashed toward her. That saber appeared under her feet at an extremely fast speed. In a hurry, Mu Yun could only use the celestial sword in her hand to stab directly into the bottom of the sea. Clang, however, in an instant, that saber directly bounced off the celestial sword in Mu Yun's hand. The saber light was close to her chest, and at this moment, it directly slashed across. Suddenly, there was a piercing sound, and a heart-wrenching pain slashed across Mu Yun's body. At this moment, almost everyone could feel the terrifying power of that saber. In an instant, Mu Yun's body retreated in a sorry state. With a rumble, she slid nearly 10,000 meters along the sea surface. The 9 external incarnations were also shocked at this moment. They flew over one by one and hurriedly surrounded her. At this moment, the saber mark on Mu Yun's chest extended from her neck to her waist. As blood flowed out, the bones in her chest were cut open. That saber almost directly split her body into 2. This was the body that had merged with the green scale dragon armor and the divine body of her previous life, but she was almost chopped into pieces. Mu Yun also understood that if she hadn't merged with the divine body of her previous life and the green scale dragon armor, just the strength of her current divine body would have turned her into minced meat. Is this the attack of a super first-rate martial artist? At this moment, Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face was pale. In the end, the realm of a third-rate ancestor god was still too low. And at this moment, Tian Wending's appearance was even more terrifying. His hair was in a mess, and his robe exploded. At this moment, the left arm was blasted into pieces and disappeared. His face was covered in blood, and there were more than 10 bloody scars all over his body. As expected, it's hard to die. Looking at Tian Wending's appearance, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. "Old monster, how does it feel?" Mu Yun grinned and said. "Brat, I'm going to kill you." Tian Wending's face was ferocious. As the pavilion master of the Heaven Pavilion, he had been hiding in the divine realm for tens of thousands of years. No one had ever made him in such a sorry state today. Mu Yun must die today. Moreover, it was hard to imagine how powerful these 9 external incarnations would be when Mu Yun reached the peak of the 9 changes of Ancestor God realm in the future. No matter what, Mu Yun had to die. It's not certain who will die today. Mu Yun grinned and said, "You and I are on par now, but don't forget that I still have them by my side." In an instant, the 9 external avatars unleashed the 9 arts of the Saint Tablet. Between the two of them, the world lost its color, and everything seemed to disappear. At this moment, everyone quietened down. In this battle, the final outcome would depend on the top three. If something happened to Mu Yun, not only would this battle be a failure, but it would also be a great defeat for the shepherds. At that time, under the watchful eyes of the entire divine world, the shepherds would be in an even more dangerous situation. This was definitely not a situation that anyone wanted to see. Boom, a rumbling sound could be heard, and a figure suddenly walked out of the void. His black robes were already in tatters. The horrifying bloodstains on his chest were even more horrifying. It was Mu Yun. Your Highness. Brother Yun. Master. Shocked voices were heard, and at this moment, everyone's face was filled with joy. Mu Yun wasn't dead. Where was Tian Wending? Boom, in an instant, a loud explosion broke through the surface of the sea and spread out in all directions. As the rumbling sound rang out, everyone tensed up. Could it be that Tian Wending was still alive? Mu Yun, I'm going to kill you. Tian Wending held a long sword and rushed towards Mu Yun. His murderous aura instantly filled Mu Yun's body. Dong, suddenly, that flying body fell to the ground with a loud bang. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. Puff, Tian Wending spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. He stopped moving, and his body no longer had any vitality. He was dead. This guy was still unwilling to die even though he was holding his last breath. Your career is over. Mu Yun waved her hand, and a terrifying devouring aura exploded and swept across. Tian Wending's body was directly devoured. This force entered her body. It rushed through her limbs and veins. Mu Yun's pale face recovered slightly, and the wounds in her body slowly closed. At this moment, the power in her body rose. Mu Yun's face turned red, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The 9 doppelgangers stood around and looked around cautiously. The current Mu Yun could easily kill an 8 transformation ancestor god, let alone a 9 transformation ancestor god. With a hissing sound, Mu Yun stood up. Husband, how are you? At this moment, Xiao Yun and Yi Sueki were flying over. I won't die. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, the super first-rate ancestor god realm is indeed terrifying. It seems that the divine world is not as simple as the divine fate list. The two nodded. However, in his heart, he still felt like he had survived a calamity. It was not them, but Mu Yun. Mu Yun was a third-rate ancestor god, yet she was able to hold her own against a super first-rate ancestor god. However, Mu Yun had a slight understanding of this. Tian Wending's strength was ridiculously strong. The reason why he was able to kill this guy was most likely because this guy didn't know beforehand that he had 9 external incarnations. If news of this battle were to spread to the outside world, it would definitely be known by everyone in the divine world. Once this matter was exposed, it would be difficult for him to deal with a super first-rate ancestor god again. However, after devouring Tian Wending's blood essence and digesting it in the future, his strength would definitely improve. At this moment, to the other side, it was shocking. Fang Qingsong and Shan Tiansu were completely dumbfounded. Tian Wending actually died in the hands of Mu Yun. What a joke, Tian Wending's strength was almost the same as theirs. Retreat. Fang Qingsong and Shan Tiansu communicated telepathically. Damn it. Shan Tiansu understood that if they didn't retreat now, they would face an even more powerful attack from the shepherds. Now that Tian Wending was dead, the shepherds were as if they had been injected with chicken blood and were not afraid of death. This was an aura. It was indeed unwise to continue fighting here. However, the Black Tortoise Sacred Island that he had painstakingly managed for tens of thousands of years was now going to be handed over to someone else. Mu Yun, I will settle this score with you personally in the future. Just you wait. Shan Tiansu roared and shouted, Generals, retreat. You want to leave? A cold aura erupted from Qin Mingyao's body as he attacked. Little girl, you can only delay me. You are not enough to kill me. Shan Tiansu snorted, and a shield suddenly appeared in front of him. The black tortoise. Some people exclaimed when they saw that the shield was like a tortoise shell. They didn't expect that Shan Tiansu, the demon emperor, was actually a black tortoise. Boom, Qin Mingyao's attack fell, but the shield's defense was obviously very strong. The attack fell, but it didn't break the shield's defense at all. Damn it! Qin Mengyao shouted in a low voice, and the cold aura became more and more condensed. You can't. When Mu Yun saw this, he spoke up to stop them. You want to use the secret technique of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, right? You are only suppressing the Ice Phoenix spirit now and haven't truly become its master. You can't take the risk for the sake of our child. But this guy is going to run away. Qin Mengyao said anxiously when he saw Xianxia's shield turn into light and disappear. He plunged into the sea. This guy was the Black Tortoise. Who could catch up with him when he escaped into the sea? We will kill him next time. Mu Yun looked around and said, this battle is dangerous. There are still many things to deal with after this. That is the only way. Qin Mengyao nodded. At the same time, Fang Qingsong had already led the people of the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce to retreat gradually. The army of shepherds, along with the four demon kings under Mu Yun, chased after them one by one. Mu Yun narrowed her eyes as she looked at Xianxia's fleeing figure. This person's escape was ultimately a hidden danger. Whoosh, at this moment, the waves on the surface of the sea suddenly swept over, reaching a height of 10,000 meters. Under the sea, a black figure was moving rapidly. If one were to look carefully, that black figure seemed to have completely covered the entire sea region. The terrifying figure was like a collapsing mountain, covering the sky and the sun. It was no exaggeration. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Boom, suddenly, there was an explosion on the surface of the sea, and a figure broke out of the sea. It was a huge mouth that was close to 10,000 meters wide. Xianxian, who had transformed into the Black Tortoise in that huge mouth, although his body was thousands of meters wide, he looked so small at this moment. Kuan, Xianxian opened his mouth, but in the next moment, he was completely covered by the huge mouth and disappeared. Waves surged over the entire sea, turning into hurricanes that wreaked havoc. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's eyes flashed with surprise. So it's him. Mu Yun muttered to himself as he watched the huge figure leap out and fall into the sea. With a loud bang, it disappeared without a trace. Him? Xiao Yun and Yi Sueki were slightly stunned. Qin Mengyao nodded and said, this person is not simple either. This scene was simply too shocking, causing everyone to be completely dumbfounded. On the surface of the sea, the battle was still ongoing. The warriors of the Xuanji battalion, together with Xianxian, Yunyi, and the others, were chasing after those people. Mu Yun was sitting cross-legged in the void at this moment, exhaling. The wound on Zhang Xian's chest had stopped bleeding, but there was no trace of divine energy left in his body. At this moment, he only felt empty. A buzzing sound was heard, and a figure appeared. Dressed in a white robe, his long hair was tied up, and his delicate face had a trace of childishness. Standing there, he gave off a very obscure and powerful aura. Seeing this person, Qin Mengyao took a step forward and approached Mu Yun. Little girl, you're very powerful now, but unfortunately, you're no match for me. The young man said with a sweet smile. I didn't expect you to still be here. Looking at the young man, Mu Yun said. This person was Mo Shushu. Of course. Mo Shushu smiled faintly and said, I made an agreement with your father. If your father helped me find the 9 Serenities formula, I'll help you. However, your father didn't find the 9 Serenities formula, but he found the Kuan Peng's 9 transformations. The Kuan Peng's 9 transformations can only allow me to stay by your side and protect you for a while. Is that so? Mu Yun replied with a smile, but I didn't see you do anything. Didn't killing this old tortoise require me to do something? Mo Shushu smiled and said, although this isn't the real black tortoise, it still has the bloodline of the real black tortoise. This tortoise shell is not bad. I'll lend it to you. Mo Shushu waved his hand, and a tortoise shell appeared in his hand. The real black tortoise divine beast is famous in all the realms. This one can only display its might in the human realm. Mo Shushu said seriously, Kid, how are you going to thank me for giving you such a big gift? Thank you? Mu Yun said again, you're too utilitarian. Didn't my father thank you enough? Kid, you're really not understanding. Mo Shushu waved his hand and said with a smile, if you give me the Sparrow Deity fan, I can consider staying in the divine world for a while and help you unify the divine world. Sparrow Deity fan? Mu Yun was stunned. With a wave of her hand, a fan appeared at this moment. The fan looked extremely ordinary, like a piece of white paper. Originally, the 3 words Yusher were written on it, but when it reached Mu Yun's hand, it disappeared. Your mother didn't tell you? Mo Shushu laughed and said, what a pity, what a waste. The sparrow deity fan is your mother's favorite treasure. Back then, the Vermilion Bird clan suffered a lot because of this. She gave it to you without telling you how to use it. What a waste. What do you think? Give me the sparrow deity fan, and I'll help you keep it. You wish? Mu Yun rejected directly. Since my father has exchanged the Kuan Peng's 9 transformations with you, I think the Kuan Peng's 9 transformations is enough for you to take action. Tisk tisk, Mo Shushu sighed as he looked at the white fan. Kid, you have to keep the sparrow deity fan well. Especially, don't let the Vermilion Bird clan see it. Otherwise, even 10 lives won't be enough for you. Of course, if you reach the level of the Human Emperor and the Azure Emperor, you can openly use the fan to slap their faces. Mo Shushu said, alright, I won't talk nonsense with you. I'm leaving first. Mo Shushu's strength had always been unfathomable and gave people an extremely dangerous feeling. At this moment, it seemed that he did not intend to stay here. My agreement with your father has expired. Your father left the divine realm. He has things that he must do, and so do I. Your father is working hard for the inheritance of the human race. Naturally, I have to work hard for the 9 Nether clan. Looking at Mu Yun, Mo Shushu said earnestly, little guy, you have a long road ahead of you. To be honest, your father isn't having it easy. Mo Shushu waved his hand and turned to leave. At this moment, Mu Yun took a step forward and stopped Mo Shushu. He said in a powerful voice, did my father go to save my mother? Your father didn't let me tell you. But thinking about it, it makes sense. He has been waiting for his son for so long. If he left at this time, he must have gone to find his wife. Mo Shushu laughed and said, that's right. What are the chances of success? Mu Yun did not beat around the bush and asked seriously. The chances of success, Mo Shushu nodded and said, the Human Emperor and the 3 sovereigns joined forces, plus some terrifying fellows in the Xiaoyao sacred ground. I estimate that the chances of success should be 30%, 30%, I'm still exaggerating. Mo Shushu said seriously, kid, your father might be finished this time. So, you'd better, quickly take up the responsibility. Among the 10,000 worlds, there are 5 paths to heaven, Sage, Monarch, Supreme, Boundary, and Sovereign. You are still far from it. Sage, Monarch, Supreme, Boundary, Sovereign, Mu Yun silently noted it down in her heart. Well, your father didn't tell you because he didn't want you to worry. This time, I think it's a plan to kill you. However, your father insisted on it. Moreover, you have taken a step forward. Walk your own path in the future. Can you tell me who captured my mother? Mu Yun could not help but ask. He was confused now. His knowledge was shallow and he could not figure it out. Di Yuan. As soon as Mo Shushu finished speaking, he waved his hand and disappeared in a flash. At this moment, Mu Yun felt a little depressed. He had thought of it from the very beginning. It was impossible for his father not to know that his divine body was in the 9 void realm in his previous life. And this time, he had purposely let Shi Yan go and retrieve his god body. What happened next was logical. His father probably had no choice but to leave at this moment. After all, saving his mother was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. Perhaps, this was the most likely opportunity. Otherwise, his father would not have taken such a huge risk and left just as he was about to be able to shoulder the burden. Father, you must succeed. Mu Yun muttered. Mu Yun could not bear it when she thought of the beautiful woman in the robes who looked valiant and formidable. However, even now, he still didn't know who had captured his mother. Di Yuan, who was Di Yuan? After Mo Shushu disappeared for a long time, Mu Yun was still depressed. Gradually, a few figures arrived one by one. The 3 heroes of the Cloud Wing clan, the 5 captains of the Xianxia, and the 4 kings of the sea had all arrived. The few of them looked at Mu Yun and cupped their fists. Crab King, Tyrant King, Ice King, Thunder King, the four of you will lead the army formed by our subordinate sea demons and humans to chase after the remaining sea demons. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Yes. Crab King and the other three cupped their hands and left. They were not dissatisfied with Muyun. No matter what, they could not resist the control of life and death under the control of the Dark Seal even if they were dissatisfied. At the same time, in the past few hundred years, humans and demons had been able to live peacefully in the sea areas that they had notified. Moreover, the two clans could even form an army together and train and cooperate with each other. The effect was very obvious. This time, the sea demons and the human alliance army fought and cooperated with each other. They admired Muyun from the bottom of their hearts. This person was extraordinary. This time, he killed Tian Wending and was destined to be famous in the god realm. In addition, the chief of the shepherds, Mu Qingyu, was in charge of the shepherds. The other ancient clans would not dare to provoke the shepherds. They would rather avoid them. They did not know that Mu Qingyu was no longer in the god realm. Yun Zhongwu, Qing Yuan Hang, Xing Duyu. Mu Yun ordered, you will follow in secret to prevent people with ulterior motives from assassinating us. The four sea kings are indeed second-rate ancestral gods, but we can't be sure that the other ancient clans won't do something behind our backs. Yes. The three of them disappeared with the Cloud Wing guards. Mu Bai, Bai Zishuan, Song Yan, Zhan Xuanji, Tu Tsuanjian, you will lead the 1,000 guards and come with me to Black Tortoise Sacred Island. Be careful of those who are unwilling to give up. Yes. Immediately, orders were given, and everyone began to get busy. Xianxia died. Tian Wending died. This was a huge blow to the sea demon warriors. Without a leader and with the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce's retreat, it was reasonable that they would be defeated. However, Xianxia had been in the boundless ocean for tens of thousands of years. There would be some death warriors who would not surrender even if they died. These people were also troublesome. Fourth uncle. Mu Xuanji looked at Mu Yun and said, can you handle things here? Yes. Mu Yun nodded and said, fourth uncle, are you going to rush back immediately? Mu Xuanji approached Mu Yun and said in a low voice, your father is not in the god realm. This news must not be leaked. Otherwise, the Blood Clan and the Royal Clan will come immediately. I will lead the Xuanji battalion back to the clan. We must ensure the safety of the secret realm. Mu Yun said calmly, if anything happens, inform me immediately. Okay. Now that Mu Qingyu was not around, the transcendent god realm strength that the ancient clans feared had disappeared. If the Blood Clan and the Royal Clan knew that Mu Qingyu had left the god realm, they would have brought an army over. Fourth uncle, seeing Mu Xuanji's departing figure, Mu Yun suddenly said gloomily, my condolences. His footsteps paused slightly, and his body trembled. Mu Xuanji turned around and grinned. Brat, life and death are fated. Luo'er is a member of the shepherds. 10,000 years ago, how many of our shepherds died? Mu Xuanji took a step forward and left. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart was still complicated. His father and three uncles had a very good relationship. Naturally, he had a good relationship with his brothers. Mu Luo's matter had indeed angered him. Now that he thought about it, he was indeed impulsive before. However, he could not suppress his feelings. He had always cultivated martial arts not to be the overlord of the world, but to protect his family and loved ones. Brother Luo, slowly, Mu Yun said slowly, I have avenged you. No one can invade our shepherds. Looking at the towering Black Tortoise Sacred Island floating in the air, Mu Yun also let out a sigh of relief. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, the Xiantian policy should have a lot of savings, right? This battle had consumed a lot of energy. Not only him, but also the subordinates of the four sea kings and the warriors of the shepherds. The resources of Black Tortoise Sacred Island might be able to relieve the pressure of the shepherds. Slowly, a few figures walked towards the sacred island one by one. The 9 women stood beside Mu Yun one by one, looking peerlessly beautiful. This is Black Tortoise Sacred Island. When I arrived in the god realm a few years ago, I heard the name of this island. It can be said that my heart was full of admiration. and I was wondering when I would be able to see its true appearance. I didn't expect to be able to stand on this island now. Xiaoyuner couldn't help but say at this moment. Perhaps back in the Southern Cloud Empire, you also didn't expect to come to this step, yes? Xiaoyuner nodded and said, at that time, immortals and gods simply felt like fleeting existences of legends. How could it be like now? After reaching the ancestor god realm and understanding the myriad of races, only then did I know what the vastness of the world is. Muyan also nodded at this moment. Fortunately, you guys are here. As the faint words floated out, Muyan looked at the sacred island and directly stepped out. Your Highness. Black Tortoise Sacred Island, the main palace hall was vast with a length and width of nearly 1,000 meters. It could accommodate thousands of years without being crowded. At this moment, in the main hall, Muyan stood at the front, supported by two beautiful women, one on her left and one on her right. Below, in the entire spacious main hall, hundreds of figures stood one by one. The 5 captains of the Xianxia stood on both sides of the hall. Your Highness, this Xiantian policy is indeed worthy of being the demon emperor of the Sea Demon clan. This time, just the supreme-grade divine crystals alone are more than 100 million. At this moment, Mubai cupped his hands and reported, there are also many divine weapons and divine pills. Moreover, there are also countless other natural treasures. Muyan walked down and looked at the wealth piled up in the main hall. Pass down the order to divide this wealth into 4 portions. Muyan said, the Green Feather Army, the Yi Guards, and the Xuanji Battalion will each have a portion. At the same time, tell the Ice King, the Crab King, the Overlord, and the Thunder King to completely destroy the Guai of the Boundless Sea. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Don't be soft-hearted. At the same time, recruit troops. The Sea Demon clan and the Human clan, as long as it is an army of the Boundless Sea, recruit them all. Use these treasures to recruit them. At the same time, the Sea Demon clan and the Human clan warriors will establish an army, the Sea Demon Cloud Guard. Remember, let them arrange the Sea Demon clan warriors and the Human clan warriors together according to the previous arrangement. Yes. Mubai cupped his hands at this moment. At the same time, tell them. Muyan paused and said, let the 4 of them change their appearances from today onwards. Take back all the islands that the Boundless Sea has conquered. From today onwards, the 4 of them will be called the 4 Great Sea Kings and will govern the sea area. The entire sea area will be divided into 2 sides, the north and the south. Be prepared to guard against the Zhu clan and the Yang clan at any time. Yes, Your Highness. Mubai cupped his hands again. Muyan's current posture gave them the feeling that it was no different from her previous life. Their true master of the Xianxia had returned. People can't always live in the past. Muyan said again, the 5 of you, from today onwards, I authorize you to recruit the Xianxia. To them, the title of Xiantian 10,000 was an honorable title. The 5 of them had survived the battle back then, and today, they were doing it to clear their names, to clear the names of their dead brothers, and now, Muyan was preparing to restore the title of Xiantian 10,000 to clear their names. You can choose the people you want. As for the details, I think you all know what to do. I don't need to teach you, right? Yes. Mubai nodded desperately. The remaining 1,000 of them were the best of the best. The newly recruited Xiantian guards would naturally be taught and commanded separately. The loyalty of the mysterious heaven scholars could not be tainted in the slightest. Standing in the main hall, Muyan looked outside the shop. The sky was blue, and the air was fresh. It had been 10 years since the battle at the Boundless Sea. In these 10 years, the entire God realm had revealed an invisible pressure everywhere. Everyone could feel that the God realm seemed to contain strong fluctuations, and it was very likely that it would explode in an instant. It wasn't that the God world was truly going to explode. Instead, everyone in the God world could clearly sense that the various ancient clans, as well as the major powers that had been hiding in the God world, were all going crazy. Black Tortoise Holy Island, today, flags were flying all over Black Tortoise Holy Island. However, those flags were no longer demon flags, but Mu flags. The shepherds broke through Black Tortoise Holy Island, and Xiantianzi died. The pavilion master of Heaven Pavilion, Tian Wending, died. The president of the Four Directions Chamber of Commerce, Fan Qingxong, and the two demon emperors fled. This matter caused a huge uproar in the god realm, and countless warriors were discussing it. What was incomprehensible was that the 9 ancient clans were very calm this time. It was as if the shepherds, a fierce tiger, were gradually baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, and they were turning a blind eye to it. However, this was too far away for the people in the god realm. If it was a war between the ancient clans, only ancestral gods had the right to participate. In the divine land, ancestral gods could be said to be very rare. Almost all the ancestral gods in the god realm had gathered in the ancient clans. The entire Black Tortoise Holy Island was vast and empty. This island had pavilions, terraces, and pagodas. The richly ornamented rafters and painted rafters could be said to be mighty and imposing. In the past 10 years, this place had become Muyun's residence. At a glance, the entire Black Tortoise Sacred Island was filled with armor-clad cultivators. On the square in front of the palace, numerous figures stood proudly. In front of the nearly 10,000 figures, there were 5 figures with different postures. However, without exception, all of their auras were incomparably powerful. After 5 years of selection, you have become one of the Xianxia guards. In the center, there was a handsome figure with a thunderous voice. It was Mubai. Ever since Mu Yun asked them to start preparing for the expansion of Xianxia 10 years ago, the 5 of them started to get busy. Now that things had progressed to this stage, he had finally made some progress. The recruitment of people was almost complete, but the most important thing was the loyalty of these people. This was not something that could be cultivated in a day or two. Mubai shouted again, 5 years of selection and 5 years of training. You should know the meaning of the existence of the Xianxia guards. We are the guards of the Crown Prince of the Shepherds. Although we have been established very recently, I believe that one day, you will be able to join me in making the Xianxia guards famous. It is only a matter of time before we surpass the Xuanji Battalion and the Yi Guards. Our goal is to catch up with the Green Feather Army. Everyone, tell me loudly. Our Highnesses, Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Mu Yun. At this moment, a series of shouts rang out like an avalanche. At this moment, the square in front of the palace faintly trembled a little. Not bad, a voice rang out at this moment. Within the palace, several figures filed out in a line. The person in the lead smiled faintly. Greetings, Your Highness. Mubai, Song Yan, Bai Zixuan, Zhang Xuanji, and Tu Zuanjian all knelt on one knee and saluted at this moment. Greetings, Your Highness. Whoosh. 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 The nearly 10,000 people below also knelt down at this moment. Get up. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, Everyone, you have all improved greatly in the past 10 years. However, even if you have improved greatly, it does not mean that you have really obtained my recognition. As soon as these words were spoken, the people below fell silent. Mu Yun said again, Back then, I single-handedly established the Xianxia in my hands, and its fame resounded throughout the god realm. Now, you are the Xianxia guards, not the Xianxia. However, are you stronger or weaker than them? Stronger, stronger, shouts rang out one after another. Is that so? Mu Yun smiled and said, Being strong is not just a matter of words. Haha, at this moment, Mubai chuckled and looked at the crowd, saying, Your Highness wants you to prove yourselves. Your Highness, please instruct. Us? Yes, we can't wait any longer. That's right, Your Highness. Looking at the faces below, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. Among these people, there were clansmen of the shepherds, warriors of the Sea Demon tribe, and some people who were recruited. Among them, there were a few figures, including Mu Yuan Qing and Mu Yuan Feng, who were among them. The best way for you to prove yourselves is to do something that will cause a sensation in the god realm. At this moment, Mu Yun said slowly, However, I don't like those fools who don't care about their brains and don't know whether they are dead or alive. What I need are elites. Since you also want to prove yourselves, then fine, now, follow me and set off. Set off. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Go where? Your Highness, you, Commander Mubai. Mu Yun said directly, Count the number of people, organize the team, and set off with me. Set off? Where are we going? Mu Bai and the others were confused. Mu Yun pointed with her palm and looked toward the north. The Yang clan's secret realm, Green Sky Mountain. As soon as these words came out, a majestic wind blew in front of the main hall. Below, nearly 10,000 Xianxia guards were stunned. Mu Yun wanted to attack the Yang clan? What a joke! The Yang clan was one of the 10 great ancient clans, and the secret realm they were in was the Green Sky Mountain. The Green Sky Mountain was the Yang clan's headquarters in the north of the Boundless Sea. However, that was the Yang clan's headquarters. Not to mention other things, just the ancestral god warriors in the Yang clan numbered at least 30,000 people, and the almighty and divine emperor warriors numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Although the Yang clan was one of the weaker ones among the 10 great ancient clans, it was still an ancient clan. With nearly 1,000,000 years of history, its foundation was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Why? Are you afraid? Mu Yun looked at the people below and smiled faintly. I knew you would be afraid. Your Highness, why don't you discuss this matter with the second master, third master, and fourth master? Bai Zishuan frowned slightly and said, this is a serious matter. I'm afraid it will be difficult to rely on the Xianxia guards alone. Moreover, we don't know what the Green Sky Mountain in the Yang clan's secret realm looks like. If we barge in without permission, I'm afraid we will encounter great danger. This time, I've decided to end this battle quickly and directly destroy the Yang clan's foundation. Second uncle and the others must not know. Even if they don't know, the Blood clan and the Zhu clan must not know immediately. Mu Yun said seriously, this battle requires a quick end and a quick end. We must get rid of Yang Chenfeng. Mu Yun seemed to have made up her mind. She said, there is no need to say more. There are more than 20,000 ancestral god warriors in the Yang clan. I don't think we need to worry about the other almighty and divine emperors. As long as we get rid of those ancestral gods, the others will not be able to cause any trouble. Although she said so, the 5 commanders still looked worried at this moment. I never do things that I'm not sure of. Mu Yun's expression was solemn. She said, although father is not with the shepherds still have to do what they should do. It's best if the Yang clan takes the initiative to attack. Otherwise, once the other ancient clans know that father is not in the realm of the gods, they will join forces to deal with us. As soon as she said this, a glint flashed across the eyes of Mu Bai and the other commanders. The hatred from 10,000 years ago can't be delayed any longer. Mu Yun said indifferently, I'm afraid that the remnant souls of our dead clansmen and brothers can't wait any longer. But Your Highness, I'm afraid that our Xianxia guards are not enough in terms of both numbers and combat power. Don't worry, I will let the Azure Wings support you. Mu Yun said again, the Azure Wings guards will follow the Xianxia guards this time. At the same time, my 9 external incarnations will also be scattered among the 9 troops. What you need to deal with is the Yang clan's Soaring Wind guards and Spirit God guards. Mu Yun said seriously, these 2 troops are the core troops of the Yang clan. The Xianxia guards will be holding them back this time. The Soaring Wind guards were the warriors and guards of the Yang clan who guarded the secret realm. Each of them was at the ancestor god realm, and their strength varied from 1st transformation to 9th transformation. As for the spirit god guards, they were the guards of the Yang clan who were in the realm of the gods. They were all experienced soldiers. These 2 troops each had 10,000 people and were also the core forces of the Yang clan. As soon as she said this, the 5 commanders understood. This time, they would be facing a great challenge. With less than 10,000 people, they would have to fight against 2 elite troops. At this moment, Bai Zishuan frowned and said, but Your Highness, even so, there is still the Imperial Guards. Those 1,000 people are the best of the best. They are at the 8th transformation of Ancestor God Realm, and they protect Yang Chenfeng all day long. I will deal with them. Mu Yun said indifferently, this time, you just need to follow my arrangements. Your Highness, the Imperial Guards are terrifying, why? Do you not trust me so much now? Mu Yun asked. The 5 of them were silent for a moment. Seeing Yin Zhongwu, Qin Yuanhang, and Xing Duyu standing behind Mu Yun, they did not speak. The 5 of them cupped their hands. There is no need to inform second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle about this. The Sea Demon Cloud Guards were the joint army of the Sea Demon clan and the Human clan. They were the guards of the 144 islands in the boundless sea. There were a total of 300,000 of them, and there weren't many elder gods amongst them. However, it was the best army to deceive the public. Mu Yun already had a plan in mind. "Everyone, follow me to battle." Mu Yun's voice slowly sounded at this moment. "We pledge our lives to follow your highness. We pledge our lives to follow your highness." Loud voices rang out one after another. The Xianxia guards' voices shook the entire island. "Set off." Swish swish swish, instantly, one figure after another charged out at this moment. Those figures gradually disappeared from Black Tortoise Sacred Island. More than 10,000 ancestral god auras shot straight into the clouds and vanished without a trace. In the god world, north of the boundless sea. Although this place was located in the north of the god realm, it was filled with fragrant grass all year round. Lush greenery could be found everywhere. At this very moment, between the majestic mountain range and the verdant forest, there were many tall and straight buildings piled up together. The figures were shuttling back and forth between the pavilions. The huge buildings outlined the outline of an academy. It was the Yang clan's subordinate spiritual god college. The spiritual god college was one of the two top powers under the Yang clan. At this very moment, the vast courtyard of the spiritual god institute was filled with joy. On the other hand, numerous figures were standing on the square in the depths of the academy, and it seemed rather bustling. The Spiritual God College's most authoritative competition for the top spot in the spiritual seed competition begins now. At the front of the martial arts field, on a podium, an aged voice rang out. He smiled and said, "Today, the finalists are Yang Fengji and Ling Tianyu." As soon as these words were spoken, the people around the arena immediately cheered. Spiritual Child was the title of the highest-ranking disciple in the Spiritual God Institute. The student who obtained the spiritual seed would be the pride of the heavens that everyone in the Spiritual God Institute would look up to. Yang Fengji, even though you are the Crown Prince's younger brother, I, Ling Tianyu, will not go easy on you. The green-robed man with delicate skin and a long, narrow face said softly. Ling Tianyu, if you give in to me, I'll really look down on you. If that's the case, then die. Swish swish, the two figures immediately charged out. Light shone in all directions as they engaged in an intense battle. Both of them were 5 elements god lords, and at this moment, their auras were berserk and their killing intent intense. However, the 1,000-meter-wide martial field was covered by a formation. Those battles did not cover the surroundings. The two figures were exchanging blows with murderous intent. Boom, suddenly, a rumbling sound could be heard as one of the figures tumbled to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Everyone looked carefully and saw that it was Yang Fengji. Yang Fengji was defeated, everyone was stunned. At this moment, Yang Fengji's face was pale. Clearly, he was unable to stand up. He had been defeated. On the other side, Ling Tianyu smiled faintly. On the spectator stand, an old man stood up and looked at the crowd. I now announce the birth of the spiritual seed champion of this competition. It is, boom, however, before the aged figure could finish his words, a sudden explosion was heard. At this moment, the formation that enveloped the competition ground completely exploded. Suddenly, the sound of the explosion was heard. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Ling Tianyu, who was smiling from ear to ear, had long been stomped into meat paste, turning into a bloody mist and exploding. Alert, alert! The aged figure's face was pale as he hurriedly shouted. Smoke filled the air and slowly dispersed. A figure stepped out and looked at the crowd. He was dressed in a clean white robe and had a white belt around his waist with a fan. His clean face was delicate and there was a trace of coldness in that delicate face. A lock of hair covered the left side of his forehead. His long hair was tied up in a bun as he stood there. He looked like a young master from a big family or a scholar who had passed the imperial examination. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Who was this guy? How dare he appear here and disrupt the spiritual seed competition of the Spiritual God College? Who are you? Yang Fengji stood up and shouted, This is the Spiritual God College of the Yang clan. How dare you behave so atrociously here? Me? The young man opened the paper fan in his hand and waved it elegantly. He smiled faintly and said, I am Mu Yun. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Mu Yun, shouldn't he be in the boundless ocean? Why would he appear here? What was he trying to do? Crown Prince of the Shepherds. Yang Fingji shouted, don't mess around. This is the land of the Yang clan. If you cause trouble, be careful of bringing disaster to the shepherds. Disaster of the clan? Mu Yun put away the paper fan and smiled faintly. 10,000 years ago, the shepherds didn't cause trouble, but didn't they also suffer from the disaster of the clan? Kill. He waved the paper fan gently and figures came out one after another. In an instant, everyone saw over 1,000 figures descending from the sky one by one. Every one of them had a violent and domineering aura. They were all powerful ancestor gods. The shepherds had started the battle. Without another word, Yang Fingji broke into a run. However, a hand gently grabbed him. That hand was slightly bent, and Yang Fingji's face became paler and paler until it was completely lifeless. Swish swish swish, at the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 3 figures appeared on the square. Mu Yun. The man in the middle had white hair and a white beard. He said arrogantly, you dare to cause trouble here? Do you really think the Yang clan is easy to bully? Oh. I was wondering who it was. Looking at the 3 figures, Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, Sanin of the Yang clan. Yang Lanqing, Yang Ans, Yang Lanyu. Mu Yun looked at the 3 of them and said, why are you here? The 3 of them were also trembling at this moment. Ever since the shepherd's Xuanji battalion was mobilized 10 years ago, Mu Yun killed Tian Wending, Shan Tian died, and the boundless ocean was completely subdued by the shepherds. The Yang clan began to worry that the shepherds would make a move. Therefore, the 3 of them were ordered to guard this place in case anything unexpected happened. However, they did not expect that in the past 10 years, the shepherds would really make a move. And their target was actually the Yang clan. Yang Lanqing looked at Mu Yun and shouted, Crown Prince Mu, this is not a place for you to cause trouble. The Yang clan has no intention of provoking the shepherds now. Leave quickly. No intention of provoking? Mu Yun smiled faintly. I think you don't dare to provoke. With that, Mu Yun waved her hand, and a palm print came crashing down. At that instant, the 3 figures merged into one and raised their hands to launch their attacks. At that instant, the 3 could clearly sense a terrifying aura rising from the ground. Second-rate ancestor god realm. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them felt Mu Yun's tyrannical strength and methods. Second-rate ancestor god realm. Rumor had it that in the battle 10 years ago, Mu Yun reached the third-rate ancestor god realm. However, who would have thought that in 10 years, just 10 years, Mu Yun had reached the second-rate ancestor god realm? This was simply unbelievable. That's right. Mu Yun said indifferently, second-rate ancestor god realm, I already have a lifespan of more than 90,000 years. And you 3 old things, your lifespan is almost up. The moment these words came out, the 3 of them turned pale. A top ancestor god only had a lifespan of more than 90,000 years, close to 100,000 years. However, the current Mu Yun actually had a lifespan of more than 90,000 years. How in the world did this guy cultivate to this level? The 3 of them were filled with horror at this moment. Mu Yun was truly terrifying. Rumbling sounds rang out one after another. The 3 of them were like a mountain range that was firmly suppressed by Mu Yun. At this moment, the space and time laws in their bodies seemed to have disappeared without a trace. This feeling was simply too terrifying. The 3 of them were all second-rate ancestor gods, but facing Mu Yun, who was at the same level, they actually did not have the slightest ability to resist. This feeling was simply depressing. The 3 figures charged out one by one at this moment. A crazy aura fluctuated. However, immediately, when they were 10 meters away from Mu Yun, the 3 of them suddenly felt that their bodies were completely out of control. This fellow, as I said, you are people who are about to reach the end of your lifespan, while I am the rising sun. How can you compare to me? Crack crack, Mu Yun grabbed them with one hand, and at this moment, the bodies of the 3 were completely torn apart. Blood exploded, and the 3 figures completely lost their auras. At this moment, everyone felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts straight to their heads. This was the second-rate ancestor god realm, even a first-rate ancestor god could not achieve this. Kill without mercy. Mu Yun looked around coldly and ordered indifferently. The killing would begin today. One by one, the Xiantian guards charged out. The entire spiritual god academy was in chaos, and the elders and disciples fled without a care for anything. At this moment, there was only one terrifying thought in everyone's mind. The shepherds were crazy. Mu Yun was even crazier. The shepherds were taking the initiative to provoke a conflict between the god race. They were digging their own graves. Slowly, Mu Yun's figure rose proudly into the air, looking down at the celestial god academy. 9 St. Palm art. With one palm strike, 9 consecutive palm prints slowly rippled out. Boom, the entire spiritual god academy was completely destroyed at this moment, completely turned into ruins. Let's go. A voice sounded, and everyone's figures dissipated. They came quickly and left quickly, as if nothing had happened. However, the ruins on the ground made everyone understand that it was not as if nothing had happened. Mu Yun did not lead his men to exterminate them. He only needed to eliminate the spiritual god academy from the divine world. He was not a homicidal maniac. At the same time, in the Yang clan's subordinate primordial wood sect, a figure stood in front of him, accompanied by a beautiful woman. It was Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu. Your Highness. Slowly, a Xiantian guard walked forward and cupped his hands. The primordial wood sect master died in battle, and the rest of the elders and ancestor gods were all killed. As for the rest, those who resisted were killed without mercy. We did not pursue those who fled. Nodding, Mu Yun said slowly, Yang Chenfeng should have received the news by now, right? Let's go, it's time to meet up. What? In the grand hall, a figure stood up angrily. The anger on his face almost condensed into killing intent. Patriarch, I've just received news that the spiritual god college has been completely destroyed. The 3 elders were killed. A guard cupped his hands and bowed his head. Yang Chenfeng's face turned completely cold. Who is it? Who is so bold? I'm going to kill him. The spiritual god college was the place where the Yang clan nurtured their elites. It was one of the top 10 colleges in the divine continent. Someone actually dared to destroy the celestial god college. It's Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Yang Chenfeng's face turned cold. Patriarch, what should we do next? Report. At this moment, a voice sounded again. What now? Yang Chenfeng couldn't help but shout. Patriarch, Mu Yun led the Xiantianshi to destroy the Yuanmu sect. What? With a loud roar, Yang Chenfeng was unable to restrain his anger. He shouted, Mu Yun, are you trying to bully the Yang clan? Quick, send someone to inform the Zhu clan and the Blood clan. The 3 of us will work together to kill Mu Yun. Even if it's Mu Qingyu, he can forget about saving anyone. Yes. A figure cupped his hands and left. Yang Chenfeng shouted again, Yang Chen, as the commander of the Soaring Wind Guards, I order you to lead the Soaring Wind Guards to stop Mu Yun. Otherwise, there will be more casualties in the Yang clan's territory. Understood. The burly Yang Chen cupped his hands and left quickly. Yang Yuan. Yang Chenfeng said again, lead the spirit god army to stop Mu Yun from the other side. This kid actually used his clone to lead the way. Let's make it impossible for his clone and main body to reunite. Yes, Patriarch. After the order was given, the figures left one after another. Father, the Soaring Wind Guards and Spirit God Army have been sent out. The safety of the Yang clan, don't worry. If Mu Yun dares to come to the Yang clan's secret world, I'll make sure he dies. Yang Chenfeng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This time, Mu Yun had personally led her people here. The neighboring tribes of the shepherds were the Zhu clan and the Yang clan. Now, Mu Yun was not attacking the Zhu clan, but the Yang clan. It was obvious that in his eyes, the Yang clan was inferior to the Zhu clan. This caused Yang Chenfeng's anger to surge. Looking down on my Yang clan? Yang Chenfeng said coldly, Crown Prince of Shepherds, you will pay with your life for underestimating me. Boom, boom boom, boom boom boom. At this moment, a series of explosions that were even more violent than the previous ones slowly rang out. What happened this time? Yang Chenfeng said furiously. Reporting to Patriarch, outside the secret realm, Mu Yun is here. A figure hurriedly flew over and said respectfully. So fast? Yang Chenfeng was stunned. Even when Mu Yun set off from the boundless sea and passed by the primordial wood sect and the spiritual god academy, she wasn't that fast. How many men? Yang Chenfeng snorted coldly. Reporting to Patriarch, 4 men. What? 4 men? Yang Yu's face turned cold, and he shouted, this Mu Yun is too arrogant. Could it be a bait? Someone in the main hall said. It's hard to say. Who are the 4 men? Yang Chenfeng asked again. Reporting to Patriarch, that's Crown Prince of Shepherds, Mu Yun, Qin Mengyao, Mingyue Xin, and Bao Qingyu. Yang Chenfeng's expression was uncertain. Mu Yun, 4 men came, what did this mean? It's hard to say if this man isn't a bait to lure us out. In the Yang clan, one of the higher-ups pondered and said, Patriarch, we have to be careful. Yang Chenfeng nodded and said, if that's the case, no one should act rashly. Let's wait here. I'd like to see if Mu Yun can still destroy our Yang clan's secret realm. Patriarch. I'm afraid, at this moment, the messenger had a troubled look on his face. Boom. However, before the man could finish speaking, a huge boom could be heard, and the entire Yang clan's arcane pocket world began to tremble. What's going on? Patriarch, Mu Yun and the 3 women are preparing to break into our secret realm. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone's face was filled with astonishment. Break into the Yang clan's secret realm, what a joke. The Yang clan was one of the 10 great ancient clans and had a great reputation. Someone actually dared to break into the Yang clan's secret realm with brute force? Damn it. Yang Chenfeng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If not for the fact that he was worried about Mu Qingyu, who was at the transcendent god stage, he would not have stayed here. He would have gone out and killed Mu Yun. At this moment, outside the Yang clan's secret realm, 4 figures stood in a straight line and floated in the air. Phew, Qin Mengyao exhaled and said, husband, no. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief and looked ahead. This place looked like an ordinary mountain forest. However, hidden within this forest was the Yang clan's secret realm, the Green Sky Mountain. If one wanted to enter the secret realm, they could only break through it with brute force. If they could not break through, then even if they defeated the Yang clan guards, these guys who had been hiding in the secret realm for thousands of years would not be able to do anything. Step back. Mu Yun looked forward with an indifferent expression. Slowly, a paper fan appeared in Mu Yun's hand. I wonder if the Sparrow God fan is powerful enough. Mu Yun muttered to herself, although I've learned some ways to use it over the years, I'm still not sure. Let's give it a try. With the paper fan in hand, Mu Yun took a step forward, and the paper fan in her hand unfolded with the wind. Whoosh, the paper fan was white without any embellishments. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief, looked ahead, and shouted in his heart. Mother, bestow me some power from the unseen world. With a whoosh, Mu Yun's figure rushed out. At this moment, the paper fan in her hand fluttered along with Mu Yun's figure, radiating light in all directions. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in an instant, the sound of the air being torn apart rang out. At the front of the paper fan, streams of air that resembled sword energy shot out. The moment the streams of air shot out, they condensed and formed the shape of an awl. At the tip of the awl, the sound of the wind whistling past directly rushed forward. Chi, sparks flew in all directions, and ear-piercing sounds rang out one after another. The originally calm space in front of them was slowly torn apart at this moment. At this moment, another world suddenly appeared. Enter. Mu Yun led the 3 of them and leaped in. Qin Mengyao, Bao Qingyu, and Mingyue Xin were currently the strongest. They could be said to be super first-rate ancestral gods. From this point of view, although the other girls had entered the 9 changes of the ancestral god realm, they were mostly at the beginner or third-rate level. Therefore, Mu Yun only brought the 3 of them this time. The 4 figures passed through the torn space and landed in the Yang clan's secret realm, Green Sky Mountain. Undulating mountain ranges and cities could be seen coming and going. It was as vast as a region in the outside world. The Yang clan's secret realm, Mu Yun looked forward, and her eyes flickered. Once upon a time, the shepherd's secret realm could be said to be several times more luxurious and magnificent than this place. However, back then, it was attacked by the 9 clans. Although the shepherds retreated in time, they lost nearly half of their clansmen. Today, Mu Yun stood here with no other thoughts in her mind. Intimidating and killing. That was all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, figures broke through the air and surrounded them at this moment. Those figures were arranged in an orderly manner. Those who were closer to them were holding shields. Those shields were not ordinary divine artifacts. At a closer look, they were at least top-notch supreme divine artifacts. Those who were slightly further away were holding long swords, sabers, spears, halberds, etc. There were even a few figures who were holding divine bows at the outermost circle. Their eyes were cold. At a closer look, the troop of about 1,000 people seemed to have the murderous aura of 10,000 people at this moment. These were the Yang clan's Qinwei. In the realm of the gods, the Qinwei was also a well-known troop. Crown Prince of the Shepherds, do you know what you are doing? A cold voice sounded at this moment. Yang Qinfeng had arrived. However, at this moment, Yang Qinfeng was looking at Mu Yun with a trace of horror in his eyes. He did not expect Mu Yun to act so recklessly. What was even more unexpected was that this fellow had really broken through the Yang clan's secret realm. The Yang clan's secret realm was built and strengthened by generations of Yang clan leaders over the past 1,000,000 years. This fellow had broken it so quickly. Since you know, I, Yang Qinfeng, will not pursue the matter if you retreat now. Yang Qinfeng said indifferently. Not pursue the matter? Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, do I care if you pursue the matter? You, blood for blood. Don't you know such a simple principle? Mu Yun sneered and said, back then, when the Yang clan besieged the shepherds, they were the most excited. Since that's the case, let's start with the Yang clan today. Mu Yun, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yang Qinfeng snorted and said, do you really think there is no one in the Yang clan? I wouldn't dare. Mu Yun smiled and said, the Yang clan's patriarch, Yang Qinfeng, is one of the top 10 ancestral gods, ranked 9th. Yang Xinghua, Yang Xuanqing, and Yang Hong, the 3 right-hand men, are all super ancestral gods. Moreover, there are 20 to 30,000 ancestral gods in the Yang clan. Why would I look down on them? Yang Qinfeng looked at Mu Yun with arrogance in his eyes. Since you know, why are you still here to die? Who said I am here to die? Mu Yun said again, the Soaring Wind Guards have 10,000 men to stop the army I sent to attack the east. The Spirit God Army has 10,000 men to stop the army I sent to attack the west. Right now, all that is left in your Yang clan is the Imperial Guard. Mu Yun narrowed his eyes and said, over 1,000 celestial guards, all of whom are at the 9 transformations of the ancestor god realm. They range from beginner to first rate. However, since you, Yang Qinfeng, have personal guards, so do I. Every single one of them was wearing green-gray armor. Moreover, they all held sharp divine weapons in their hands. The Bone clan, Yang Qinfeng was slightly taken aback by the sight. However, his expression remained unchanged as he shouted, how dare 300 people from the Bone clan fight against my 1,000 star guards? You're courting death. Yang Qinfeng waved his hand and the star guards charged out. Beside him, dozens of Yang clan higher-ups were also filled with murderous intent. If Mu Yun had brought the shepherds higher-ups to attack the Yang clan, they could still understand. However, Mu Yun had only brought 3 women with her. How dare the 4 of them try to destroy the Yang clan? What a joke. The star guards and osteopyram instantly clashed. At this moment, screams were heard. What? At this moment, Yang Qinfeng's face was completely pale. In just one exchange, nearly 100 of the 1,000 star guards were severely injured. How could this be? First-tier ancestral gods. A Yang clan leader shouted, Lord clan leader, these people from the Bone clan are all first-tier and second-tier ancestral gods. At this, Yang Qinfeng's face turned pale. More than 300 first-tier and second-tier ancestral gods. Even the Yang clan did not have that many. No wonder Mu Yun dared to come to the Yang clan's secret realm with just 4 people. What are you panicking for? Yang Qinfeng shouted, Star guards, listen to my order. Hold back the osteopyram. Do not let them harm our clansmen in the Blue Sky Mountain. Don't worry. Mu Yun spoke at this moment. After destroying the Yang clan's secret realm, I will not kill the innocent. I'll only kill all the ancestor god realm cultivators of your Yang clan. As for the rest, I'll let them live. Mu Yun said indifferently, you don't have to thank me. After all, there are many people in the Blue Sky Mountain who are not from the Yang clan. After killing the ancestral gods, the rest will not be able to do anything to the shepherds. How dare you? Yang Chenfeng was completely infuriated this time. Mu Yun's words were practically a verdict. On what basis, even if Mu Qingyu was here, he would not dare to speak such nonsense. This guy was too impudent. Mu Yun spoke again, why is Patriarch Yang so angry? This is the Blue Sky Mountain's secret world, not the divine world. I believe, with your Yang clan's means, this place should be able to withstand the power of a peak ancestor god, right? Yang Chenfeng was stunned when he heard that. Your father is here? There's no need for him. Mu Yun said again, I have enough strength to kill you. Ignorant brat, die. This time, regardless of whether Mu Qingyu was hiding in the dark or not, he was going to take action. Mu Yun was too arrogant. If she didn't get rid of her, it would be hard to get rid of the hatred in her heart. At the same time, the three people beside Yang Chenfeng also charged out. The three of them were none other than the three super ancestral gods of the Yang clan who were renowned throughout the world. Yang Xinghua charged directly at Qin Mengyao. Yang Shuangqing and Yang Hong joined forces to attack Mingyue Xin and Bao Qingyu. Qin Mengyao had a look of worry on his face at this moment. Mu Yun's strength had increased rapidly and she had reached the second-rate ancestor god realm. Although Mu Yun's strength was not evaluated by her realm, Yang Chenfeng was one of the top 10 ancestor gods after all. The so-called top-notch ancestral gods weren't just some random ancestral gods. They themselves were abnormally powerful. To be able to stand alone among the tens of thousands of 9 changes ancestor god realm warriors in the divine world and be ranked in the top 10, one could imagine how powerful they were. Don't worry about him. Mingyue Xin smiled sweetly at this moment and said, this guy was also one of the top 10 immortal kings in the divine world back then. It was the same when he became an immortal emperor. Qin Mengyao nodded. He also understood that if he really wanted to help Mu Yun, he had to carefully observe the people in front of him. Only by killing these guys could he help Mu Yun. Clang, in an instant, a pair of icy blue wings appeared on his back and a chilling aura spread out. The battle had begun. However, at this moment, Mu Yun understood. The top strength of the Yang clan was the dozens of people present. Most of them were first-rate and second-rate ancestor gods. There were only 3 super first-rate ancestor gods. Osteopyram's strength had increased greatly because he had reached the second-rate ancestor god realm. This was one of the reasons. Another reason was that he had spent all his effort in the past 10 years to open a seal on Osteopyram. These guys only now had such a cultivation base and remarkable ability. This was why he had boldly led only 10,000 Shantian guards and azure wings to attack the Yang clan. The spirit god guards and the soaring wind guards were the core strength of the Yang clan. They were all ancestor gods. It was difficult for the 10,000 Shantian soldiers to contend against a troop of 20,000 people. However, the azure wing guards were all elites of the 9 changes of ancestor god realm. With the cooperation of the Shantian guards, they could hold on. What he needed to do was to kill Yang Chenfeng right here and now. If he killed Yang Chenfeng, the backbone of the Yang clan would be gone. It would be impossible for him to cause any trouble. Moreover, he had chosen to take such a risk. However, the most important thing was speed. The Blood clan and the Zhu clan would not be able to react in time. By the time they reacted, the Yang clan would already be finished. Therefore, no matter what, killing Yang Chenfeng was the most important thing. Since that was the case, he could not hold back at all. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. At this moment, Yang Yu's face turned cold when he saw the scene. When it came to a battle of his father's level, others would only cause trouble if they stepped forward. Yang Yu shouted, the rest of the elders, follow me to kill Osteopyram. The rest of you, immediately dispatch the warriors in the various cities to evacuate the core members of the Yang clan. Go quickly. What are you waiting for? Yang Yu roared. He was filled with hatred. He hated that he was only in the 7 changes of ancestor god realm. What was Mu Yun's cultivation level when she returned to the shepherds? She had not even reached the ancestor god realm. But now, in less than 1,000 years, this guy had gone from a mere ancestor god realm to a second-rate ancestor god realm. How could this guy be so terrifying? If they could not pass this hurdle, it would be the end of the Yang clan. One must know that within the shepherds, the famous Green Feather Army, the Xianxia Battalion, and the Yue Battalion were not mobilized at all. If these 3 battalions were mobilized, the Yang clan would be in a bloodbath. There was also the transcendent god realm Mu Qingyu. That was the biggest hidden danger. Yang Yu had an unprecedented feeling. The Yang clan was too weak. Just Mu Yun alone was enough to put the entire Yang clan at risk of annihilation with his own strength. Damn it. Clenching his fists, Yang Yu's face turned cold. Father, you must kill that guy. Yang Yu said in his heart. He could not imagine how the Shantian guards, who had been beaten to a pulp, could expand so quickly in just 10 years. The only thing he could hope for now was for the Fengling guards and the Lingshan guards to finish off the Shantian guards and return to the Yang clan. At that time, even if Mu Yun or Mu Qingyu were to come, they would die under the combined attacks of so many ancestor gods. In the northeastern part of the god realm, there was a mountain range. At this moment, thousands of figures stood proudly in a mountain range, looking ahead. The 3 leading figures stood still one by one. They are here. Slowly, Yun Zhongwu opened his eyes. Boss, do you think we are facing the Fengling guards or the Lingshan guards? Is there a difference? Xing Duyu smiled and said, no matter who it is, just kill them. Your Highness, I am not at ease. Yun Zhongwu nodded and said, I don't want what happened 10,000 years ago to happen again. Let's do our best. 10,000 years ago, the crown prince of the shepherds, Mu Yun, led the Shantian guards and was plotted against by the crown prince of the blood clan, Shueshao. Yunyi was by his side at that time. However, under Mu Yun's orders, they protected Bao Qingyu and left, returning to the shepherds to inform them. In the end, when they returned, Mu Yun was already dead in battle, along with tens of thousands of Shantian Shi. This time, history would not repeat itself. All right. Yun Zhongwu turned to look at the 5,000 people behind him and said, use whatever you have learned. Remember, live as kings and die as bandits. Yes. Swoosh. 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 The tens of thousands of ancestor gods charged at them. This battle would definitely be a bloodbath. At this moment, there was no need to say anything. They just needed to kill. At the same time, in the territory of the Yang clan, outside the primordial wood sect, thousands of figures stood still. Mu Bai, Song Yan, Bai Zixuan, Zhan Xuanji, and Tu Zuanjian stood still one by one. I haven't been like this for a long time. It makes one's blood boil. Tu Zuanjian laughed and said, when I saw His Highness the Crown Prince, I thought that His Highness' hot-bloodedness had been worn away. Now that the Patriarch is not here, His Highness's bold counterattack really surprised me. The current His Highness is even more unscrupulous than in his previous life. Zhan Xuanji mocked, old butcher, are you sure that unscrupulous is a compliment? Haha, the path of martial cultivation is to be carefree and happy. I only know that His Highness seemed to be restrained and had too many misgivings. This time, he is very decisive and even crazy. However, I like it very much. The moment he said that, Bai Zixuan frowned. The opponents we are facing this time are either the Soaring Wind Guards or the Spirit God Army. Even we might not be able to defeat these 2 armies in the past. Now, we only have 5,000 people. Most of them are not well trained enough. This battle is going to be a tough one. Song Yan nodded. However, although old butcher is right, it's also wrong. His Highness is not as good as before. I don't know if you have felt it. His Highness treated us extremely well in his previous life, but his heart was closed. But in this life, the door to his heart is open. Take young Master Mu Luo's death for example. If it was in his previous life, His Highness would have done the same. However, the reason was different. His Highness in his previous life was more to protect the shepherds. In this life, His Highness is more to protect his brothers. You're all right. Bai Zishuan said again, His Highness is still hot-blooded, but in this life, he doesn't want us to die for him. It can be said that His Highness is more humane this time. Mu Bai's handsome face didn't have a trace of a smile. Do you know what order His Highness gave me before I came? Mu Bai said slowly. His Highness gave you an order? The 4 commanders were all stunned at this moment. Yes. Mu Bai said, His Highness only asked us to stop these guys for half a day. After half a day, we can retreat. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. Stop these opponents for half a day? How can that be? Song Yan immediately said, if we stop these guys for half a day and they return to the Yang clan, wouldn't His Highness be in more danger? Yes, what does His Highness mean? Absolutely not. The few of them started to discuss. Mu Bai said slowly, perhaps His Highness intends to kill Yang Qinfeng in half a day. Hearing Mu Bai's words, the few of them fell into deep thought. I don't care. Tu Tsuanjian snorted and said, either we kill these bastards or they go back to the Yang clan. In that case, I'll take my men and follow them there. Anyway, if your Highness doesn't retreat, I'll never retreat. Tu Tsuanjian's words made the few of them nod. That's right, they couldn't retreat now. Otherwise, the pressure on Mu Yun would multiply. Mu Bai looked at the few of them and said, so I've decided to go against His Highness' wishes. The Shantian guards will never retreat. Yes. All right. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, as the words fell, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard in front of him. They're here. Tu Tsuanjian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This battle was destined to cost them dearly, and blood would flow like a river. The soaring wind guards and spirit god guards moved quickly, worthy of being the core ancestral god guards of the Yang clan. At this moment, the two sides had already begun to fight. Inside the Yang clan's secret realm. Boom, a loud explosion was heard. Mu Yan's figure was like a bolt of lightning as she retreated 10,000 meters away. The ground under her feet cracked inch by inch. In front of him, Yang Qinfeng stood proudly, in high spirits. Second-rate ancestral god. Yang Qinfeng narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Mu Yun. He snorted and said, so you have reached the second-rate ancestor god realm. In that case, killing Tian Wending at the third-rate ancestor god realm gave you great confidence and made you think that you can kill me at the second-rate ancestor god realm? That's right. Mu Yun said seriously. What a joke, idiot. Yang Qinfeng sneered. Do you think that just because Heaven's Inquisition is one level lower than me in name, your strength is only slightly lower than mine? Of course not. Mu Yun smiled and said, among the top 10 ancestor gods, you are ranked 9th. You are only slightly stronger than the Zhu clan's clan leader, Zhu Xiao Tian. Tianwen Pinnacle is indeed incomparable to you. Then why are you still so reckless? You are wrong. Mu Yun grinned and said, in my eyes, Tianwen Pinnacle is not worth mentioning. Arrogant. Swoosh, Yang Qinfeng's figure flashed and charged directly at Mu Yun. The distance of 10,000 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. He threw a punch, and in an instant, the huge shadow of the fist condensed into a green ray of light, which crushed and suppressed Mu Yun. 9 Origin Emperor Fist. Mu Yun also threw a punch. Boom, in an instant, 2 fist imprints, one above and one below, were thrown out violently. Swish. 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 Yang Qinfeng's fist imprint directly suppressed Mu Yun's attack. The difference between a second-rate ancestor god and a top-rate ancestor god was too big. Dong, a dull sound was heard. Yang Qinfeng's fist smashed down and the ground instantly burst open. Mu Yun's figure was directly crushed by the fist imprint and stirred into the dust. Tisk, ignorant. On the other side, Yang Xinghua sneered at Qin Mengyao. Your husband doesn't seem to be as powerful as the rumors say. Why are you so anxious? Qin Mengyao said coldly, his strength is more than enough to kill you. Yang Xinghua knew that Qin Mengyao's words were true. Mu Yun's strength was indeed more than enough to kill him. The super first-rate ancestor god, Tianwen Pinnacle, was the best example. At that time, Mu Yun could kill Tianwen Pinnacle as a third-rate ancestor god, let alone now. The patriarch will naturally crush him. Yang Xinghua snorted coldly. Facing Qin Mengyao, he only defended. Qin Mengyao's strength had spread far and wide in the realm of the gods for hundreds of years. It was said that a super first-rate ancestor god was comparable to the patriarchs of the 10 great ancient clans. If he was not careful, he might lose his life on the spot. However, he also knew that if this continued, he would definitely die when facing Qin Mengyao. Therefore, he could only pray that the patriarch would get rid of Mu Yun as soon as possible to relieve his pressure. At this moment, Qin Mengyao was not worried at all. Mu Yun's current strength was at the second-rate ancestor god realm, but her foundation was incomparably strong. If she was defeated by Yang Chenfeng so quickly, it would be strange and inconceivable. "Brat, how do you feel?" Yang Chenfeng looked down and said coldly. "It's not that great." A mocking voice could be heard all of a sudden. Mu Yun leapt into the air and stood firmly in the air. Her body was unharmed. Seeing this scene, Yang Chenfeng was stunned. This was impossible. It was impossible for a second-rate ancestor god realm divine body to resist his attack. This guy, merged with the divine body of his previous life, in his previous life, Mu Yun's strength was not inferior to his. The strength of her divine body could be said to be comparable to Wang Qinglin, the patriarch of the royal clan, and Xue Tiandu, the patriarch of the blood clan. Mu Yun actually merged with the divine body of his previous life. Yang Chenfeng's face turned cold at this moment. In this case, all the more he could not underestimate Mu Yun. This guy was too surprising. Azure Art 9 Revolution Formula. Third Revolution Realm, open. With a low shout, light radiated from Yang Chenfeng's body and a layer of circular light shield surged. The light shield had a total of 3 layers, and light radiated in all directions, making Yang Chenfeng look like a giant god. Yang Clan's inherited divine technique, Azure Art 9 Revolution Formula. Mu Yun's face turned cold at this moment. The Yang Clan's bloodline talent was the divine wood, and it could control the wood element chi in the world. Therefore, the Yang Clan's secret realm, Azure Sky Mountain, was almost completely covered by trees. Moreover, these trees could not be destroyed by ordinary flames or watered by ordinary water. It required at least earth fire to burn and spiritual water to water and grow. However, it was also because of this that the wood element chi of heaven and earth was innumerable, and it could help the Yang Clan's disciples improve their cultivation. Azure Cloud Formula. With a low shout, Yang Chenfeng waved his hand, and the tyrannical wood element chi condensed into a ball of azure cloud, which sat directly under Yang Chenfeng's feet. Buzz, a buzzing sound was heard, and the ground slowly rippled at this moment. Yang Chenfeng's speed suddenly increased by several times. With a slap, Mu Yun's figure retreated pathetically at this moment. The tyrannical wood elemental energy was infused into his body along with the piercing divine power. As expected of the Azure Art 9 Revolution Formula. At this moment, Mu Yun secretly suppressed the taste of blood at the tip of his tongue. This attack directly injured him. Now, Yang Chenfeng's strength was truly displayed. Meteor shower. He punched out, and in an instant, light swords fell like rain, crashing onto the surface of Yang Chenfeng's body. Among the divine techniques that Mu Yun had learned, the most powerful ones were the divine techniques on the 8 sacred tablets and the ancestral primordial divine technique on the 9th tablet. Boom boom boom, as soon as the meteor shower was unleashed, the ground within 10,000 meters cracked inch by inch. The entire blue sky mountain began to tremble as if there was an earthquake. What's happening? Some of the clansmen who were further away did not know that the Yang clan's secret realm had been invaded. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Several Yang clan higher-ups immediately shouted, "The shepherds are attacking our Yang clan. Everyone listen up, evacuate the secret realm immediately." What? The shepherds are attacking the Yang clan? Do the shepherds want to die? Revenge, blatant revenge, the shepherds are taking revenge on us. Shepherds? Is Mu Qingyu here? He's a transcendent god, even the clan leader is no match for him. Panicked voices sounded at this moment. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. How could the shepherds be so bold at this moment? One had to know that the Yang clan and the Zhu clan were extremely close. The 2 clans were supported by the powerful blood clan. Immediately, figures came and went in the blue sky mountain of the Yang clan's secret realm, fleeing back and forth. There were millions of people in the secret realm, and at this moment, they had no choice but to leave from the cities. Boom boom boom, Mu Yun and Yang Chenfeng's attacks were still ongoing. However, the meteor shower was not enough to deal with Yang Chenfeng. It could only block his figure, but it could not cause any substantial damage. Green Primordial Slash. In an instant, Yang Chenfeng counterattacked, waving his hand, and a beam of primordial energy slashed down. Green Scale Dragon Armor. Open. Mu Yun waved her hand, and armor covered her body from head to toe. Boom, there was an explosion, and in an instant, Mu Yun's figure was covered by the primordial energy and disappeared. Dong, when Mu Yun's figure appeared again, there was an explosion at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. Strong, a top-tier ancestral god was really too strong. Mu Yun looked ahead with a cold expression. She wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth and slowly stood up. When Yang Chenfeng saw this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although Mu Yun had merged with the divine body of her previous life, her current soul power was only at the second-tier ancestral god realm. Even if he could not break Mu Yun's divine body, it was enough to injure Mu Yun's soul. Once her soul was injured, Mu Yun's divine body defense would definitely have a loophole. Crown Prince of the Shepherds, your arrogance has come to an end. Yang Chenfeng roared, and his figure quickly descended. Boom, a footprint descended from above and landed directly on Mu Yun's body. Is that so? Not necessarily. At this moment, a sneer was heard. Swoosh, in an instant, 9 figures of Mu Yun suddenly appeared around Yang Chenfeng. The 9 figures all used their deity incantations and charged out at the same time. Yang Chenfeng's expression changed, and he stretched out his hands. 5th Transformation Realm. Dong. Dong, a dull sound was heard, and 2 more rays of light appeared around his body, protecting him firmly. Boom, the sound of explosions was heard again. Under the siege of the 9 figures, the 5 rays of light around Yang Chenfeng's body cracked one by one. Among the 5 rays of light, the first ray of light was obviously dissolved by the attack in the blink of an eye. The second and third rays of light did not last long either. When the 4th ray of light cracked, Yang Chenfeng's expression changed. He waved his hands, and streams of air gathered around him to repair the broken rays of light. In the end, the 4th beam of light stabilized despite the cracks in it. At this moment, Yang Chenfeng's heart throbbed like never before. 9 external incarnations, Mu Yun's 9 external incarnations were too overbearing. Open! A low shout was heard, and an external incarnation appeared beside Yang Chenfeng. In an instant, the external incarnation held a wooden sword. Life-chasing divine sword. Mu Yun recognized the sword the moment she saw it. The life-chasing divine sword was famous in the entire divine world. It was a top-notch supreme artifact, and it was even better than the cloudy heaven sword in her hand. Slash. Yang Chenfeng ordered the external incarnation to attack Mu Yun's original body. As for his original body, rays of light gathered again. Azure Art 9 Transformation Technique, 7th Transformation Realm. Cracking sounds rang out one after another, louder than the previous one. 7 shields of light suddenly appeared around Yang Chenfeng. Azure Art Guide. He bent his fingers, and wooden stakes rose from the ground. They were tens of thousands of feet tall, and formed a cage, locking onto Mu Yun's 9 external incarnations. At this moment, Yang Chenfeng was already panicking when he sensed the danger just now. He had received news that Mu Yun had condensed 9 avatars. However, he did not expect that these 9 external incarnations would actually have the same level of strength as Mu Yun herself. Their combined attack was actually able to break through his 3 layers of shields. This was simply too terrifying. The sound of explosions grew louder and louder. At this moment, the ground began to tremble, and cracks began to appear. Numerous wooden tentacles spread out. I can't drag this out any longer, otherwise, there would be a huge change. Dong, a series of dull sounds could be heard. 9 external incarnations appeared one after another, entangling Yang Chenfeng. On the other side, Mu Yun's real body stood in the void and looked at her opponent who was holding a divine sword. It was Yang Chenfeng's avatar. I've long heard that you have 9 avatars, but I didn't expect them to be so strange. 9 Fated Son of Heaven has experienced 9 lives and 9 lifetimes. Is this your greatest trump card? The avatar laughed sinisterly. If I don't kill you today, I might not be able to kill you in the future. You're wrong. Mu Yan's expression was cold. Today, you can't kill me either. Swish, her figure flashed and turned into a light wave. The two figures exchanged blows directly. In an instant, the entire green sky mountain was filled with destructive divine power fluctuations. On the other side, Qin Mengyao, Mingyue Xin, and Bao Qingyu also charged out. Yang Xinghua, Yang Shuangqing, and Yang Hong were unable to suppress their respective opponents. Even Yang Xinghua, who was facing Qin Mengyao alone, gradually fell into a disadvantageous position at this moment. Patriarch, hurry up, Yang Xinghua was anxious at this moment. Otherwise, this old me will die. Although Yang Xinghua was a superclass ancestor god, he had to admit that he was nothing in front of Qin Mengyao. At this moment, one of Yang Qinfeng's avatars was holding a divine sword and facing Mu Yun from afar. With the celestial sword in hand, Mu Yun held a long sword. Then let's see whose swordsmanship is better. With a swish, two figures flashed out. The two figures stood 10,000 meters above the sky and exchanged blows. Even so, the attacks that occasionally poured down caused the entire green sky mountain secret realm to be riddled with holes. Time passed bit by bit, and the battle had already lasted for more than 4 hours. When the two figures separated, Mu Yun stood in the void and looked ahead, panting heavily. The consumption of divine power was too great. Even with the recovery of divine crystals, the speed of consumption could not keep up with the speed of recovery. On the other side, Yang Qinfeng's avatar was also panting. However, unlike Mu Yun, when the avatar stood still, rays of brilliance flowed into his body. The Yang clan's bloodline talent, the divine wood, absorbed the wood origin energy to make up for the divine power that was missing. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's face turned slightly cold. Using the wood origin energy to recover the consumed divine power, amazing. Nonsense. Yang Qinfeng shouted, your shepherd's devouring bloodline talent is powerful, but your strength is lower than mine. It's harder than ascending to heaven if you want to devour me. If this continues, you will definitely die. Is that so? Mu Yun said again, in that case, let's see who can last until the end, but you can forget about recovering. Out. With a wave of his hand, many fire dragons appeared around Mu Yun's body. Within the heavenly fire, several figures spread out. Burn! Mu Yun shouted coldly, burn all the wood. Ordinary flames can't deal with the ancient trees in the green sky mountain, but the heavenly fire shouldn't be too difficult, right? Crackling sounds could be heard as several fire dragons pounced out at this moment. How dare you! Yang Qinfeng's avatar finally panicked. The heavenly fire was born from heaven and earth, so it could naturally burn the divine wood in the green sky mountain. However, these divine wood had lived for tens of thousands of years and were painstakingly planted by generations of Yang clan ancestors. It was also the foundation of the Yang clan's bloodline cultivation. If it was destroyed by Mu Yun, it would be a great loss to the Yang clan. However, the fire dragons didn't listen to him at all. I'm going to kill you. Yang Qinfeng rushed out. Only by killing Mu Yun quickly could he stop it. Otherwise, the entire green sky mountain of the Yang clan would become a sea of fire. As the clan leader, this was something he absolutely couldn't see. Great, it's fair now. Let's see who can kill who. Mu Yun took a step forward and slashed out with her celestial sword. 9 Heavens God-killing sword technique. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the long sword emitted countless sword lights, and each slash was stronger than the previous one. This was Mu Yun's swordsmanship. The power of the sword soul was combined with the power of the swordsmanship. In an instant, a violent sword aura suppressed Yang Qinfeng's avatar. Sword after sword clashed. The two figures were inseparable at this moment. Yang Qinfeng's swordsmanship was indeed inferior to Mu Yun's. However, the long sword in his hand was the famous Chasing Life Divine Sword. This Chasing Life Divine Sword was made of outer world divine wood. It was indestructible and could be combined perfectly with a person. Rumbling sounds were heard continuously as beams of light rushed out. The battle between the two spanned from the southern part of the green sky mountain to the northern part, then from the eastern part to the western part. Everywhere they went, not even a blade of grass grew. In addition to the destruction of the fire dragons, the temperature of the entire green sky mountain gradually rose. At this moment, Mu Yun seemed to have seen the past. Back then, the Bai clan could be said to be the existence that was most likely to become the 11th ancient clan. However, the Bai clan was annihilated overnight. When he arrived, the Bai clan was already a sea of fire spreading and no longer existed. Today, this scene was so similar to what happened in the past, however, until now, he hadn't found out which ultimate god attacked the Bai clan. Currently, in the Bai clan, only Bao Qingyu was left as a direct descendant. This was all because some people were afraid that others would become stronger. Boom, intense sword chi whistled, and the two figures separated once again when their swords clashed. However, this time, Mu Yun's breathing was heavy as she held the cloudy heaven sword tightly. However, on the other side, Yang Chenfeng was even more miserable. Around the clone, 5 sword rays cut open his divine body, causing blood to flow out. His face was even paler. As for Yang Chenfeng's original body, he was entangled by the 9 avatars and couldn't escape. It's over. Mu Yun said coldly as she looked at the figure in front of her. 10,000 years ago, I didn't intend to unify the divine world. My goal isn't the God world, but the vast world where the 10 great ancient clans can live in peace. However, because of the fear in your hearts, you conspired to kill me. If that's the case, then I'll return in this life and kill. After all, to you, I'm destined to unify the divine world. Therefore, I'll do as you wish and unify the divine world. As soon as her words fell, the cloudy heaven sword in Mu Yun's hand shone brightly. When the sword comes out of the cloudy heaven, even the heavens must avoid it. In an instant, the long sword was drawn and the sword rays were dazzling. Damn it. Yang Chenfeng's face was cold. The life-chasing divine sword was emitting a green light at this moment. As the light spread, the long sword whistled out. Azure Art 9 Revolution Technique, Azure Art 9 Heaven Slash. The sword struck out and the light whistled. At this moment, Yang Yu's expression changed. Azure Art 9 Heaven Slash is one of the most overbearing moves of the Azure Art 9 Revolution technique. Father was forced to this state. Yang Yu's expression changed completely. The Azure Art 9 Heaven Slash was the strongest sword technique used in conjunction with the life-chasing divine sword. Even a first-rate ancestral god would die under this sword. However, using this technique consumed a lot of divine power and wood energy. Father even used this move. Didn't that mean? Yang Yu's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Mu Yun, how exactly did she grow to this extent? Slash. Slash. At this moment, both swords slashed out. Dong, in an instant, the 2 sword hilts collided and produced a ray of light. The rumbling sound spread tens of thousands of meters away. At this moment, the ground was directly blasted open by the impact, creating a 10,000-meter deep crater. In that deep crater, 2 figures were tightly pressed against each other. A smile bloomed on the face of Yang Chenfeng's avatar. Is that so? Mu Yun smiled sinisterly. She took a step forward, and the life-chasing divine sword penetrated deeper into his chest. Are you sure? Yang Chenfeng's expression changed, and he felt a pain in his chest. He looked down and saw that the celestial sword in Mu Yun's hand was already bent from resisting the life-chasing divine sword. However, there was a spear that had pierced through his chest. Crimson Spirit, in an instant, a terrifying devouring aura spread throughout his body. No. A deep roar could be heard all of a sudden. Yang Chenfeng's main body was roaring in anger. He could feel that Mu Yun had destroyed and devoured his external incarnation. One's loss and the other's gain. After devouring his external incarnation, Mu Yun's strength would be even more terrifying. Most importantly, his external incarnation had been tempered for tens of thousands of years and condensed countless heavenly treasures. It contained extremely rich wood elemental chi. It was actually devoured by Mu Yun. With a puff, the external incarnation was completely devoured by Mu Yun. Crimson Spirit pulled out the life-chasing divine sword from her chest. Mu Yun said coldly, I'm afraid you have forgotten that I used to use a spear. Holding the life-chasing divine sword tightly, Mu Yun was not in a hurry to pull it out. This sword contained the spiritual wood elemental chi of heaven and earth. No matter how it evolved, as long as it was wood, it could not escape the assimilation of the world tree. Slowly, the world tree revolved in her body, and waves of world power covered the life-chasing divine sword, breaking the seal in the divine sword. At this moment, the aura in Yang Chenfeng's body completely exploded. Get lost. With a roar, Mu Yan's 9 external incarnations were completely blown away. Why? Are you angry? Mu Yan looked ahead and sneered. Mu Yan, I will kill you today even if I have to risk my life. Sure. The life-chasing divine sword was still in Mu Yan's chest. She held Crimson Spirit and took a step forward. I want to see how you are going to kill me today. In an instant, he took a step forward and the life-chasing divine sword disappeared. In the next moment, it appeared again and landed in Mu Yan's palm. The life-chasing divine sword had been assimilated. At this moment, Yang Chenfeng's face turned pale. The life-chasing divine sword was the supreme artifact of the Yang clan that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. How could it be subdued by Mu Yan so easily? That was impossible. Surprised? Mu Yan sneered and said, your Yang clan's bloodline talent, divine wood, absorbs the wood essence chi of heaven and earth to strengthen your body. Your life force is powerful. But I'm sorry, I just happened to restrain myself. Hearing this, the murderous intent in Yang Chenfeng's eyes could no longer be concealed. Mu Yan, damn it. Today, I said that I would exterminate your Yang clan, and I will not go back on my word. Mu Yan took a step forward, and her 9 external incarnations immediately attacked. Swish swish swish, in the blink of an eye, the 9 external incarnations began to condense rapidly. Spirit control talent. Divine lightning talent. Divine fire talent. At this moment, the 9 bloodline talents of the 9 clans were displayed one by one. The 9 bloodline talents displayed their power and filled Yang Chenfeng's body. How could this be? Yang Chenfeng was completely dumbfounded and speechless. Mu Yan's 9 external incarnations actually possessed the bloodline talents of the 9 ancient clans. This was simply too strange, but now, it was not the time to discuss whether it was strange or not, but, how could he resist Mu Yan with 9 different bloodline talents? Kill. How could Mu Yan give Yang Chenfeng time to react at this moment? The 9 external incarnations displayed the bloodline talents of the 9 ancient clans. This trump card would be displayed in front of everyone in the divine world. This time, everyone would know that Mu Yan could display the bloodline talents of the 9 ancient clans. Therefore, since she had exposed another trump card, she had to exchange it with a corresponding reward. That was Yang Chenfeng's life. Swish swish swish. The 9 external incarnations attacked directly at this moment. A strong explosive force slowly spread out. Yang Chenfeng was overwhelmed at this moment. These were no longer 9 external incarnations, but 9 top second-rate ancestral gods of the 9 ancient clans. They were not ordinary second-rate ancestral gods, but second-rate ancestral gods who could kill super first-rate ancestral gods. Yang Chenfeng was furious. Green Art 9 Transformation Technique, 8 Transformation Realm. Green Art 9 Transformation Technique was the top divine technique of the Yang clan, surpassing eternity. 8 Transformation Realm was already the limit he could display. If he still could not break Mu Yan's attack, his life would be in danger today. Your Highness. Yang Yu was in a daze at this moment, but an elder beside him hurriedly pulled him back. What's the matter? Your Highness, the clan leader has been forced out of 8 Transformation Realm, let's leave quickly. The elder said in a sorrowful voice, this time, Mu Yan has a card up her sleeve. Mu Qingyu has not appeared yet. If Mu Qingyu appears, the clan leader will definitely lose. Let's leave quickly. Let's go to the Blood Clan first and seek protection. If anything happens to the clan leader, you can't have any more problems. Elder Du, hearing this, Yang Yu's face trembled. Things had already reached this stage, even his father could not withstand it, that was impossible. His father was one of the top 10 ancestral gods. Your Highness, let's go. Elder Do spoke once more. I'm not going. Yang Yu's face was terrifyingly gloomy at this moment. He looked at the battle and shouted, Elder Du, protect the clan. I'll be back soon. He suddenly remembered something his father had said before. Don't go there unless it's a time of crisis, but now, the Yang clan was on the verge of destruction. Wasn't this a time of crisis? Yang Yu's figure flashed out. At this moment, a scream suddenly sounded. Xianxia, who was fighting with Qin Mengyao, could not hold on any longer. He screamed and vomited a mouthful of blood, falling to the ground with a loud bang. Elder Xinghua. The two ancestral gods, Yang Xuanqing and Yang Hong, were panicking at this moment. Qin Mengyao was too terrifying. In addition, it was widely rumored that among the shepherds, apart from Mu Qingyu, this daughter-in-law was the strongest. But now, she actually killed Yang Xinghua, an ancestral god. This woman was truly terrifying. At the same time, Mu Yan's 9 avatars attacked even more fiercely. Yang Chenfeng, you should bear the consequences of the mistake your clan made 10,000 years ago. Mu Yun said arrogantly, the blood of our shepherds needs to be smoothed out with blood. Don't worry, I won't be ruthless. I'll kill all the ancestral gods of the Yang clan, not leaving a single one alive. As for the rest, I'll let them live. Of course, the Yang clan's disciples are excluded. Yang Chenfeng vomited a mouthful of blood at these words. Wasn't this exterminating them? Mu Yun, you're so ruthless. I'm ruthless? Mu Yun sneered and said, can I be more ruthless than your Yang clan? Mu Yun was too lazy to talk nonsense. How tragic was the battle 10,000 years ago? How many of the shepherd's clansmen lost their lives? The 9 great ancient clans almost selectively remembered these. Now that things had come to this, they had to swallow their own bitter fruit and couldn't blame anyone else. Life-chasing divine sword. Good sword. Mu Yun held the divine sword in her hand. At this moment, the divine light in her body surged, and her entire body seemed to be plated with a layer of emerald green crystal shield. 9 avatars, kill. Kill. As Mu Yun's words fell, the 9 avatars attacked directly at this moment. Carrying the bloodline talent of the 9 clans, they displayed the overbearing attack of the 9 shepherds' sacred steel divine art. Meteor storm. Earth explosion and sky fall. Buddha's light earth slash. 9 heavens emperor finger. In an instant, the 9 divine arts arrived together, accompanied by the bloodline talent of the 9 avatars. Spirit mastery, divine lightning, gigantification, and so on were released together. This scene was destined to be remembered by the entire divine world. 9 heavens god-killing sword technique, kill. A violent bombardment fell from the sky. A sword slashed down, boom, in an instant, a light screen spread over 100,000 meters in the middle of the spreading sea of fire in the entire green sky mountain. The sound of the explosion caused the entire green sky mountain to tremble completely, and cracks appeared in the void at this moment. At this moment, violent cracks appeared in the green sky mountain's secret realm, and a few holes were blasted open in the space barrier of the secret realm. Break! Crack crack crack, cracking sounds were heard continuously. Yang Chenfeng was besieged by 10 people, and the power in his body was slowly released, condensing the light of the 8 transformation realm. However, the 8 rays of light shattered one by one at this moment, and there was no way to stop it at all. At this moment, everyone could clearly feel that Yang Chenfeng was bitterly holding on at this moment. Kill. As the words fell, cracking sounds were heard again. 5 of the light shields around Yang Chenfeng's body had already shattered. The remaining 3 would not be able to hold on for long. Crack, as the life-chasing divine sword penetrated deeper, a ray of light broke open again. At this moment, Yang Chenfeng's condensing speed could not compare to the speed of the light shields breaking open. Mu Yan's attack was really too domineering, they were not on the same level at all. Damn it! Yang Chenfeng cursed in a low voice and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his entire body was being attacked like a ferocious beast, and he could not condense any effective resistance at all. In fact, as soon as he condensed his resistance, it was dispelled by Mu Yan's external incarnation. If this went on, he would definitely die. Now, he couldn't even self-detonate. Die. At this moment, Mu Yan's sword soul was activated, and the 9 heavens god-killing sword art was displayed again. Crack, the 7th ray broke open at this moment. Only the last ray was left, if it broke open, everything would be over. Bastard, how dare you! At this moment, a shout suddenly sounded. The voice shook heaven and earth, and even many 7 and 8 transformation realm warriors' expressions changed at this moment, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. Two figures broke through the air and slammed their palms down instantly. Boom boom. However, the moment the two figures appeared, a beautiful figure had already soared into the sky to greet them. The Yang family had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. It was hard to guarantee that there would not be one or two old monsters. Now, as expected, they had appeared. I'll stop him. You kill him. As soon as Qin Mengyao finished her words, she spread her wings and soared into the sky. Boom boom, an intense collision suddenly rang out. At that instant, a surging aura began to ripple outward. Is the helper here? Mu Yun grinned. It's a pity that you still have to die, Patriarch Yang. Crack, the final barrier was completely shattered. The chasing life sword was slashed out. This sword radiated light and a strong aura. It was as if it had condensed into a violent cannonball. Boom, in an instant, an explosion that was even more violent than before spread out on the ground. The entire green sky mountain was on the verge of collapse. The cracks were spreading. It's over, a calm voice could be heard. As the explosion spread out, the ground was already in a state of devastation. Chen-er! Chen-er! Two heart-wrenching voices were heard. Bang, a voice was heard. A figure fell from the sky. Seeing this, Mu Yan's expression changed. She took a step forward and caught the figure. How are you? Seeing Qin Mengyao's pale face, Mu Yan's heart sank. I'm fine. Qin Mengyao shook his head. However, he could not help it. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. How dare you hit my child's mother? Mu Yan looked up at the sky. There, two figures stood proudly with sorrowful expressions. At that instant, an extremely powerful aura rose into the air. The aura of these two people was even more powerful than Yang Chenfeng's. Illusionary divine. Qin Mengyao said softly. Illusionary divine? Mu Yun was stunned. Qin Mengyao nodded. The soul and divine body of a top ancestor god are already at the limit of human cultivation. Next is the holy birth. Holy birth experts need to be recognized by the heavens and earth in order to form a holy body and achieve the power of a holy birth. The first step is to obtain the recognition of the heavens and the earth. Then, your body will transform into a holy body. In order to reach the sage realm, there are 3 steps. The illusionary divine stage, the semi-sage stage and the sage transformation stage. Qin Mengyao looked at the male and female figures and said, these two people have a trace of recognition from the heavens and earth. They are already in the illusionary divine stage. The illusionary divine, half-sage and holy transformation realms. Mu Yun nodded. A true saint was someone who had been recognized by heaven and earth. This heaven and earth was the heaven and earth of the myriad worlds, not the heaven and earth of the small worlds and great worlds that he had been in. Becoming a saint wasn't something that could be achieved through hard work and cultivation. Instead, one had to seek the approval of the heavens. Only by obtaining the recognition of the heavens and earth could one become a sage. Without heaven and earth, one could not become a saint. Mu Yun had never heard of those two figures even in her previous life. Chen-er. Blue Sky Mountain, one of the old ladies looked sorrowful. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. Tears streamed down her face. How dare you kill my son? You are courting death. An angry roar was heard. At this moment, the ground started to rumble. Waves of furious shouts were louder than the previous one. I, Yang Ziqiang, will kill you today as a sacrifice to my son and the Blue Sky Mountain. Shepherd's brat, how dare you be so arrogant? If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. That old man had white hair and a beard. He was dressed in a black robe and had an arrogant and violent aura. He shouted angrily, do you really think that there is no one in the Yang family? Yang Ziqiang. Mu Yun was deep in thought. This person was the wife of the previous leader of the Yang family, Yang Kaitai. She was also a talented person. However, it was said that she had passed away 30,000 years ago. It seemed that this was not the case. The lifespan of the people in the realm of gods was not unlimited. The lifespan of the top ancestor gods was at most 100,000 years. 100,000 years in the realm of gods was equivalent to millions of years in the immortal world and small world. Mu Yun had been in the realm of gods for more than 1,000 years. In the lower world, it had probably been hundreds of thousands of years. Her old friends were probably no longer around. However, if she could reach the illusionary divine realm, her lifespan would probably increase again. It seemed that the 10 great ancient families were not easy to deal with. Muyun looked at the old man and smiled faintly. You must be the previous leader of the Yang family, Yang Kaitai? That's me. Yang Kaitai opened his eyes. His majestic aura was released. At this moment, everyone understood. Yang Kaitai and Yang Ziqiang were not dead. Old ancestor. Yang Shuangqing burst into tears and scolded angrily. This brat is too arrogant. Old ancestor, save the Yang family from this crisis. Grandfather, avenge my father. Yang Yu's eyes were filled with tears. At this moment, the Yang family was filled with anger. Lead the family out of the secret realm. These 4 people will definitely die today. Even if Mu Qingyu comes, I will make him pay with his life. Yang Kaitai shouted as he pointed at Mu Yun. Swoosh, 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 a few figures immediately approached Yang Kaitai and Yang Ziqiang. At this moment, everyone looked at the 4 people with murderous intent. Mu Yun took a step forward. Seeing Qin Mengyao holding her back, Mu Yun turned around and said, It's okay. No. Qin Mengyao said firmly. Your devouring bloodline is extremely powerful. You just killed Yang Chenfeng and his avatar. As long as you devour them, it won't be a problem for you to become an ancestral god. In that case, I will hold them back for a while. You can digest them. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Even Yuexin and Qingyu will not be able to hold them back. You underestimate my water spirit clan too much. Ming Yuexin smiled. I was conferred as the water god in the past. Although I am not as strong as before, I am still powerful. Thank you. Mu Yun said solemnly. Why are you still so polite to me? Ming Yuexin's eyes flashed with resentment. In an instant, she looked beautiful. That's right. This is also your compensation for using force against me in the past. After Mu Yun said this, Bao Qingyu and Qin Mengyao were stunned. Using force, was it true? Cough cough. After coughing, Mu Yun looked forward and said, Now is not the time to discuss this. I will need about 30 minutes. All right. The moment Qin Mengyao finished her words, she dashed out. Ming Yuexin and Bao Qingyu stood on the left and right of Mu Yun. We only need to prevent others from attacking us. The 2 ladies looked serious. Seeing Qin Mengyao appear, Yang Kaitai and Yang Ziqiang, who were both in the illusionary divine stage, were shocked. The aura of a top-notch ancestor god is about to touch the holy path of heaven and earth? Yang Kaitai exclaimed. Good, good. Good. It seems that the younger generation in the realm of gods will surpass us in time. Unfortunately, this does not give you the right to be arrogant. I don't want to kill you, but I just need to stop you for 30 minutes. Qin Mengyao took a step forward and a murderous aura spread out from his body. At this moment, the Ice Phoenix spirit suddenly appeared. Behind him, the power of the realm of gods that had not been fully displayed was released at this moment. The shadow of the Ice Phoenix spirit, which was tens of thousands of meters long, was released instantly. The extremely violent shadow of the realm of gods condensed into the coldest aura in the world. At this moment, in a mountain forest hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the mortal world, a figure in an icy blue robe with a crown on his head suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with a blue light, and his handsome face had a firm and determined expression. Husband? What's wrong? Beside him, a voluptuous lady in a blue dress opened her eyes and asked in surprise. Baby Ying, I feel the aura of my daughter. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly and his fingers trembled slightly. What? The lady was shocked. She grabbed the arm of the man in front of her and asked, Lan Er, where is Lan Er now? That aura is both familiar and unfamiliar. It seems to have appeared from the realm of gods. The man said with a strong aura. The realm of gods is where the human emperor is. The lady's expression turned gloomy. Baby Ying, don't worry. I don't think the human emperor would dare to lie to us. The man said coldly. I, Bing Xiaochen, am the leader of the Ice Phoenix race. No matter how strong the human emperor is, he can only be on par with me. If he dares to lie to me, I will kill my way into the realm of gods. He is not the number one emperor god, Yi Xiaoyao. The lady nodded her head and a look of longing appeared on her face. If not for the soul race, why would Lan Er? Tears fell from the lady's face. Lan Er is not dead. She is just asleep. Bing Xiaochen said calmly. Baby Ying, you have been worried for the past tens of thousands of years. If Lan Er comes back and sees you like this, what will you do? Yes, yes. Bing Xiaochen continued, if not for the secret technique, the 3 lives reincarnation curse, left behind by the number one emperor god, Lan Er would have died long ago. This technique was passed down to the Azure Emperor, Yi Yushir. After that, Yi Yushir disappeared. Only the human emperor, Mu Qingyu, knows about it. We have to wait for this person's promise. He promised to give us a daughter. Lan Ning said worriedly, but the human emperor said that he needs us to agree to a condition. He has not said what the condition is. He will say it sooner or later. The two looked at each other speechlessly. Their eyes were filled with longing. Tens of thousands of years ago, their beloved daughter, Bing Lan Er, was killed by the soul race. At that time, they had used all kinds of methods, but it was to no avail. In the end, they had no choice but to find the human emperor and save their daughter. Tens of thousands of years had passed, but there was still no news of their daughter. Mu Qingyu, I hope you keep your promise. I have waited for tens of thousands of years, of course I keep my promise. Human Emperor Mu Qingyu. Bing Xiaochen grunted when he saw that figure and said, what are you doing here? Where is my daughter? Why are you in such a hurry? Mu Qingyu smiled and said, you are the leader of the Ice Phoenix tribe. Why don't you have the patience? If you have waited for tens of thousands of years and still have the patience, I'm impressed. Mu Qingyu muttered to himself, it's not like I haven't waited before, what did you say? Nothing. Mu Qingyu smiled and said, I'm here to make you fulfill your promise. Fulfill your promise? Hearing this, the two of them lost their temper. Mu Qingyu, you said to fulfill your promise, but I haven't even seen my daughter yet. That's right, you have to send our daughter back. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight to the death if he did not send their daughter back, Mu Qingyu shrugged helplessly. I told you that the 3 lives reincarnation curse can resurrect a person, but it requires a remnant soul, and it's a long process. Now, your daughter doesn't know that she's your daughter. Moreover, it will take a long time for the fusion, or it will cause great damage. She might have 2 souls in one body and go crazy. Hearing this, the two of them suddenly became nervous. If my daughter goes crazy, I'll kill your son. Mu Qingyu was annoyed. Why can't these 2 guys talk nicely? I promise that you'll find your daughter in less than 10,000 years. If I'm still around, I can help you to awaken her memories of her past life and fuse with her current life. What do you mean by if you're still around? Bing Xiaochen snorted and did not say anything else. I believe that you can feel your daughter's aura, and you'll know that I'm not lying to you. However, now is not a good time to reunite with her. She needs to fuse with her own body. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for any problems. We know. The two of them said in unison. Then, the two of them looked at Mu Qingyu again. Tell me what your conditions are. At this moment, Lan Yingbao opened her mouth and said, if you want my daughter to marry your son, that is absolutely impossible. My daughter is the princess of the Ice Phoenix race. You humans may have a lot of people, but in the past million years, there have only been a few amazing talents. If your son is mediocre, how could he be worthy of my daughter? Hearing this, Mu Qingyu coughed awkwardly. He put his hands behind his back, feeling very conflicted. If he told these 2 the truth, Mu Qingyu smiled faintly. How is that possible? Your daughter is pregnant with my grandson, what did you say? No, nothing. Mu Qingyu coughed and said seriously, I'm here to ask for your help. Come with me to the Heaven-Shaking Mountain. Heaven-Shaking Mountain? Heaven-Shaking Mountain? The 2 authorities were startled hearing this. Bing Xiaochen shouted, Mu Qingyu, you and I both know what kind of place the Heaven-Shaking Mountain is. What are we going there for? Back then, you were willing to beg me for the sake of your daughters. Now, I'm willing to die for my wife. Mu Qingyu said seriously, don't ask so many questions. Just nod or shake your head? I'll go with you. Bing Xiaochen said seriously, but I can't go with you. The Ice Phoenix race has at least someone guarding it. After all, you're going to the heaven-shaking mountain. That Yuan, you and I both know how difficult it is to deal with, okay? Mu Qingyu said no more. Thank you. Mu Qingyu exhaled slowly and said, regardless of success or failure, thank you both. At least you still have some conscience. Lan Ningbao said worriedly, husband, you have to be careful. Don't be fooled by this guy. Don't worry, baby. Even if I can't defeat him, I can protect myself. Don't you trust me? Yes. Mu Qingyu felt his scalp go numb. Baby, husband, you really don't have to worry about me being alone? Mu Qingyu waved his hand and shook his head. We'll set off in 10 days. I'll leave first. Mu Qingyu turned and left. His figure disappeared into the vast land. Slowly, he took a step forward. It was as if he had walked out of another world, mysterious and unfathomable. Master. 2 figures stood beside Mu Qingyu at this moment. They were Ren Gangang and Chou Qian. Yes. Mu Qingyu nodded and said, how's the situation in the mortal world? His Highness is now preparing to annihilate the Yang clan. The Yang clan? Mu Qingyu was stunned and said with a smile, I thought this kid would choose the Zhu clan first. After all, Zhu Xiaoyan's strength is weaker than Yang Qinfeng's. His Highness should have his own plans. After all, you've already helped him a lot. Is that so? Mu Qingyu smiled bitterly and said, my son should be like those young clan leaders and princesses of the first-rate clans in the myriad worlds. He should be high and mighty and enjoy the respect of all humans in the myriad worlds, but Yoner has suffered too much. As soon as these words came out, Chou Qian and Ren Gangang fell silent. They followed Mu Qingyu and knew what kind of burden this master in front of them was carrying. The human clan had been weak for a long time. 1,000,000 years ago, Mu Qingyu soared into the sky and shocked the myriad worlds. The human clan had an unprecedented strong development and quickly infiltrated the myriad worlds and the myriad worlds. Their status had greatly increased. However, with the death of the first divine emperor, the status of the human clan instantly dropped. If it were not for the support of the Qing emperor, Yi Yushi, the human clan would have faced even greater persecution. And with the Qing emperor being captured and imprisoned, all the burden fell to the human emperor in front of them. His wife was separated and his children were scattered. Perhaps no one knew the pain in the human emperor's heart. This time, I can only say sorry to Yoner. Mu Qingyu said bitterly, I don't know how many times it has been. In the past, Mu Yun, who was once the immortal emperor, died in the fight for the chart of celestial extermination. He was not present. And Mu Yun, who had returned, was not present in the final stage of unifying the immortal world. As a father, it was indeed a dereliction of duty. At the critical moment, there would always be unexpected things that interrupted his plan. This time, rescuing Yushi is the rarest opportunity in the past tens of thousands of years. Yoner can only bear all the difficulties alone. Don't worry, my lord. Her Highness is talented and tenacious. There will be no problem. Mu Qingyu did not speak. Heavenly shaking mountain, Yuan, I, Mu Qingyu, am coming. The 3 figures, looking at the mountains and rivers of the myriad worlds, gradually disappeared. At the same time, on the other side, Bing Xiaochen and Lan Ningbao also had solemn expressions at this moment. Since Laner will come back eventually, I have nothing to worry about. Bing Xiaochen said with relief, Mu Qingyu is called the human emperor for a reason. What he promised, he must do. Husband, remember to pay attention to your safety. Don't worry, although Yuan is tyrannical, Mu Qingyu will not die for no reason this time. Bing Xiaochen exhaled and looked ahead. Good daughter, father is waiting for you. Boom, the earth rolled, and suddenly, the entire ground was completely shattered at this moment. The Green Sky Mountain secret realm was fragmented at this moment, and was on the verge of collapse. A beautiful figure, tens of thousands of feet long Ice Phoenix phantom behind her, gradually revealed its true form. Qin Mingyao's face was pale at this moment, and he was panting heavily. Little girl, top ancestral god realm, with the ice phoenix spirit in her body. Yang Kaitai looked at Qin Mengyao, and the murderous intent in his eyes slowly spread. This girl seemed to have unlimited potential, even more terrifying than Mu Yun. Hee hee, Qin Mengyao sneered, there are many things you don't know. Is that so? But I'm not interested in knowing. Yang Ziqiang's face turned cold, and she directly grabbed with one hand. This grab seemed to be able to tear the heavens apart. A crack appeared in the sky. The Green Sky Mountain secret realm finally could not withstand the overbearing power at this moment and completely shattered. In an instant, Yang Ziqiang directly grabbed one of the wings behind Qin Mingyao's back. Cracking sounds could be heard, and Qin Mingyao's face turned pale. He staggered, and his body became unstable. His hands formed a seal, and an icy aura exploded. Just then, a rumbling sound could be heard, and a crack appeared on the ground. Yang Kaitai's figure suddenly appeared, and he directly threw a punch. Dong, a muffled explosion instantly reverberated. At this moment, everyone could faintly hear the sound of something shattering in the air. Crack crack, in an instant, the icy aura disappeared without a trace. All the crazy fluctuations seemed to have completely disappeared at this moment. At this moment, the shock in everyone's hearts could not be any greater. What kind of strength was this? Qin Mengyao, a top ancestral god, was able to resist two illusionary divine dream masters by himself. However, at this moment, Yang Kaitai and Yang Ziqiang stood side by side, and a vicious look flashed across their eyes. He's not dead, Yang Ziqiang said indifferently. The smoke dispersed, and a figure walked out from the smoke. It's all right. At this moment, Mu Yun was carrying a figure in her arms. It was Qin Mengyao. At this moment, Qin Mengyao's aura was weak, and his face was frighteningly pale. Qin Mengyao nodded and smiled. This little fellow kicked me just now. Ah? Mu Yun was stunned, and smiled. I guess he feels that I'm not competent enough as a father. How could he let his mother face such a strong opponent? Maybe. Slowly putting down Qin Mengyao, the smile in Mu Yun's eyes gradually disappeared. Mu Yun pointed at Yang Kaitai and Yang Ziqiang, and her voice was cold. You are here to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire world fell silent. At this moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Who gave Mu Yun such confidence? Qin Mengyao, a top ancestral god, was comparable to the 10 clan leaders, and was almost killed. How could a mere second-rate ancestral god be so arrogant? As Yang Ziqiang spoke, she took a step forward and a murderous aura rose from her body. The illusionary divine stage could see through everything. Mu Yun's divine body was already at the great completion stage and was comparable to the 10 great clan leaders. Only her soul still needed to be refined. After killing Yan Chenfeng, although she had not fully digested the soul energy in Yan Chenfeng's body, she had already reached the level of an ancestor god. To be honest, the level of an ancestor god is indeed difficult. However, I don't think you will give me a chance. Mu Yun smiled. Why don't I meditate here for 100 years and reach the illusionary divine stage before you fight with me? How can you still laugh? Yang Kaitai shouted angrily. Mu Yun, you are still too weak to deal with the Yang tribe. That may not be the case. With a sneer, Mu Yun took a step forward and a murderous aura rose from her body. At this moment, everyone could feel a terrifying aura rising from the ground. The illusionary divine stage was recognized by the heavens and earth. The divine soul, spirit, and divine body had been baptized by the heavens and earth. With this huge step, one would definitely be able to become a sage in the future. Once one became a sage, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the realm of gods. Although Yang Kaitai and Yang Ziqiang had yet to become sages, their auras were extremely powerful and could not be compared to Mu Yun. Even though Mu Yun was proud of her divine body, she was still inferior to the two of them. However, Mu Yun could not retreat. If she did not exterminate the Yang tribe, the other ancient tribes would know that Mu Qingyu was not around. The shepherds would be in danger. Before that, she had to exterminate one of the ancient tribes to relieve the pressure on the shepherds. At the same time, she had to intimidate the surrounding tribes, such as the Zhao and Zhan tribes. This battle was unavoidable. Red Spirit. Life-chasing divine sword. Mu Yun shouted as she held Red Spirit in her left hand and the life-chasing divine sword in her right hand. The life-chasing divine sword was one of the top paragon weapons in the realm of gods. Red Spirit had never disappointed Mu Yun, but its power had never disappointed her. Mu Yun wanted to fight the two of them alone. At this moment, Yang Kai-tai and Yang Ziqiang were furious. How dare a mere ancestor god look down on them? Yang Xuanqing, Yang Hong, what are you two waiting for? Yang Kai-tai said angrily, kill all the people who appeared here today. Yes. Yes. Yang Xuanqing and Yang Hong were brimming with battle intent. What was there to be afraid of now that the patriarch had appeared? Just kill them, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoa. To Yang 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 Zhan Yu was Yang 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 Yu Yu Yang, Bao, and a Yang 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 Yang, Yang Yang. At this moment, the slaughter began once again. Mu Yun stood in the air and looked at the mountains and rivers around him that had been destroyed in an instant. Yang Kai-tai and Yang Ziqiang were filled with killing intent. In their eyes, Mu Yun was just arrogant and conceited. If Mu Qingyu was here today, the two of them could only run for their lives. But it was different this time. Since Mu Qingyu had chosen not to show up, they would kill Mu Yun and make up for the losses of the Yang clan today. Kill. Swoosh. Swoosh, Yang Kai-tai and Yang Ziqiang both took a step forward, as murderous auras burst out from their bodies, filled with ferocious intent. Mu Yun said coldly, kill. Her 9 avatars moved again and surrounded one of them. Same old trick? Yang Kai-tai said angrily. You want to use the same method to kill my son against me? Dream on. Yang Ziqiang was surrounded by the 9 avatars, but Yang Kai-tai charged towards Mu Yun. Boom. With a punch, Mu Yun retreated almost 10,000 meters away. A crack that was a few thousand meters long and a few thousand meters wide appeared on the ground. The punch of the illusionary divine stage contained the power of the heavens and earth. It was not something that could be done by humans. It's not too late to be afraid of death. Yang Kai-tai snorted. Afraid of death? You are the one who will die. Mu Yun spat and stood straight. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai-tai's heart was completely enraged. This kid was simply arrogant to the extreme. Boom. The ground cracked open, and another wave of fluctuation appeared on the ground, slowly sweeping out. At this moment, the two figures were exchanging blows with one another. Their frenzied power ravaged the land within a radius of 100 miles. On the other side, Yang Ziqiang was fearless in the face of Mu Yun's 9 avatars. She unleashed a series of killer moves, completely suppressing the 9 avatars. This was the terrifying part of the illusionary divine stage. Even though Qin Mengyao was an ancestor god and possessed the spirit of the ice phoenix, he was no match for Yang Ziqiang. Even though Mu Yun's 9 avatars were powerful, they were no match for Yang Ziqiang. The difference of one step was the difference between heaven and earth. Rascal, you think too highly of yourself. Yang Kai-tai was calm and looked coldly at Mu Yun, who was panting. The chasing life divine sword and the crimson spirit divine spear were top-notch weapons in the realm of gods. However, at this moment, he was showing signs of weakness. Mu Yun knew that it was not that the two divine weapons were weak, but that she was weak. Forget it. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were cold. It seems that it is indeed impossible to kill all of you without paying a price. Faced with these words, Yang Kai-tai merely sneered. Since this is the case, I can only go against my promise. Mu Yun placed her spear and sword beside her. A violent aura was released from her body. How dare you two old things bully my grandson? If you have the ability, I'll fight with you. But at this moment, a shout was heard. Out of nowhere, a figure suddenly appeared behind Mu Yun. She wore a long purple dress that wrapped around her body. She looked to be in her 40s or 50s, and there was a hint of frost on her face. Although she looked to be in her 40s or 50s, she was graceful and elegant. Her aura was fluctuating, and she did not look like a beauty. Instead, she gave off a strong and domineering aura. She was mighty and extraordinary. She had the temperament of a queen. This was Mu Yun's first thought. Moreover, it was not difficult to see that if this woman was at the age of Qin Mengyao and Mingyue Xin, she would definitely be a top-notch woman in the realm of gods. Wait, Mu Yun was stunned. Bully my grandson? Since when did he have a grandmother? As far as he knew, his grandmother, who was Mu Qingyu's birth mother and the wife of his grandfather, Mu Fengchen, had passed away tens of thousands of years ago. Grandmother Yin. Seeing that figure, Bao Qingyu suddenly became excited. Grandmother Yin? Qin Mingyao and Ming Wuxin were stunned. Yes. Bao Qingyu nodded and said, Grandmother Yin was the adopted daughter of my great-grandfather. She later married the previous leader of the shepherds, who was also Brother Yun's grandfather, Mu Fengchen. Back then, my Bai clan was destroyed, and I was the only one left. It was said that Grandmother Yin and the old leader of the shepherds had a bad relationship because of this. Later on, there was a rumor that Grandmother Yin was killed and passed away in order to seek revenge. I also did not expect Grandmother Yin to still be alive. Bai Yun. At this moment, a shout was heard. Yang Kaitai and Yang Ziqiang were both stunned. You old woman, you're not dead. Yang Ziqiang was shocked. You two old things can't bear to die, so how can I bear to die? Bai Yun placed her palm gently on Mu Yun's shoulder. In the next moment, she rubbed Mu Yun's head and smiled kindly. Your grandfather is not a good person, and your father is also a bastard. My handsome grandson has turned into such a ghastly appearance. Pfft, hearing this, Mu Yun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What did she mean by her handsome grandson had become like this? He was also very handsome now, okay. Yuner. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. It was Mu Qinglang. Second uncle. Behind Mu Qinglang, numerous figures were flying over in an orderly formation. The Green Feather Army, they were the shepherd's warriors personally trained by her father. They were also the best guards of the shepherds. Even the tens of thousands of Xiantian soldiers at their peak could not compare to them. You brat, you acted on your own and caused me to suffer. Mu Qinglang came to Mu Yun's side, looking helpless. Slap, a slap was heard. Mu Qinglang looked like a man in his 40s, and his son was more than 10,000 years old. However, at this moment, after being slapped on the head, he did not dare to say a word. Your eldest brother is a bastard, and as the second brother, you are also a bastard. Bai Yun scolded at this moment. Mu Qinglang was a top ancestor god in the divine realm, ranked 11th on the divine fate list, and second only to the top 10 patriarchs. However, at this moment, he could not say a word and could only look at Mu Yun. Mu Yun looked at the woman in front of him. She was in her 40s or 50s, but she was still charming and peerless. Call her grandma? He really could not say that. Second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle didn't know that I was the one who made the decision to lead the Xiantian guards to attack the Yang clan. However, I didn't expect that there were two old foxes hiding in the Yang clan. Hearing this, Bai Yun said slowly, it is normal that you did not know. Did you see that? Bai Yun turned to look at Mu Qinglang and scolded, my grandson dared to take risks for the sake of the shepherds. He is bold and careful, brave and resourceful, unlike your bastard sons. Hearing this, Mu Qinglang was startled and said bitterly, Mother. I did not know, did not know, did not know. Two slaps were heard, and Mu Qinglang was slapped twice on the head. He could neither dodge nor stay. At this moment, some of the Green Feather Army behind him were even holding back their laughter. It was very difficult. At this moment, Mu Qinglang was scolding his third and fourth brothers in his heart. No wonder none of them came and asked him to come. It was obvious that he was here to be scolded. What was with the good name of leading the Green Feather Army to attack? This was the treatment of a patriarch, and it was very honorable. Bah, they were simply asking him to suffer. Mother, stop hitting me. Everyone is watching. In any case, your son is now. Grandma, Mu Yun couldn't say it out loud. Her voice was awkward. She thought that her grandmother had passed away, but she suddenly stood in front of her. It was really hard for her to adapt. Second uncle and the others were deceived by me. If you want to punish them, punish me. Mu Yun stepped forward. Seeing this scene, Mu Qinglang secretly gave her a thumbs up. At this moment, Bai Yun looked at Mu Yun and held Mu Yun's cheeks with both hands. My good grandson, as soon as she finished speaking, a teardrop slowly fell from Bai Yun's eyes. You were such a good grandson, but now you've changed completely. Bai Yinyan stroked Mu Yun's cheeks with tears in her eyes. She snorted and said, "Your grandfather is a good-for-nothing. Your father and mother are even more bastards. They made my grandson suffer so much." Seeing Bai Yinyan's tears in front of her, Mu Yun was moved. A feeling slowly rose from the bottom of her heart. Grandma, this time, it was incomparably sincere and came from the bottom of her heart. In this world, which child doesn't need to grow up? I can't rely on you all my life, right? So what if you rely on us? You are my grandson. If you don't rely on me, who will you rely on? Bai Yinyan's expression was slightly domineering, but her voice was choked with sobs. Look at how you are not tormented. And Luo. Bai Yinyan's tears fell again. Little Xuanji, just you wait. When we return to the clan, I will definitely punish him severely. He beats and scolds his child all day long. How can he be a father? When you 4 brothers were young, did your father dare to touch a single hair on you? Now, he's messing with my grandson. As soon as she said this, Mu Qinglang's expression trembled. Yes, mother is right your head. After being reprimanded by Bai Yinyan, Mu Qingling smiled awkwardly again. Grandma, don't cry. Mu Yun wiped away Bai Yinyan's tears and grinned. The past is not important. The present and the future are the most important. I have avenged Brother Luo. I will also avenge the shepherds and the Bai clan. Good grandson. Bai Yinyan rubbed Mu Yun's head. At this moment, Qin Mengyao and Mingyue Xin were both stunned. Grandma, Mu Yun now had another grandma, and from the looks of it, it seemed strong enough. Bai Yinyan, after so many years, you're still so weak. At this moment, Yang Kaitai spoke with ridicule. What? Mu Fengchen is dead. Do you shepherds need you to shoulder the burden? Where's your good son? Tell him to come out. As soon as these words came out, it was as if a barrel of explosives had been ignited. I don't need my son to deal with you 2 old farts. Bai Yinyan's face turned cold. She snorted and took a step forward. Old fogey Yang, tens of thousands of years ago, I was able to beat you so badly that the Yang clan didn't even dare to come out. It's still the same now. Bai Yinyan's aura was released from her body, and a powerful aura of the heavens and earth was released slowly. She was in the illusionary divine stage. At this moment, Mu Qingling snorted. Green Feather Army, listen up. Don't let anyone off. If anyone escapes, you know what to do. The Green Feather Army was strictly ordered. It was the core force of the shepherds, and it was also the army that Mu Qingyu personally controlled. In fact, the overall strength of the 3 armies of the shepherds, the Xuanji camp and the Leaf Guards were much weaker than the Green Feather Army. Yes. One of the commanders cupped his fists and looked indifferent. That commander was actually a super first-rate ancestral god as well. Boom, at that moment, a loud boom was heard. Tens of thousands of Green Feather Army stepped forward, and a murderous aura swept out. Seeing this scene, Yang Kaitai and Yang Zichung's expressions turned ugly. Bai Yinyan's talent was extremely terrifying among her peers in the past. After tens of thousands of years, she had also reached the illusionary divine stage. It was hard to say who was stronger. Moreover, the Green Feather Army of the shepherds had always been tyrannical. For many years, they were personally trained by the leaders of the shepherds, and the requirements were very strict. At this moment, both of them felt the pressure. No matter how powerful she is, she can only hold back one of us. Yang Kaitai said in a low voice. I will hold her back, and you find an opportunity to kill Mu Yun. Kaitai, don't hesitate. Yang Kaitai said seriously. Otherwise, both of us will die. I understand. Seeing Yang Zichong nodding, Yang Kaitai's face turned cold, and he immediately charged towards Bai Yinyan. Things were going according to plan. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the army that had appeared all around her and heaved a sigh of relief. Grandmother, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and shook her head. Now that the 3 Laozu ancestors were in the state of death, it was extremely unbelievable that they could be reborn with just a thought. Mu Yun also knew that the 3 Laozu ancestors would not be able to recover in a short period of time. However, she was also looking forward to seeing how powerful the 3 Laozu ancestors would be after they recovered. Moreover, if her grandfather and grandmother met again, it would not be the joy of reuniting after a long time, but a different scene. Boom boom, a series of explosions sounded at this moment, and the battle on the ground became more intense. The remaining experts of the Yang tribe were all fighting to their deaths. At the same time, Yang Kai-tai and Bai Yun were fighting, and a surge of aura shot up to the sky, shaking everyone's mind. This was the power of the illusionary divine stage. Mu Yun could not help but sigh in her heart. First-class ancestor god, super-class ancestor god, and elite ancestor god. When one reached the elite ancestor god, one's divine body would be compatible with the heavens and earth, and one would be recognized by the heavens and earth. Only then could one begin the path to becoming a sage. Illusionary divine, half-step sage, and divine transformation. These 3 steps were the key to the path of becoming a sage. Indeed, the more one understood the path of martial arts, the more boundless it was. The world was so big that it could accommodate trillions of living beings. How could one person compare to the world? Little Mu Yun, prepare to die. At this moment, a low roar sounded, and Yang Ziqiang instantly attacked. Humph, if you want to kill my nephew, you have to ask if I, Mu Qinglang, agree to it. Mu Qinglang was also a first-rate ancestor god, and on the divine fate list, he was second only to the 10 ancestor gods. After blocking Yang Ziqiang, Mu Qinglang released his aura. At this moment, looking at the battle, Mu Yun was not in a hurry to join in. He had already reached the level of a first-rate ancestor god. However, today, the successive battles had indeed consumed too much of his energy. If he joined the battle now, it would be no different from causing trouble for second uncle. Recovering the energy that he had consumed was the most important thing. Sitting down cross-legged, Mu Yun looked at his body. Surging aura flowed through his limbs and bones. Reaching the level of a first-rate ancestor god was a sublimation. It also enhanced his spirit and transformed his bloodline. Moreover, Mu Yun could feel that the energy obtained by devouring was becoming purer and stronger. The purifying bloodline had a powerful effect, and it was rapidly improving as his strength increased. Every time he leveled up, it brought great changes to Mu Yun. However, the extreme compression and improvement of the 9 changes of Ancestor God made Mu Yun feel that the changes in his body were strange. The devouring bloodline had endless magical effects. The purifying bloodline complemented each other. Boom, as the battle continued, light waves spread in the sky, and the violent aura was stronger than the previous one. 9 transformations of the Azure Art, 9 transformations realm. With a low roar, Yang Ziqiang waved her hand, and in an instant, 9 rays of light bloomed on the surface of her body. At this moment, Yang Ziqiang's figure seemed to be invisible, and the pressure she exuded seemed to have increased tenfold. Azure Art Divine Fist. The fist smashed down directly, and with a loud explosion, it directly exploded. A series of explosions could be heard as a figure was knocked out from the barrier, panting heavily with a pale face. Second uncle. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun flew out and caught Mu Qinglang's figure with one hand. I'm fine, Mu Qinglang shook his head. Let me do it. Mu Yun said. You? Second uncle, you don't believe me? It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that this woman is in the illusionary divine realm and is too powerful. Even your grandmother can't suppress her. I know what I'm doing. Mu Yun said firmly. Alright, you're just like elder brother. You're both stubborn. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled. The chasing life divine sword appeared in her hand. On the other side, seeing that Mu Yun was about to make a move, a smile appeared on Yang Ziqiang's face. She had been waiting for this moment. It was Mu Yun's move. She would kill Mu Yun. The Yang family's secret realm had been destroyed, and hundreds of ancestral gods had died. However, it did not mean that they had perished. They could still be rebuilt and rise again like the shepherds. However, without Mu Yun, the shepherds would lose half of their strength. Thinking of this, Yang Ziqiang's eyes were filled with killing intent. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying this, Yang Ziqiang took a step forward and unleashed a murderous aura. Boom, at this moment, Mu Yun rose from the ground and slashed out with the chasing life divine sword. As for the green light, it split into 9 avatars. At this very moment, the 9 avatars appeared once again. 9 external avatars. You're indeed the crown prince of the shepherds. Unfortunately, I'm still going to kill you today. Yang Ziqiang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Facing Mu Yun, she had no intention of holding back. Previously, the 9 external avatars could not fight together with the original body. Now, 10 of me against 1 of you. Although it's difficult, it's not impossible to kill you. Kill you. Hearing these 3 words, Yang Ziqiang exploded. The Mu Yun in front of her was extremely arrogant. She did not know how to spell the word death. Since that was the case, she would kill her. 9 transformation technique, green technique not. With a shout, Yang Ziqiang's figure rushed out rapidly. Between her hands, a seal twisted into a knot and attacked Mu Yun from all directions. Meteor storm. In an instant, a low shout was heard. The 10 figures around Mu Yun all attacked at once. Unlike in the past, at this very moment, the 10 silhouettes were all using meteor storm. Between the heavens and the earth, the flowing colors covered the sky and the earth as they fell from all directions. This attack was destructive. The difference between a first-rate ancestral god and an illusionary divine dream master was the difference between a first-rate ancestral god and a top-notch illusionary divine dream master. These 2 levels were not the most important. The most important thing was to step out of the path of a sage. Yang Ziqiang had already started, but Mu Yun had yet to touch it. In an instant, even though Mu Yun had 10 figures attacking at the same time, she could still feel the terrifying power. If not for her strong divine body, this attack would have broken her bones. Rascal, it seems like you can resist. Not only can I resist, but I can also fight. Mu Yun harumphed and took a step forward. There was a rumbling sound, and the ground cracked open. Mu Yun's 10 figures once again charged forward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Gradually, the 10 figures flew apart in a disorderly manner. At this moment, Yang Ziqiang was shocked to discover that she could not detect which one Mu Yun's original body was. In this way, it could be said to be extremely difficult. The original body was the foundation of the avatars. As long as she tried her best to kill Mu Yun's original body, she would be able to get rid of the 9 avatars. But now, she could not find the original body at all. Break! A shout was heard. Under the continuous attacks of the numerous figures, all the bloodline talents of the various ancient tribes were used one after another. Yang Ziqiang did not dare to attack rashly for a while. If she attacked rashly, Mu Yun's original body would take advantage of the gap to attack and she would be injured. Sword out of the 9 heavens! In the midst of the attacks, a low shout rang out. Behind Yang Ziqiang, a figure wielding the life-chasing divine sword charged out. If I knew you would do this, I would have taken precautions. Yang Ziqiang sneered and took a step forward to attack. She clenched her fists and the space was torn apart. Streaks of sharp space blades crushed towards the figure. I also knew that you were guarding against me. But at this moment, a sneer was heard. Mu Yun's figure appeared again. The crimson spirit divine spear in Mu Yun's hand flashed with a cold light and slashed out. Boom! The ground roared and a crack appeared. The violent aura was stronger than the previous one. Black airwaves rolled out. In an instant, a black spear pierced through the black fog and pierced Yang Ziqiang's abdomen. With a poochie sound, blood spurted out. Bastard, you're courting death. Yang Ziqiang did not expect that she would be tricked by Mu Yun, and her aura exploded. The power of the illusionary divine stage. In an instant, Mu Yun felt that her body's movements were restricted. Die. As the voice rang out, a palm came through the air and grabbed Mu Yun's neck. With a cracking sound, Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Let's see who will be dead. Blood crystal burst. Suddenly, a ball of blood the size of a fist, which had been squeezed to the limit of its blood, exploded violently. Boom. The blood crystal that contained Mu Yun's essence blood completely exploded at that moment. This time, the blood crystal burst was not simply the combination of Mu Yun's blood essence and blood core. It contained Mu Yun's understanding of time and space as well as the potential of the bloodline of the 10 tribes. Boom. In an instant, the explosion swept out. In that instant, everything within 10,000 meters of heaven and earth was wiped out. The hearts of the people fighting in the distance were all shaken when they saw this scene. What kind of explosion was this? Could an ancestor god reach such a level? Everyone felt that it was unbelievable. Old woman. Grandson. This time even Yang Kai-tai and Bai Yun stopped fighting. It was too difficult for the two of them to kill each other. But on the other side, the fight between Mu Yun and Yang Zichong had attracted so much attention. It was really puzzling. Grandson, my good grandson, where are you? Bai Yun was anxious and worried. Grandma, I'm here. A figure slowly stepped out, his footsteps staggering. That long robe was torn and tattered. Her hair was messy and there was no part of her body that was intact. Only his eyes were filled with joy at this moment. Looking closely, it was Mu Yun. In Mu Yun's hand, there was a figure whose body was in tatters. His aura was weak, and he was covered in blood. He was completely covered in blood. Old woman. Seeing this, Yang Kai-tai was furious. Yang Kai-tai, what are you trying to do? Bai Yun laughed. My grandson is an ancestor god. I think the illusionary divine stage of the Yang clan is nothing. Bai Yun. Yang Kai-tai was furious. He wanted to rush out but was stopped by Bai Yun. What a joke, let Yang Kai-tai save Yang Zichong, it was impossible. The Yang clan was a jerk back then. Mu Yun was panting. Three figures rushed over. They were Qin Mengyao, Bao Qingyu, and Ming Wuxin. Are you okay? Seeing Mu Yun in a pitiful state, the three of them were worried. Pooey. Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood and smiled. I'm fine. However, his mouth full of righteous white teeth and his jet-black face presented an enormous contrast at this moment. The three of them nodded. The fact that Mu Yun was able to subdue Yang Zichong was indeed a little unbelievable. Help me look after her. Mu Yun sighed and said, this old woman is in the illusionary divine stage. Maybe I can devour her to increase my strength. At this moment, Mu Qinglang had already led the Green Feather Army and started to purge the people of the Yang clan. Yang Zichong was defeated. Yang Kai-tai was subdued by Bai Yun and could not do anything. Slowly, Mu Yun threw Yang Zichong into the blue sky underworld diagram. Where is this place? Yang Zichong's face was pale and her breathing was chaotic. She did not have the stability of an illusionary divine overlord. My place. Mu Yun said, you can forget about getting out of here. Yang Zichong looked around and was shocked. The three patriarchs of the shepherds. Yang Zichong was stunned when she saw Mu Fengchen, Mu Fengxiao, and Mu Guifan. They have already passed away. Why are they here? Yang Zichong was stunned. You are going against the heavens. You will be punished by the heavens if you revive them. You don't have to worry about that. With a wave of Mu Yun's hand, streams of water vapor condensed into chains and bound Yang Zichong's body. This is my territory, so it's best if you don't even think about resisting, because it's impossible. Now, give me everything in your body. How dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? Mu Yun smiled disdainfully. With a wave of his hand, a frenzied devouring aura gushed into Yang Zichong's body. You want to devour me? Haha. You are seeking your own death. I am an illusionary divine overlord and have been recognized by the heavens. My body contains the power of the heavens and earth. If you devour me, you will be devouring the heavens and earth. You are seeking your own death. Mu Yun scoffed and ignored her. This old woman had gone completely crazy. Now, she was just struggling out of anger, out of humiliation. No, no. When Yang Zichong saw that Mu Yun was ignoring her, she immediately shouted, you can't devour me. You can't. If you devour me, you'll die. You can't withstand the power of an empty god spirit. Who said that I want to bear it alone? Mu Yun looked at Mou, Huang Yan, and the rest of the nine-tailed cat clan. Comprehend it well. With that, Mu Yun waved her hand. The powerful devouring force made Yang Zichong unable to resist. Not only that, Mou, Huang Yan, and the rest also improved their cultivation by leaps and bounds. The Shantian guards, the 300 Osteopyram clan members, Zhao Yanming, Zhang Tianyu, and the rest all felt that the heavens had given them a powerful force. Mu Yun was the heavens to them. Brother, you have reached the second-rate 9 changes of Ancestor God. At that moment, Xianxia looked at Zhang Tianyu in shock. Second-rate 9 changes of Ancestor God, he was like a celestial being. When Zhang Tianyu came out of the 9 emptiness realm, he was only in the 8 changes of Ancestor God realm. Now, he had improved continuously. The dark seal of life and death is indeed terrifying. Zhang Tianyu took a deep breath and said, I can sense a powerful aura coming from Mu Yun's side. This aura can make me grow stronger continuously. Could it be that Mu Yun from the shepherds has improved again? At the same time, in a dark mountain range in Zhao City, a black-cloaked figure walked out slowly. Beside the black-cloaked figure, a divine beast covered in black scales slowly stepped forward and stretched its back. The black divine beast had the appearance of a male lion. However, its entire body was not covered with brown fur. Instead, it was covered with black fur that resembled steel needles. It had a lazy appearance. Lingyan, you're the guardian beast of the Zhao clan. Since you've acknowledged me, then follow me to conquer the God realm in the future. An indifferent voice resounded as the black-cloaked figure spoke slowly. If it wasn't for that fellow, it would be impossible for me to have just entered the 9 transformations of the ancestral God realm. Now, if Zhao Keiming and Zhao Qingfeng were to compete with me, I wouldn't mind killing the 2 of them. Puff. Hearing those words, black flames spread all over the black divine beast Spirit Flame's body. It sneezed and shook its fur. You think so too, don't you? The black-cloaked figure walked slowly and left the mountain range, heading towards the palace. At the same time, it was the same in other places. Those who had signed the dark seal of life and death with Mu Yun could feel an extremely powerful improvement in their strength. This feeling came from the bottom of their hearts. Bang! With a bang, Yang Zichong's figure fell to the ground in the Heavenfall Underworld map. Illusionary Divine. Mu Yun muttered to herself, this is the power of the illusionary divine. Although the divine power in my body is not enough for everyone to improve with me, I can absorb it from the heavens and earth. Wonderful. Mu Yun clenched her fists and looked indifferent. First-rate ancestor god? Mu Yun clenched her fists and smiled. The top ancestral gods of the 10 ancient tribes have perfected their souls and bodies. They are only waiting for the recognition of the heavens and earth to step onto the path of a sage. Now, my divine body is not inferior to that of an illusionary divine dream master. The main thing is that my soul and spirit need to be improved. His eyes flashed, and an incomparable aura suddenly rose at this moment. A domineering aura and a powerful force, a super ancestral god, her soul and spirit were close to the perfected level. She could move mountains and seas with a thought and kill thousands of enemies with a word. This was Mu Yun at this moment. Suddenly opening her eyes, Qin Mengyao and the other 2 felt that Mu Yun, who was standing beside them, had a completely different aura. Are you all right? Yes. Mu Yun nodded and said, other than the loss of blood and qi, which requires a long time to recover, there are no other problems. Boom. At this moment, a loud boom came from midair. The ground, which was already riddled with holes, became even more messy. The illusionary divine dream master is indeed terrifying. Mu Yun mumbled. No matter how terrifying it was still killed by you, wasn't it? Mu Yun smiled bitterly. It's different. The reason why I could kill an illusionary divine dream master is because of the domineering power of my 9 clones. Furthermore, Yang Zichong's illusionary divine dream master aura is not as stable as I thought. She should have just reached the illusionary divine dream master realm. Qin Mengyao said carefully, her aura is completely different. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. Qin Mengyao was right. He could also feel that Yang Zichong's combination with the force of the heavens and earth was not very stable. There would be some problems from time to time. Grandmother did not pass away. Mu Yun sighed and said, this way, the shepherds have more time to breathe. After her father left, the shepherds lacked a pillar of support. However, with her 2nd, 3rd, and 4th uncles, they were indeed able to make the Yang and Sher family fearful. However, the blood race and the royal race were not afraid at all. Most importantly, there were now 2 patriarchs in the Yang family who were in the illusionary divine stage. Lin Fan wondered how powerful the blood race and the royal family would be. At this moment, Mu Yun gradually calmed down. Fortunately, his devour bloodline talent had allowed him to improve rapidly. He had to carry the banner of the shepherds. By Yun, Mu Yun, Yang Kai-tai, will remember what happened today. Yang Kai-tai roared angrily, Yang Kai-tai, will definitely massacre the shepherds one day. With a roar, Yang Kai-tai launched an attack. A strong murderous aura was instantly unleashed. You're running because you can't beat him? Shameless indeed. Bai Yun didn't give chase. A dream master in the illusionary divine stage was already powerful and had a deep understanding of the laws of space and time. If he wanted to escape, it would be hard to chase after him. Moreover, even if they caught up to Yang Kai-tai, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens to kill him. If someone from the Blood clan or the Zhu clan appeared, it would be even more dangerous. Good lad. Looking at Mu Yun, Bai Yun laughed and scolded, you are indeed my grandson. Perhaps in the future, you will be even more outstanding than your father. Thank you for your praise, grandmother. Mu Yun clasped his hands together. Rascal. Bai Yun looked to the other side and shouted, second brother, come over here. Mother, bring some men and destroy the Yang clan's secret realm. At the same time, send someone to take over the Yang clan's territory. Bai Yun snorted. How dare you kill my grandson, Mu Luo? In the divine world, the 9 ancient clans are really too much. 10,000 years ago, the shepherds had already been beaten to the point where they had to hide their heads and show their tails. However, the 9 ancient clans were still clinging on to Mu Yun. Since that was the case, then let's have a real fight. Good grandson, let's go back. Mu Yun nodded and followed Bai Yun. At this moment, everyone left one by one. Mu Qinglang led the Green Feather Army and quickly cleaned up the battlefield. After the collapse of the Yang clan's secret realm, the Primordial Wood sect and Spiritual God College had also scattered. However, this place had been ruled by the Yang clan for hundreds of thousands of years. If they wanted to conquer it in one day, they could only do so through force. Everything else needed to be planned slowly. The group of people left at this moment. The Shantian guards are really brave. They dared to go head-to-head with the Soaring Wind Guards and Spiritual God Guards. Bai Yun said on the way, however, they were ultimately outnumbered and suffered a lot of losses. The Green Feather Army rushed over and solved the problem. Now that more than half of the Soaring Wind Guards and Spiritual God Guards are dead or injured, I think the Yang clan won't be able to cause any trouble. Mu Yun nodded. Your Highness. On the way back, thousands of figures rested in a valley. Yun Zhongwu and Mu Bai, the 2 Azure Wing commanders, and the Shantian Guard commanders all heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Mu Yun. Thank you for your hard work. Your Highness, thank you for your hard work. Mu Yun nodded and said, how are the casualties? More than 2,000 Shantian guards were killed or injured. However, the Green Feather Army arrived and completely defeated the Soaring Wind Guards and Spiritual God Guards. The Soaring Wind Guards were completely annihilated. As for the Spiritual God Guards, more than half of them were killed or injured, and many of them escaped. Mu Yun looked at the few of them. After you have rested, those who are not injured, head to the Yang clan territory and help second uncle. Cooperate with the Green Feather Army and stabilize the situation to prevent any accidents. Yes. Yes. Yun Zhongwu, Mu Bai, and the others all started to get busy. Second uncle's strength was comparable to a clan leader. Although he was slightly inferior, with Yun Zhongwu, Mu Bai, and the others guarding the Yang clan territory, it was not a problem. Unless the blood race immediately launched a large-scale attack. However, Mu Yun did not plan to manage the Yang clan carefully. 10,000 years ago, the 9 clans attacked the Mu clan. This time, Mu Yun was preparing to suppress the 9 clans. If he defeated the 9 clans and sent a large number of people to defend, the shepherds would not have enough manpower. Looking at the dispirited people after the battle, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. The casualties were horrifying. When starting a war, there were indeed casualties. However, if this continued, the shepherds' casualties would be even greater. In the godly realm, the disputes between the 10 clans had existed for a long time. Today, since he had returned, he would completely resolve it. He stood on the mountain peak and looked ahead. It will end. Mu Yun muttered to himself, everything will end. There are still many things that I have to do. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, he felt the blood in his body boil. The purification bloodline, which did not belong to the devouring bloodline, was boiling at this moment. His body gradually became hot. That kind of feeling was as if 100 flames were devouring his heart. In an instant, Mu Yun's eyes turned white, and he directly fell to the ground with a plop and fainted. This scene could be said to be frightening to everyone. Why did Mu Yun, who was fine just a moment ago, suddenly faint? Immediately, the surroundings panicked. In the godly realm, between a volcanic mountain range, a majestic hall piled up with red stones exuded a scorching aura everywhere. Say that again. A cold voice slowly sounded. Reporting to the patriarch, Mu Yun led the Xianxia guards to break into the Yang clan's secret realm. The patriarch of the Yang clan, Yang Chenfeng, was killed by Mu Yun, including the patriarch Yang Zichong. The entire secret realm was set on fire by Mu Yun. Enough. Yang Chenfeng roared in a low voice, despicable, despicable. At this moment, the temperature in the hall was scorching hot, and dozens of figures were whispering to each other. It could be said that the Yang clan and the Zhu clan had a deep friendship for hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, in these hundreds of thousands of years, the two clans, from the periphery to the core members, had many marriages. This time, the Yang clan was completely destroyed, and the lives of some of the Zhu clan's disciples could not be guaranteed. Mu Yun, you despicable brat, deserve to die. The corner of Zhu Xiaoyan's mouth twitched, and it was obvious that he was furious. It had only been half a day since the shepherds started their attack and the Yang clan was destroyed. And he had only just received the news. This Mu Yun had made up his mind to attack at lightning speed, not giving the Zhu clan and the Blood clan any chance to rescue them. This brat was too despicable. Father, what should we do next? Zhu Chen looked nervous at this moment. If the shepherds attacked the Yang clan, would the Zhu clan be next? In the godly realm, the boundless ocean was located in the eastern part of the godly realm. The Yang clan was in the northern part of the boundless ocean, and the Zhu clan was in the southern part. Previously, the boundless ocean was the territory of the Sea Demon clan. Although the sea demons were powerful, their fighting strength would weaken when they left the ocean. Therefore, the Sea Demon clan and the two clans had always been safe and sound, and even trade was very peaceful. It was also because of this that the Zhu clan and the Yang clan were in a peaceful area, and the two clans had always been close. But now, the boundless ocean had become the land of the shepherds. The shepherds could launch a swift attack and eliminate the Yang clan in the blink of an eye. Would they be able to deal with the Zhu clan? Clan leader, I heard that the crown prince of the shepherds fainted after the battle. There might be some hidden dangers, oh? Hearing this, Zhu Xiaotian stood up and paced back and forth. Go, immediately ask for news about Yang Kaitai and nephew Yang Yu's location. If you encounter anyone from the Yang clan, protect them at all costs and come to the Zhu clan. At the same time, send someone to the Blood clan and ask them to send someone to the Zhu clan. Yes. There was a lot of discussion in the hall. Zhu Xiaotian said again, everyone, this is a critical moment for the Zhu clan's survival. Everyone, be prepared. Zhu Xiaotian turned and left after he finished speaking. Zhu Chen hurriedly followed. The father and son did not speak along the way. Zhu Chen was extremely angry at this moment. If I had known earlier, I would have killed Mu Yun outside the realm of 5 elements at all costs. Zhu Chen said viciously. Do you think Wang Qinglin and Shui Shantian, those two old foxes, did not want to do so? Zhu Xiaotian sighed and said, but with Mu Qingyu around, they can't kill him. Even the illusionary divine stage can't kill him? Mu Qingyu is beyond the illusionary divine stage. Zhu Xiaotian said again, although I don't know what he is thinking, he must have his own plans. Otherwise, the divine world would not have the 10 clans coexisting. However, due to the restrictions of the space-time laws in the divine world, he can't do whatever he wants in the divine world. Furthermore, Zhu Xiaotian paused and said, I feel that there is something wrong with Mu Qingyu, but I can't put my finger on it. Think about it. In the past 1 million years, only 2 people have walked out of the divine world. The first was the number 1 God Emperor, Yi Xiaoyao, and the second was Mu Qingyu. How can we see through this person? Sit and wait for death? Zhu Xiaotian sneered. There must be a reason why Mu Qingyu can't do anything. Otherwise, why would he let Mu Yun suffer for 10,000 years? We must seize this opportunity to break the shepherd's current development. The father and son duo walked into the Zhu clan's secret world. Gradually, the two of them arrived at a stone tablet. The stone tablet was completely red and filled with flames, giving off a scorching aura. The 7th generation of the Zhu clan, the current clan leader, Zhu Xiaotian, requests to meet the ancestors. Zhu Xiaotian walked up to the stone tablet and knelt down on both knees. As soon as he said this, Zhu Chen also knelt down and kowtowed. He knew that the stone tablet was where the ancestors of the Zhu clan passed away. Could it be that there was something hidden within? Buzz buzz buzz. As Zhu Xiaotian's words faded, a buzzing sound rang out, and a ray of light slowly rose from the ground. At this moment, the stone tablet had actually splitting into two. Zhu Xiaotian took a step forward and entered with Zhu Chen. Suddenly, the sky changed color and everything changed. The father and son duo seemed to have appeared in another world. Father, what is this place? Zhu Chen was shocked. Don't speak. Zhu Xiaotian shouted. He then looked forward and cupped his fists together. Disciple Zhu Xiaotian has brought my son Zhu Chen to meet the ancestors. Boom, suddenly, a rumbling sound rang out at this moment. A figure suddenly appeared in the area that was originally covered by the thick fog. Ancestor. Zhu Xiaotian cupped his fists together and bowed. Xiaotian, what are you doing here? The old man's hair and beard were all white. His skin was skinny and bony, and the surface of his skin looked as if it had been burned by fire. It was a terrifying sight. Senior Tongzhu. Zhu Xiaotian said again. I'm here because the Yang clan has been destroyed. I have no choice but to look for the ancestors. What? 2 exclamations suddenly rang out in the sky. The moment the 2 voices rang out, Zhu Chen felt a suffocating aura rush up to his nose. In an instant, the 2 silhouettes appeared before the 2 of them. Xiaotian, say that again. Both of them were old men in their 60s. Their figures were well proportioned and their appearances were ordinary. However, the pressure they exuded made Zhu Chen realize that these were the 3 top ancestors of the Zhu clan. Illusionary divine stage? The 3 patriarchs, the crown prince of the shepherds, led people to exterminate the Yang clan. Bai Yingyun has also appeared. Zhu Xiaotian proceeded to tell Qin Nan everything he had learned today. With that, the skinny old man looked at the 2 people beside him. Zhu Yuanqing. Zhu Fengqua. What do you 2 think of this matter? At this moment, the 3 of them were frowning. This crown prince of the shepherds is indeed not simple. If Mu Qingyu had not protected him in the past, I would have killed him long ago. Zhu Yuanqing said coldly. It's useless to talk about this now. Zhu Tong, you've always been the one with more ideas among the 3 of us. What do you think we should do? The 2 of them looked at Zhu Tong again. Zhu Tong spoke slowly. Since the shepherds have attacked the Yang clan, we, the Zhu clan, are in the south of the boundless ocean. We might be their next target. Zhu Tong nodded his head. If that's the case, Xiaotian, from today onwards, the Red Feather Warriors and the Roaring Sky Army will guard the secret realm day and night. At the same time, arrange for the Death Warriors to guard the surroundings of the Zhu clan's secret realm. After giving out his orders, Zhu Tong remained silent for a while before speaking again. Spread the news that the 3 patriarchs of the Zhu clan are still alive and warn the shepherds. Yes. With that, Zhu Xiaotian's face lit up. After all, the Zhu clan was more powerful than the Yang clan. The 3 patriarchs were all in the illusionary divine stage. With the 3 of them around, the Zhu clan would be much safer. At the same time, send someone to look for Yang Kaitai. He is also in the illusionary divine stage and his cultivation is not ordinary. Bring all the Yang clan members who have escaped. Seek help from the blood race and ask them to send at least 1 illusionary divine stage dream master to the Zhu clan. Zhu Tong grunted. I don't believe that the 3 of us, together with Yang Kaitai and the illusionary divine stage dream master from the blood race, will not be able to deal with the shepherds. Yes. Zhu Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with ferocity. If Yang Kaitai could find the three patriarchs and the blood race's dream master, the Zhu clan would not be afraid of the shepherds. With 5 illusionary divine stage dream masters around, the Zhu clan would not be afraid of the shepherds. In the divine realm, south of the boundless ocean was the territory of the Zhu clan. The southernmost part of the divine realm was the territory of the Zhao clan. On this day, there was an important competition going on in the Zhao clan. At this moment, in the Zhao clan's secret realm, there was a 10,000-meter wide arena. 3 figures stood proudly in a triangular formation. The auras of the 3 of them were extremely dense, and there was a wave of energy that made people wary. Around the arena, there were many people from the Zhao clan. At this moment, many people from the Zhao clan were looking at the arena with fervent gazes. On the rostrum, a figure stood with his hands behind his back. His aura was faintly discernible. "Everyone, please be quiet." Slowly, a voice rang out. The person with his hands behind his back spoke. The entire arena fell silent. Today is a big day for the Zhao clan. As everyone knows, the former crown prince of the Zhao clan, Zhao Yanming, has returned. However, Zhao Yanming has disappeared for 10,000 years. Now that he has suddenly reappeared, his position as the crown prince has been questioned. Today, as the leader of the Zhao clan, I, Zhao Yan, will make the decision. Today, the position of the crown prince of the Zhao clan will be decided between Zhao Yanming, Zhao Keiming, and Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Yan's eyes flashed. Below the arena, there was an uproar. Each wave was louder than the one before. The winner will be the crown prince of the Zhao clan. The loser will have to support the crown prince wholeheartedly in the future and ensure that the Zhao clan will prosper forever. Zhao Yan looked below and shouted, "The 3 of you may begin now." As soon as he said this, the 3 figures slowly stepped forward. "Fourth brother, you haven't returned for 10,000 years. There are many things in the Zhao clan that you don't know. Why must you fight with the 2 of us?" Zhao Keiming said with a faint smile. His third brother, Zhao Jieluan, had died in the 9 empty realms, so he had one less competitor. However, when Zhao Yanming returned, it was still a battle between the 3 of them. "Eldest brother, Crown Prince Zhao, I'm not doing this for my own selfish reasons." Zhao Yanming said, "It's for the eternal prosperity of the Zhao clan. The position of Crown Prince can only be held by the one with the most potential." "Do you mean that my second brother and I can't explain as well as you? If my 2 brothers were stronger than me, then I wouldn't have been made the Crown Prince back then." As soon as he said this, the smell of gunpowder was very strong. Zhao Yan saw the scene and nodded slightly. If he became the Crown Prince, he would be the leader of the clan in the future. As the leader of the clan, he had to speak with one mouth. What he had to do was naturally to intimidate everyone. If Zhao Yanming won today, he had to do it in a grand manner. He had to win so that Zhao Keiming and Zhao Qingfeng would have no thoughts of resistance. Since that's the case, don't blame your second brother for not doting on you, fourth brother. Zhao Qingfeng also stepped forward at this moment, his expression cold. "Second brother, let's go." Instantly, Zhao Keiming took a step forward and charged forward. Zhao Qingfeng followed closely behind at this moment. The 2 of them were prepared to join forces and deal with Zhao Yanming first. "My 2 brothers, you've only reached the 8 changes of the ancestor god realm after 10,000 years?" Zhao Yanming's expression turned cold. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Zhao Keiming. Boom, in an instant, a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. A crack suddenly sounded. Zhao Keiming took Zhao Yanming's punch head-on. Before he could think, he felt a piercing pain in his arm. The pain spread throughout his body. Boom, Zhao Yanming exerted force again. Zhao Keiming had no ability to resist at all. His face turned pale, and he instantly took a step back. His entire body shot backward like a cannonball. Boom, an explosion sounded. Zhao Yanming's body was smashed into the array barrier around the square by Zhao Yanming's punch. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was deathly pale. 9 changes of the ancestor god realm. At this moment, Zhao Keiming's expression was aghast. Originally, when Zhao Yanming appeared in the 9 emptiness realm, it was already shocking that he had reached the 7 changes of the ancestor god realm. Who would have thought that he would leap to the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm now? What a joke. Third brother, do you still want to come? Zhao Yanming looked at Zhao Qingfeng and said indifferently. This time, Zhao Qingfeng retreated. He was also at the 8 changes of the ancestor god realm. Zhao Keiming was actually stronger than him, but there was no doubt that he had lost. How could he withstand Zhao Yanming's fierce attack? It was impossible. I admit defeat. Zhao Qingfeng said slowly. Zhao Yanming swung his hands and looked around proudly. From today onwards, I, Zhao Yanming, am still the crown prince of Zhao. The position of crown prince was mine in the past, and it is still mine now. Around him, a tsunami of cheers sounded quickly and violently. At this moment, Zhao Yan nodded slightly. 9 changes of the ancestor god realm. Zhao Yanming's current cultivation was definitely at the top of the crown princes of the 10 great ancient clans. He was still quite satisfied with this son of his. This competition had started quickly and ended even more quickly. This time, Zhao Yan had specially established his prestige for Zhao Yanming. Zhao Yanming looked at the cheers around him and slowly stretched out his hands. This was the glory that belonged to him, and he had taken it back. That guy was right. In this world, strength was ultimately still the most important thing. Thank you. Mu Yun. The various great ancient clans were all having their own things. The news of Mu Yun destroying the Yang clan was also slowly spreading. Half a day after the matter ended, it had spread throughout the entire god realm. That battle had caused the land where the Yang clan was to shake and the mountains to shake. When everyone saw it, they knew that the Yang clan was finished. The Zhang clan, Han clan, Shi clan, Morong clan, Blood clan, and Royal clan received the news immediately and were all shocked. One had to know that this time, Mu Qingyu had yet to make a move. If Mu Qingyu had made a move, what would have happened? Didn't that mean that the Yang clan had completely disappeared without a trace? Trash, you're all trash. A shout was heard as a powerful force spread out in an instant. Bang bang bang, a series of bangs could be heard as more than 10 figures were flung out from the hall, leaving them in miserable states. Looking closely, those figures were all wearing robes with 9 stars on their shoulders. They were all 9-star divine pale masters. A 9-star divine pale master was definitely a powerful existence in the divine world. But at this moment, they were thrown out more miserably than dogs. But no one dared to speak. Who dared to provoke that person in the hall? Mother. Yun'er's unconscious state is unclear. You can't blame them. In the main hall, Mu Qinglang said with a hint of sorrow. Second brother, did Yang Ziqiang use some dirty tricks before she died? How would I know? I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. Bang 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 bang, Bai Yinyan waved her hand and knocked. Mu Qinglang, Mu Qingya, and Mu Xuanji's head swelled. If you don't know anything, why do I need the 3 of you? Bai Yinyan snorted. Did I give birth to you to answer that you don't know? The moment she said that, the 3 of them turned pale. This matter couldn't be blamed on them. But now was not the time to reason with their mother. Get lost, you're annoying me. Bai Yinyan couldn't help but curse. Grandmother, I'm fine. At this moment, outside the hall, a figure slowly walked in. That figure, at this moment, had a completely different aura, and was not weaker than Mu Qinglang and the other 2. It was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was strong, and she didn't look injured at all. Yuner, Bai Yinyan walked down and looked at Mu Yun, her eyes filled with shock. Is she really fine? Then why did you faint? Maybe, because of my mother, Mu Yun said slowly. Then, she looked at the 3 uncles and said, Uncles, my father left the divine world at this critical moment. It should be because of my mother, right? Hearing this, Mu Qinglang and the other 2 fell silent and nodded their heads. Before the clan leader left, he said that if we don't go this time, we might not have another chance to save your mother in our lifetime. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun clenched her fists. As expected, he had long guessed that perhaps his father had left because he had found an opportunity to save his mother. After all, nothing was more important to her father than the shepherds. If there was, then it would be his mother. You bastards, sigh, Bai Yinyan sighed and said, Qingyu is not in the divine world. This matter can't be hidden for long. Mother, Mu Qinglang couldn't help but say again, actually, what Big Brother is overseeing in the God realm is only an incarnation of an avatar in the first place. It doesn't have much influence on him. Big Brother's strength has already reached a level that we cannot fathom. However, this time even this scattered force has been summoned back. This is enough to show that, this time, I'm afraid it will be extremely dangerous. Mu Yun was stunned when she heard this. Bai Yinyan's face also turned pale. Mu Qingyu was her eldest son and also the most sensible one. If not for the 9 clans, all 8 illusionary divine dream masters of the shepherds would have died 10,000 years ago. Even if Qingyu is not around, we don't have to worry about the remaining 8 clans. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. 8 illusionary divine dream masters. There were actually 8 illusionary divine dream masters in the shepherds. And all of them died during the war 10,000 years ago. He didn't know about this matter at all. However, it was obviously not the time to ask about this now. It might not be the 8 clans. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly spoke. Eh? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Yuner, what do you mean? The few of them looked at Mu Yun, not knowing what she meant. The Zhao clan and the Zhang clan might not send troops to us. What we need to worry about now is the royal family and the blood race. Among them, the blood race is the most important. Mu Yun nodded. I'm confident that the Zhao clan and the Zhang clan will not send troops to attack the shepherds. However, I need to make a trip to the Zhao clan and the Zhang clan. No. 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 Almost at the same time, 4 voices of objection were heard. Bai Yinyan snorted and said, Zhao Yan from the Zhao clan and Zhang Chonghuan from the Zhang clan are the most cunning. Back then, when the 9 clans attacked the shepherds, these 2 clans were in charge of logistics and did not contribute much. Therefore, they don't have much enmity with the shepherds. However, it is also because of this that we can see that these 2 clans are extremely cunning. That's right. Mu Xuanji also snorted. These 2 clans are cowardly. In my opinion, they are not as good as the Zhu clan and the Yang clan, who attack whenever they want. Yuner, if you go, there's no guarantee that Zhao Yan and Zhang Chonghuan won't play any tricks. Looking at the 4 elders who were filled with righteous indignation, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Grandma, 2nd uncle, 3rd uncle, 4th uncle, listen to me. Mu Yun said calmly, I'm not going there to fight. The current situation in the God realm is different from before. The alliance between the Zhao clan and the Zhang clan is the weakest. In the west, the Han clan, Shi clan, and Morong clan have joined forces and are eyeing us covetously. In the east, there is the Zhu clan, and behind the Zhu clan is the blood race. They don't dare to provoke us. Moreover, our next target is the Zhu clan. If we destroy the Zhu clan, the Zhao clan and the Zhang clan will face our oppression. The blood race in the east and the royal clan in the north are all first-class clans. They don't dare to provoke us. Mu Yun said seriously, the current God realm is different from before. It's impossible for the 9 clans to join forces. And this is our chance. When she said this, the 4 elders felt that it made sense. In that case, 4th uncle will go with you. 4th brother, stop joking. With your bad temper, won't you fight if you go? Mu Qingye said with a smile, 3rd uncle will go with you. Stop fooling around. I'll go with you, Yuner. Mu Qinglang also said. Shut up. A shout sounded. Bai Yinyan snorted and said, I'll go with my grandson. When she said this, Mu Qinglang and the other 2 elders' expressions became strange. Why? Can't I? Bai Yinyan snorted when she saw the strange expressions on her 3 sons' faces. No need. I'll go by myself. Mu Yun looked at the 4 of them and said seriously, now that we shepherds have directly destroyed the Yang clan, the blood race and the royal clan will definitely take action. Once the news that father is not in the shepherds is known by the other ancient clans, they will no longer just sit and watch. So for the time being, Grandma, you need to personally oversee the shepherds. Uncles, calm the people down. Mu Yun said seriously, this time, I'll go to the Zhang clan and Zhao city to see what Zhao Yan and Zhang Chonghuan's attitude is. After the meeting in the main hall ended, Mu Yun returned to her residence. In the East Palace, Mingyue Xin, Qin Mengyao, and Bao Qingyu were waiting eagerly. At the same time, Meng Zimo, Yi Sueki, Xiaoyun Wang Xingya, Jiao and Miao Xianyu were also ready to go. What are you doing? Mu Yun couldn't help but ask when she saw the girl's covetous looks. I'm going with you. Miao Xianyu said matter-of-factly, you can't really go alone, right? Mu Yun rubbed Miao Xianyu's head and said with a smile, you're thinking too much. I'm not going to travel with beauties and have fun. Although Zhang Tianyu and Zhao Yanming are under my control, they are only crown princes after all, not patriarchs. The ones I'm going to face this time are Zhang Chonghuan and Zhao Yan. Moreover, I'm not necessarily going to the secret world of Zhao and Zhang clans. Perhaps, I can ask them out to meet me. Mu Yun looked at the girls and said again, this time, all of you have merged with the sacred steel. Since the sacred steel was left behind by the first god emperor, Yi Xiaoyao, it must be a pillar to the heavens and has incredible power. Although all of you have reached the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm, your power is uneven. You still need to experience the sacred steel. Moreover, the sacred steel has established a connection with my original body over these years. In this way, there is a special connection between the few of us. In the future, when I cultivate with the 9 of you, there should be a greater improvement. When Mu Yun said this, the 9 girls instantly blushed. Shameless! Shameless! Hooligan! In an instant, the 9 girls cursed Mu Yun and turned to leave, returning to their respective rooms. Did I say something wrong? Mu Yun scratched his head. That's right, originally, cultivating with each other would improve a lot. They were an old couple, why would they avoid this? Turning back to the room, Mu Yun sat cross-legged with a calm expression. Suddenly fainting, Mu Yun muttered to himself. He was sure that he didn't get poisoned during the battle with Yang Ziqiang. The fainting after the battle wasn't caused by injuries. Thinking carefully, he muttered in his heart. Perhaps it was because of Mother. Could it be that Father had already started to take action? All this time, Father's figure in the divine realm was just a wisp of his external incarnation. Then, what level had Father's true strength reached? What kind of height did the human emperor represent? Most importantly, this time, in order to rescue Mother, Father had to withdraw even this wisp of power. This was enough to show the danger of this operation. Unfortunately, with his current realm and strength, he couldn't reach that height at all. And he still didn't understand. With Father's strength, why didn't he directly unify the divine realm? Why did he need to let him do these things? There were thousands of worlds in the universe, and there were many races. This world was ultimately vast and endless. Become stronger again, only then can I reach that step. Mu Yun opened his palm, and a folding fan appeared in his palm. The Sparrow God Fan. Mo Shushu said that this divine fan was very effective, but in his hands, it was extremely ineffective. After studying for a long time, Mu Yun didn't find any clues. She had already studied it for such a long time. What exactly was the problem? She still couldn't get a result. Could it be that I have to drip blood to verify it? Mu Yun tapped her finger, and a drop of blood essence fused into the Peacock God Fan. Suddenly, the Peacock God Fan devoured all the blood essence, but after that, there was still no result. Mu Yun couldn't help but shake her head and smile bitterly. If it was such a method, it would be too simple. However, it wasn't like she had gained nothing over the years. At the very least, this Peacock God Fan was very effective in breaking through the spatial secret realm. Mother, you gave me this Peacock God Fan. Why didn't you tell me how to use it and the effects of this Peacock God Fan? Mu Yun shook her head and put away the long fan. Creak, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from inside the room. Who is it? Mu Yun's face tightened as she looked ahead. A powerful aura spread out. It's me. Why are you so fierce? A slightly angry voice sounded at this moment. The figure who appeared was Meng Zimo. At this moment, Meng Zimo was wearing a light green tulle dress. Her slightly voluptuous figure made people drool. For a moment, Mu Yun couldn't help but be stunned. What are you looking at? Meng Zimo said angrily, I just haven't seen you for a long time, so I came to see if your body has recovered, is that so? Mu Yun grinned and reached out her hand. Meng Zimo didn't resist and was directly pulled into Mu Yun's arms. Of course my body is great. If you don't believe me, you can check it. With such a beauty throwing herself into his arms, Mu Yun naturally couldn't help but feel the aura in his body. In the end, it had been a long time since he had spent the night with a few women in the past few hundred years. With a wave of her hand, the tulle dress fell off. Mu Yun only felt his mouth and tongue dry. He couldn't help but pounce on her. In the room, an aura that made people feel ashamed to speak spread out. Ka. Right at that moment, another voice sounded. Who is it? Mu Yun stopped and looked into the hall. It's me, Brother Yun, another delicate voice sounded, and Meng Zimo's face turned red. If the other sisters saw her secretly coming to find Mu Yun, what should she do? In the hall, a figure entered the room through the window and looked at Mu Yun. The bed was covered by the veil, and the figure crept over. Mu Yun's head popped out. Looking at the figure, he felt even more agitated. Yuner. At this moment, Xiao Yuner was wearing a pink dress. Her long hair was scattered as she looked at Mu Yun and said gently, I wanted to see you. As soon as she said this, Zhao Yun, since you're here, let's go together. Huh, together? The bed was pulled open, and Meng Zimo let out a cry. Xiao Yuner's face was even redder at this moment. This night was destined to be a night of hard work. In the end, only Qin Mengyao, Mingyue Xin, and Bao Qingyu did not arrive. This made Mu Yun feel a little regretful. Early the next morning, he rubbed his head and sat up. Mu Yun looked at the 6 sleeping figures on the bed. They were in all sorts of postures, charming and pure. He stretched lazily. This was the life he should have, with the women taking the initiative. It saved him the trouble of running back and forth day and night. He got up and put on his clothes. Mu Yun walked out of the bedroom and came to the courtyard of the East Palace. Did you have a good night last night? A voice slowly rang out. A figure smiled sweetly as she looked at Mu Yun from the top of the house. It was Mingyue Xin. It was okay, but it wasn't enough. Mu Yun smiled and said, Yue Xin didn't arrive, how could I be happy? What a glib tongue. Mingyue Xin flew down and said, Qin Mengyao asked me to tell you not to make a fuss. She is in seclusion and might be able to improve. Improve. That was the illusionary divine stage. Was the spirit of the ice phoenix so terrifying? What about you? Mu Yun smiled and said, your current cultivation should be at the level of an ancestor god. Why haven't you improved? I have reached a bottleneck. However, if I can comprehend it, I should be able to reach the illusionary divine stage. Mingyue Xin said calmly. After reaching a bottleneck, he should be able to reach the illusionary divine stage directly. It was such a simple sentence, but it was said casually. How could it be so easy to reach the illusionary divine stage? Mu Yun looked at Mingyue Xin strangely. Don't look at me like that. The illusionary divine stage is just the beginning. When you reach the Kanglan world, you will know what it means to be powerful. Mingyue Xin stretched her waist, revealing her perfect curves. She said calmly, in the Kanglan world, the Qilin race, the Dragon race, the Phoenix race and many other races are extremely powerful. They are all first-class races. Including the 5 spiritual races, there are at least a dozen first-class races. The most powerful person is a venerable and can stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens and earth. Sage, monarch, venerable and Kanglan world. There is a world of difference between them. As she finished speaking, a pair of arms wrapped around her slender waist. Mu Yun hugged Mingyue Xin from behind and laughed softly. No matter what, you are a member of the water spiritual race. In the future, I will go to the water spiritual race and formally propose marriage. You are my woman. This cannot be changed. Mingyue Xian's body trembled slightly, but the corners of her mouth curled up as she gently leaned on Mu Yun's shoulder. Even though she was strong, she was still a woman. There was always a soft side in her heart. Mu Yun, you will have to face too many things in the future. I am so scared, Mingyue Xin's rare gentle voice sounded. I am so scared that you will leave me. I won't. Rubbing Mingyue Xin's head, Mu Yun smiled and said, I will never leave you. I will never leave you. Now, his friends, wives, and relatives were all by his side. These people were all worthy of him waiting for a lifetime. Gently holding Mingyue Xin's hands, Mu Yun smiled and said, I haven't seen Yi Qiu, Moyang, Qi Ming and the others for a long time. Let's go and take a look. Okay. The two figures walked away. In the room, the 6 figures were still sleeping lazily. Last night was too tiring. In the city of shepherds, there were hundreds of palaces in the East Palace. Moyang, Qi Ming, and the others were brought to the shepherds to cultivate in the East Palace. With Mu Yan's arrival, the 3 disciples were overjoyed. Now, their cultivation had improved rapidly and they had all reached the ancestor god realm. Moyang's swordsmanship was good, Qi Ming's weapon skills were also good, and Yi Qiu's Holy Ghost body absorbed the extreme yin qi of heaven and earth to cultivate. The others were slightly better. Now, although the 3 disciples could not share a lot of the pressure for him, he was happy to see that the 3 of them were safe. There were more than 3 people in the East Palace. Mu Tianshang, Mu Longyuan, Hao Tingfei, Zhong Hao, Han Hui, and Sun Yenzhou were also cultivating here. Where is Bufan? Mu Yan asked when she saw that the place was full of people but did not see Bufan. That kid, Bufan, is too terrifying. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Recently, he has been cultivating in the Demon Cave Ridge and has not appeared. Moyang grinned and said, that kid's skin is rough and his flesh is thick. It's really terrifying. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. Bufan's original body was of the Titan clan. The Titan clan was also a famous and powerful clan in the Kanglan Myriad world. Looking at the crowd, Mu Yun could not help but recall the desperate fight in the immortal world. Now, his strength had improved rapidly, and these people who had fought side by side with him could not catch up. Although it was a pity, more importantly, he could protect them this time. At least in the city of shepherds, no one would dare to touch them. Mu Yun chatted with the crowd until the sun set in the west. Only then did she leave with Ming Yuexin. They did not return to their residence. Instead, they went directly to the Demon Cave Ridge. The Demon Cave Ridge was the place where the shepherds trained their disciples. Back then, Mu Qingyu had personally built it, but it was later destroyed. However, the shepherds moved to the Boundless Sea, and Mu Qingyu built the Demon Cave Ridge again. This made the Demon Cave Ridge even more terrifying than it was back then. Along the way, the disciples of the shepherds all greeted Mu Yun respectfully when they saw her. After entering the depths of the Demon Cave Ridge, Mu Yun felt a terrifying aura spread out. Over there, a figure at least 100 meters tall stood proudly. Around him, the terrifying abyss divine beasts pounced forward and tore at the figure. However, the towering figure did not have any scruples. He took a step forward and trampled a divine beast in the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm to death. A powerful body and terrifying explosive power. Bufan! Mu Yun shouted. Big brother Mu! The burly figure turned around and looked happy. After a few steps, his figure gradually shrank and came in front of Mu Yun. Big brother Mu, you haven't seen me in a long time. Bufan still looked 16 or 17 years old. He had a faint smile on his face, which was completely different from his previous ferocity. I've been a little busy recently. I forgot about you. Mu Yun smiled and said, how is it? Is your cultivation here going well? Yes. Mu Bufan nodded and said, Big brother Mu, the divine beasts in the Demon Cave Ridge are very beneficial to my cultivation. I'm making great progress. At this moment, in the extermination of deity painting, Guei grinned and said, of course. The Titan clan is strong and strong. They focus on cultivating their bodies. Their bodies are huge and their defense is terrifying. Their attacks are also as heavy as mountains. The Demon Cave Ridge built by your father is connected to the abyss. The divine beasts that come here are all from the abyss. They contain the underground nether chi, which can help this little guy improve his aura to the greatest extent. But now, I see that his absorption speed has slowed down. He's a first-class ancestral god. It's better to let him enter your treasure map. Yes. Mu Yun nodded and looked at Bufan, saying, Bufan, from today onwards, you'll be with me. This mortal realm is not your hometown. Sooner or later, I'll take you back to the clan. I'm not going back. Mu Bufan shook his head and said, I want to be with Big Brother Mu and protect him. My clansmen abandoned me. Big Brother Mu saved me. I'll follow Big Brother Mu. How can that be? Mu Yun smiled and said, don't worry. Even if you go back in the future, I'll keep in touch with you. Yes. Well, from today onwards, you'll be with me. We'll fight and improve. One day, I'll take you away from here and return to where you belong. Okay. Muyun opened the blue sky underworld painting. Buffon's figure flashed and entered the scroll. In the vast world, 300 osteopyrum greedily absorbed the power of the world to improve. At this moment, all of these people in the blue sky underworld diagram were at the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm. Among them, the combat strength of the 300 osteopyrum was even more powerful. The ones who had improved the most were Huan Yan and Mou. These two people's current cultivation level was not much inferior to Mu Yun's. The Kirin clan was originally a first-class clan. The two of them had only been decadent for tens of thousands of years in the mortal world, so their cultivation level was low. But now, with the help of Mu Yun and the support of the power of the world, their rapid improvement made Mu Yun amazed. In fact, Mu Yun also discovered something. The Nine-Tailed Cat clan was a 9th-grade clan. They lived in the 3 elements world of the Kanglan Myriad world. Among them, Miao Zhanyu and Miao Yutong's cultivation speed was the fastest. However, compared to Mou and Huan Yan, they were still too slow. Now, the first-class clans he came into contact with. Xiao Fan of the Titan clan. Mou and Huan Yan of the Kirin clan. Ming Wuxian of the Water Spirit clan, one of the 5 spirit clans. In addition, Qin Mengyao was considered as the Phoenix clan. The speed at which these people's cultivation improved was astonishing. As the 9th son of heaven, he had experienced 9 lifetimes and converted all the opportunities of 9 lifetimes into himself. At this moment, he had reached such a level. This speed was considered top-notch among the human clan. However, compared to these first-class clans, he was slightly inferior. No wonder the outside world always looked at the human clan with a high and mighty attitude. There were many people in the human clan, and their reproduction speed was extremely fast. In terms of numbers, there would always be a peerless figure among the thousands or trillions. As for the other clans, the entire clan was extremely suitable for cultivation and their speed was extremely fast. Just this point alone made the human clan fall far behind the other clans. After returning to the East Palace, Mu Yun took out the sparrow god fan again and carefully observed it. However, there was no way to do it. For the next few days, Mu Yun had been secretly studying the sparrow god fan. Every day, she had fun with the 8 girls. It was rare for her to be relaxed, as if she had completely forgotten about the matter of Zhao and the Zhang clan, as well as the trouble of the remaining 8 ancient clans. On this day, the sky had just cleared. Mu Yun got up and looked at the mess in the room. She rubbed her head, stood up, and exhaled. Mu Yun walked out alone and looked at the slightly brightening sky. Then, he stretched lazily. It's a good day for going out. The weather is so good. Why don't you bring me along? A pleasant voice rang out. Behind her, a beautiful figure in a jade green dress stood there elegantly. Her fingers brushed through her hair as she looked at Mu Yun with a smile that was devastatingly beautiful. Have you rested well? Seeing that Bao Qingyu had also gotten up, Mu Yun was stunned. Grandma Yanmian told me to look after you. So you didn't let loose yesterday? Mu Yun looked at Bao Qingyu and pinched her nose. She smiled and said, I'll take good care of you next time. I'll wait. Sticking out her tongue, Bao Qingyu was not afraid at all. She was shy in front of everyone, but now that there was only Mu Yun and her, there was nothing to worry about. Thus, she spoke more boldly. You said it. When the time comes, I won't care even if you beg for mercy. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said again, since that's the case, the journey will be lonely. It's naturally excellent to have a beauty as a companion. Holding Bao Qingyu's hand, the two of them disappeared together, at this moment, in the room. Ming Wuxian was dressed in a thin veil. Her proud and delicate figure was full of charm. This guy only knows how to be sneaky, Ming Wuxian smiled, yawned, and stroked her waist. She scolded, no wonder he's so flirtatious. His body can take it, but it hurts me. Qin Mengyao had been in seclusion for the past few days. Mu Yun also gradually became thick-skinned and started the shameless days of 8 women and 1 husband. At first, the women were extremely embarrassed, but later, they gradually got used to it. However, this guy was really amazing. Outside the shepherds, on the boundless sea. Two figures bathed in the sea breeze and galloped on the boundless sea. Mu Yun looked ahead and opened her arms. This world is so big, and there are only a few people I love. Even so, I will walk the path of the strongest for the people I love. Mu Yun could not help but sigh. Father, mother, and all of you are precious to me. For the sake of all of you, I should also become the strongest ruler in this world. Yes. The two figures were extremely fast and their figures gradually disappeared. Divine Realm, Pingxiang City. Pingxiang City was located in the south of the Divine Realm. It was a small city with a population of 1 million at the border between the Zhang clan and the Zhao clan. At this moment, it was noon, and Pingxiang City was already bustling with noise and excitement. Restaurants of all sizes were filled with guests. It was very lively. At this moment, two figures slowly descended outside the city gate. It was a man and a woman. The man's figure was slightly thin, but his eyes were as deep as the sea. His every move was filled with incomparable confidence and was filled with a trace of agility. Needless to say, the woman was indescribably beautiful. She had an oval face and a pair of quick-witted eyes under her double eyelids. She gave off a valiant aura. Brother Yun, what are we doing here? Chatting. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, looking for someone to reminisce about the past. Bao Qingyu was even more puzzled after hearing this. These days, Mu Yun had been cultivating with them. Now that she suddenly said that she wanted to chat, it was indeed very strange. The two entered the city together and sat down. Waiter, serve the wine and dishes. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said. Now, he had already reached the state of not eating. However, in the Mu clan, he would still try some delicacies if he came across them. After all, the cultivation of a martial artist was all about hard work. He had completely lost the life that he should have, and it was indeed boring. The two sat down, and not long after, the dishes were served. The dishes were simple, and the wine was simple. The two of them ate casually. Bao Qingyu seemed to have guessed that Mu Yun was waiting for something, so she did not say much. Slowly, the two finished half of their meal. At this moment, two figures entered the restaurant one by one. One of the two people had a long breath, and it seemed illusory at the same time. It gave people the feeling of an illusion. It was as if this person was clearly in front of them, but also thousands of miles away. As for the other person, there was a burning sensation all over his body. The two people entered the restaurant and chose to sit by the window, which was far away from Mu Yun. It's them. Bao Qingyu was stunned when she saw the two people. No wonder Mu Yun came here today. At this moment, Mu Yun was not in a hurry. She sat there, looked at the two people, and gently raised her wine glass. At this moment, the two people who appeared sat down facing each other. They ordered a few dishes and looked at each other without saying a word. Not long after, the two people spoke and seemed to be chatting about something. However, even though they were not far away, Bao Qingyu realized that she could not hear what they were saying at all. Mu Yun smiled and said, "Let's go and say hello." Okay. The two of them stood up and came to the table of the two people. Mu Yun held the wine pot in her hand and said with a smile, "I see that the two of you hit it off very well here. I wonder if the two of us can sit down and chat for a while." At that instant, a suffocating aura was emitted from the inn. Everyone in the restaurant was stunned. However, that aura disappeared as quickly as it came. Everyone was astonished. What happened just now? Of course. The man who gave off a feeling of being neither close nor distant nodded his head. Patriarch Zhan and Patriarch Xiao sure are in a good mood. At this very moment, the god world is in turmoil, yet the two of you are still able to come here to drink wine and chat. Mu Yun filled his wine cup and said with a faint smile. Aren't you the same? Zhan Chonghuan looked at Mu Yun and said indifferently. I'm different. My father is handling all the big and small matters in the clan. What do I have to worry about? Is that so? Zhan Chonghuan pursed his lips and said with a smile, Mu Yun, since you're here to see the two of us, why do you have to put on such an act? Your father is no longer in the divine realm. Zhao Yan also smiled faintly and said, the last time when we destroyed the Yang clan, your father did not take action. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. He has already left the divine realm for some time. Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun was still sipping her wine glass. The two of you are right. I originally thought that the two of you did not know, but now it seems that the two of you already know. Mu Yun did not mind and said again, since that is the case, the two of you, I will not beat around the bush. The reason I called the two of you here is to form an alliance. Alliance? Zhao Yan and Zhang Chonghuan were slightly stunned. Crown Prince Mu means that the shepherds will form an alliance with the Zhan and Zhao clans, and our clans will bear the pressure of the Blood clan and the Royal clan together for your shepherds? The corners of Zhao Yan's mouth curled up slightly. Zhao Yanming had returned and taken over the position of Crown Prince again. These days, he had been nurturing Zhao Yanming, and many of the clan's matters were handed over to Zhao Yanming to manage. Therefore, he was in a good mood and did not mind Mu Yun's words at all. Although the Zhan and Zhao clans were not at the top of the 10 great ancient clans, they were definitely not at the bottom. Regardless of whether it was the Royal clan in the north, the Blood clan in the center, or even the Han, Shi, and Morong clans in the west, it was simply unrealistic to want to destroy the Zhao and Zhang clans. Bear the pressure? Mu Yun grinned and said, not really. Not bear the pressure, but together, we will put pressure on the other 6 great ancient clans. Haha, hearing those words, Zhao Yan smiled. Based on what? If your father, Mu Qingyu, was here, he would say this, but you. What about me? Mu Yun was not angry. Instead, she smiled and said, if Crown Prince Zhao thinks that I cannot lead the shepherds, then fight with me and you will know how strong I am. Hearing this, Zhao Yan's body trembled. He sipped his wine and did not say anything. Fight with Mu Yun. Yang Ziqiang was at the illusionary divine stage and died at the hands of Mu Yun. At that time, Mu Yun was only a first-rate ancestor god. Now, Mu Yun was a super first-rate ancestor god. Tell me your reason. Zhang Chonghuan said seriously. Firstly, the union of the Zhan and Zhao clans may seem glorious, but in reality, in the eyes of the Royal clan, the Blood clan, the Shi clan, the Han clan, and the Morong clan, these 2 clans can be destroyed. However, their main target and attention are now all on the shepherds. If the shepherds are dealt with, the Zhao and Zhan clans will definitely disappear from the plates of the god world. Secondly, if the shepherds deal with the other 5 ancient clans, the Zhao and Zhan clans will also be destroyed by the shepherds. Therefore, your 2 clans can't just stand by and watch. Zhang Chonghuan smiled faintly. Since that's the case, let's join forces and deal with the shepherds, just like 10,000 years ago. Sure. Mu Yun smiled faintly, filled his wine cup, and drank it all in one gulp. You can do that, but I can also guarantee that the moment you declare war on the shepherds, there will definitely be a huge internal conflict between the 2 clans. At that time, when the 8 clans join forces to deal with the shepherds, your Zhao and Zhan clans will definitely be unable to fend for yourselves. When the shepherds are destroyed, your 2 clans will die even faster. The moment he said this, Zhang Chonghuan and Zhao Yan's expressions changed slightly. The meaning of Mu Yun's words was very clear. He had left a backup plan in the Zhao and Zhang clans. So Crown Prince Mu has already left your people in my clan? I have no comment on this. Mu Yun smiled. It depends on whether the 2 of you dare to take a gamble. The moment he said this, Mu Yun looked at the 2 of them with a smile. Zhao Yan's expression was not good at this moment. Zhao had just recently regained his calm and was now boldly and decisively transforming. Zhao Yanming had just started to subdue the henchmen that Zhao Keiming and Zhao Qingfeng had managed. If there was a problem, Zhao might instantly split apart. This was something he absolutely did not want to see. As for Zhang Chonghuan, he was currently pondering Mu Yun's words. What exactly was the great internal strife that he was talking about? Could it be? Zhang Chonghuan's expression changed. If that was the case, then wouldn't it be, the 2 of you? I believe that the 2 of you are well aware of the pros and cons. As for the end, Mu Yun said again, the shepherds either live or perish. If the shepherds live, I can guarantee that the Zhao and Zhan tribes will live forever, just like before. If the shepherds perish, I can also guarantee that after the shepherds perish, the next 2 to perish will be the Zhan and Zhao. Zhang Chonghuan and Zhao Yan were both silent at this moment. What had this guy been doing all these years? Crown Prince Mu, aren't you being too confident? Even if the three of us work together, the other 6 races will only swiftly join forces to deal with us. The blood race and the royal family are no less powerful than the shepherds of the past. Zhang Chonghuan said seriously. Clan head Zhang, are you worried that if our 3 clans join forces, we won't be a match for the other ancient clans? Mu Yan pursed her lips and smiled. Indeed, that seems to be the case. Mu Yun now understood that if she didn't give these 2 some reassurance, they wouldn't be able to make up their minds. 3 months later, the shepherds will annihilate the Zhu clan and completely exterminate them in the Eastern Divine World. After that, perhaps it's better for you to make a decision. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she stood up and didn't say anything else. Some things were useless in words. Perhaps it was better to do it. When the time came, these 2 would naturally know what decision to make. The 2 figures slowly left the restaurant, leaving Zhang Chonghuan and Zhao Yan, the 2 great clan heads, in a daze at this moment. Brother Zhang, Zhao Yan couldn't help but break the silence. He said calmly, could this kid really? It's hard to say now. Zhang Chonghuan's expression changed. It was obvious that he wasn't relaxed. The alliance between the Zhao and Zhang clans was indeed not the top in the divine world. The Blood Clan, the Royal Clan, and the alliance of the 3 clans in the west could all suppress the Zhao and Zhang clans. However, to ally with Mu Yun, this sounded too shocking. No one could guarantee that the shepherds would win in this battle. However, no one could guarantee that the shepherds would lose in this battle. The choice was very difficult. 3 months later, the shepherds will take action. Zhang Chonghuan spoke again. We'll just wait for 3 months. After the Yang clan was annihilated, the entire divine world was unexpectedly very calm. However, under this calm, there was an undercurrent. Recently, the various great ancient clans had intentionally or unintentionally summoned their ancestral god experts back to their secret realms. In fact, they had no choice but to do so. The shepherds unexpectedly took action and annihilated the Yang clan. One had to know that the Yang clan had more than 20,000 ancestral god guards, but they were still pale in comparison. Over the years, the shepherds' strength had increased tremendously. Although the top experts were not clear, it was not difficult to see that the shepherds were not weak. Time passed day by day. On this day, in the boundless ocean, in the secret realm of the shepherds. In the main hall, many figures were sitting peacefully. At this moment, Mu Yun was sitting in the main seat and looking down. Bai Yinyun, Mu Qinglang, Mu Qingya, and Mu Xuanji were all standing still. Your Highness, since the news that the clan leader is not in the divine world has already spread, there's no need to hide this matter anymore. Mu Qinglang said. Crown Prince, why don't you directly ascend the throne and become the new clan leader? This way, you can give orders and let the shepherds feel at ease. Second brother is right. Mu Qinglang and the other 2's suggestion was approved by everyone. Mu Yan's current strength was already at the level of an ancestral god. Moreover, she could kill illusionary divine experts. Such strength was enough to defeat the clan leaders of the 8 ancient clans. It was only right for her to become the clan leader of the shepherds. Moreover, the shepherds needed a leader. I will not decline this matter. Mu Yun said calmly. Since the shepherd's father is not around and the other clans know about it, we will not hide it anymore. From today onwards, I will take over the position of the clan leader of the shepherds. Since my father is not worried about me staying here, I will do my best and not disappoint him. Yes, clan leader. Mu Qinglang cupped his hands and said. Report. At this moment, a report was suddenly heard. Outside the main hall, a voice was suddenly heard. Report, the spiritual Snake Island in the boundless ocean is under attack. It's the Red Feather Warriors of the Zhu tribe. Red Feather Warriors. Mu Xuanji snorted. The Zhu tribe is so bold to directly attack the land of the shepherds. I will bring people to destroy this bunch of idiots. Fourth uncle, calm down. Mu Yan stood up at this moment. Bai Yinyun also snorted. Idiot, shut up. The Zhu tribe is not much stronger than the Yang tribe. Do you think they are attacking us so brazenly? The Red Feather Warriors, the Roaring Sky Army, and the Deathsworn Warriors are the 3 main guardian armies of the Zhu tribe. There are more than 30,000 of them, and they are all in the ancestral god realm. But compared to the warriors of the shepherds, they are far inferior. Maybe Yang Kai-Tai brought the remaining spirit god army and the remaining celestial guards to join forces with the Zhu tribe. Moreover, the blood breeds might have sent someone this time. Bai Yingyun instantly sorted out her thoughts and said again, if you rush out so recklessly, you might have fallen into a trap. Mu Xuanji immediately withered after hearing this. Then what should we do? Listen to the clan leader. Bai Yingyun said. Yuner, you say it. Okay. Mu Yin stood up and nodded. In that case, everyone, listen to me. In the main hall, the higher-ups of the shepherds stood still. Immediately summoned the Green Feather Army, the Leaf Guards, and the Xuanji Battalion to gather in the secret realm of the shepherds. Mu Yin looked at Mu Qinglang and said, Second uncle, I'll leave this matter to you. Okay. Mu Qinglang turned to leave and began to give orders. Third uncle, take a group of elites to the border between the Boundless Sea and the Yang clan. Check if there are any signs of other ancient clans. Okay. Fourth uncle, take some people to the west of the Boundless Sea and check if the Blood Tribe has made any moves. Okay. After giving out orders, Mu Yun exhaled and stood up. I will lead Yanyi and the Shantian guards to the Spirit Snake Island. I want to see what the Zhu tribe is planning this time. As soon as he finished speaking, his murderous aura surged. At this moment, Mu Yun had no other thoughts in his mind. He had originally planned to attack the Zhu tribe in 3 months and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Since the Zhu tribe had taken the initiative to attack, it would save him the trouble. In a flash, Mu Yun disappeared. Boundless Sea, Spirit Snake Island. Originally, Spirit Snake Island was an extremely ordinary island in the Boundless Sea. However, a few hundred years ago, Mu Yun had unified the Boundless Sea and stayed on Spirit Snake Island for a period of time, causing Spirit Snake Island to become famous. This time, the Red Feather Warriors led by the Zhu tribe were heading for Spirit Snake Island. At this moment, on Spirit Snake Island, flames were shooting everywhere. Rumbling and exploding sounds rose and fell one after another. Many well-trained figures were fighting at this moment. The Red Feather Warriors of the Zhu tribe were clad in crimson armor and held divine weapons. They were obviously the elite guards. The leader was a young man who was radiating light from his body. He held a command in his hand and looked down. Kill them. Leave no one alive. Zhu Chen was arrogant at this moment. He shouted coldly, Shepherds? Want to recover? Without Mu Qingyu, how can you recover? Originally, the Zhu tribe had been worried about Mu Qingyu's existence. However, a few days ago, they had received news from the Blood tribe that Mu Qingyu was no longer in the divine world. Without Mu Qingyu, Mu Yun dared to use Mu Qingyu's power to kill the Yang tribe. Since that was the case, the Zhu tribe would go into battle and let the shepherds understand. The divine world was no longer the era of the shepherds. Without Mu Qingyu, Mu Yun was nothing. At this moment, Zhu Chen was in a good mood. Looking at the Red Feather Warriors killing the people of Spirit Snake Island, he was extremely happy. Whether I have a foothold or not is not up to you, Zhu Chen, to decide. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Boom! A punch came out of nowhere and headed straight for Zhu Chen with a crushing momentum. When Zhu Chen saw Mu Yun charging over, a sneer appeared in his eyes. He didn't panic at all. Crown Prince of the Shepherds, why are you so arrogant? A thunderous roar could be heard at this moment. In the air, a figure took a step forward in front of Zhu Chen. As the figure stepped out, he waved his hand and a surge of aura slowly rose. A rumbling sound rang out, and a faint crack appeared in the air. The powerful aura of the illusionary divine stage was fully displayed. At this moment, everyone felt their hearts palpitating. Mu Yun stopped in her tracks and looked at the figure in front of Zhu Chen. She squinted her eyes. It's here. Since the Zhu tribe had taken the initiative to attack, the illusionary divine stage old ancestor must have awakened. Zhu Yuanqing. Looking at the figure, Mu Yan's eyes narrowed. It seems like you still remember me. Zhu Yuanqing waved his sleeves and said proudly, no wonder you dare to be so presumptuous. I have regained all the memories of my previous life. Since you remember me, you should know that if I had not shown mercy, you would have been dead. What a joke. Mu Yun looked at Zhu Yuanqing coldly and sneered, back then, I was only a god master. You were already an ancestor god. Are you glad that you did not kill me? Ignorant child. Zhu Yuanqing shouted coldly, Zhu Chen, lead the Red Feather soldiers and destroy spiritual Snake Island. The Zhu tribe army must step foot on every island in the boundless ocean. Even in your dreams, there is a time limit. Mu Yun shouted, Shantian guards, stop the Red Feather soldiers. Fog in the clouds. Yes, sir. If anyone kills wantonly, Yunyi will wait for an opportunity to attack. Whoever kills the most ruthlessly will be killed. Yes, sir. One by one, figures rose from the ground. The murderous intent in their eyes was self-evident. Zhu Yuanqing's eyes flashed. As expected of the crown prince of the shepherds, you have some courage. You're wrong. I'm now the successor of the shepherds. Mu Yun grinned and said, Zhu Yuanqing, you should be satisfied that the patriarch of a clan is personally coming to kill you. What a joke. Do you really think that after killing Yang Ziqiang, who has just entered the illusionary divine stage, you can go against me? In your dreams. Whether it's a dream or not, you'll know soon enough. Mu Yun held the life-chasing divine sword in her hand, her eyes filled with murderous intent. This time, his father really wasn't around. However, he had to carry the shepherds and the family that he had lived in for 10,000 years. Whoever tried to destroy it would be killed. Boom, a dense aura was instantly released. Mu Yun stepped forward with a murderous aura. At this moment, Zhu Yuanqing also rushed forward. In an instant, the two of them exchanged blows. Seeing this scene, Zhu Chen's eyes flickered. Mu Yun is already a super ancestor god, Zhu Chen said angrily, damn it, how did this fellow improve so quickly? His heart was filled with dissatisfaction. Mu Yun's speed of improvement was simply too fast. If it was just her speed, it would be fine. However, Mu Yun's strength had also shown a linear increase. Her speed and strength had skyrocketed at the same time. How did this fellow cultivate so quickly? Red Feather warriors, kill them all. Who cares about the Shantian guards or Yunyi? Kill them all. Zhu Chen growled angrily. If they didn't kill Mu Yun, how could the realm of gods be peaceful? Rumbling sounds instantly filled the entire surface of the sea. The red-armored Akabane soldiers, like a sea of fire, rushed out. As for the Shantian guards, they naturally wouldn't shrink back. The army of the Sea Demon tribe also moved out in full force. The Sea Demon kings were now the overlords of the Sea Demon tribe. They led the warriors of the Sea Demon tribe and charged out. In the Zhu clan army, there were more than 15,000 Red Feather warriors. They were all well-trained ancestor gods. This time, after Mu Yun's arrival, nearly 8,000 Shantian guards charged out one by one. In addition to the Sea Demon Cloud Guards, nearly 300,000 troops gathered from various islands. However, although there were more than 300,000 Sea Demon Cloud Guards, only 30,000 of them had reached the Ancestor God realm. Moreover, these 30,000 people didn't have good teamwork. Even so, their advantage in numbers was large enough. The Crab King, the Overlord, the Ice King, and the Thunder King had solemn expressions at this moment. Although there are many Sea Demon Cloud Guards, our strength is not enough. The Crab King said calmly, tell all warriors below the Ancestor God realm to withdraw 100 miles away and wait for orders. Warriors above the Ancestor God realm to help the Shantian guards. Okay. The other three kings nodded at this moment. This could be said to be a top battle in the realm of gods. Warriors below the Ancestor God realm would only be courting death if they charged forward. The army slowly spread out. Under the leadership of the 4 Sea Kings, the Sea Demon Cloud Guards charged out with murderous intent. At this moment, the pressure on the Red Feather warriors suddenly increased. Great-grandfather, what should we do? Zhu Chen panicked. The Sea Demon tribe's army was so large that it was shocking. Humph, they have reinforcements, but so do we. Zhu Fengqua, Yang Kaitai, come out. Zhu Yuanqing shouted at this moment. In an instant, voices could be heard from the top of the clouds. The roars were louder and louder. The Roaring Sky Army had arrived, more than 15,000 Ancestor God Realm warriors lined up in formation. It was a majestic sight. The Red Feather Warriors and the Roaring Sky Army were the two main forces of the Zhou clan. They were all ancestor gods. Moreover, there were more than 30,000 of them in total. This point alone wasn't bad. The Zhou clan's overall strength was much stronger than the Yang clan's. At this moment, with the addition of the Roaring Sky Army, the Zhou clan's army suddenly attacked like a tide. The two sides were in a fierce battle. At this moment, Mu Yun looked coldly at the battle in the surrounding sea. Every battle was sparkling and filled with killing intent. How terrifying was the battle between the ancestor gods. On this day, there was a rumor in the divine world that the boundless sea in the east of the divine world was collapsing. The roars were endless as if a god had descended. As the battle continued, rumbling sounds could be heard, and waves of energy surged up like a swarm. Two more illusionary divine dream masters appeared at this moment. Zhu Fengque and Yang Kaitai. The Zhou clan and the Yang clan have indeed joined forces. Mu Yun mumbled to herself. The moment Yang Kaitai appeared, he stared at Mu Yun with killing intent in his eyes. Beside him, Yang Yu's eyes were also red. Yang Chenfeng had been killed and Yang Ziqiong had been killed. The Yang clan's soaring wind guards had been completely wiped out. Only the spirit god army was left with less than 5,000 people. These 5,000 people were the main fighting force of the Yang clan now. The huge Yang clan had been completely destroyed by the shepherds, hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation had been completely wiped out. The shepherds had gone too far. Today, the shepherds had to pay the price for joining forces with the Zhou clan. You're all here. Mu Yun looked around and smiled coldly. Zhu Yuanqing and Zhu Fengque, the two illusionary divine dream masters from the Zhou clan. Yang Kaitai from the Yang clan, 3 illusionary divine dream masters. Facing the 3 of them, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with battle intent. How dare you bully my grandson? You have to ask for my permission first. A cold harumph was heard as a voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Bai Yun, who had been here for a long time, appeared. Seeing Bai Yun, Zhu Yuanqing and the other 2 became serious. Bai Yun was a famous genius in the Bai clan in the early years. She had reached the illusionary divine dream master realm and was stronger than the 3 of them. I'll hold her back. Zhu Fengque shouted. The 2 of you, use the godly spells of the Zhou and Yang clans to deal with Mu Yun. Even if she has 9 avatars, we can still kill her. All right. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanqing and Yang Kaitai nodded. Mu Qingyu was not around. Among the shepherds, only Bai Yun was in the illusionary divine dream master realm. Even if Mu Yun had the ability to kill an illusionary divine dream master, she could only kill Yang Ziqiong. Every single one of them was better than Yang Ziqiong. Even if Mu Yun had improved, they were still stronger. Both parties were filled with killing intent. Bai Yun snorted and took a step forward. She waved her hand and streaks of dark green light floated up. Zhu Fengque did not hesitate and accepted the challenge. No matter what, he had to hold Bai Yun back. Mu Yun would definitely die. After killing Mu Yun, the leader of the shepherds, Mu Qingyu, would not be around. The shepherds would lose their leader and would be nothing. Everyone was filled with killing intent. Zhu Yuanqing and Yang Kaitai charged towards Mu Yun. At this moment, a powerful aura emerged. Open! Mu Yun bellowed, and the 9 external incarnations charged out at the same time. At the same time, Huang Yan, Mou, Mu Bufan, 300 Osteopyram warriors and the 9-tailed cat tribe appeared. These people had all survived in his blue sky underworld diagram, and now their strength had improved tremendously. It was time for them to experience blood and grow. Killing was the best form of tempering. The rumbling sound was louder than the previous one. There was no need for hatred between the 2 parties. They only needed to kill each other. It was useless to say anything now. Mu Yun's 9 external avatars also appeared and surrounded Yang Kaitai. Her real body charged towards Zhu Yuanqing. Mu Yun was an ancestor god and was not afraid of an illusionary divine dream master with her devouring bloodline and chasing life sword. The rumbling sound was louder than the previous one. At this moment, the entire boundless ocean was in chaos. It seems like we don't have to do anything. In the void, 2 figures stood still and looked down. Shuiyan, are you so confident? The other person was dressed in a blood-red robe and his face was covered by a veil. He laughed and said, "If Mu Yun is only so capable, our crown prince will be disappointed. Without Muqingyu, the shepherds are already weak." Shui Yan replied, 10,000 years ago, Muqingyu brought the shepherds to the illusionary divine stage and was stopped by the illusionary divine dream masters of the 9 ancient clans. 8 of them died. How can there be any illusionary divine dream masters in the shepherds? However, I still don't understand why the leader and the crown prince are not sending their troops. Shui Yan was slightly puzzled. If the blood race were to attack now, the shepherds would be defeated immediately. You don't understand? You think you know? Mr. Xueqing, can you explain it to me? Scram. Xueqing laughed and continued, the Zhu tribe and the Yang tribe were supported by the blood race. However, over the past few 100,000 years, they have become stronger and stronger. They have also been increasing their strength and recruiting their own people. The crown prince and the leader have sensed that the Yang tribe and the Zhu tribe are not loyal to them. Hence, the crown prince did not even bother about the Yang tribe being destroyed. Even when the Zhu tribe attacked, the blood race did not send any of the 5 troops of the imperial army. They only sent the 2 of us. We are only here to oversee the situation. After hearing this, Shui Yan gradually understood. I see. The Zhu tribe and the Yang tribe will deplete the strength of the shepherds. The blood race will then reap the benefits. Shui Yan nodded. With the current strength of the blood race, what Mu Yun did would not change anything. If that's the case, the blood race's target is the royal family? Of course. The royal family is gradually showing the strength of the shepherds. Xueqing said seriously, shepherds, Mu Yun is not around and is no longer a threat. Mu Yun has not even reached the illusionary divine stage. Even if she reaches the illusionary divine stage, she will not be a threat. In terms of military strength, the blood race is much stronger than them. After killing Mu Yun, the shepherds will be finished. However, the royal family is different. The King of Hell's army is comparable to the imperial army of the blood race. In terms of the number of illusionary divine stage experts, they are no less than us. Hence, no matter what, the royal family is our biggest enemy. Xueqing's eyes were cold as he continued, as for the Shi tribe, the Han tribe, and the Zhan tribe, they are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. It is ridiculous to think that they are worthy of being one of the 10 great ancient tribes. Shui Yan nodded. 10,000 years ago, there were indeed 10 great ancient clans. But now, there are only 3 great ancient clans, the Blood Clan, the Royal Clan, and the Shepherds. Without Muqingyu, the Shepherds can no longer be considered one of the 3 great ancient clans. So, our target is the Royal Clan. These things are not something that we can speculate about. Xueqing continued, anyway, our target this time is to kill Mu Yun. I think the 3 illusionary divine dream masters from the Zhu tribe and Yang Kaitai should be enough. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. What about Zhu Tong? Who knows? She might be hiding somewhere and preparing to give Mu Yun a fatal blow. As soon as he said this, the 2 of them exchanged glances and smiled. This time, no matter what, Mu Yun would definitely die. They were only here to make sure nothing went wrong. As for what price the Zhu and Yang clans would have to pay, the vampires didn't care at all. The blood race could completely abandon the 2 ancient clans that had rebelled. At this moment, the battle gradually became more intense. Zhu Yuanqing and Yang Kaitai held back Mu Yun's real body while the other held back Mu Yun's 9 external incarnations. At this moment, Zhu Yuanqing had already displayed his external incarnation. Together with the power of the Zhu tribe's divine book of the Great Sun, he was suppressing Mu Yun. Hee, rascal, how do you feel? Zhu Yuanqing laughed mockingly. At this moment, there was a look of disdain in his eyes. I feel pretty good. However, if this is all you have, it's too disappointing. Mu Yun sneered. It's not like I haven't killed an illusionary divine dream master before. In an instant, as Mu Yun finished her words, a violent aura instantly rose. At this moment, the chasing life divine sword broke through the air. This sword was the top-grade divine weapon of the Yang clan. There was no need to say more about its power. In an instant, as the chasing life divine sword attacked, the crimson spirit divine spear appeared in Mu Yun's hands again. 9 Heavens God-killing sword technique. 9 Extreme spear technique. At this moment, the spear and sword attacked at the same time. In an instant, Mu Yan's figure appeared in front of Zhu Yuanqing. Boom, the domineering attack landed directly, causing the earth to rumble and creak. With a swoosh, Zhu Yuanqing's figure kept retreating. Mu Yan's aura seemed to have increased by a few times. It was very terrifying. This rascal, why did she suddenly change? Zhu Yuanqing's expression was stern. Mu Yan's change was unexpected and unbelievable. At this moment, Mu Yan's heart seemed to be undergoing a metamorphosis. The sword essence was activated and the sword aura was raging. As for Mu Yan's figure, it was stacked on top of one another. Layer after layer, the power seemed to be endless. Damn it! Divine Book of the Great Sun Radiance Technique. Zhu Yuanqing snorted and took a step forward with a murderous aura. As the radiance shot in all directions, the rumbling sounds were incessant and stacked up. At this moment, it was as if a sun had appeared around Zhu Yuanqing and shone directly on the entire sea. Kill! The huge sun rushed towards Mu Yan with a scorching aura. 9 Heavens Emperor Finger. Looking at this scene, Mu Yan pointed out with his finger, and a boundless amount of energy was released instantly. Dong, a muffled sound rang out as the 9 Heavens Emperor Finger shattered the instant it was struck by the attack. The light of the sun was still rushing towards Mu Yan. Block. At this moment, the surface of Mu Yan's body was covered with green scales. The dragon armor roared and stacked on top of one another, completely enveloping Mu Yan's figure. Dong, at this moment, the sound of an explosion was heard. A cloud-like mist appeared on the surface of the sea. Under the scorching light, the seawater evaporated, and the scalding heat spread out. Some first and second transformation ancestor god realm martial artists were careless and their bodies were immediately corroded by the heat and swallowed completely. Haha, seeing this scene, Zhu Yuanqing laughed and said, "Trash, idiot. How can the great sunlight technique be resisted by your mere body?" Haha. Zhu Yuanqing was extremely excited. The great sunlight technique was one of the most powerful techniques in the divine sun book of the Zhu tribe. This technique gathered the heat from the heavens and earth and condensed it into layers of heat waves. Not to mention Mu Yan, even an illusionary divine stage martial artist would not be able to withstand it. He would still die. This guy was really too full of himself. You think too highly of yourself. A mocking laugh slowly rang out at this moment. From the mist, a figure walked out slowly. That figure appeared to be very robust. Furthermore, he was emitting an extraordinary aura from head to toe. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yuanqing was shocked. How could this be? Mu Yan waved her hands and smiled. Originally, my soul and spirit were not complete. However, your attack broke through the potential of my divine body and allowed my soul and spirit to improve. Thank you. As she finished speaking, a majestic aura spread out. At that moment, everyone could feel an aura gathering towards Mu Yan between the heavens and the earth. Metamorphosis, sublimation, Mu Yan had changed. She was no longer a super ancestor god but an elite ancestor god who was more powerful than the 10 tribe leaders. Zhu Yuanqing's expression changed slightly. This fellow had absorbed all the heat from his great sunlight technique and converted it into energy in her body to accelerate the growth of her soul and spirit. Did this fellow not want to live? If she did this, she would most likely die. However, Mu Yan had really succeeded. Damn it, damn it. Zhu Yuanqing was furious. Don't be so damn. Mu Yan held the life-chasing divine sword and smiled faintly. Next, what you should consider is your life. Swoosh, in an instant, Mu Yan's speed increased by several times. With a flash of light, her figure appeared in front of Zhu Yuanqing. Slash. Zhu Yuanqing could not react to the slash at all. The control of time and space became useless at this moment. Mu Yan was too fast. Damn it. A long saber appeared in Zhu Yuanqing's hand. This saber was called the Lingyuan saber and was refined with his life's effort. A supreme artifact. Although it was not as famous as the chasing life divine sword, in fact, it was exceptionally powerful. Zhu Yuanqing slashed with the saber in front of him. Boom, in an instant, there was a roar. A cracking sound suddenly rang out, followed by a puffing sound. Blood exploded. At this moment, Zhu Yuanqing's eyes were aghast as he saw blood blooming in front of him. However, it was not only blood that was blooming. It was also his life. The chasing life divine sword is powerful. It is indeed impossible to break your Lingyuan saber. Mu Yan's eyes were close with a trace of coldness. However, have you forgotten about the crimson spiritual spear? Zhu Yuanqing lowered his head and looked at the spear light on his chest. The essence in his body was gradually disappearing. It was over, really, it was over. Zhu Yuanqing could only feel a terrifying devouring aura being transmitted into his body wave after wave. Mu Yun was devouring him. At this moment, Mu Yan's expression did not change. Between his hands, a devouring force was constantly increasing. This time, he did not transform the devouring force into his own body. After reaching the level of an ancestor god, he now needed to carefully think about everything. Therefore, this time, he used his mind to communicate with the 9 sage steels. Although the 9 sage steels had merged with Meng Zimo and Qin Mengyao, when he cultivated with the 9 women, there was an obvious communication between him and the sage steels. It was also because of this that every time he cultivated with the 9 women, the interaction between both sides was extremely high. And it was also because of this that the improvement of the few women also became very fast. This time, Mu Yun directly absorbed the essence of Zhu Yuanqing, the illusionary divine dream master, and all of it was channeled into the bodies of the 9 women through her connection with the sage steels. In an instant, the 9 women clearly felt that their bodies had undergone earth-shattering changes. Originally, when the sage steels merged into their bodies, their cultivation was constantly increasing. But now, there was a violent force pouring into their bodies. Meng Zimo, Yi Sueki, Xiao Yun'er, Wang Xinya, and Miao Xianyu instantly reached the powerful aura of a first-rate ancestor god. Compared to the other 7, the 2 of them were more special. The instant increase in strength caused the 9 girls to be shocked. This kind of improvement seemed to be the strongest divine power in the world. It was too unbelievable. Brother Yun, the girls felt that this power came from Mu Yun, and they were all excited. Meng Zimo and the other 9 women were not naturally gifted cultivators. There was a huge gap between them. Qin Mengyao had the Ice Phoenix divine spirit and her talent, so her cultivation speed was naturally the fastest. Mingyue Xin was the reincarnation of the water god of the Water Spirit clan, one of the 5 spirit clans in the Kanglan myriad world. These 2 people had the highest cultivation. Next were Xiao Yun'er and Jiu'er. Back then, Xiao Yun'er had 2 primordial spirits. Now, she even had 2 souls. This was truly strange. It was also because of this that when Xiao Yun'er cultivated, she cultivated alone. In fact, it was 2 people working together. As for Jiu'er, she had awakened the countless remnant soul fragments of the 9-tailed fox clan in the past. Over the years, she had digested them bit by bit, and her cultivation level was not slow. Bao Qingyu was the former young master of the Bai clan, and her talent was not bad. It was just that all these years, because of his departure, she had not been able to cultivate wholeheartedly. During this period of time, she could improve in peace. For Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu, cultivation was secondary. Their alchemy skills were quite strong. Wang Xinya was good at music cultivation. In her hand, the heavenly sound conch could accommodate the sound of all things. However, the path of music cultivation was difficult to walk, and those who succeeded on this path were even rarer. Without the guidance of a predecessor, it was difficult to improve. However, if one could have an epiphany, then the improvement of their cultivation level would be really terrifying. As for Yi Sueki, her comprehension of swordsmanship was extraordinary. However, under Mia Tianyan in the past, whether it was him or Lu Qingfeng, their swordsmanship was higher than Yi Sueki's. Mu Yan's thoughts at this moment were very simple. The 9 girls were all his beloved. There were fast and slow cultivation levels. Since that was the case, he would help them improve. Devour and transform, continuously devour and transform. At this moment, Mu Yun was determined. He didn't want to become a peerless emperor god one day and surpass the number 1 emperor god. He didn't want all the beauties around him to turn into skeletons. Exhaling, he could feel that Zhu Yuanqing's essence qi had been completely consumed. Zhu Yuanqing was dead. At this moment, the Vermilion tribe warriors were all stunned. Another illusionary divine dream master had fallen. Well done, you are indeed my grandson. Bai Yinyun laughed proudly. At this moment, Zhu Fengqua's expression was ugly. But the ugliest one was Yang Kaitai. If Zhu Yuanqing died, wouldn't Mu Yun be free to focus on dealing with him? Zhu Tong, kill him. Yang Kaitai couldn't help but roar. Boom, following Yang Kaitai's words, a loud explosion could be heard. On the ground, each wave of rumbling was louder than the last. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes flickered. Dong, pillars of light rose into the sky from the surrounding islands. A total of 108 light pillars suddenly rose into the sky from the hundreds of small islands in the vicinity. This scene shocked both sides so much that they didn't know what to do. Heaven and earth sealing deity array, open. A loud roar could be heard. In an instant, lines of array runes rushed towards Mu Yun. Array. The three elders of the Vermilion tribe were Zhu Yuanqing, Zhu Tong, and Zhu Fengqua. No wonder Zhu Tong didn't appear just now. He was preparing the array. A loud explosion could be heard. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The chasing life sword slashed out and collided with the murderous intent of the array runes. Dong, a dull sound could be heard. Mu Yun's figure instantly retreated and her face turned pale. No matter how strong you are still an ancestor god. A level 9 divine array will still be able to suppress you. A figure strode forward. It was Zhu Tong. At this moment, Zhu Tong's eyes were gloomy as he looked at Mu Yun. He was furious. This guy was too abominable. The original plan was for Zhu Yuanqing and Yang Kaitai to encircle and annihilate Mu Yun while he set up an array at the side in pursuit of a sure kill attack. But who would have thought that this guy would actually kill Zhu Yuanqing now? At this moment, Zhu Tong's lungs seemed to have swallowed a fireball and were about to explode. Die, Mu Yun. With a wave of his hand, the formation instantly unleashed fiery dragons that soared into the sky. Each of the fire dragons was nearly 10,000 feet long and majestic. The powerful fire dragons carried an extraordinary aura. They peeled off layer by layer and instantly divided into thousands of flying dragons that were thousands of feet long. They charged towards Mu Yun. Get lost. Crimson Spirit turned gray, and an arc of god power surged over. Bang, under the strong collision, Mu Yun's figure staggered and took a step back. The aura just now almost made her feel that she was about to stagger and fall to the ground. This divine array was strange. Grandson, be careful. Bai Yinyun shouted at this moment. Zhu Tong, this old thing, is a level 9 divine array master and is good at combining himself with the divine array. Combining himself with the divine array? Mu Yun was stunned at this moment. In that case, wouldn't this person's body interact with the divine array and be extremely domineering? At this moment, Mu Yun became cautious. Although she had reached the realm of a top-level ancestral god, this was a level 9 divine array. The power of the divine array was enough to reverse the situation. Are you afraid? Seeing Mu Yun fall silent, Zhu Tong said coldly, you shepherds should wait obediently and wait for the 9 clans to completely annihilate you, instead of flaunting your power here now. Without mooching you, what are shepherds? As soon as these words came out, Mu Yun's face turned cold. The life-chasing divine sword and crimson spirit divine spear were hovering beside her at this moment. In the next moment, Mu Yun's face turned cold. A white paper fan appeared in her hand. Without my father, there's still me, Mu Yun. With a cold snort, Mu Yun waved her hand. Swoosh, swoosh, at this moment, the peacock god's fan stirred up a violent wind. Suddenly, a violent wind swept across the sea. On the surface of the sea, waves rolled, and sea dragons condensed into 100 feet long. At this moment, there were thousands of them. Boom, at this moment, the water dragons directly rose into the sky and rolled together. Under the whistling of the peacock god's fan, the water dragons reversed, causing a storm. At this moment, Mu Yun even faintly felt that her body was out of control. The peacock god's fan seemed to have caused some changes. At this moment, Mu Yun's mind was immersed in it, and she only felt her body trembling more and more. The peacock god's fan waved uncontrollably. Wind rose, clouds surged, in an instant, Mu Yun's mind was slightly enlightened. With a wave of the fan, the wind and clouds moved. The space was enough to condense into a storm that could tear the world apart. Time was enough to mess up and kill people invisibly. Spatial storm, time displacement. I seem to understand a little. At this moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Muyun's mouth. The water dragons around her were directly swept up by the peacock god's fan and turned into ashes. However, Muyun did not care at all. At this moment, holding the peacock god's fan in her hand, Muyun finally understood some of the divine power of the peacock god's fan. Level 9 Divine Array, fusing the body into the array? At this moment, Muyun suddenly raised her head, and her eyes were full of mockery. If that's the case, then prepare to die. With a wave of her hand, the peacock god's fan rose into the sky at this moment. Whoosh, with a wave of the fan, a storm of thousands of feet tall gathered. At this moment, it directly condensed. Slash. As the storm swept out, Muyun's eyes rotated at this moment, and a green light directly rose. The green light flashed, and space was distorted. At this moment, waves of space gathered and condensed at this moment. The spatial storm and time displacement displayed by the peacock god's fan rippled out at this moment. Whoosh, almost in the blink of an eye, a ray of light was directly swallowed by the storm and stirred into pieces. At this moment, Zhu Tong's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? What is that? Muyun casually took out a paper fan and actually broke a corner of his divine array. Although this corner was simple, in fact, it had completely destroyed the integrity of his entire array. Once the integrity was damaged, his array would lose most of its effect. Most importantly, his body was connected to the array formation. At this moment, Muyun's expression was cold. A mere avatar dares to strut around here? Where's your true body? Muyun coldly looked at the sky, holding the peacock god's fan in her hand. Oh, there it is. Her gaze suddenly swept across one of the islands. Beside Muyun, the life-chasing divine sword and the crimson spirit divine spear directly attacked at this moment. The divine sword and divine spear swept out with an irresistible force. Come out. Boom, the divine sword slashed down, the divine spear pierced down, and the island was completely shattered. A figure on the island spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. At this moment, Muyun would not give Zhu Tong any time to catch his breath. She waved the peacock god's fan again, and the storm gathered again. Boom, that storm directly swept towards Zhu Tong. At this moment, Zhu Tong wanted to stop it, but there was no way to do so. That storm was hundreds of feet thick. It looked very weak, but its power was irresistible. What exactly was this situation? At this moment, Zhu Tong was aghast. The 1,000-feet ray of light actually had an explosive force of 10,000 feet. This was too inconceivable. Die, don't be so surprised. But in the next moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Zhu Tong only felt that the world was spinning, and everything seemed to have disappeared. In his mind, there was only the word impossible left. Even if Muyun was an elite ancestor god, he was in the illusionary divine realm. That fan, what exactly was it? How could it have such great power? This was truly inconceivable. But he really did not have the life to think about this. A hand directly passed through his chest, and a terrifying devouring force hollowed out his body. After living for close to 100,000 years, he had finally reached the illusionary divine realm and extended his life. He was about to break through the shackles of the divine realm, transcend the divine realm, and reach the legendary infinite world, but now, it was all for naught. If he died, there would be nothing left. At this moment, Muyun stood in the air and looked down. At this very moment, this scene caused everyone to fall completely silent. Warriors of the shepherds, follow me and kill. After a short silence, Muyun spoke. At this moment, everyone went completely crazy. The two illusionary divine dream masters of the Zhu tribe were completely annihilated. What were they afraid of? Even though the leader of the shepherds, Mu Qingyu, was not around, Muyun had stepped forward. She had stepped forward to lead them. There was no fear, just kill. Muyun had already set the best example. So what if she was an illusionary divine dream master? She still died in the hands of Muyun, a top ancestor god. Moreover, it looked so natural and smooth. Boom, at that moment, the Xianxia guards and the ocean demon army were filled with killing intent. Muyun stood proudly in the air and looked down at the battle below. Divine Sword of Life, / Divine Spear of Crimson Spirit, kill. In an instant, the Divine Sword and Divine Spear were controlled by Mu Yun and charged downwards. Wherever they passed, the ancestor gods of the first, second, and third transformation could not resist at all. This was the difference in their strength. It was extremely easy for a top ancestor god to fight against 1,000 or even 10,000 people. The top ancestor gods had already reached an unfathomable level in their control of space and time. At this moment, Mu Yun was familiarizing herself with it, pondering, and experiencing it. The infusion of power was extremely powerful. At this moment, Yang Kaitai was completely dumbfounded. Zhu Yuanqing was dead. Now, Zhu Tong was also dead. What was going on? Against Mu Yun, these two people were still boasting shamelessly. Now, they had become Mu Yun's nutrients. They could not let Mu Yun kill any more people. The more she killed, the more terrifying her cultivation level would be. Yang Kaitai shouted, "If we don't act now, she will most likely reach the illusionary divine realm. By then, even your crown prince will not be able to save her." As soon as he said this, Mu Yun frowned. In the air, two figures in blood-red robes stepped forward. The two of them were extremely slow, but they walked towards Mu Yun step by step. "Vampires, huh," Mu Yun murmured as she looked at the two of them. "Crown Prince of Shepherds, you are indeed the Crown Prince of Shepherds. You do have the demeanor of a patriarch of shepherds." Xueqing clapped his hands and smiled faintly. "The Shepherd's Devourer bloodline is indeed powerful." Shui Yan could not help but exclaim in admiration. On the other hand, Yang Kaitai heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Xueqing and Shui Yan in the illusionary divine stage. However, deep down in his heart, he was filled with hatred. Naturally, he knew why Shui Yan and Xueqing had only appeared now. The vampires couldn't bear to see the Yang and Zhu clans grow stronger. They would use the Yang and Zhu clans to whittle down the shepherd's strength while the vampires reaped the benefits. This was revenge. He wanted to take revenge for the arrogance that the Yang clan and Zhu clan had nurtured over the years. The blood race wanted the Zhu clan and Yang clan to understand that without the blood race, their two clans were nothing. Now, reality had proven that this was indeed the case. Damn it, Yang Kaitai felt his heart bleeding. These bastards were really despicable. I was wondering how the vampires could bear to see their two dogs die like this. Mu Yun said indifferently. As expected, someone came. "However, isn't your crown prince going to meet this brother of mine from the past?" Shui Yan and Xueqing were stunned when they heard what Mu Yun said. "Kiki," Shui Yan said calmly, "my prince doesn't need to do anything to kill you. Prince of the Shepherds, you are indeed the Prince of the Shepherds. It's a pity that your legend ends here. You should be content to die in the hands of Shui Yan and Xueqing." The two of them looked at Mu Yun and heaved a sigh of relief. Killing Mu Yun today would be a great achievement for the both of them. In the blood race, they would become the true heroes. In an instant, two long swords appeared in the hands of Shui Yan and Xueqing. The two long swords were completely black and gave off a cold aura as they shone. At this moment, one could clearly feel the suppressive force brought about by the sword chi. Clang clang, the chasing life celestial sword and the crimson spirit divine spear intertwined. The killing intent in Mu Yun's eyes became more condensed. Scram! Scram! However, at this moment, a door opened in the void and two beautiful figures appeared. With a shout, the two beautiful figures charged out. In an instant, the two beautiful figures were filled with a strong suppressive force. It was the suppressive force of heaven and earth. Illusionary divine, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. She stood where she was and did not move much. Qin Mengyao, Mingyue Shin, both of them had reached the illusionary divine realm. Mu Yun felt a sense of helplessness in her heart. These two women were still thinking about how terrifying the two of them were. Now, they were one step ahead of her. To be honest, this feeling made her very uncomfortable. At this moment, Mu Yun stepped forward and looked around. The elites of the Zhu tribe were still around. In terms of cooperation, the Xiantian Guards and the Siren tribe were not as good as the Red Feather Guards and the Roaring Sky Army. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. Her 9 external avatars were charging towards Yang Kaitai. If she killed Yang Kai-tai, the 300 osteopyram would definitely be able to reach the realm of a super ancestor god or even a top ancestor god. With the 300 osteopyram as a spur, the main tribe army would be affected and the threat would not be so great. Mu Yun walked towards Yang Kai-tai. Your time is up. Mu Yun looked at Yang Kai-tai. At this moment, Yang Kai-tai was completely disheartened. There were actually 2 illusionary divine dream masters around Mu Yun. In the realm of gods, everyone knew that Mu Yun's 9 wives were all beautiful and had different postures. Furthermore, each of them had their own unique talents and none of them were simple. At this moment, this was indeed the case. However, all these years, everyone knew that the crown prince of the shepherds had returned and no one was worried about the shepherds. This was because even if Mu Yun returned, it would take at least 1,000 years for her cultivation to return to the realm of a top ancestor god. This was calculated based on Mu Yun's previous cultivation speed. However, now, Mu Yun had become a true top ancestor god. How much time did she spend? Less than 1,000 years. It took less than 1,000 years for her to reach the realm of a top ancestor god. In the past million years of the realm of gods, other than the first emperor god, when had there been such a person? Was it true that the 9 Fate Emperor had unified the realm of gods? Had they been going against the heavens all this time? However, the path of a martial artist was one that defied the heavens. Why was it like this? Had they really been wrong all these years? What should belong to Mu Yun would belong to Mu Yun. No matter how they resisted, it would be futile? Any last words? Mu Yun held the chasing life divine sword in her hand and said indifferently, if you die, the Yang clan will cease to exist in the realm of gods. Yang Kai-tai smiled sadly and did not answer. I can give you a chance. Remember, only this time. Mu Yun said indifferently, be my slave and be restricted by me for the rest of your life. I can spare your life and spare the rest of the Yang clan. I can also let you return to the Yang clan's old land and rebuild it. If you are willing, from today onwards, you will be my subordinate, Mu Yun. If you are unwilling, you can only die today. Mu Yun said coldly, this is the last chance I am giving you. It is up to you whether you cherish it or not. As soon as he said this, Yang Kai-tai fell silent. Submit to Mu Yun, what about the tens of thousands of lives in the Yang clan? Back then, when the Yang clan followed the blood race, I saw that you were the happiest in killing. I will take revenge by wiping out the Yang clan. If you feel that the hatred should continue to spread, then today, I will not only kill you, but I will also wipe out everyone in the Yang clan. I will wipe out the Yang clan completely. No. Yang Kai-tai's face was trembling. The Yang clan had a foundation of hundreds of thousands of years. It took a few generations of effort to become one of the 10 great ancient clans. If it was completely destroyed now, he would be a great sinner of the Yang clan. I think you have seen the situation of the battle today. It is up to you whether you want to submit or not. Mu Yun said again, I don't have time to waste with you. Yang Kai-tai was struggling. Looking at the few thousand remaining warriors of the Yang clan, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. I surrender. Looking at Yang Kai-tai, Mu Yun snorted and said, at least you know what's good for you. After saying that, Mu Yun waved her hand, and a ray of light rose into the sky. A loud bang was heard. In an instant, Yang Kai-tai felt a ray of light appear in his mind. It was a strange and complicated seal that bound his soul and spirit. This, dark seal of life and death. Mu Yun said indifferently, a seal that binds you, in case you don't listen to me in the future. Looking down, Mu Yun said again, these people should listen to you, right? Yes. At this moment, Yang Kai-tai shouted, people of the Yang clan, stop. As soon as Yang Kai-tai finished speaking, several figures hurriedly flew over. Old ancestor. Old ancestor. Yang Xuanqing and Yang Hong, who had survived, approached Yang Kai-tai. From today onwards, the Yang clan will follow the shepherds. After Yang Kai-tai said that, everyone in the Yang clan was shocked. Old ancestor, how can we betray the clan? Yang Xuanqing was furious. Bang, suddenly, after Yang Xuanqing said that, Yang Kai-tai grabbed him with his palm. With a puff, Yang Xuanqing's life force disappeared. Whatever I say is the truth. A super ancestor god was killed. The upper echelons of the Yang clan were completely stunned. How could this be? Yang Kai-tai shouted, lead the spiritual god army to resist the Zhu clan's army. Yang Hong gritted his teeth and nodded. In the face of death, some people were not afraid, but some people were afraid. He was afraid that the great Tao that he had been pursuing all his life would be gone after his death. Yang Kaitai was like that. Even if Yang Ziqiang was killed by Mu Yun, even if his son Yang Chenfeng was killed by Mu Yun. But he did not want to die here. At this moment, the Sea Demon Cloud Guards and the Shantian Guards joined forces and attacked the Red Feather Guards and the Roaring Sky Army. The battle between Bai Yinyun and Zhu Fengque was getting more and more intense. However, there was no clear winner. As for Shui Yan and Shui Qing, they were also in the illusionary divine stage. However, Qin Mengyao and Mingyue Xin were not ordinary people. At this moment, the battle between the two parties had reached a stalemate. Damn it! Seeing this, Zhu Chen's eyes turned cold. Father, what should we do? The two illusionary divine stage dream masters from the blood race are not enough. Zhu Xiaoyan's face turned ghastly pale. Over the past few years, Cloud Herder had developed quite well. Just the Sea Demon Cloud Guards alone had 300,000 soldiers. Although there were only 30,000 ancestor gods, their numbers were already on par with the two armies of the Zhu tribe. If the battle continued, they would definitely be defeated if the Green Feather Army, the Leaf Guards and the Xuanji camp of the shepherds arrived. The most despicable thing was Mu Yun. After killing two illusionary divine stage dream masters, Mu Yun's strength had improved. Even the illusionary divine stage dream masters would not be able to stop him. Furthermore, the two illusionary divine stage dream masters from the blood race were being held back by Qin Mengyao and Mingyue Xin. Everyone knew that Mu Yun was terrifying. However, the two gods' favored ladies beside him were even more terrifying. Now, the shepherds had 4 illusionary divine stage dream masters. Although Mu Yun was not in the illusionary divine stage, he was able to kill illusionary divine stage dream masters. He was even more terrifying than an illusionary divine stage dream master. Zhu Xiaotian. At this moment, a low voice could be heard. A cold roar exploded at that instant. Mu Yun appeared in front of Zhu Xiaotian and Zhu Chen. Old ancestor, save me. Zhu Chen's face turned pale as he shouted anxiously. However, out of the 3 old ancestors, only Zhu Fengque was left. At this moment, Zhu Fengque was unable to escape. How could he save Zhu Chen? In an instant, Mu Yun was like a god of death. Even Zhu Xiaoyan's face turned ashen. Seeing how Zhu Xiaotian looked as if he was facing a great enemy, Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, "Why? Do you still want to be my enemy?" Zhu Xiaoyan's face darkened when he heard this. He was now at the same realm as Mu Yun, but in terms of strength, Mu Yun was more than enough to throw him off by more than 10 streets. In that case, you should know what to do. Mu Yun snorted, and a figure instantly flew out. It was Yang Kaitai. At this moment, Yang Kaitai made a grabbing motion with his hand. Zhu Chen, who was beside Zhu Xiaotian, could not resist at all and was directly grabbed by Yang Kaitai. I gave Yang Kaitai a chance, so I'll give you a chance as well. Mu Yun spoke again. Let go of Chener. A furious roar rang out. At this moment, Zhu Fengque broke free from Bai Yinyun's entanglement and directly charged towards Mu Yun, grabbing with his palm. Are you still so stubborn? Mu Yun sneered and took a step forward. Bang, the 2 claw marks collided in midair, and there was a loud bang. Zhu Quifeng's face turned pale, and his palm was dripping with blood. The sparrow deity fan appeared in Mu Yun's hand, and she looked at Zhu Fengque. The moment he saw the fan, Zhu Fengque was stunned and hurriedly retreated. Just now, Zhu Tong had died under the sparrow deity fan. That seemingly ordinary fan formed a tornado with a flap of the fan. With the dislocation of space and time, even an illusionary divine dream master would not be able to withstand it. The 3 generations have gathered here. Just nice. Mu Yun looked at Zhu Quifeng and Zhu Xiaotian and said again, submit to me or die. Choose for yourselves. Seeing that Zhu Quifeng and Zhu Xiaotian were hesitating, Mu Yun said again, are you still waiting for the reinforcements from the blood race? To the blood race, the 2 of you are dispensable. Otherwise, why would I be fighting with the 2 of you here today? In the past 10,000 years, the 2 of you have been disloyal to the blood race. Do you really think that the blood race does not know? This time, they have only sent 2 illusionary divine dream masters. If the blood race really cared about the two of you, then the ones here would be the blood race's imperial army. Once Muyun said this, the two of them turned pale. The realm of gods now is not the same as it was 10,000 years ago. The 9 ancient races can no longer join forces to deal with the shepherds. Otherwise, the moment I, Mu Yun, return, the 9 ancient races would have sent out all their illusionary divine dream masters. I would have died. Mu Yun said again, I can't be bothered to talk to the two of you. You have 3 breaths time. Submit to me or defy me. Die. Mu Yun could not be bothered to talk to them. Be it Yang Kai Tai or Zhu Quifeng, although they were in the illusionary divine dream masters, he did not care. He only needed a short period of time. During this battle, he could continuously devour the essence of the ancestral gods and strengthen the martial artists who had signed the life and death seal with him. 300 Osteopyrum, Ink Feather, Huang Yan, the 9-tailed cat tribe and the Xintian Wei. He could continuously create powerful martial artists and even illusionary divine dream masters. By then, the shepherds would not be afraid of the blood race. To him, the illusionary divine dream masters were not precious. The reason why he gave the two of them a chance was probably because of his father's influence. The human race was already weak. However, if they changed their minds, they would just be killing each other. After a long period of attrition, the human race would eventually be the weaker side. Thus, he did not want to kill all of them. However, if he kept these people alive, he would eventually meet with great trouble. The life and death seal was the best way to control them. If these people were willing, he would give them a chance. If not, it would not be too late to kill them. At this moment, Zhu Fenghua's eyes were filled with hatred. You want me to surrender to you? You must be dreaming. After Zhu Fenghua finished speaking, he flew out and shouted, Mu Yun, the blood race will destroy your shepherds. I will wait for that day. With that, Zhu Fenghua did not care about Zhu Xiaotian and Zhu Chen. He immediately flew into the air and wanted to escape from this place. Do you think you can escape? Mu Yun snorted and took a step forward. With the sparrow god fan in her hand, she waved it out. The storm gathered and swept out like a tornado sweeping away the sun. Zhu Fenghua, who had already escaped into the crack in space, was suddenly swept out. He was covered in blood and wailed in agony. You have lost your chance. Mu Yun snorted and waved the sparrow god fan again. Streaks of sharp blades flew out. Swooshing sounds could be heard. The wind was blowing and completely destroyed Zhu Fenghua's voice. Mu Yun opened her arms and revealed a gratified expression. The power that the illusionary divine dream masters could devour was strong and profound. It even contained the power of heaven and earth. Comfortable. I am willing to surrender. At that moment, Zhu Xiaotian knelt down in midair and looked at Mu Yun. He lowered his head and said, I am willing to lead the Zhu tribe warriors and surrender to the shepherds. Everyone, stop. As soon as Zhu Xiaotian finished speaking, the Zhu tribe warriors were dumbfounded. In midair, Zhu Xiaotian knelt down in front of Mu Yun. This scene shocked everyone. From today onwards, the Zhu tribe will be led by the shepherds. Whoever dares to disobey will be killed without mercy. What? Why? Why would the Zhu tribe surrender? We will never surrender. Some of the more radical warriors within the Zhu tribe shouted in a deep voice. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun frowned. However, Zhu Xiaotian was quick to react. Death warriors, whoever dares to disobey will be killed without mercy. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, immediately, the red-clothed warriors charged forward with swords and sabers in hand. The death warriors were the personal guards of the leader of the Zhu tribe. Screams sounded one after another, and blood flowed on the ground. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. If they did not surrender, they would die. Moreover, the one who killed them was their leader. Mu Yun looked at all of this in silence. It was necessary to use thunderous means to intimidate everyone. He did not want these people to come out and cause trouble when he fought with the blood race in the future. The battle began. This time, it was the Zhu tribe warriors against the Zhu tribe warriors. The Xintian guards and the Sea Demon Cloud guard stood at the side and watched everything coldly. Mu Yun nodded and said, You did well. She waved her hand, and a seal slowly floated over. When the seal landed, Zhu Xiaotian's heart wavered. The Zhu tribe was finished. Previously, they were loyal to the blood race, but at that time, the blood race could not control them. However, it was different now. Zhu Chen. Yang Yu. Mu Yun looked at the two of them again and snorted. The two of you are still the crown prince of the Zhu tribe and the crown prince of the Yang tribe. Yang Kaitai and Zhu Xiaotian are now the leaders of the Yang and Zhu tribes respectively. Mu Yun used the seal of life and death on Zhu Chen and Yang Yu one by one. Remember everything that happened today. If I can spare you, I can kill you without any effort. If you don't believe me, you can try using your own lives. Yes. The four of them cupped their hands and lowered their heads. At this moment, Zhu Chen and Yang Yu were both furious. In the past, they needed to look up to Mu Yun. However, the current Mu Yun needed them to kneel down and worship her. The nine-fate Son of Heaven unified the human race in the heavenly realm. Was this really the fate of heaven and earth? At this moment, there was only helplessness in their eyes. Facing Mu Yun, they could no longer summon any thoughts of resistance. At this moment, the battle stopped in an extremely unbelievable way. The shepherds heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts at this moment. All these years, the shepherds had been very careful, as if they were treading on thin ice. Because of Mu Qingyu's existence, they could continue. However, after Mu Yun returned, she developed and strengthened step by step. Her speed was very fast. After subduing the Sea Demon clan in the Boundless Ocean, Mu Yun was appointed as one of the 4 sea kings and unified the Boundless Ocean. In just a few hundred years, she had maintained stability. She led the Shantian guards and directly destroyed the Yang tribe. Now, she forced the remaining Yang tribe and Zhu tribe to surrender. The shepherd's current area could be said to include the entire eastern part of the heavenly realm. The Zhu tribe and Yang tribe had completely become the shepherd's plate. At this moment, the Zhu tribe and Yang tribe troops below were being detained by the Shantian guards and reorganized. Zhu Xiaotian and Yang Kaitai stood beside Mu Yun. Do your job well, listen to my orders, and give up on revenge. Mu Yun said. What I can give you is something that you can't get even if you pursue it for a lifetime. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun raised her head and looked above. Xue Qing and Xue Yan were fighting with Ming Yuexin and Qin Mingyao, and it was getting more and more intense. At this moment, a force was continuously gathering in Mu Yun's palm. Let's go and help. Yang Kaitai said. No need. Damn it. In the sky, Xue Yan cursed. I knew that the Zhu and Yang tribes are the most useless. If I had known, I would not have come today. Xue Yan shouted, Xue Qing, let's go. Go? Do you think you can escape? Qin Mingyao spread his wings and a pair of illusory blue phoenix wings appeared behind his back. Chilly wind blew and swept down. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Xue Yan snorted and said nonchalantly. Blood explosion escape skill. In an instant, a bloody aura swept across the sky. The smell of blood was pungent. Blood radiance surged around Xue Yan's body and he exploded. Qin Mingyao's face darkened. This guy still has such a way to escape. It was impossible to stop him. In the blink of an eye, Xue Yan disappeared in front of everyone. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. Mu Yun's figure suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a green light appeared in Mu Yun's right eye. Wisps of spatial power started to spin around him. Suddenly, Xue Yan's figure appeared. Boom. The ground crumbled as a figure appeared in the sky. Blood crystal explosion. Mu Yun shouted and a blood crystal exploded in her palm. With a swish, the blood crystal, which was formed from blood essence, was filled with the power of the shepherd's bloodline talent. It pierced through Xue Yan's body and entered his body. Boom. In an instant, a deafening explosion was heard in the sky. At this moment, everyone was stunned. This explosion was earth-shattering. Blood mist spread across the sky. Mu Yun waved her hand and a devouring aura surrounded the area where Xue Yan had exploded. Another illusionary divine dream master had been devoured by Mu Yun. At this moment, everyone was completely stunned. She was unbelievably powerful. Had Mu Yun's strength reached such a level? The explosive power of an elite ancestral god could actually reach such a level. It was truly inconceivable. On the other side, Xue Qing's face was filled with shock. Without any hesitation, he circulated all of his essence blood and instantly used blood explosion to escape. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave at all. Tell Blood Owl that I will look for him. Muyun spoke slowly, her voice cold. The entire surface of the sea fell into a deathly silence. Everyone could clearly feel a terrifying aura. It was from Muyun. For such an elite ancestor god, killing Su Xingwan was as easy as chopping vegetables. Once he reached the illusionary divine stage, who would be able to stop him? Yang Kaitai, lead the Yang clan members back to the Yang clan's land and rebuild the ruins. Muyun said, listen to my orders and move out at any time. If you encounter any danger, inform me immediately. I will send people. Yes. Yang Kaitai had mixed feelings. He left with Yang Yu, Yang Hong, and the rest. Muyun looked at Zhu Xiaotian again and said, the main army doesn't have to return to the Zhu clan for the time being. Just set up camp in the boundless ocean. Perhaps this time, the blood race and the royal family won't be able to sit still. Yes. Zhu Xiaotian cupped his hands. This time, the shepherd's actions would cause the entire divine world to become restless. How could the three ancient families of the Han clan in the west, the royal family in the north, and the blood race in the center sit still? Muyun stood proudly in the sky and watched as the people below started to clean up the battlefield. The unification of the divine world was finally coming. However, the closer he got to the blood race, the more he knew that the real terror would come at the end. Among the blood race, even Xue Tian could not make him fear. But Blood Owl, he was difficult to deal with. He didn't know what level Blood Owl had reached. Moreover, Blood Owl always gave him a dangerous aura. In the last 3 lifetimes, Blood Owl had always been by his side like a ghost. Blood Owl seemed to have a very terrifying plan. Shaking his head, Muyun looked ahead. Now, all of you should have made your plans, right? As if he was talking to himself, Muyun's figure slowly disappeared. In the boundless ocean, on the spiritual Snake Island. In the main hall of the spiritual Snake Island, many figures stood still. The shepherds and the Zhu clan stood on 2 sides. Muyun stood above and looked at the crowd. When will revenge end? This time, the shepherds, the Zhu clan, and the Yang clan will merge into one. Muyun said again. From today onwards, all of you must not bear any grudges. Otherwise, I will not only kill one to warn the rest. We will remember. Zhu Xiaotian cupped his hands and said. Zhu Xiaotian, I have observed that you have been an elite ancestor god for 10,000 years. I will find a day to help you open the path to becoming a sage. Zhu Xiaotian's eyes flickered when he heard those words. Astonishment filled his eyes. Thank you, Chief Shepherds. Zhu Xiaotian longed to reach the illusionary divine stage. As the chief of the Zhu clan, his real lifespan was less than 10,000 years. If he could not improve further, he would be a dead man and become a pile of soil. After giving his instructions, Muyun stood up and walked out of the main hall. Looking at the boundless ocean, his heart was calm. What was meant to come would eventually come. At this moment, the boundless ocean had started to calm down. The Zhu clan soldiers were reorganized and Zhu Xiaotian and the rest started to live on the islands in the boundless ocean. What do you plan to do next? A voice rang out beside his ear. Qin Mengyao was walking over at this moment. Qin Mengyao gently held Muyun's arm and leaned on Muyun's shoulder. That will depend on Xue Xiao. Muyun smiled. We can't stay in the divine realm for too long. I would like to take a look at the Kanglan continent. Hearing this, Qin Mengyao was stunned. What's wrong? Nothing. Qin Mengyao shook his head and did not say anything. This time, the Zhu clan and the Yang clan have been settled temporarily. However, if we want to settle it permanently, we still need time. Muyun said again, but I can't wait any longer. Eh? This time, father has used all his strength to save mother. This is the first time I've seen father do this. I keep having a bad feeling about this, no. Qin Mengyao suddenly said. Uncle Mu is very powerful. He has reached a stage that you and I can't imagine. Hearing this, Muyun nodded. I hope so. Muyun clenched her fists and said again, after this battle, I have learned a lot. I might be able to reach the illusionary divine stage soon. There was a flash of surprise in Qin Mingyao's eyes. Are you surprised? You are always earlier than me. We are not the same. Qin Mingyao said. I have a god spirit in my body. This alone is something that many people can't achieve. Furthermore what? Furthermore, during this period of time, there have been other images appearing in my mind. Other images? Mu Yun's expression became strange. Don't tell me you have forgotten about me again? I won't. Qin Mingyao was stunned. I can't explain it clearly. Those images don't seem to want to devour my memories. They seem to want to merge with me. Merge? Mu Yun's expression became even stranger. Qin Mingyao's talent was terrifying. Coupled with the fact that he had the Ice Phoenix spirit, no one could compare to him. However, Mu Yun could not be sure whether the Ice Phoenix spirit would be a threat to Qin Mingyao or not. However, Mu Yun had never let down her guard. No matter what, our child can't forget this father. Hearing this, Qin Mingyao touched his lower abdomen. I can feel that he seems to be waiting for something. Perhaps, when that time comes, he will be born on his own. Mu Yun was overjoyed when he heard that. From a son to the patriarch of the clan, he seemed to be about to become a father soon. Mu Yun was overjoyed by such a transformation. For the sake of my unborn son, I can't fail this time. Mu Yun held Qin Mingyao's hand and said firmly. Patriarch. A report sounded, and a figure knelt down. What's the matter? The patriarch of the Zhang clan, Zhang Chonghuan, and the patriarch of the Zhao clan, Zhao Yan, have come to visit. Oh? Mu Yun smiled and looked at Qin Mingyao beside her. It seems that these two old foxes are prepared this time. But now, the bargaining chip is in my hands. Mu Yun smiled and waved her hand. Let's go and meet them. The scenery on Spiritual Snake Island was quite unique. At that very moment, 4 silhouettes stood still on a lone island surrounding the Spirit Snake Island. The two people in front were Zhang Chonghuan and Zhao Yan. Behind them were the current crown prince of Zhao, Zhao Yanming, and the crown prince of Zhan tribe, Zhan Tianyu. I wonder if we can succeed this time. Zhang Chonghuan looked worried. I suddenly remembered what Mu Yun said previously. He asked me to observe his actions before making a decision. Zhao Yan laughed bitterly. I didn't expect him to be talking about this. Killing an illusionary divine dream master as an ancestor god, Zhang Chonghuan was still fearful. What kind of talent and ability did he have to be able to do this? Illusionary divine dream master. There were illusionary divine dream masters in the two ancient tribes. Therefore, they knew how terrifying and powerful the illusionary divine dream masters were. When they found out that Mu Yun had killed 2 illusionary divine dream masters from the Zhu tribe, they understood. In the realm of gods, there was no one who could restrict Mu Yun. They were now in the middle of the shepherds, the blood race, and the 3 western tribes. Sooner or later, they would be wiped out. Therefore, after some discussion, they decided to come here. Patriarchs, it's been a long time. From afar, 2 figures flew towards them. Gradually, a murderous aura spread out. At this moment, Mu Yun landed on the ground and looked at them. Mu. Patriarch of the shepherds. You don't have to be so courteous. Mu Yun said. Since both of you are here, let's get straight to the point. All right. Both of them nodded. Mu Yun opened his mouth and said, let's hear the conditions of the 2 patriarchs. Zhao Yan and Zhang Chonghuan looked at each other. Since that's the case, both of us will not beat around the bush anymore. Zhang Chonghuan said. We have discussed with the illusionary divine stage dream masters in our clans about joining forces with the shepherds. We have to confirm one thing. If the Zhan tribe and Zhao tribe join forces with the shepherds, if the shepherds unify the realm of gods in the future, how should we settle the score? This. Mu Yun smiled. First, you have to understand one thing. I don't urgently need your help. Even if the Zhan tribe and Zhao tribe do not join forces with the shepherds, I will not be worried. Mu Yun smiled and said, so I hope you can understand that what I need is cooperation, but I'm not begging you to cooperate. My promise is that even if the 3 of us join forces and the shepherds unify the realm of gods in the future, the Zhao tribe and the Zhan tribe will still exist as ancient clans and the 3 clans will live in peace. Mu Yun said again. If you don't trust me, I can swear to the heavens and use the heavenly Tao as my oath. All of you should know that if you go against your oath, you'll be tormented by your martial heart, and it'll be extremely easy for you to go berserk. Hearing this, Zhang Chonghuan and Zhao Yan nodded. What they needed was a promise from Mu Yun to guarantee that Mu Yun would not settle the score with them. In fact, Mu Yun would not settle the score with them. The crown prince of the two clans would definitely be the clan leader in the future. The clan leaders of the two ancient clans would be under his control in the future. Why would he waste his energy to kill them? The seal of life and death was not a joke. Zhao Yan said again, since it's a cooperation, we have to be honest. In Zhao City, there are 4 illusionary divine dream masters and a half-step divine dream master. The same goes for the Zhan tribe. So, chief shepherds, do the shepherds have any other trump cards besides you, Qin Mengyao, Mingyue Shin, and Senior Bai Yun? Zhang Chonghuan continued, among the 10 great ancient clans, except for the Zhu clan and the Yang clan, who do not have a half-sage, the other 8 great ancient clans have half-sages as witnesses. Your Mu clan, no, Mu Yun said seriously, in the battle 10,000 years ago, you should know that in my shepherds, almost all the transcendent God realm ancestors were killed or injured. Other than my father and my grandmother, there are no others. Hearing this, Zhang Chonghuan and Zhao Yan were slightly hesitant. One must know that the reason he decided to join forces with the shepherds this time was because he saw how powerful the shepherds were when dealing with the Zhu tribe. Qin Mengyao and Mingyue Shin were newly advanced illusionary divine dream masters. Bai Yun was a top illusionary divine dream master. In addition, Mu Yun had the ability to kill illusionary divine dream masters. The shepherds were equivalent to having 4 illusionary divine dream masters. However, if this was all, they would not be able to deal with the 3 great ancient clans of the West, the Blood Race, and the Royal Clan. Why? Are you afraid? Mu Yun smiled. You should know the current situation in the realm of gods. The Han tribe, Shi tribe, and Morong tribe are all eyeing us covetously. Although the Blood Race and the Royal Clan have not made any moves, I think they are already secretly preparing. These 3 parties are all powerful. The Zhan tribe and the Zhao tribe will be in a difficult situation no matter who they face. The only thing is, you can either join forces with the shepherds, join the Blood Race, the Royal Clan, or join forces with the 3 great ancient clans. Since you have chosen me, I think you should understand that I, Mu Yun, will not do anything that will cost me my life. Although Mu Yun said this, who could guarantee that the shepherds would not be completely defeated? If that happened, their 2 clans would also be wiped out. This was a gamble. If they lost, they would be finished with the shepherds. If they won, they would be able to ensure their safety in the realm of gods. It was not like 10,000 years ago. It was impossible for them to just watch from the sidelines. If they wanted to get involved, they had to choose their positions well. Hee, it seems like you all still have your reservations. Mu Yun said again. Since this is the case, I don't think there is any need for us to work together. I will still say the same thing. The shepherds do not need to work together to face the upcoming situation. In fact, you all were originally part of my plan to get rid of the shepherds. However, back then, your 2 clans did not contribute much. In addition, Zhan Xuanji from the Zhan tribe is my personal guard. Zhao Yanming and I met in the realm of gods in the past. I am a person who values relationships. Therefore, I want to give you all a chance. If it is very difficult, then forget it. Mu Yun's attitude was strong at this moment. Perhaps when he went to look for the 2 clan leaders that day, the 2 of them thought that he was afraid and needed to work together. In fact, that was not the case. He could still show some mercy to the Zhu tribe and Yang tribe. He could do the same to the Zhan tribe and Zhao tribe. If the 2 of them were unwilling, then forget it. Why are you in such a hurry, shepherds? Zhang Chonghuan smiled faintly. Since we have decided to work together, we naturally have to be responsible for our own clans. Mu Yun nodded when he heard this. All right. Mu Yun said again, I will let you all see what I am really relying on. Mu Yun waved his hand. A blurry image appeared in front of Zhang Chonghuan, Zhao Yanming, and the others. In an instant, the scene became dead silent. Boundless Ocean, Spirit Snake Island. Mu Yun sat cross-legged and heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't expect you to hide such a trick. Qin Mengyao looked at Muyun angrily and said, "You even hid it from me?" Hearing this, Muyun smiled bitterly. "It's not that I want to hide it from you. It's just that I don't have the time to tell you." Qin Mengyao nodded and sat down. "Now that I think about it, if the three of them can we really don't need to fear the blood race and the royal family." Muyun pulled Qin Mengyao into her arms and smiled faintly. "It's not that simple. Until now, Xuexiao still hasn't appeared. I have a feeling that he is plotting something. The blood race and the royal family are extremely powerful. There are at least 5 people in the illusionary divine stage and more than one semi-sage. As for those who are more powerful than semi-sage, I am not sure." "It's okay." Qin Mengyao caressed Muyun's face and comforted her. "At least I am by your side." "And him?" Muyun looked at Qin Mengyao's lower abdomen and caressed it gently. "I don't know when this little guy will be born. Father can't wait. If you are really anxious, why don't you have a baby with the other sisters?" Qin Mengyao said coquettishly. "That won't do. The eldest one hasn't been born yet. As for the rest, stand back." Hearing this, Qin Mengyao giggled. Muyun was stunned. "Yao you are so beautiful." Muyun could not help but say, "I can't get enough of you." "Really?" "Of course." The temperature in the room rose and a different aura quietly filled the air. At the same time, on the other side of the boundless ocean, 4 figures were moving forward slowly. Until now, Zhang Chonghuan and Zhao Yan still had an expression of disbelief on their faces. "How can it be, how can it be, they came back from the dead?" Zhao Yan muttered to himself as sweat dripped down from his face. "The 3 of them have been dead for a long time." Zhang Chonghuan was also pale at this moment. What they saw just now was really too shocking. Not to mention the divine realm, the possibility of such a thing happening in the Kanglan myriad world should be 0, but it really happened right in front of him. "We need to discuss such a big matter with the elders immediately." Zhao Yan calmed down and said, "It's really unbelievable." "That's right, we must hurry." At this moment, Zhao Yanming and Zhang Tianyu, who were following behind, were also shocked. Was this Muyun's greatest reliance? It was really terrifying. People who came back from the dead, and those 3 were once illustrious existences. How could Muyun be afraid? Was the divine realm going to belong to Muyun in the end? In the divine realm, after the destruction of the Yang clan, the battle between the Zhu clan and the shepherds once again stunned all the forces. In the end, the shepherds took in the Zhu clan and the Yang clan. They were originally the 2 underlings of the blood clan, but now they were the underlings of the shepherds. Furthermore, what was even more surprising was that these 2 lackeys appeared to be very obedient. But in this regard, the other 7 ancient clans chose to remain silent. This silence made everyone in the divine realm feel that the gathering of forces was becoming more and more unfathomable. In the central land of the divine realm, between a mountain range, a light wave flashed, and a few figures quickly entered the mountain range and disappeared. This place was called the Deep Blood Mountain, and it was the secret place of the Blood Clan. In the Deep Blood Mountain, between a vast mountain range, billowing blood aura rose into the sky. A figure stood proudly in the middle of the mountains with his eyes closed. "Your Highness." 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the mountain range. They were Xue Chenfeng and Xue Muyu. "Didn't I say not to disturb me unless it's a very important matter?" Xuexiao said coldly. "Your Highness, the Yang clan and the Zhu clan have sided with the shepherds." Xue Chenfeng cupped his fists and said, "These 2 clans are simply traitors. They are just 2 dogs. Do you think it's possible to count on them to be loyal?" Xuexiao said calmly, "We will destroy them sooner or later." "Is there anything else?" "Your Highness, the elders in the clan are already preparing to take action." Xue Muyu said again, "They can no longer sit back and watch the shepherds become stronger." "Idiots." Xuexiao said coldly, "Those old fogies only know how to be afraid. To think that all of them are illusionary divine dream masters." When they saw that Muyun could kill illusionary divine dream masters, they started to be afraid? "A bunch of trash. What should we do?" It seems like I need to make a trip out." Xuexiao said coldly, "I need to tell those trash that my father's words do not count, but mine does." Hearing this, Xue Chenfeng and Xue Muyu cupped their fists and stood still. Yun's life is mine. No one can take it away from me. I have to kill him with my own hands. Xiao looked ferocious and said coldly, before that, I will kill whoever wants to kill him. A cold aura slowly spread out. The three figures left the mountain range and appeared outside a huge palace in a flash. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was slightly tense. More than 10 figures stood still in the hall. Xianxia, who was the clan leader, was not standing on the main seat. Instead, he was standing respectfully below. On the main seat, there were two pale elders who were covered in blood. They stood there with gloomy expressions and did not speak. The few people below were arguing non-stop. If we don't take action now, can we still kill Yun when he is fully grown? An elder said coldly, there's no time to lose. Let's mobilize the royal army now and surround Yun and kill Yun. Xiao, why are you in such a hurry? Another elder said, if we exterminate the Mu clan now, our imperial army will also be greatly affected. Once the royal family and the Han clan seize the opportunity, I'm afraid it will be a battle between two tigers. Both sides will suffer great losses, and the royal family will benefit from it. Xiao, if that's the case, are we just going to watch the shepherds become stronger? Of course, that's not what I mean. I'm only saying that we need to consider this matter at length. Consider this matter at length? Wait until Yun enters the illusionary divine stage, reaches the sage-to-be or even the divine transformation stage before we kill him? Are we going to ignore the danger and fight the shepherds directly and let the royal family be the fishermen? You. Sha. As the few elders were arguing, a rustling sound was heard outside the room. 3 figures walked in. The one in the lead was Xiao. Is it noisy? Xiao looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. Shower. Xianxia saw Xiao and was stunned. You're out of seclusion? Father, good day. Xiao cupped his hands and looked at the rest of the clan elders. He said, regarding the Mu clan, I already have a plan. Elders, you don't have to argue. When the time comes, I need you to show up. You can just show up. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell silent. Shower, don't talk nonsense. Xianxia hurriedly pulled Xiao aside and reprimanded, the elders are discussing the important matters regarding the shepherds. You just need to listen. All the elders in the tribe were in the illusionary divine stage. As the leader of the tribe, even he did not have much authority, let alone Xiao. Father. Xiao stood at his original spot and said, these old antiques are all overcautious. They are greedy for life and afraid of death. They can't come up with anything important. As soon as Xiao's words came out, the place instantly became silent. How dare you? Xuan immediately scolded, Xiao, I think you've gone against the heavens. How dare a mere crown prince speak so disrespectfully when the elders are discussing matters? Did I say anything wrong? Xiao said calmly, the few of you have already been in seclusion for many years and have lost your guts. The blood race is not something that you old fogies can protect and protect. You should leave it to me. How dare you? Xuan, who was in a heated discussion just now, also scolded, Xianxia, as the leader of the tribe, did you teach such a crown prince? No wonder I've always heard that the tribe has some complaints about Xiao. Looking at him today, I can see that he is indeed arrogant. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao's face turned cold. Don't push everything to my father, Elder Xiao. Xiao scoffed. My father is the leader of the blood race and has done a good job. On the other hand, you old fogies only know how to quarrel. Did I say anything wrong? Xiao scoffed. I think that from today onwards, I will be in charge of the matters regarding the blood race. As for the war against the shepherds, let's wait for a while. As soon as these words were spoken, the few elders in the hall looked at Xiao as though they were looking at an idiot. Is this guy crazy? Xiao, you are too presumptuous. Xuan could not help but scold. I suggest that the elders dismiss him as the crown prince. That's right. Xuan agreed with Xuan and shouted, this guy is too presumptuous. Dismiss me? Xiao sneered. Do you think the two of you are worthy? With a loud rumble, a majestic aura rose in Xiao's body. Strong waves of aura rose, each stronger than the previous one. Suddenly, a strong pressure from the heavens and earth engulfed the two of them. Half-sage realm. Xuexiao had actually stepped into the half-sage realm. Xue Qingfeng and Xue Qingyu, who were above, were even more shocked. There was a third half-sage in the blood race. Now, do you still want to dismiss me? Xuexiao snorted. The head of the blood race has the greatest right to speak. Although the few of you are in the illusionary divine stage, you are retired elders. Even if you are more powerful than the head of the blood race, you still have to obey the head of the blood race. Xue Xuan, let me ask you. Are you willing to listen to the head of the blood race? As soon as these words were spoken, Xue Xuan felt their aura being obstructed. The illusionary divine stage, half-sage stage, holy transformation stage. These were the three stages that one had to go through to become a holy sage. However, these three stages were more difficult than the previous one. They had spent their entire lives to reach the illusionary divine stage. Against a half-sage, it was too difficult to resist. Yes, head of the blood race. Yes, head of the blood race. Xue Xuan gave in at this moment. The two of them had no choice but to give in. Xuexiao's aura was too strong. At this moment, the two figures above squinted their eyes. Xuexiao, since you have become a half-sage, you can be one of the elders in the blood race. Xue Qingfeng smiled faintly. He and Xue Qingyu were the mainstays of the blood race, the two half-sages. Not interested. Xuexiao said coldly. Next, I will continue to cultivate in seclusion to reach the holy transformation stage. The day I come out of seclusion will be the day the shepherds will be destroyed. Not only the shepherds, but the Shi tribe, Han tribe, Morong tribe, etc., will all submit to me. Otherwise, they will die. Xuexiao snorted and said, during this period of time, the two of you can wait in the blood race peacefully. Don't do anything stupid. No matter how fast Mu Yun improves, I will still trample him under my feet. Xuexiao took a step forward and left with a smile on his face. He seemed to be talking to himself as he said, moreover, the faster he improves, the better it will be for me. I can't wait to taste the blood of the nine-fate son of heaven. The main hall of the blood race was completely silent. At the same time, the entire realm of gods gradually calmed down. It was as if the destruction of the Zhu tribe and Yang tribe did not happen in the eyes of the various ancient tribes. The remaining 7 ancient tribes were still the same as before. Everyone naturally understood what was going on. The Zhan tribe and Zhao tribe had formed a faction. The Morong tribe, Han tribe, and Shi tribe had formed a faction. As for the royal tribe and the blood race, they each formed a faction. These 4 factions did not take any action against each other. This scene undoubtedly caused everyone's jaws to drop. What was going on? Did the various ancient tribes choose to ignore the shepherds, or was there something else going on? In the realm of gods, there were already discussions. Compared to the discussions in the realm of gods, Mu Yun was at peace. He had always felt that there was not much time left. The blood race and the royal tribe would take action sooner or later, and it would be very soon. However, 10 years had passed since the battle at the Boundless Sea, and the 2 ancient tribes did not take any action at all. In these 10 years, the various ancient tribes were unbelievably calm. At the same time, the shepherds never let down their guard. The Zhu tribe's army was now under the jurisdiction of the shepherds. In the territory of the Yang tribe, Yang Kaitai was indeed doing his best to rebuild the Yang tribe. Everything was in order. On this day, in the East Palace of the shepherds. In a courtyard, bell-like laughter could be heard. It was quite cheerful. What's so good that you are laughing so happily? Qianxia appeared. Seeing the ladies laughing together, he immediately sat down and heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Miao Xianyu considerately walked forward and gently massaged Mu Yun's shoulders. Xianyu is still the best. It's really hard to be the clan leader. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief and said, it's still the most comfortable to be with all of you. As soon as he said this, the ladies scolded him. There is good news, but I'll let Yun'er tell you. Yi Sueki smiled with a mischievous look in her eyes. Oh? What good news? Mu Yun looked at Xiao Yun'er. Xiao Yun'er's face was red as she lowered her head. I'm pregnant. As soon as she said this, Muyun was stunned. Pregnant, with child, seeing Muyun in a daze, Xiaoyun'er's face turned even redder. She lowered her head and said, I'm very careful every time and convert all my energy into cultivation. I don't know how. I'm pregnant. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cause trouble at this time, ha ha ha. A burst of laughter suddenly sounded. Muyun stood up at this moment and carried Xiaoyun'er. What nonsense are you talking about? Muyun laughed and said, this is a joyous occasion, okay? The few of you only think about cultivation every day. You've let me down for no reason. Every time we cultivate together, it's all digested by you. I've long wanted to know which one of you can give birth to another child for me. Muyun laughed and hurriedly put Xiaoyun'er down. She said, be careful, be careful, be careful. Gently stroking Xiaoyun'er's lower abdomen, Muyun could not suppress her excitement. Yay! Muyun almost jumped to his feet as he paced back and forth in the courtyard. I'm finally going to have a child. Muyun laughed and said, Yaoer is pregnant, but it's been more than 1,000 years, and that damn brat still hasn't come out. It's great now. Yun'er is also pregnant. It won't be long before I can be a father. Muyun was extremely excited. Brother Yun, it seems, that's not the case. Xiaoyun'er suddenly spoke. Muyun was stunned. Xiaoyun'er lowered her head and said in a low voice, this child seems to have existed for several years. It's just that I didn't notice it. Xiaoyun'er continued, until recently, when I made a breakthrough and reached the super ancestor god level, I gradually sensed the existence of an aura in my body. Later, I realized, Muyun was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Disperse, disperse, all of you disperse. Looking at the other girls, Muyun directly carried Xiaoyun'er into the dormitory. At this moment, outside the courtyard, the girls were all laughing loudly. I think this guy has gone crazy from wanting to be a father. Meng Zimo pursed her lips and smiled. Sister Yaoer has been pregnant for thousands of years, but the little guy still can't bear to come out. Now, Sister Yun'er is the same, let him be anxious. Otherwise, who knows how many people he will provoke in the future. Yi Sueki smiled. Wang Xinya said softly, that's not good. Brother Yun has been working very hard during this period of time, our Xinya is too soft-hearted. She has been tricked into bed by that guy so many times. This guy is very good at deceiving. Jiaoer smiled sweetly. Bao Qingyu stuck out her tongue and said, then, Jiaoer, have you also been tricked by him many times? 3 women were enough to make a scene, not to mention 9 women now. In the room, Muyun carefully checked Xiaoyun'er's body. Ever since Xiaoyun'er broke through to the monarch god level, it was very strange that there were 2 essence spirits in her body. And now, Xiaoyun'er, who had reached the super ancestor god level, had 2 essence spirits in her body and 2 spirits. 1 body and 2 spirits. This was indeed unbelievable. But until now, there was still no change in Xiaoyun'er's body. Normal cultivation, normal thinking, and even faster than ordinary people because of the existence of 2 spirits. And now, Muyun could clearly sense that there was indeed a life in Xiaoyun'er's body. The feeling related to his bloodline couldn't be wrong. You didn't notice it before? Yes. Xiaoyun'er said again, that life aura was very, very weak. I couldn't detect it at all. It was only recently that I discovered it because my strength has increased and my senses have greatly increased. At this moment, Muyun was extremely surprised. Back then, when Qin Mingyao's child was in his body, he could clearly sense a strong life aura. However, at that moment, the child in Xiaoyun'er's body was indeed very weak. It was faintly discernible, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Fog in the clouds. Muyun shouted. A figure suddenly appeared outside the room. Go and prepare the best divine medicines and divine pills that can nourish the divine embryo for me. The more, the better. Hurry. Yes. Outside the door, the figure disappeared. Muyun looked at Xiaoyun'er and said, is it because I used too much force when this little guy was around? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun'er blushed. That's definitely not the case. Xiaoyun'er shook her head and said, although I can feel that his aura is weak now, it gives me a feeling that we are connected. So, if I'm fine, he should be fine too. It's just that he might be a delicate child. Impossible. Muyun hugged Xiaoyuner and said with a smile, don't you know my ability? How can our child be weak? And even if he's weak, I'll pile up the spiritual materials that my shepherds have accumulated to make this child strong. Moreover, what if it's a girl? Muyun pulled Xiaoyuner into his arms and said again, no matter what, he's our child after all. He definitely won't be weak. Although he said this, his heart was filled with bitterness. What was this? The child in Qin Mingyao's womb refused to come out. Now, it had been several years, but his life aura was actually very weak. Was it so difficult to be a father? After comforting Xiaoyuner to rest, Muyun walked out of the room. My lord, these are all. At this moment, Yun Zhongwu waved his hand, and some spiritual materials and elixirs appeared in front of Muyun. 9 Netherbird Lingji. 3-leaf divine fruit. Bifu divine pill. Looking at those things, Muyun frowned. These things are too weak. Muyun said again, pass down the order. Ask Yang Kaitai and Zhu Xiaotian to help me find elixirs that are beneficial to the fetus. Tell Zhang Chonghuan and Zhao Yan to help me find them too. Yes. Yun Zhongwu turned around, took a step forward, and disappeared. It seemed that the Lord had gone crazy from missing the child. In the following period of time, Muyun accompanied Xiaoyuner every day. It could be said that he was meticulous. Naturally, in the middle of the night, they would also be entangled everywhere in the East Palace. Time passed day by day. The blood race and the royal family still did not do anything. As for Muyun, he was not in a hurry to cultivate either. It was not that he did not want to be in a hurry, but that he could not. For an elite ancestral god to enter the illusionary divine stage, he needed to comprehend the force of heaven and earth. This required him to grasp an opportunity of the force of heaven and earth and integrate it into his body to reach the illusionary divine stage. To grasp this opportunity, he needed to be in a state of enlightenment and receive the baptism of heaven and earth. If it was that simple, there would not be so few illusionary divine stage existences among the ancestral gods in the divine world. Therefore, during this period of time, he simply dealt with the matters in the shepherds every day and stayed with the girls. Whether it was 3, 4, or 6 people, Muyun felt at ease and justified in calling it cultivation. Moreover, this state of cultivation was indeed very beneficial to the improvement of the girls. The 9 sage tablets had merged with the 9 girls. Therefore, the 9 girls and Muyun had a bond. In addition to Muyun's own uniqueness, when they cultivated together, the effects were strange. Naturally, it was more beneficial to the 9 girls. Phew, in the middle of the night, Muyun heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that the girls beside him were sound asleep, he stood up, put on his clothes, and walked out of the door. In the room, the dense aura did not dissipate for a long time. The girls were already sound asleep. He came to the courtyard and flew up to the roof. Muyun heaved a sigh of relief. Back then, he had once looked at the sky like Yao Air in Baiyun City. At that time, the sky was the celestial realm. Later, when he arrived at the celestial realm, he had also looked at the sky like this with Yisweki after the wind and rain on the grassland. At that time, the sky was the divine world. Now, when he looked up from the divine world, it was still the sky. After ascending again and again, it seemed that he was finally about to touch the so-called world. Every world in the Kanglan realm had a vast space of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth was a world, but it was a world that was separated. What are you thinking about? An elegant voice sounded. Bao Qingyu was wearing a light green silk dress. She walked forward and sat beside Muyun. Nothing, Muyun shook his head. You still say that you haven't thought about it? Bao Qingyu leaned on Muyun's shoulder and said, tell me, how did you spend all these years? I really want to know. Hearing this, Muyun reached out and pulled Bao Qingyu into his arms. Okay, I'll tell you about my daughter, Xiaoqi, my brother, Xie Qing, and my amazing senior brother, Lu Qingfeng. Under the moonlight, the two of them sat snuggled up to each other. The 9 girls were all different, and Muyun was happy. Meng Zimo was dignified and elegant, Qin Mengyao was cold and proud, Yisweki was strong, Xiaoyun was pure, Wang Xinyao was weak, Jiao was charming, Miao Xianyu was mischievous, Mingyue Xin was queen-like, and Bao Qingyu was light and leisurely. It could be said that each of them made Muyun yearn for them. After a night of chatting, the sky gradually brightened, and a gray light appeared in the east. Bao Qingyu looked at Mu Yun with charming eyes. What's wrong? I think, Mu Yun was slightly startled, and then said with a mischievous smile, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun directly pounced on him. What are you doing? I think we should go down. They should wake up. What are you afraid of? It's not like we haven't been together before. Mu Yun didn't care at all. Time passed bit by bit. The entire divine realm was calm everywhere. The Yang clan and the Zhu clan began to develop gradually. However, this peace and tranquility caused everyone in the god realm to feel that something was amiss. Gradually, everyone realized that everyone seemed to be waiting for an opportunity. The shepherds were waiting. The royal clan and the blood clan seemed to be waiting too. Under such circumstances, the people in the divine realm became even more anxious. No one knew when the day of the storm would come. At first, Mu Yun was busy with the matters of the shepherds. Later, she simply imitated her father and waved her hand, handing everything over to her 3 uncles to handle. Later, her 3 uncles even packed everything up and handed everything over to her cousins. Mu Yun cultivated with the 9 girls in the East Palace every day. This kind of time was almost never enough. On this day, a majestic aura slowly surged in the East Palace. A super ancestor god. At this moment, Miao Xianyu stretched and pulled Mu Yun beside her, saying, Brother Yun, I've reached the super ancestor god level. Miao Xianyu was overjoyed. Although she was the last to reach this level, the super ancestor god level was only inferior to the top ancestor gods in the divine realm. It was enough to make her excited. Little girl, you're the last. Mu Yun said with a smile as she stood up. Do you think I'm stupid? Of course not. You're so smart, a genius in alchemy. Of course. Seeing the naughty smile on Mu Yun's face, how could Miao Xianyu not understand that Mu Yun was just teasing her? You're so naughty. Is that so? It's not like you haven't seen how naughty I am. Instantly, the room became lively. During this period, Mu Yun spent all day with the 9 girls, as if she was living in heaven. This made everyone wonder if this clan leader had forgotten that the royal clan and the blood clan were eyeing the shepherds covetously. However, only the 9 girls completely understood. Every time they cultivated together, both parties would improve their comprehension of the power of the divine realm. Relying on the 9 sacred tablets to cultivate together, this kind of progress was very fast. And at night, Mu Yun would sit cross-legged on the roof to cultivate every day. In order to find a way to reach the illusionary divine stage, the 9 girls gradually adapted to Mu Yun's lifestyle. During the day, they would take turns to cultivate with each other. At night, Mu Yun would cultivate by herself. Time flew by. Just like that, a year passed and another year came. The divine realm was still peaceful and everyone was developing on their own path. On this day, the 9 girls woke up early in the morning and saw that Mu Yun was still sitting quietly on the roof of the East Palace. They were very curious. Brother Yun, it's time to come down. Meng Zimo shouted. But Mu Yun did not move at all. The few of them gradually found some clues. Mu Yun seemed to have fallen into a strange state. Is he about to break through? Yi Sueki asked in surprise. Through the sacred tablet, I can form a telepathic connection with him. I found that he seems to be immersed in a state. Qin Mengyao said. If that's the case, let's not disturb him, okay? Okay. The girls all nodded. Mu Yun sat cross-legged. The aura in his body did not dissipate at all. Regardless of whether it was wind or rain, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, or wind and snow intertwined, that figure was still seated there without moving. During this period, the 9 girls resisted the urge to wake Mu Yun up and waited quietly. To the divine realm, even the weakest virtual god had a lifespan of thousands of years. The powerful ancestral gods had a lifespan of nearly 100,000 years. Days passed. After 100 years, the entire divine realm seemed to be completely quiet. It was as if a new pattern had appeared. The 10 great ancient clans were now called the 8 great ancient clans. The Yang and Zhu clans were taken in by the shepherds and could no longer be called one of the ancient clans. 100 years was neither long nor short. On this day, in the East Palace of the Shepherds, in the palace, Mu Yun's body changed for the first time in nearly 100 years. On his body, threads of heaven and earth gray energy slowly gathered and surrounded him. Meanwhile, wisps of strange auras began to spread across the place. In two of the many rooms in the royal palace. Below, two figures opened their eyes at the same time. Qin Mengyao and Mingyue Xin both stepped forward. They could feel a throbbing aura appearing at this moment. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. They could sense that Mu Yun was about to break through. Was Mu Yun finally going to reach the illusionary divine stage? Take me away. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly spoke. At this moment, both of them received Mu Yun's message in their minds, and their expressions changed slightly. In order to reach the illusionary divine stage, one had to undergo the baptism of the heavens and earth. A martial artist would possess the power of the heavens and earth instead of the heavens and earth. This was a metamorphosis, and also a calamity. Go. Go. Almost at the same time, Qin Mengyao and Mingyue Xin unleashed their powers and lifted Mu Yun's body. Suddenly, the two of them felt that something was amiss. At that moment, Mu Yun's body was like a mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It was heavy and sturdy. How could this be? The two of them were stunned. At this moment, Mu Yun's body became exceptionally heavy. They did not know that Mu Yun's body had merged with the blue sky underworld map, and his body contained a world. Although the world in the blue sky underworld map was not a complete world, and Mu Yun had to rely on the map to maintain control, it belonged to him. Come and help. Qin Mengyao shouted. The rest of the ladies walked out and started to help. Suddenly, 9 figures stood in the East Palace of the Shepherds, and a vast wave of divine power swept out. At this moment, cracks appeared on the ground. It was as if the power to move mountains and fill the sea was leaking out. Boom, as Mu Yun's body moved, the entire Shepherds was greatly affected. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed when they saw the scene. With Mingyue Xin and Qin Mengyao in the lead, the 9 ladies sped up. Waves of roars sounded. Dong, finally, the 10 figures left the secret realm of the Shepherds and headed east, toward the depths of the boundless sea. The roars never stopped. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure sank to the bottom of the sea, and her aura gradually disappeared. The 9 ladies stood in the void and looked down carefully. If anything happened to Mu Yun, it would be a great blow to them and the Shepherds. At this moment, Mu Yun was immersed in a unique state. At this moment, with the 9 ladies around him, he could feel the aura of the 9 sacred steels. Distant, powerful, and obscure. From the 9 sacred steels, his eyes seemed to penetrate the world and cover the entire divine realm. Not only the divine realm, but also the great worlds, planes, small worlds, and continents stacked up at this moment. The entire world, from bottom to top, was like a ladder to heaven, stacked up layer by layer. Countless small worlds stacked up like a beehive. They were tightly connected and separated by layers of spatial barriers. Above the small worlds, the great worlds spread out one by one. However, those worlds were even vaster, and the area they connected to was even wider. At the end, there was only the divine realm. The vast and empty divine realm stood at the top like a pyramid. Mu Yun looked as if he could see through billions of worlds. At this moment, his mind was also greatly impacted. This was the entire mortal realm where he was. Small worlds, great worlds, and mortal realms stacked up to form a pyramid-like world space. Buzz, just as Mu Yun was observing his surroundings, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out. On the ground, light waves slowly spread out. From the countless worlds, there was a repulsive force. That was the power of heaven and earth. Mu Yun held his breath at this moment, waiting for the storm to come. Boom, suddenly, deep in the boundless sea, a roar sounded, and 100,000 feet tall water column soared into the sky. Mu Yun's body suddenly trembled at this moment. It's coming. The path to becoming a saint. Mu Yun clenched his fists and released his entire body and mind. Boom. Boom, powerful thoughts seemed to appear from countless planes. Those thoughts gathered together and condensed into a tyrannical attack, bombarding Mu Yun's consciousness. Boom. 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 In the boundless sea, Mu Yun's body was like a lonely boat being tempered. How can I surrender to such an attack? What's the point of talking about becoming a saint? At this moment, Mu Yan's mind was as calm as a mountain. This was a battle of wills, and her body would not be affected at all. Boom. 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 The power of heaven and earth tried to destroy Mu Yan's spiritual defense. The strength of the attacks became stronger and stronger. The tyrannical power was like a giant hammer, hitting Mu Yan's soul and spirit. Mu Yan was very clear now. If she collapsed now, she would suffer from qi deviation and die without a burial place. Once she took a step forward, the path to becoming a saint would be opened. If she could not, the path to death would be opened. Time continued, and the attacks never weakened. In fact, they kept getting stronger. At this moment, the 9 ladies in the air frowned as they looked at the waves around the boundless sea. How can the path to the illusionary divine stage be so terrifying? Ming Wuxian could not help but smack her lips. She had already stepped into the illusionary divine stage, but she had never experienced such a spectacular scene. What kind of power did Mu Yan's body contain to be able to cause such a change in heaven and earth? It was truly inconceivable. Boom. Boom. Qin Mengyao said, perhaps, this step of hers will take a long time. Let's just wait here quietly. Qin Mengyao said seriously, just in case. The 9 ladies chose 9 islands and sat down cross-legged. Time passed by slowly. Mu Yan was at the bottom of the sea, as if she had turned into a statue. However, within 100,000 meters of the boundless sea, strange fluctuations were constantly occurring in the sky and the earth. In an instant, even the 9 ladies were worried. 1 year. 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, time was changing, but Mu Yan's body did not change at all. After 199 years, there was suddenly a wave of life aura coming from the bottom of the sea. The 9 ladies opened their eyes slowly. Boom, suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. A figure appeared on the surface of the sea. It was a slender figure in a black robe. Her hair was tied up and she had a pair of eerie eyes. She was Mu Yan. Clenching her fists, Mu Yan stood on the surface of the sea. Today, I have surpassed the me in my previous life. Mu Yan mumbled to herself. She was indescribably excited. At this moment, the entire heaven-fall underworld diagram was undergoing earth-shattering changes. At this moment, the area of 100 li had expanded by 2-fold. Mountains and rivers flowed everywhere. The world tree had grown to a height of 5 meters. An endless stream of world energy spread throughout the blue sky underworld map, forming mountains and rivers. This was a very strange state. It was as if she was creating a new world. Is this what it means to be in the illusionary divine stage? Mu Yan clenched her fists. A surge of energy spread out continuously. At this moment, Qin Mengyao and the other ladies woke up one by one. Mu Yan had spent 200 years to reach the illusionary divine stage, while the rest of them had been guarding this place for 200 years. Fortunately, the blood race and the royal family did not cause any trouble. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. 200 years, Mu Yan scanned her surroundings. She could see the aura of the 9 ladies. In the past 200 years, all of you have improved a lot. Mu Yan said, since this is the case, I will help all of you to become saints. Once she said this, other than Ming Wuxian and Qin Mengyao, the other 7 ladies were stunned. Mu Yan smiled and flicked her finger. In an instant, the world tree began to spin. Trees that were more than 5 meters tall had emerald green leaves and strange human-shaped fruits growing on them. Open! Mu Yan let out a low growl. The world tree began to spin rapidly, and a buzzing sound could be heard. The 7 women's figures floated toward Mu Yan uncontrollably. At this moment, everyone could feel the surface of the sea trembling. A force of heaven and earth came from all directions. However, the force of heaven and earth didn't come from the heaven and earth, but from the world tree. Rumbling sounds rang out one after another. Feeling the tremors from the bottom of the sea, the 7 women were in a strange mood. The holy birth is the most holy of heaven and earth, and has been recognized by heaven and earth. The world tree is comparable to the power of heaven and earth. In the past 200 years, I have been absorbing the force of heaven and earth, and so has the world tree. Inject this force of heaven and earth into your bodies, and it will help you enter the holy birth. Mu Yun suddenly spoke and pointed her finger. Meng Zimo's delicate body trembled slightly, and she felt a unique aura enter her body. Immediately after, light screens appeared above the heads of Yi Sueki, Wang Xianxia, Xiaoyun Miao Xianyu, Bao Qingyu, Jiu and the others. From the world tree, a domineering aura was nurtured and rushed into the women's bodies. It was the impact of the force of heaven and earth, but it was the force of heaven and earth that was controlled by Mu Yun. Time passed bit by bit, and a unique charm appeared in the 7 women's bodies. Immediately after, a majestic aura, the power of heaven and earth, rushed into the women's bodies under the guidance of Mu Yun. The aura spread out. Ming Wuxin and Qin Mengyao were dumbfounded. The holy birth required the recognition of heaven and earth. However, Mu Yun's move seemed to be creating a holy birth expert herself. It was unbelievable. Buzz, at this moment, Jiuer's entire body suddenly changed. A pair of fox ears appeared on her head, revealing a mischievous look. 9 furry tails appeared on her back. Following this, an aura swept across the place. Sainthood, Jiuer was the first to reach the illusionary divine stage. In Mu Yun's eyes, that look really made her heart burn. Not long after, a buzzing sound was heard again. The aura in Bao Qingyu's body seemed to have broken through an eggshell and spread out. Soon after, Xiaoyun's body slowly rose up. 2 illusory figures appeared in her head, one on the left and one on the right. It was extremely strange. At that moment, those 2 figures were undergoing the baptism of the power of the world and undergoing a transformation. Miao Xianyu, Yi Sueki, Meng Zimo, and Wang Xianxia were also slowly transforming. A series of explosions could be heard. At that moment, Mu Yun was continuously activating the world tree to unleash the power of the world. She was guiding the girls to convert this power into her own power. Time passed bit by bit. This transformation was not slow. Several powerful auras rose into the sky at that instant. Brother Yun. At this moment, Jiuer was the first to wake up and came to Mu Yun's side. She had a pair of furry fox ears, 9 furry tails, and a charming face that could bring calamity to a country. You are indeed a 9-tailed sky fox, Mu Yun stretched out her palm and stroked it gently. You are really a calamity to a country. Jiuer was slightly stunned and smiled shyly. Gradually, Xiaoyun Bao Qingyu, Yi Sueki, Meng Zimo, Wang Xianxia, and Miao Xianyu also gradually woke up. A powerful aura was emitted from their bodies. The aura of the illusionary divine stage. Mu Yun had spent 200 years to reach the illusionary divine stage from an elite ancestral god. Actually, he could have reached the illusionary divine stage in 100 years. The reason why he had persisted until now under the bombardment of the power of the world was to allow the world tree to absorb enough of the power of the world and convert it into a power that he could control to help his girls reach the illusionary divine stage. Now, he had succeeded. Mu Yun was still not satisfied. Let's return to the clan. 10 figures flashed and disappeared. After returning to the shepherds, Mu Yun immediately summoned her 3 uncles, Yun Zhongwu, Mu Bai, and the rest. The 5 commanders of the Shantian shepherds, the 3 heroes, and her 3 uncles were all ancestral gods. This time, what Mu Yun wanted to do was to help them reach the illusionary divine stage. After hearing what Mu Yun said, the few of them were completely stunned. Create the illusionary divine stage, what a joke! A illusionary divine stage dream master had to undergo the test of the heavens and earth. Only after obtaining the recognition of the heavens and earth could one become a sage and open the path to becoming a sage. Mu Yun said that she wanted to create the illusionary divine stage dream master. It was simply unbelievable. Open! In the main hall of the shepherds, Mu Yun waved her hand and the world tree appeared once again. Originally, the 5 commanders of the Shantian shepherds were connected to her life and death seal. Now, they had naturally benefited greatly. This time, Mu Yun wanted to create the illusionary divine stage dream master. Her 3 uncles, Mu Qinglang, Mu Qingye, and Mu Xuanji. Mu Bai, Song Yan, Bai Zihua, Zhan Xuanji, and Tu Tsuanjian. Yun Zhongwu, Qin Yuanhang, and Xing Duyu. 11 figures sat cross-legged. Mu Yun waved her hand and a surge of the power of the heavens and earth entered the bodies of the 11 figures. The power of the heavens and earth rushed into the bodies of the 11 figures, causing the power of the heavens and earth to gather. Mu Yun rotated the world tree above the heads of the 11 figures and observed everything closely. At this moment, the 9 ladies had hidden their auras but were powerful. When they saw this scene, they were shocked. Creating the illusionary divine stage dream master, who would dare to believe it? At this moment, Mu Yun also sat down cross-legged. Zhao Yanming. Zhan Tianyu. Mu Yun directly contacted the two of them and transmitted her thoughts to them. Zhao Yanming and Zhan Tianyu were both in the 9 changes of the ancestor god realm. Now that they had reached the illusionary divine stage, they were still lacking. However, Mu Yun could help the two of them become elite ancestor gods. Similarly, the people who had signed the life and death seal with Mu Yun all felt a powerful aura entering their bodies at this moment. When a man achieves the Tao, his friends and family will also ascend to the heavens. At this moment, this was the most appropriate way to describe Mu Yun and the people who had signed the life and death seal with her. At this moment, many people in the shepherds underwent drastic changes. At the same time, the two princes, Zhan Tianyu and Zhao Yanming, were also undergoing changes at an astonishing speed. Time passed by slowly. Mu Yun came out of seclusion for more than 3 months. The realm of gods had experienced more than 200 years of peace. However, the more peaceful it was, the more fearful everyone became. The shepherds and the other ancient races would definitely have a battle. The longer this battle dragged on, the more tragic it would be. Now, everyone could clearly feel that the time was getting closer and closer. Let me see. At this moment, in a bedroom in the East Palace of the Shepherds, 2 figures were facing each other on the bed. Mu Yun gently held on to Jiao Er's jade-like hand and said with a smile, "Furry ears, furry tail, how beautiful." Let me see. Mu Yun had an extremely naughty smile on her face as she looked at the shy Jiao in front of her. No. No. Jiao covered her face and said, "You are really shameless." How am I shameless? Mu Yun rolled her eyes and said, "You are an anomaly in the 9-tailed fox race. Isn't this the time to show your charm?" No. Hurry up, Mu Yun urged. Jiao's face turned red. Only once. Okay. In an instant, Jiao, who was in front of her, had 9 furry white tails. A pair of furry ears moved, looking very cute. Ha ha ha. Mu Yun laughed loudly and pounced on her. Ugh. Suddenly, Jiao's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but vomit. Mu Yun was dumbfounded. Is it that disgusting to see me like this? No. Jiao suddenly said, I just feel like vomiting. Vomiting? Mu Yun was slightly stunned. With a flick of her finger, a ray of light entered Jiao's body. Oh? It can't be. Mu Yun said in surprise again. It seems that I am going to be a father again. As soon as she said this, Jiao was also stunned. She hurriedly checked her body. Not long after, her face turned red. Baddie. What baddie? Mu Yun laughed. Qin Mingyao was pregnant, and so was Xiao Yuner. Now, it was Jiao. Mu Yun secretly praised himself. His efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. The 9 women were unwilling to be pregnant at this time, worried that it would cause trouble for him. But he wanted children too much. He would be a failure if he didn't give his 9 wives a child. Now, 3 of his wives were pregnant. However, Mu Yun immediately felt sorrow in his heart. What's wrong? Jiao asked in confusion. You are pregnant, but you, Yuner, Yaoer, when are you going to give birth? Mu Yun said with a bitter face. It seems that from today onwards, I should go to Xueqi, Xianxia, Xianyu, Qingyu, and Zmo more often. You, Mingyao, Yuner, and Yuexin are not humans. You're scolding me. Ah? How dare you scold me? I won't let you off. In the room, loud scoldings could be heard. But in the end, it turned into a huge battle. In the shepherds, Mu Qinglang, Yun Zhongwu, Mu Bai, and the rest were at the stage of breaking through and were constantly comprehending. Mu Yun even summoned Zhu Xiaotian to the shepherds to help him enter the illusionary divine stage. During this period, the various ancient families had calmed down. Muyan understood that it was not easy to advance from the illusionary divine stage to the semi-sage stage and then to the divine transformation stage. Therefore, during this period, he had been enjoying himself with the 9 women. As for cultivation, being carefree and happy was a form of cultivation. And every time, the 9 women would devour his essence, which made him very depressed. Therefore, he had recently thought of a way. Before the 9 women could digest it, he would inject it into them again. In this way, there would always be 1 or 2 fish that would escape the net. And his hard work finally paid off. Now, Jiaoer was pregnant. This made Muyan feel gratified. Such carefree and happy days were getting more and more comfortable. His next target was the other 6 women. At night, Muyan stretched and looked at Meng Zimo beside her. Her lazy expression still had a trace of nobility. "I'm not coming, I'm too tired." Meng Zimo couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Go and find the other sisters." That won't do. The continuous battle was really tiring. Fortunately, now that they had reached the illusionary divine stage, they did not have to worry about the void between them. Meng Zimo had completely surrendered this time. Muyan let her go. The 2 of them hugged each other and treated each other honestly. "Are you plotting something?" Meng Zimo could not help but ask. "Plotting something?" "No." Muyan said gently. "I know." Meng Zimo said again, "Recently, you have been with a few of us. Although this kind of cultivation speed is very fast, you must have other motives. It's nothing more than facing the royal family of the blood race. You are worried that something unexpected will happen, so now, you want us to, what?" Meng Zimo said seriously, "You want us to be pregnant. If something happens to you, we still have a child to accompany us. Am I right? Because you know that even if something happens to you, we might go crazy and disregard the consequences. So, you want to use the child to restrain us." Muyan opened her mouth. "Don't try to quibble. Don't forget that you were once my disciple." Hearing this, Muyan laughed. "Indeed, I can't hide anything from my dear master." Muyan sat up and smiled. "To be honest, I have a bad feeling. Xuexiao is too calm. When I destroyed the Yang family, he ignored me. When I subdued the Zhu family, he still did not do anything. So, I can feel that he is waiting. I know Xuexiao too well. If he is not completely confident, he will not make a move. If that's the case," at this moment, Meng Zimo's jade-like arms wrapped around Muyan. She hugged Muyan tightly and said, "Then I must leave your shadow behind. But, if you dare to die, I dare to take the child and die with you." After Meng Zimo finished speaking, she flipped over. In the shepherds, the news that the current leader, Muyan, had reached the illusionary divine stage spread. The entire tribe was in a frenzy of cultivation. Everyone knew that the upcoming battle was unavoidable. Escaping would not solve the problem. Therefore, the best way was to increase his own strength. Inside the shepherds, cultivation began in full swing. As for Muyan, she had also started sowing seeds in full swing. Time seemed to pass by peacefully, but in private, everyone felt a strong pressure pushing them to work hard. Just like that, the days passed. And on this day, it seemed that the stable god realm was finally going to start to fluctuate. West of the deity realm, within the Stone Clan's secret world. At this moment, in the Stone Clan, a few figures were standing in a square. The person in the lead had a powerful aura. He was the current leader of the Stone Tribe, Shuri. "Father, why did Uncle Han and Uncle Morong suddenly come to visit?" Shi Shuhuan couldn't help but ask. "I don't know either. It's just that we were in a hurry this time. I think it has something to do with the shepherds, the blood race, or the royal family." Shuri looked worried as well. Currently, in the god world, the slightest carelessness could cause a storm to rise, and the situation would change unpredictably. It was even possible that they would lose everything if they weren't careful. Therefore, the 3 ancient clans had to be closely connected at all times. "Leader Shi." At this moment, a shout rang out. A few figures suddenly appeared in the square. The person in the lead was the Han tribe's leader, Han Baiyuan. Beside Han Buiyuan, Han Yi bowed as he looked at Shuri and nodded. "Brother Han, it's been a while." Shuri nodded and smiled. I heard that Han Yi's strength has increased greatly today. Congratulations. What are you talking about? I heard that Shi Shuwan's strength has increased quite a bit. The two of them exchanged pleasantries. On the square of the Shi clan's secret realm, many guards were walking back and forth. They were on high alert. The Shi clan was one of the 10 great ancient clans. Together with the Han tribe and the Morong tribe, the three clans had always advanced and retreated together. In the past few years, the shepherds had grown stronger and stronger. The Blood tribe and the Royal tribe were the two leaders. Since they didn't say anything, the three clans naturally didn't say anything either. Even if Mu Yun wanted to take revenge, her first choice and biggest enemy would be the Blood tribe and the Royal tribe, not the three clans. Leader Shi, this time, the shepherds have been peaceful for more than 200 years. The Blood tribe and the Royal tribe have also been silent. What do you think about this? The Morong tribe's leader, Morong Jing, hadn't arrived yet. Since they had nothing to do, the two of them started chatting. This time, it's not something the three clans can control. Shi smiled bitterly. Now, anyone with eyes can see that this is a battle between the shepherds, the Royal tribe, and the Blood tribe. Look at the Zhan tribe and Zhao tribe's performance. These two ancient clans are very smart. They're not moving at all. They're waiting for the shepherds, the Royal tribe, and the Blood tribe to fight. Han Baiyuan smiled and nodded. If that's the case, the three clans should just watch from the sidelines? Could it be that Leader Han is going to add fuel to the fire? Ha ha ha, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. This time, no matter how peaceful the realm of gods was, even if there were conflicts, the shepherds, the Royal tribe, and the Blood tribe would definitely fight. To them, the more intense the conflict between the three ancient clans, the better. This way, they would be able to reap the benefits of the conflict. Logically speaking, Leader Morong should be here by now. Han Baiyuan looked to the front and asked, why isn't he here yet? Let's wait a little longer. The crown prince of the Morong tribe has died. I think Brother Morong must be feeling very unhappy now. Han Baiyuan said again. Now that things have come to this, there's nothing we can say. I wonder if the Morong tribe has chosen a new crown prince in the past 100 years. To choose a new crown prince, the elders of the Morong tribe and the illusionary divine dream masters will have to take part in the assessment. It's not that simple. The two of them looked at each other and sighed bitterly. The lesson that Zhao had taught them was still fresh in their minds. If the Morong tribe did not make a decision soon, the tribe would not be peaceful. Can the two of you take a look at me? A voice suddenly appeared at that instant. A figure suddenly appeared above the plaza out of nowhere. He was dressed in a blood-red robe and his long hair danced in the wind. There were thin lines in his eyes. The lines were bright and strange, like a long snake that was alive. Shi and Han Baiyuan were stunned when they saw this. Shui Xiao. Shui Xiao. Everyone became nervous when they saw the figure appear. Protect the leader. In an instant, the guards from the Shi clan and the Han clan flew away. Scram! Scram! Two low roars rang out at this moment. Shui Chenfeng and Shui Muyu immediately charged out. Seeing this, Shi and Han Baiyuan were shocked. Shi shouted angrily, Shui Xiao, what are you doing in the Shi tribe? Are you trying to provoke a fight between the Blood tribe and the three ancient tribes? Provoke a fight? A trace of blood circled Shui Xiao's fingertip. A figure was thrown out and fell to the ground with a bang. Morong Jing. Morong Jing. The body on the ground was the leader of the Morong tribe, Morong Jing. At this moment, the two tribe leaders were stunned. Shui Xiao, you killed Morong Jing? Han Baiyuan shouted angrily, are you trying to deal with the three ancient tribes? Deal with? Shui Xiao smiled faintly and said, are you worthy? The two patriarchs were stunned at this moment. The Shui Xiao in front of them suddenly became presumptuous. It was as if he did not take them seriously. What was this guy trying to do? The two of you are not qualified to talk to me. Shui Xiao waved his hand and said calmly, ask Shi Gondang and Han Tiansong to come out. Only the two of them are qualified to talk to me. Hearing this, the two tribe leaders' faces turned pale. Shi Gondang was the ancestor of the Shi tribe. He was a hidden half-saint expert in the Shi tribe. Han Tiansong was the pillar of the Han tribe. He was also a half-saint. But Shueshao said that the two of them were only qualified to talk to him? Haha, Shuri sneered and said, Shueshao, I think you are completely crazy. The Morong tribe will not let you go for killing Morong Jing. The Morong tribe? Is that so? Shueshao sneered and said, Morong Chenyuan, if Shurgondang and Han Tiansong do not want to come out, then you ask them to come out. Morong Chenyuan, the ancestor of the Morong tribe, the famous half-saint, why was he here? A figure appeared in the void. He was wearing a blue Taoist robe. His hair was messy, and he looked terrified. Yes, Crown Prince Shui. Morong Chenyuan, a half-saint, was one of the top figures in the god realm. At this moment, he respectfully called Shueshao Crown Prince Shui. Senior Chenyuan. Shuri shouted, Brother Morong Jing was killed. How could you, nephew Shur? Morong Chenyuan suddenly interrupted Shuri and said, Hurry up and ask Shurgondang and Han Tiansong to come out. Our three tribes have always been brothers. This time, you should also prepare to join the Blood tribe. You will join forces with the Blood tribe and invade the Shepherds. What, join the Blood tribe? The Morong tribe wanted to join the Blood tribe? What? It seems that you are not willing. Shueshao smiled faintly. If that is the case, there is no other way. Shueshao grinned and said, If Morong Jing is not willing, I will kill him. Fortunately, Morong Chenyuan is a smart man. He knows what the future is. I'll give you one last chance. Submit to the Blood clan, Shueshao, or die. Boom, a loud explosion resounded. Suddenly, the arms shattered and turned into rubble. A figure was standing there, completely unscathed. Shurgondang, I have long heard that you have a fiery temper. It seems like it is true. Shueshao placed his hands behind his back and said, However, does your fiery temper match your strength? Don't embarrass yourself there. Come out and take a look. With a low shout, Shueshao grabbed the air. At this moment, cracking noises could be heard. One after another, cracking noises could be heard. The ground looked as though it was going to crack open and there were gullies in it. Shueshao stretched out his bloody palm and grabbed the air. Boom, suddenly, a figure dashed out from the crack in the ground and threw a punch forward, leaving only an afterimage behind. Dong, a dull sound could be heard and the entire square was broken into pieces. Eh? A surprised voice could be heard in the air. The figure that had suddenly appeared fell to the ground. His clothes were in tatters, and his face was pale. Old ancestor. Shurzu. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Sacred realm. The figure that had stabilized had gray hair and was shocked. He looked at the figure in front of him and said slowly. Sacred realm, Shueshao, Shuri and Han Baiyuan were completely dumbfounded. There were 3 steps to becoming a holy being, illusionary divine, sage to be, and sacred realm. Shueshao had reached the sacred realm. Old man, you are quite knowledgeable. Shueshao said arrogantly. Since you know that I have reached the sacred realm, you should know what is the right choice to make now. Shueshao looked down and shouted, Han Tiansong, since you are here, show yourself. Don't hide anymore. After Shueshao said that, he flung his palm and a loud rumbling sound could be heard. A crack could be seen in the air. At this moment, a figure appeared in a rather sorry state. It was Han Tiansong, the old ancestor of the Han tribe. As the hidden trump card of the Han tribe, Han Tiansong was a true sage to be. However, he had been flung out by Shueshao. At that moment, everyone knew that the peace of the divine world was about to be broken. You 2 old things, I don't want to waste my time on you. Shueshao said indifferently, I'll give you 2 choices. First, submit to me and obey my orders. Second, death. I'll kill all the Ancestor God Realm experts from your Han and Shur clans. Anyone below the Ancestor God Realm will be enslaved by my blood clan. Shuexiao's tone was cold and arrogant. He didn't want to say more. The expressions of Shurgondang and Han Tiansong changed slightly. Sanctification, it was a step that they had dreamed of. Reaching. But now, Shueshao had arrived. The sacred transformation realm was just 1 step away from becoming a true saint recognized by the heavens and earth. Saints were on par with heaven and earth. I have a question. Shurgondang said in a low voice. Speak. If we follow the vampires, in the future, when the shepherds are destroyed, won't we? Don't worry, Xuexiao said indifferently, destroy the Mu clan, the Wang clan, and unify the divine world. As long as the three clans submit to the blood race and pay tribute every year, I won't kill you. Wouldn't it save a lot of effort to keep your lives and help the blood race take care of the god realm? The two old men's faces turned ugly. Lives of dogs, however, even if Xuexiao was insulting them, they did not dare to refute. Sanctification, that was the sacred transformation realm. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would still die. They were no match for Xuexiao. What if Mu Qingyu returns, Mu Qingyu? Xuexiao sneered. His wife has been captured. He can't take care of his son. Once I unify the god realm and control the seal of the 10 worlds, I'll have the final say on who can enter and who can leave the god realm. At that time, even if Mu Qingyu is a saint, monarch, or honorable, I'll still be able to stop him from entering the god realm. When I become the master of the god realm, I'll be like a human emperor. I'll control the god realm and enter the 10,000 worlds. I'll gradually become a saint, monarch, honorable, and unify the 10,000 worlds. Xuexiao's expression was ferocious. The people in front of him did not know that the world in their eyes was pitifully small. The 10,000 worlds was the place where life and death were determined. He, Xuexiao, would definitely become the master of the 10,000 worlds in the future. As long as he killed Mu Yun and took his 9 fate son of heaven's providence, the heavenly Tao would change. When fate changed, he would become the god's favorite. Stop talking nonsense. Xuexiao waved his hand and said, surrender or die. As soon as he said that, Shurgondang and Han Tiansong's faces turned pale. Greetings, Blood Crown Prince. Greetings, Blood Crown Prince. The two of them knelt on one knee and cupped their hands. They had no choice. Who could fight against Xuexiao, who was in the sacred transformation realm? The only one who had such strength was Mu Qingyu. Now that he was no longer in the god realm, no one could suppress Xuexiao. The two of them finally understood. For more than 200 years, Mu Yun had brought people to destroy the Yang clan, and Mu Yun had subdued the Zhu clan, but the Blood clan was indifferent. They did not need to be alarmed. Xuexiao had reached the saint level. Even if Mu Yun had 9 avatars, it would be useless. Not to mention 9 avatars, even if there were 90 or 900 avatars, it would only increase the number of people who would die. Good. Xuexiao waved his hand and said proudly, the 3 of you, gather the army immediately and attack the Zhang clan and Zhao clan. Attack the Zhang clan and Zhao clan. The 3 half-saints were all stunned. Morong Qianyuan cupped his hands and said, Prince Shui, isn't your target the shepherds? Humph, what do you know? Xuexiao said coldly, the Zhang clan and Zhao clan have already reached an agreement with the shepherds to advance and retreat together. Do you still think that the 3 of you are not afraid of the Blood clan and the Royal clan? Do you still think that you can share the limelight? In fact, that's just an idiotic idea. The others have already sharpened their swords and are ready to attack you. As soon as he said that, the 3 half-saints were stunned. They had thought that if the 3 ancient clans united and the 3 half-saints attacked and retreated together, there would be no problem at all. But now, they did not expect that the shepherds had already controlled the Zhang clan and Zhao clan without batting an eyelid. If that was the case, the shepherds who controlled the land of the 5 ancient clans were now the biggest winners. How terrifying! If they continued to live peacefully, it would be like boiling a frog in warm water. By the time they realized it, it would be too late. Prince Shui, we need time to gather the army. What do you think? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Xuexiao said coldly, attack the Zhang clan and Zhao clan, now, immediately. If we can't gather the army immediately, then send as many as you have. Everyone above the ancestor god realm must participate in the battle. If the 3 of you can't destroy the Zhang clan and Zhao clan, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Xuexiao snorted and pointed his finger. Instantly, Shurgondang, Han Tiansong, Shi, Han Baiyuan, and the others felt a blood guillotine appear in their minds. This is a drop of blood condensed by my supreme blood codex cultivation. It will merge with your souls. If you don't listen to me, I can easily kill you. Xuexiao said indifferently, remember, it's easy. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces turned pale. Shui Zhao's figure flashed and disappeared. Shui Chenfeng and Shui Muyu did not move at all. Gather the armies of the 3 clans and listen to our orders. Shui Chenfeng said coldly, let's go. A great battle had just begun. Morong Qianyuan, Shi Gondang, and Han Tiansong completely understood that they could not go against Shui Zhao's will. No matter what, this battle was just the beginning. And now, they were just the sharp blades in Shui Zhao's hands. Let's gather our armies and attack together. Don't give Zhao clan and Zhang clan any time to breathe. Okay. The 3 figures immediately turned into flowing lights and disappeared. At this moment, Shui Zhao's figure was shuttling through the God world. With one step, he would jump a distance of 10,000 miles. Hee, kid, don't forget our agreement. A laugh came from Shui Zhao's body. Don't worry. Shui Zhao clenched his fists and said, the so-called God world is just one of the 10,000 worlds. Since that's the case, I, Shui Zhao, will climb to the top of the God world and become the ruler of the human world. In the future, I will become a saint, a monarch, a supreme, and the ruler of the 10,000 worlds. The Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the others will all crawl under my feet. Hee, I will help you. That's natural. The cold voice laughed slowly, with traces of cold and terrifying aura. Are you sure that Mu Qingyu doesn't have time to care about what happens in the human world? Don't worry, he definitely won't have time. The cold voice continued, Human Emperor Mu Qingyu, if he really wanted to destroy you back then, one finger would be enough. However, he is the human emperor. The humans living in the 10,000 worlds all need his prestige. The human world is the origin of mankind. He won't kill wantonly. When Emperor Qing, Yi Yushi, was captured, the human emperor fled and took a baby with him. That baby, if nothing goes wrong, is now Mu Yun. If this kid enters the Kanglan 10,000 worlds, there will be many people who want to kill him. So Mu Qingyu doesn't dare to put him in the Kanglan 10,000 worlds now. Hearing this, Shui Zhao was surprised and said, why do they want to kill him? Because he is the second Nine-Fate Son of Heaven. Do you know who the first Nine-Fate Son of Heaven was? Shui Zhao shook his head. The first Emperor God, Yi Xiaoyao. Hearing this, Shui Zhao was stunned. Yi Xiaoyao, in the human world, it was rumored that he was a carefree person. Back then, he defeated all the top experts in the entire God world by himself. Then, he crossed the void and disappeared. Unexpectedly, even in the vast Kanglan 10,000 worlds, he was still so dazzling. Di Yuan, at this moment, that voice clearly became afraid. His body trembled, and his voice lowered a bit. A very terrifying person. Although the great races in the Kanglan myriad realms are all extremely powerful, in truth, the most terrifying person doesn't even put them in his eyes. Yi Xiaoyao, the first emperor god, died at the hands of Di Yuan's father, Di Ming, the strongest ruler of the myriad domain. Di Ming. No one knows who he is. No one knows where he is. No one has seen how powerful he is because those who have seen him are all dead. Therefore, he is called the heaven-sealing emperor god by the myriad domain. You don't understand what it means to be called an emperor god. That is the peak of the god realm, the peak of the emperor realm. Countless titled gods and titled emperors who have surpassed the sovereigns are feared and feared. The voice trembled even more as it continued, this world is too vast after all. The one who truly controls it is simply beyond our understanding. Shui Zhao clenched his fists and said indifferently, sooner or later, I will surpass the first emperor god, surpass the heaven-sealing emperor god, and become the most powerful emperor god in this world. There will be no one who can stop me in front of me. Supremacy, the peak, that is my pursuit. Shui Zhao revealed a sinister smile. The first step is to start with Mu Yun. 9 Destinies Son of Heaven, your destiny is mine. Boom, on the calm surface of the boundless ocean, a ripple suddenly rose up. On the surface of the sea, a figure slowly stepped out with a cold expression. It has changed. Mu Yun's eyebrows flashed with joy. The 9 sage tablets contained 9 god techniques. Meteor shower, earth explosion, chaotic sun, heaven ascending technique, heaven trapping seal, wandering ghost finger, 4 corners of heaven, and Buddha light earth slash. The power of these 8 god techniques had undergone tremendous changes when she reached the illusionary divine stage. The crazy aura fluctuated, each wave stronger than the previous one. At the same time, Mu Yun could clearly feel that the sword techniques, spear techniques, finger techniques, palm techniques, and fist techniques contained in the last divine art, ancestral primordial divine art, had clearly increased in power. The 9 saint steels were closely related to the mortal world. It seemed that he had gained the recognition of the mortal world, and the power of the divine arts contained in the 9 saint steels had also increased. Now, with a wave of his hand, there were over 20 illusionary divine dream masters in the shepherds. Just by looking at the number of illusionary divine dream masters, the shepherds were no longer afraid. Now, even if the royal family and the blood race were to combine forces, the number of illusionary divine dream masters in the royal family would only be around this level. As for half-saints, there were at most 2 in the royal family and the blood clan. However, it wasn't as if he didn't have any backing. Perhaps it was time for war. During this period of time, under his hard work, the 9 women might be able to understand what he wanted to do. This was enough. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the sea in front of her surged violently, forming a palm shadow. At this moment, the palm shadow drifted in the wind. Suddenly, it exploded, turned into water vapor, and disappeared. Master! Suddenly, ear-piercing sounds could be heard from behind her. The Cloud Wing guards had all returned. Eh? Seeing Yin Zhongwu and the other 2 appear, Mu Yun frowned. Now that the 3 of them had reached the illusionary divine realm, and the Cloud Wing guards were all ancestral gods, they were extremely powerful. Therefore, she had sent the Cloud Wing guards to various places in the divine world to hide and gather information. However, now that the Cloud Wing guards had returned, it proved that something had happened. Speak. Mu Yun said directly. Yun Zhongwu cupped his fists and said, "The crown prince of the blood race, Xiao, has come out of seclusion. He killed the Morong tribe's leader, Morong Jing, and took control of the 3 half-saints, Morong Qianyuan, Shirgondang, and Han Tiansong. He led the warriors of the 3 major ancient families to attack the Zhan tribe and Zhao tribe." Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. Xiao had come out of seclusion and shocked the 3 major ancient families. This was enough to prove that Xiao had reached the illusionary divine realm. Otherwise, how could the 3 half-step saints submit so easily? Not only that. Xingduyu reported again, the royal tribe has also started to move. The king of hell's army of the royal tribe has started to gather. They seem to be preparing to head towards the Yang tribe. Mu Yun's eyes flickered. Return to the tribe immediately. In a flash, Mu Yun had already disappeared from the sea. Not long after, in the main hall of the shepherd's palace, many figures stood still. Each and every one of those figures emitted a terrifying aura from head to toe. Mu Qinglang, Mu Qingya, and Mu Xuanji had already reached the illusionary divine realm. Shantianwei Mubai, Xianzibai, Song Yan, Zhan Xuanji, and Tu Tzuanjian had also released their auras. Zhu Xiaotian, the leader of the Zhu tribe, had also reached the illusionary divine realm. In addition to the 3 heroes of the Cloud Wing tribe and Mu Yun's 9 wives, there were almost 20 more illusionary divine dream masters in the shepherds because of Mu Yun's breakthrough. At this moment, all of these people were present. "Leader, what's the matter?" Everyone was puzzled. Mu Yun looked at the crowd and said indifferently, "Xiao, get ready to take action." The moment these words were spoken, everyone was slightly startled. However, they immediately smiled indifferently. Take action, are they finally going to take action? They had been looking forward to this day. Not only the blood tribe, the royal tribe seems to be making a move too. The Shi tribe, Han tribe, and Morong tribe are all under Xiao's control. Mu Yun said calmly, "I suspect that Xiao has already reached the sage realm." Sage realm, there were 3 steps to becoming a sage from the godly realm. Illusionary divine, half-saint, and sage realm. Every step was crucial. Xiao had silently reached the sage realm. With this step, he was invincible in the realm of gods. It was no wonder that the 3 tribes were subdued. Mu Yun looked at the crowd and remained silent. "Leader, give the order." Mu Qinglang said, "Now, there's nothing else to say. There's only one word, fight." "Yes. That's right. The top powers of the Mu clan nodded their heads in agreement. All right. Mu Yun nodded. She stepped out of the main hall. At this moment, on the square in front of the main hall, many figures stood proudly. The Green Feather Army, the Leaf Guards, the Xuanji Battalion, the Xianxia Guards, and the Cloud Guards of the Sea Demons. At this moment, the 5 armies all stood still, their expressions cold and solemn. Mu Yun opened her arms and looked at everyone. Greetings, leader. Greetings, leader. In an instant, deafening shouts were heard. The figure standing in front of them was their former crown prince, who was now their leader. She was all of their souls. Nonsense, I'm too lazy to say anything. Mu Yun looked at the crowd and said, back then, when I was in the immortal world, I was ranked as one of the 10 great immortal kings and ruled over a region. At that time, I felt very powerful and was not afraid of anything, so I died. After being reborn, I returned to the immortal world. Now, I'm back in front of you again. If you ask me, are you afraid of death now? Mu Yun laughed and said, yes, I'm scared to death. I'm afraid that if I die, my wife, children, family, brothers, and friends will be bullied. I can only turn into a soul and watch. As soon as she said that, the audience burst into laughter. But, can you do nothing if you're afraid of death? Mu Yun said in a loud voice, back then, I was not afraid of death and had no attachments. Now, I'm afraid of death. But it's precisely because I'm afraid of death that I can't die. I'm afraid that if I die, the shepherds will be completely destroyed by those bastards. In the secret realm of the shepherds, millions of people will be slaughtered and killed. Mu Yun roared, so today, even if I'm afraid of death, I will still stand here and fight them. Back then, the sentence I said the most to one of my scoundrels was, if a man dies, his bird dies. If he doesn't die, he will live for thousands of years. So, once the battle starts today, it won't be a day and a half. It might even be a year, 10 years, or 100 years. Maybe, we will lose, but will we surrender because of this? Sit and wait for death? We will never surrender, we will never sit and wait for death. The cheers were louder and louder. All right. Mu Yun said again, 10,000 years ago, the Blood Clan and the royal family led the way and vowed to massacre the shepherds. They didn't succeed, but they killed me. And now, I'm back. I will tell them that the shepherds of today are not the shepherds of back then. They have not become weaker, but stronger. Kill. 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 The earth-shattering voices completely boiled over. This was not Mu Yun's intention alone, but the intention of the shepherds' warriors. Everything was said without words. All right. Mu Yun waved her hand. Mu Qingling, Mu Qingya, and Mu Xuanji, listen up. Yes, sir. Mu Yun shouted, I order the 3 of you to lead the Xuanji Battalion and the Yi Guards toward the Yang clan. Together with the Cloud Guards, you will help Yang Kaitai resist the royal family's attack. Yes, ma'am. The 3 of them looked stern. With a wave of their hands, they led the Xuanji Battalion, the Yi Guards, and the Cloud Guards out of the secret realm. Yun Zhongwu, Qing Yuan Hang, Xing Duyu, the 3 of you will lead the Cloud Wing Guards and the 5 commanders of the Xiantian Guards as backup. Follow behind the 3 uncles to prevent the Blood Clan from playing any tricks. Master. Yun Zhongwu was stunned. This, Mu Yun allowed them to continue following her. Out of the 20 over illusionary divine dream masters, 11 of them had left. This was not a wise move. Ensure the safety of the 3 uncles. Furthermore, I have a backup plan. You don't have to worry. Yes. Yun Zhongwu did not explain further. But deep down, he could not let go. Back then, it was because of this that they left Mu Yun, which led to Mu Yun's death. Otherwise, none of this would have happened. Zhu Xiaotian. Head of the shepherds, please give your orders. Zhu Xiaotian cupped his fists and said. Lead the Zhu tribe army and head to the Zhan tribe and Zhao tribe immediately. Work together with the 2 tribes to build a defense line against the attack of the 3 ancient tribes. I will let Grandma go with you. Remember, tell Zhang Chonghuan and Zhao Yan to focus on defense against the 3 ancient tribes. The 3 uncles will decide what to do after finding out the intentions of the royal tribe. Yes. The Zhan tribe and Zhao tribe were almost as powerful as the three ancient tribes of the Shi tribe. With the Zhu tribe army, there should be no problem. The only thing they lacked was the difference in their top-tier abilities. The number of illusionary divine dream masters was at a disadvantage. Furthermore, there were half-sages. The three elders of the three ancient tribes were all half-sages. Mu Yun sighed and said, I will send someone to go with you. However, you will know who that person is when you reach there. Zhu Xiaotian did not say anything else. He left the secret realm and headed to the boundless ocean to gather the Zhu tribe soldiers. Finally, there was only one figure left in the square. That figure was the Green Feather Army. It was the army that her father, Mu Qingyu, had personally trained. Together with the royal tribe's king of Hell's army and the blood race's royal army, they were known as the three divine armies of the realm of gods. Mu Yun stepped forward and looked at the crowd. You are the most outstanding army that my father has personally trained. I did not arrange for you to go because I want to give you a chance to prove yourselves. Mu Yun said, I know that the royal tribe's king of Hell's army is powerful. Therefore, I sent the three uncles to lead the Xuanji camp, the Leaf Guards, and the Sea Demon Cloud Guards. I even brought the Shantian Guards along. This is because I know that the king of Hell's army is very powerful. Mu Yun scanned the crowd and said, however, I know that the royal army is equally powerful. Therefore, I left all of you behind to kill the blood race with me. Mu Yun said coldly, we will face the attack of the blood race and fight with the royal army. We will only know who is stronger after we fight. Hearing this, the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Green Feather Army took a step forward. The tens of thousands of soldiers clenched their fists and pounded their chests in unison. The Patriarch's order is as awe-inspiring as the mountains. The Patriarch's order is as awe-inspiring as the mountains. The dull roar reverberated in the shepherd's palace. All right. Mu Yun pointed and shouted, let's go. Shui Xiao, if you want to fight, I will fight with you. In an instant, the shepherds were in an uproar. The army set out and began to make preparations. A series of piercing sounds could be heard. Today, the god world was completely dumbfounded. Many godly emperors and godly lords in the various large regions could feel the auras that were strong enough to crush them. They kept flying forward. The heavens of the god realm were finally going to change, boom, at the same time, in the south of the god realm. This was a vast grassland that covered more than 10 million miles. At that very moment, figures were moving back and forth on the grassland. They were all searching for something. This place was called the southernmost grassland. It was the border between the two ancient clans in the south, the Zhan clan and the Han clan. Due to the sensitive geographical location, the two ancient clans had maintained a neutral attitude. This was why this place was so prosperous. There were countless spiritual grasses and spiritual herbs growing on the grassland. There were also countless divine beasts. As time passed, groups of warriors came to this place to experience the adventure. Get lost. At that moment, at the entrance of the grassland, groups of figures came to this place. The leading figures shouted. Instantly, the entire southernmost grassland was filled with tremors, each stronger than the previous one. Countless martial artists turned pale and their bodies trembled. Some of the weaker martial artists coughed up blood and fell to the ground. This is an ancestor god. For the people in the divine land, the ancestor god was still an illusory existence. Many people were shocked. There will be a bloody battle here. If you don't get lost now, you will die. Hearing these words, countless figures began to flee. Was something big going to happen? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. At that moment, hundreds of thousands of soldiers were marching on the grassland in the west. The three leading figures had powerful auras. No one could look directly at them. They were Morong Qianyuan, Han Tiansong, and Shi Gandang. After passing through this grassland, we will reach the Zhan clan. Let's join forces and destroy the Zhan clan before heading to the Zhao clan. Han Tiansong said coldly, when the time comes, the Zhao clan will be no match for us. Okay. Okay. Morong Qianyuan and Shi Gandang nodded. Remember, if we fail this time, the three of us, including our descendants, will not be able to survive. Therefore, no matter what, we must destroy the Zhan clan and the Zhao clan and surround the shepherds. Understood. I know. Han Tiansong nodded. Charge. With a low shout, tens of thousands of figures instantly marched forward in a grandiose manner, as if an ant's nest was being moved. At the same time, in the eastern region of the southernmost grassland, one after another, the figures concealed themselves and stared ahead. It was the Zhang clan's army. The person in the lead had a head of white hair and a cold expression. He was Zhang Songxing, the ancestor of the Zhang clan. He was also a half-saint expert. Zhang Songxing looked forward with a cold expression. Is the news reliable? Zhang Songxing said coldly, are the Han clan, Shi clan, and Morong clan really going to attack the Zhang clan? Yes. Zhang Tianyu cupped his hands and said, Mu Yun personally sent a message to me. Looking at his grandson, Zhang Songxing nodded. Zhang Chonghuan, as the leader of the Zhang clan, how can you be so ignorant? Zhang Songxing reprimanded, how can you be so careless about joining forces with the shepherds? Grandpa, it's not my father's fault. Zhang Tianyu explained, if the Blood Owl clan wins, the Zhang clan and the Zhao clan will be their next targets. If we join forces with the shepherds, we can at least ensure the survival of the Zhang clan. Hearing this, Zhang Songxing stopped talking. That's the only way now. Zhang Songxing said again, joining forces with the Blood Owl clan is a dead end. If we join forces with Mu Yun, perhaps, there is still a chance. Zhang Songxing could not help but sigh. Old Zhang, when did you become so sentimental? At this moment, a figure stepped out and looked at the figure in front of him. Zhao Fenfeng, you old man, you're out too? Haha, our home is about to be destroyed. What can we do if we don't go out? An old man with a hunched back squinted his eyes and said, if I don't come out, people will think that old me is dead. Haha, the two of them were obviously familiar with each other. They laughed and clenched their fists. At this moment, Zhao Yan and Zhao Yanming were following behind Zhao Fenfeng. You're here too? I've received news that the three ancient clans have joined forces. Based on their usual behavior, they will definitely try to encircle and annihilate you first. I brought warrior Zhao over and we'll have a good fight with them. Zhao Fenfeng laughed and said, over the years, your Zhang clan has been disturbed by those bastards from the Han clan. This time, let's make it permanent. Alright. It was useless to say anything now. Since they had already shed all pretenses, there was no need to put on any pretense. If they had to kill, they had to kill. There was no point in talking nonsense. The shepherds are now hiding. Zhao Fenfeng snorted and said, didn't you agree to an alliance with our two clans? Are you going to let us fight the three clans? Forefather, as far as I know, the royal clan has also started to move. This time, the shepherds will have to face the armies of the royal clan and the blood clan. I'm afraid, without mooching you, I think the shepherds will be ruined by Mu Yun. Zhao Fenfeng said sullenly, if it's 2 against 3, then so be it. Are we afraid of those bastards? Alright. Zhang Songxing laughed and said at this moment. There was nothing to be afraid of with two half-saints at this moment. If that's the case, are you ready, old brother? Of course. At this moment, Zhao's army had also arrived and was hiding in the grassland. Seeing this scene, everyone started to feel nervous. It seemed that apart from 10,000 years ago, there had never been such a great battle in the divine world. Dong dong dong, dull sounds were heard at this moment. The ground began to tremble as figures gradually appeared in front of them. They were here. Zhang Songxing. Zhao Fenfeng. I know you're here. Don't hide anymore. Let's vent our anger right here. A shout was suddenly heard. With a loud rumble, a fist shadow shot out from 10,000 meters away. Old Stone, so many years have passed, but you're still so angry when we meet. A laugh was heard at this moment. Zhao Fenfeng laughed and took a step forward. With a wave of his hand, the fist shadow suddenly disappeared. This scene immediately caused everyone present to tremble. This was the power of a half-saint. That punch appeared to be a very simple punch. However, everyone knew that if it wasn't for Zhao Fengfeng blocking that punch, at least several hundred people present would have been killed. Just you? Where's Zhang Songxing? You've been fighting with the Han tribe for so many years. This time, you're really going to fight. A loud laugh was heard as Han Tiansong took a step forward. Did you miss me that much? Zhang Songxing took a step forward and smiled. At this moment, the 5 half-saints stood still in the air. Zhang Songxing scolded softly, one more half-saint and a few more illusionary divine dream masters would be enough to change the situation. Is the shepherds not doing anything? We can't rely on them. Zhao Fengfeng said helplessly. It was not up to them to decide whether to fight this battle or not. The 2 old ancestors seem to think that the shepherds will not come? A calm voice was heard at this moment. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Next, the sound of howling wind could be heard in all directions, wave after wave. It was Mu Yun. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fengfeng and Zhang Songxing heaved a sigh of relief. The Zhu tribe army did not suffer heavy losses in the previous battle. With the addition of the Zhan tribe and Zhao tribe, they might not be able to win, but at least they would not be defeated. Zhang Songxing shouted, Mu Yun, what the hell are you doing? Sending only one of your avatars here? That's enough. Mu Yun said indifferently, also, who said that it's just one avatar? After she finished speaking, a figure wearing a patterned robe and a figure wearing a blue robe appeared beside Mu Yun. Mu Yun's figure was also Mu Yun. 3 avatars, Morong Qianyuan sneered, 3 illusionary divine stage avatars? Leader of the shepherds, you think too highly of yourself. I don't know if I think highly of myself, but my target was never you. Mu Yun smiled indifferently. Since this battle is just a prelude, the blood race and the royal race will be destroyed. The 3 of you will also be destroyed. Do you really think that the territory of the shepherds can be divided as you wish? Mu Yun's cold voice sounded as she took a step forward. Morong Qianyuan sneered, alright, I'll help you destroy your 3 avatars today. I already said that my opponent is not you. Are you deaf? Mu Yun sneered and took a step forward. Morong Qianyuan had already charged forward. Hee, Qianyuan, after not seeing you for so many years, you're still so shameless. A sneer sounded at this moment. In an instant, a figure appeared in front of Mu Yun. At this moment, a long sword suddenly slashed out. Clang, the long sword shone brightly and directly pushed Morong Qianyuan back. At this moment, the figure of a warrior dressed in tight clothes appeared here. Old Chen. Mu Fengchen. Mu Fengchen. At this moment, everyone present was completely stunned. A sense of horror filled the air, covering the sky and covering the earth, spreading to everyone present. Mu Fengchen was already dead, furthermore, it was confirmed by the firmament that he was deader than dead. Yet, he had actually appeared here. This scene was truly inconceivable. Mu Fengchen, you're not dead. Morong Qianyuan's body trembled. Not only that, but he could clearly feel that the aura in Mu Fengchen's body was also that of a sage-to-be. Moreover, there was a hint of sanctification mixed in. This guy had actually become so terrifying. Mu Fengchen grinned, haven't you heard of the phrase resurrection from the dead? I don't want to waste my breath with you. You bullied my shepherds and my grandson. You must be tired of living. Mu Fengchen shouted, in today's battle, this sovereign will let you all understand what it means to be at the peak of the realm of the gods. Beside him, Zhang Songxing and Zhao Fengfeng wore stern expressions. Mu Fengchen's aura was clearly stronger than theirs. Although he had yet to reach the divine transformation realm, it seemed that he was not far away. This fellow had already been dead for over 10,000 years. Why would he suddenly appear? Furthermore, he did not seem like a puppet. Mu Yun looked at Zhang Songxing and Zhao Fengfeng and said, my shepherds will not disregard our allies. They have 3 sage-to-be, and we have 3 sage-to-be. I think the 2 of you should not hold any grudges against us, right? As for the extra illusionary divine experts, Mu Yun licked her lips and smiled, I'll settle them. At this moment, Zhang Songxing and Zhao Fengfeng nodded silently and did not say anything. Mu Fengchen was known as the sword god back then. His swordsmanship was illusory and extremely powerful. With his appearance, they would not be at a disadvantage in the battle for the sage-to-be. In fact, they might even have the upper hand. As for the illusionary divine experts, there were 15 illusionary divine experts in the 3 ancient clans. The 2 ancient clans had 10 illusionary divine experts. Together with Bai Yun, Zhu Xiaotian, and Mu Yan's 3 avatars, they were more or less on par. However, the key was whether Mu Yun's three avatars could withstand the illusionary divine experts of the three ancient clans. As for the battle between the top ancestral gods and ancestral gods, the warriors of the six ancient clans were more or less on par. Therefore, this battle between the top ancestral gods would affect the entire battle. Once an illusionary divine avatar appeared, there would be a huge change in the battle. At this moment, the battle in the southernmost grassland had begun. There were close to 200,000 ancestral gods in total. At this moment, the battle between the two ancient clans had erupted. At this moment, everyone was stunned when they felt the vibrations in the southernmost grassland. There was more than one ancestral god's aura. Usually, to the martial artists in the divine land and various territories, ancestral gods were elusive. However, there were close to 200,000 ancestral gods who had appeared out of nowhere. In fact, there were even auras that were more powerful than ancestral gods. This was simply outrageous. This was the real ancient clan. They were so powerful that they did not have the will to resist. The battle in the southernmost grassland had begun. The entire southernmost grassland was destined to be destroyed in this battle. At the same time, in the north of the divine world, Heavenly King Valley was located in the north of the divine world. It was surrounded by cliffs and rocks all year round and was covered with frost. This place was also a dangerous place. More importantly, this place had an important function. It was the border between the royal clan and the Yang clan, just like the southernmost grassland. At this moment, in Heavenly King Valley, heavy snow was falling. At this moment, many figures in white armor stood in the Heavenly King Valley. In the huge valley, the figures in white armor were spread out one after another. It was a shocking scene. The Netherworld King's army, the core guards of the royal clan, were all elite ancestral god warriors. At this moment, there were more than 10 figures standing in the middle of the valley. There were 9 illusionary divine avatars and 2 half-sages. This was the strength of the royal clan. With 2 half-sages and 9 illusionary divine avatars, the strength of the royal clan was equivalent to that of the Han clan and the Zhang clan. With such strength and the 50,000 elite ancestral god warriors of the Netherworld King's army, the strength of the royal clan was on full display. I don't know what Yang Kaitai is thinking. One of the 2 half-sages spoke. His son and wife were killed and now he is siding with Mu Yun. He is really stupid. Brother, you can't say that. I reckon that Yang Kaitai is most likely being controlled by Mu Yun. It doesn't matter. Anyway, there are only a few thousand spiritual god soldiers and a few hundred star guards in the Yang clan. It will be easy for us to wipe them out. After wiping out the Yang clan, we will head to the boundless ocean and unify the sea demons. After wiping out the shepherds, we will march to the Zhao and Zhang clans. The elder smiled. We will go around the entire divine world and return victorious. At this moment, it will depend on whether the blood race is faster than us. The 2 half-sages were chatting leisurely. Behind them, the 9 illusionary divine avatars were silent. Behind them, the leader of the royal clan, Wang Qinglin, and the crown prince, Wang Zihao, stood respectfully. The half-sages and illusionary divine avatars in the royal clan had all been mobilized. Now, there was nothing for them to do. In such a battle, even the leader of the royal clan had no right to speak. The 2 half-sages, Wang Zetian and Wang Ziyun, were blood brothers. If the 2 of them worked together, they might be able to fight even if they were divine avatars. Therefore, even though they knew that Xue Xiao had reached the divine avatars, the royal clan was still fearless. They even sent out their troops to occupy the land of the Yang clan and slowly advanced. They wanted to take over most of the divine world before the blood race. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In front of them, figures appeared. Yang Kaitai led the spiritual god army and the star guards. They appeared in front of them one by one. Yang Kaitai, you still dare to come? Wang Zetian grinned. Raise your hands and surrender. If the royal clan unifies the realm of the gods, we will build a super empire called the Great Empire. By then, I, Wang Zetian, promise that if you surrender now, I will make you a general and give you a piece of land in the realm of the gods. I will let the Yang clan continue to exist. Great Empire? You are really shameless. A mocking laugh could be heard all of a sudden. A figure in a long golden robe suddenly appeared. It was Mu Yun, one of the 9 avatars. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun appear, Wang Zetian and Wang Ziyun were stunned. Shouldn't Mu Yun be at the sacred burial mountain, facing the blood race army? But gradually, the two of them calmed down. Mu Yun, who appeared, did not have a complete and powerful aura. It was just an avatar. Good lad, I did not kill you back then and allowed you to live for 10,000 years. Now, you still dare to appear. You are really courting death. We still don't know who is courting death. Mu Yun stepped forward and waved her hand. In an instant, 10,000 soldiers from the Xuanji camp, 10,000 soldiers from the Yi Guards, 30,000 soldiers from the Cloud Demon Army and 10,000 soldiers from the Shantian Guards appeared. Not only that, there were 3 illusionary divine dream masters from the Cloud Demon Army and 5 commanders from the Shantian Guards. Including Yang Kai Tai, there were 9 illusionary divine dream masters in the shepherds. This bastard. Seeing this, Wang Zetian and Wang Ziyun were shocked. Since when were there so many illusionary divine dream masters in the shepherds? Could it be that the illusionary divine dream masters could grow these illusionary divine dream masters? Don't worry. Wang Zetian said calmly, how can these miscellaneous troops be compared to the King of Hell's army? Furthermore, there are no half-sages in the shepherds. The two of us can destroy Mu Yun's avatar. Those illusionary divine dream masters are not worth mentioning. Who said that there are no half-sages in the shepherds? Mu Yun grinned with a mischievous look in her eyes. While I'm making a name for myself in the divine world, what are you two rascals doing? A mocking laugh was heard. A figure took a step out from the void. Mu Feng is laughing. Hee hee, you know my son, but do you know me? Another laugh rang out, and another figure walked out at this moment. Seeing this scene, everyone was astonished. Who are you? Even Wang Zetian and Wang Ziyun did not dare to be certain as to who the old man before them was. But gradually, Wang Zetian's eyes bulged as he looked at the figure. He was completely stunned. Mu Feng was the 8th generation leader of the shepherds. Mu Guifan was the 7th generation leader of the shepherds. The two of them had been dead for over 100,000 years. How could they appear here now? The entire place became dead silent. Wang Zetian trembled slightly. Both of them were now sage-to-be. This scene caused everyone to keep quiet out of fear. The two powerful figures who had died 100,000 years ago had now appeared in front of everyone with even more powerful abilities. If it was anyone else, it would be difficult for them to maintain the fear in their hearts at this moment. D***it. Wang Zetian cursed. Mu Yun, you have brought your 2 elders here to deal with us. How are you going to deal with the blood race? The 2 elders of the shepherds had been reborn and were now sage-to-be. It was terrifying. However, Mu Yun's actions would cause the shepherds to have no sage-to-be to deal with the blood race. Not only did the blood race have 2 sage-to-be, there was also the blood race's crown prince, Xuexiao, who was at the sage realm. Although they did not understand how Xuexiao had reached the sage realm, it was not difficult to see that the blood race was the most troublesome to deal with. Mu Yun did not focus on dealing with the blood race. Instead, she brought her 2 elders to the battlefield to deal with the blood race. What was Mu Yun thinking? Are you still worried about me? Mu Yun smiled. Why don't we stop now and attack the blood race directly? Dream on. Wang Zetian snorted. Even if Xuexiao is at the sage realm, the blood race is not afraid of him. However, you. In a short span of 1,000 years, you have reached the illusionary divine realm and have 9 incarnations. If you reach the sage realm in the future, you will have 9 powerful sage realm elites. Who in the realm of gods can resist you? Therefore, no matter what, the shepherds are the most troublesome to deal with now. Mu Yun waved her hand. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, different situations call for different measures. How to face the blood clan is a problem that I, Mu Yun, should consider. With a low shout, Mu Yun waved her hand. Generals, heed my command. Kill without mercy. In an instant, the shepherd's army was mobilized. The reason why he had sent the Shantian Guard, the Leaf Guard, and the other 3 legions to fight against the royal family was to completely suppress them. In terms of foundation, the royal clan was not inferior to the blood clan. Currently, the blood owl that had appeared in the blood clan was too powerful, causing others to be fearful. But in reality, wasn't the royal family's foundation also abnormally strong? The 2 patriarchs had suppressed Wang Zetian and Wang Ziyun. Yun Zhongwu, Mu Bai, and the others had joined forces. With the help of his 3 uncles, it would not be a problem for them to defeat the Wang family. As for the battlefield in the southernmost grassland, with Grandpa and Grandma, as well as the Zhang clan, Zhao clan, and Zhu clan's armies, although they couldn't guarantee victory against the 3 ancient clans, at least they wouldn't lose. As for the blood clan, Mu Yun's eyes looked toward the south. The land of the divine realm was vast and boundless. During this period of time, the precipitation of the history naturally condensed the famous rivers and rivers. At this moment, at the center of the divine realm, among the mountains thousands of miles away from the blood clan's secret realm, dark figures gathered in groups, and the murderous aura was strong. At the same time, on the ground, figures stepped on the air, and their auras were shocking. Sacred Burial Mountain. It was rumored that hundreds of thousands of years ago, a saint had died here, and this place was named Sacred Burial Mountain. At this moment, on the undulating mountain range of the Sacred Burial Mountain, figures stood proudly. A sea of blood bloomed at this moment. The blood clan's army was silent. Outside the mountain range, numerous figures in green battle armor were slowly approaching at this moment. The figures looked extraordinary, and their auras were shocking. At this moment, everyone clearly felt that there seemed to be a murderous aura on the ground. In the other group of green torrents, a figure in white clothes stood in front of the crowd with his hands behind his back. The figure's aura was not strong, but standing in front of tens of thousands of people, it was quite majestic. "You're finally here." At the same time, in the mountain range, Xuexiao, who was dressed in red, opened his eyes. His scarlet eyes were filled with murderous aura. "I have been waiting for this day for 10,000 years." Xuexiao grinned and smiled slightly. At this moment, the Green Feather Army stopped in their tracks. As the top army of the shepherds, the Green Feather Army's discipline was needless to say. Beside Mu Yun, the 9 women were all dressed in armor. It was like a sea of flowers blooming in the blood, and it was breathtaking. This scene caused everyone present to be stunned. "Old friend, you don't have to be so timid when meeting me, right?" Mu Yun smiled slightly and said indifferently. "I don't have to be timid when facing you." A figure stepped out. It was Xuexiao. Beside Xuexiao, the 2 sage-to-be Xue Qingfeng and Xue Qingyu stood proudly. Behind them, the 9 illusionary divine powerful figures also had an obscure and powerful aura. The foundation and strength of the blood race was comparable to that of the royal race. However, with the addition of an invincible divine realm figure, the 3 Western races had no choice but to kneel down. "We haven't seen each other for many years, but you still look so confident and calm." Mu Yun looked at Xuexiao and said indifferently, "I thought that we could be brothers. In this divine world, you and I will both become saints and step into the vast Kanglan myriad worlds. We will create a new world and clear the name of our human race. However, fate makes fools of us. You have never treated me as a brother, only killing intent. In that case, I think there's no need to talk nonsense between us." Haha, hearing that, Xuexiao burst out laughing. "Mu Yun, oh Mu Yun, why are you so naive?" Xuexiao laughed and said crazily, "The realm of gods is vast. The mortal realm is just one of the myriad worlds and the headquarters of the human race. Don't you know that? I, Xuexiao, have never treated you as my final opponent. You are just a stumbling block on my path to becoming a sage. I will kill you and become a sage. After killing you, I will take everything from you. The fate energy of the 9 Fate Emperor will belong to me. I am the overlord of the mortal realm. I will also be the overlord of the Kanglan world. No matter if it is the number 1 Emperor God or the powerful heaven-sealing Emperor, they will all have to submit to me. Do you still not understand this now? You're quite ambitious." Mu Yun sneered. "Do you really think that my father can't kill you? Keeping you alive until now is just an appetizer for me." "Your father?" Xuexiao sneered, "After this battle, I will exterminate your Mu clan." At that time, your father will not be able to escape death. The Mu clan, in the divine world, in the Kanglan myriad world, will become history. Mu Yan raised her eyebrows. Why? Don't you know? Xiao sneered. Your father is the leader of the shepherds, the human emperor of the one emperor and 3 sovereigns of the human race. He left the divine realm to save your mother, Qing Emperor Yi Yushi. However, his opponent is Di Yuan, the son of heaven-sealing Emperor Di Ming. This time, your father will have a slim chance of survival. Oh, no, it is certain death. You know quite a lot. Mu Yun said coldly. However, no matter what, my father will do what he should do, and I will do what I should do. Shameless boasting. Xiao snorted. What do you have to fight with me? A illusionary divine stage cultivator against a divine transformation stage cultivator? We will only know after we try. Then you will have to try with your life. Xiao snorted and took a step forward. His entire body was trembling with killing intent. In an instant, the entire sacred burial mountain was filled with waves of blood. Imperial Army, kill without mercy. Green Feather Army, it's time for you to show your prowess. In an instant, close to 100,000 troops collided with each other. The entire sacred burial mountain was definitely going to collapse. It was no longer the same as before. Xiao said coldly, what will you rely on next? I will rely on myself. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the 9 women immediately charged out. In an instant, the aura of the illusionary divine stage was displayed. Xiao's eyes flickered. Mu Yan's 9 wives had all reached the illusionary divine stage. This was impossible. He had received news that the realms of the 9 women were uneven. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. These 9 women were obviously in the illusionary divine stage. How could this be? Are you surprised? My, Mu Yan's, woman is naturally the best. Mu Yan waved her hand and said again, what other trump cards do you have next? Humph. Xue Qingfeng, charge into the Green Feather Army and kill without mercy. Is that so? Mu Yun took a step forward and said, really? In an instant, 2 figures appeared beside her. Huang Yan and Mou took a step forward and appeared beside Mu Yun. Illusionary Divine Stage, another 2 Illusionary Divine Stage Dream Masters. Xiao was completely depressed. Since when did the Illusionary Divine Stage Dream Masters become so common? How did Mu Yun create so many Illusionary Divine Stage Dream Masters? Mu Yun said indifferently, have you forgotten that my 9 avatars have reached the Illusionary Divine Stage and are not only tested by the force of heaven and earth? The 9 avatars can withstand 9 forces of heaven and earth. Furthermore, my original body is strong enough. The more forces of heaven and earth that I can withstand, the more forces of heaven and earth I can accumulate. It is not difficult for me to help the top ancestral gods reach the illusionary divine stage. 2 mere illusionary divine stage dream masters want to deal with the 2 of us? Xue Qingfeng and Xue Qingyu felt that they were being despised by Mu Yun. Mu Yun did not even care about them. We will only know if we are being despised after we try. Mou snorted. With a turn of their bodies, Mou and Huang Yan changed their forms. 2 Qilin figures, 1 gold and 1 black, appeared suddenly. Qilin mythical beast, a first-class race in Kanglan world. Seeing this, Shui Zhao's expression changed slightly. He was even more surprised. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, although the 2 of you are illusionary divine stage dream masters, you are still Qilin mythical beast, a first-class race. I don't need you to kill the 2 of them. You just need to hold them back, understand? All right. Huang Yan and Mou nodded. Good. Shui Zhao's extremely cold aura spread out. Leader of the shepherds, are you ready to deal with my next attack? Shui Zhao's eyes were cold and murderous. With a wave of his hand, figures in bloody clothes surrounded Mu Yun. The Blood Evil Guards are as strong as the Cloud Wing Guards. It seems that you didn't bring the Cloud Wing Guards today. Xiao said coldly. Yes, I didn't bring them. After all, the royal family is more troublesome. Mu Yun said indifferently, but I brought them. With a swoosh, the 300 Osteopyram, including dozens of people from the Divine Beast Nine-Tailed Cat clan and Mu Bufan, all appeared. People from the Bone clan, Xiao was stunned. It seems that you know a lot about the outside world. Mu Yun shook her hand and said, are your blood evil guards or my osteopyrum more powerful? Let's try and find out. With a wave of her hand, the 300 osteopyrum, including Mu Bufan, rushed out. Xiao Fan was now very powerful and was a member of the Titan clan. The Titan clan was originally a first-class clan, comparable to the Dragon clan, Phoenix clan, Bone clan, and Kirin clan. Mu Yun put him among the osteopyrum guards with the intention of training him. The blood evil guards and others naturally did not say a word at this moment and directly attacked. At this moment, the two sides completely exchanged blows. At this moment, Shui Zhao's expression was cold. Do you have any other tricks? Mu Yun asked again, in order to kill me, do you have anything else prepared? Of course. Shui Zhao clenched his hands and said, my biggest reliance is myself. Shui Zhao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Mu Yun, in his eyes, must be killed. He had used all his means to reach the sacred realm. There was a powerful existence hidden in his body. He should be called the protagonist in all the unofficial records. Mu Yun was just his stepping stone. Even Yi Xiaoyao, Yi Yushi, and Mu Qingyu, who were at the top of the human clan, became famous earlier than him. Once he rose, these people could only become history. He was the true ruler of heaven and earth, murderous aura bloomed. At that moment, Xiao had gone berserk. Back then, the foolish ancient clans thought that they could really kill you and joined forces to deal with the shepherds. In fact, they didn't know that you, Mu Yun, can only be truly killed after you die once. Xiao said arrogantly, now, you have already died once. If you die again this time, even if it is the 3 lives reincarnation curse, you will definitely die. Mu Yun frowned. Xiao seemed to know a lot of things. She seemed to know the outside world very well, and she seemed to know him very well as well. You don't have to be surprised. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. In order to understand you, I suppressed my external incarnation to the level of an immortal. It was all for the sake of understanding you. Right now, even though my clone has completely disappeared, my main body alone is more than enough to kill you. At this moment, Xiao took a step forward and a long sword appeared in his hand. Brother Mu, do you want to compete with me in swordsmanship or spear arts? Xiao grinned, his face indifferent. Buzz, he had handed over the life-chasing divine sword to his grandfather. After all, his grandfather was an expert in swordsmanship. Now, only the Crimson Spirit Divine Sword was in his hands. Crimson Spirit Divine Spear. Xiao said again, back then, I held the Spirit-Devouring Divine Sword and you held the Crimson Spirit Divine Spear. You and I battled, and the gods' favored ones in the divine world were waiting to see. In the end, I lost and you won. But today, it is very different from the past. Brother Mu, your death will help me and the entire human race. It will help the human race to have another titled Emperor God. At this moment, Shui Zhao's expression was completely crazy. His whole body was surrounded by murderous aura. At this moment, everyone felt a bloody aura permeating the heaven and earth. Spirit-devouring divine sword, fight with me. Xiao held the divine sword and slashed it down. In an instant, the sword light shone brightly, covering the sky and the sun as it poured down. Old friend, let's go. Mu Yun held the Crimson Spirit Divine Spear and took a step forward. Boom, in an instant, light shone in all directions between heaven and earth. At this moment, the spear and the sword collided. The rumbling sounds continued to ring in the ears. Everyone could feel a terrifying aura. The sacred realm, Dong, at this moment, a figure turned into a meteor and fell to the ground. A 10,000 zhang tall mountain instantly exploded. Are you so weak? Xiao said coldly, Mu Yun, if you are so weak, why don't you just kill yourself? At this moment, a figure slowly stood up from the rubble. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked a little embarrassed. With one blow, the difference in strength was obvious. There was a sage to be between the illusionary divine stage and the sacred realm. Moreover, the sage to be was none other than Xiao. He was the person who was recognized as second only to Mu Yun in the divine world for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, everyone's face turned cold when they saw the scene. Mu Yun wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled. Don't you know that I like to defeat the strong? You are still stubborn, aren't you? Xianxia sneered. Heaven descending divine sword technique. A sword shot up to the sky. The sword radiance split the clouds and condensed a dazzling light. Slash. At this moment, the long sword suddenly fell. Mu Yun grinned and took a step back. Swoosh, 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 in the blink of an eye, 5 external avatars appeared. Meteor shower. Earth explosion and sky fall. Sun disordered sky. Heaven ascending technique. Heaven trapping seal. In an instant, 5 divine techniques were shot out. Mu Yun's original body rushed forward. The Crimson Spirit Spear displayed the power of the Crimson Spirit Spear, and the 9 spear techniques were instantly displayed. At this moment, everyone felt that several rays of light exploded between the heavens and the earth. At this stage of the battle for the holy position could destroy the heavens and the earth. This was not a baseless claim. 2 figures traversed thousands of miles and appeared on the ground of a region. In an instant, the spear radiance and the sword radiance clashed. A roar sounded and exploded. In that region, the earth shook and the mountains shook, as if the end of the world had arrived. The 2 figures were extremely tiny in a single region. However, the power that they unleashed had reached a level that could turn the world upside down. This scene caused everyone to be slightly stunned. The 2 figures stood in the air. Beside Mu Yun, 5 external incarnations stood separately at this moment. 5. Xianxia grinned and said, "It seems that the other 4 external incarnations have gone to support other places? If so, then the possibility of your final resistance is very slim." Xianxia said coldly. At this moment, the long sword in his hand suddenly struck out. The roar was louder than the previous one. This battle was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness would cause one's Tao to be destroyed. Mu Yun focused all her energy on Xianxia. At this moment, 3 battles in the southernmost grassland, Heavenly King Valley, and Sacred Burial Mountain had completely begun. Fresh blood was destined to baptize the 3 places. The battle continued, and the destructive power of the Ancestor God realm was displayed in the 3 places. At this moment, the entire divine world was in turmoil. Thousands of Ancestor gods were fighting. This was simply unbelievable. At this moment, many forces in the divine world finally understood how powerful the so-called ancient tribe was. They were the dominators and rulers of the divine world. All this while, those forces who had been trying to break through the Ancestor God realm and achieve the status of the ancient tribe completely understood now. It was simply a pipe dream. Boom, the sound of explosions could be heard continuously. At that moment, the battle between Mu Yun and Xianxia had reached its climax. However, if one looked closely, it was not difficult to see that there were sword wounds all over Mu Yun's body. On the other side, Xianxia was not any better. However, as compared to Mu Yun, he was much better. You have such strength in the illusionary divine realm. Mu Yun, I admit that I have underestimated you. Xianxia said coldly with a long sword in his hand. At this moment, Mu Yun was panting. The divine realm was extremely close to a sage. Xianxia's strength gave people a strong sense of oppression. This feeling was indescribable, but it made people unable to breathe. The other 4 avatars were not by her side. If the 9 avatars could gather together, this battle would be much easier. However, through her avatars, Mu Yun could clearly feel that the other 2 battlefields were also in a fierce battle. In the southernmost grassland, the strength of the 6 ancient tribes was not much different. With her grandfather in charge, there was no harm. In the Heavenly King Valley, the royal king of Hell's army was extremely terrifying. The Leaf Guards, Xuanji Camp, Shantian Camp, and Cloud Guard's army of sea demons were definitely superior to the King of Hell's army in terms of numbers. However, the battle situation was not one-sided. Both sides were in a stalemate. He had sent his 3 uncles, Yun Zhongwu, Mu Bai, and more than 10 other illusionary divine dream masters. In addition, the 2 ancestors, Mu Guifan and Mu Fengxiao, were sage-to-be. However, it seemed that it was only a draw. The combat power of the royal king of Hell's army was too overbearing. Now, no matter which side it was, once there were signs of defeat, it would affect the whole situation. Therefore, no matter what, he could not lose. What are you thinking about? Xiao asked coldly. Are you thinking about whether you have the advantage or disadvantage in the other two battlefields? Xiao sneered. Mu Yun, to tell you the truth, no matter what happens in the other two battlefields, after I kill you, I will immediately end the two battlefields. Xiao said indifferently. I have prepared for this day for 10,000 years. There will not be any problems. Kill. Xiao attacked again. This time around, the terrifying oppressive power was suddenly released. At this moment, Mu Yun was calm. It was not that he had not killed someone of a higher level than him. His opponent now was just Xiao. He would not lose. Slash. The Crimson Spirit Divine Spear shone brightly. He stabbed out with his spear, and a vast amount of divine power fluctuated. Outside the battlefield, the Green Feather Army and the Sky Imperial Army were engaged in a fierce battle. Many higher-ups of the blood race had also joined in the battle against the 300 Osteopyrum. At this moment, the 9 ladies were facing off against the 9 illusionary divine dream masters of the blood race. As for Mou and Huang Yan, the 2 Qilins, they were facing off against the 2 Sage-to-be. Although they were under great pressure, they would not be defeated in a short period of time. After thinking about it, they could only solve everything by killing Xiao. In an instant, a drop of blood rose with the wind. Infinite blood skill. With a low roar, the flying guillotine in Xiao's hand changed its form and condensed into a long sword. At this moment, it pierced through the air and charged towards Mu Yun. The blood sword was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was between Mu Yun's eyebrows. At this moment, Mu Yun could not avoid it. Buzz, suddenly, the blood sword disappeared. Then, blood tears flowed down from Mu Yun's eyes. Huh? Seeing this, Xiao was stunned. The vast infinite blood art was a killing move of the blood race's secret technique, the Apocalyptic Blood Codex. Using it at the Saint Transformation Realm, even Mu Guifan, Mu Fengxiao, and Mu Fengchen, the 3 old foxes who had come back from the dead, would not be able to escape death, let alone Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun dodged it directly. No, Xiao looked at Mu Yun's eyes and was in a daze. Heaven's Eye. In an instant, a voice sounded in his mind. What Heaven's Eye? Xiao was puzzled. Do you still remember what I told you? The icy voice appeared once again. At the beginning of heaven and earth, heaven was in charge of the Tao of heaven and earth. He held the 4 great origins and achieved a supreme position. Then, heaven died and yellow sky was established. The ruler of heaven and earth changed again and became yellow sky. Although heaven died, he left behind countless mysteries. Heaven's Eye is one of them. The voice was obviously excited. Heaven's Eye can see through everything in the world. It is the supreme divine eye. This kid actually merged Heaven's Eye into his eyes. Merged with Heaven's Eye. Xiao clenched his fists and his body trembled. Why could Mu Yun obtain such a great opportunity? Heaven was once the ruler of Kanglin Myriad World. His eyes were the supreme divine eye and had such powerful power. Why could Mu Yun merge with it? Xiao looked at Mu Yun and shouted coldly, what right do you have to possess Heaven's Eye? Mu Yun was slightly startled when she heard that. Xiao's knowledge had exceeded his expectations. Be careful, brat. At this moment, Guai said indifferently, with this kid's ability, it's impossible for him to know so much about the 10,000 realms, let alone recognize the Heaven's Eye. You mean, there might be something in this kid's body? The moment he said that, Mu Yun nodded seriously. I'm surprised by your knowledge. Mu Yun said coldly and arrogantly, why don't you talk to the expert behind you? Or you can bring him out and kill me directly. Wouldn't that be easier? When Xiao heard this, his eyes turned cold. The dead don't need to know so much. Xiao took a step forward and attacked again with his long sword. Heaven's Eye is extremely overbearing. You can rely on the Heaven's Eye's spacetime transformation to consume my attack. Let me see how many times you can withstand it. Xiao snorted and waved his hand. At this moment, Mu Yun felt helpless and bitter. The Apocalyptic Blood Codex was the supreme blood codex of the Blood Clan. It was overbearing. In addition, it was performed by Xianxia, who was in the sacred transformation realm. Although the heaven's eye was terrifying, it had been with him for 1,000 years and he was still unable to control it. It was already impressive to be able to withstand one attack. Boundless bloodthirst. With a low shout, 3 drops of blood essence appeared in Xiaoxiao's hand. He waved his sword and the 3 drops of blood essence exploded in the wind and rushed toward Mu Yun instantly. This attack will definitely kill you. Xiaoxiao shouted coldly. A solemn look flashed across Mu Yun's face as he waved his hand again. Swish, in an instant, the 3 drops of blood essence fell. However, Mu Yun waved her hand and a long fan was waved out. In the blink of an eye, a tornado swept out, causing space to distort and time to distort. The 3 drops of essence blood exploded with popping sounds. In the end, Mu Yun's face turned pale and her body retreated. The 3 drops of blood essence were also exhausted. Sparrow God Fan. Once again, a cry of surprise came from Xiaoxiao's body. Xiaoxiao, kill him. Kill him at all costs. The Heaven's Eye and the Sparrow God Fan are the best magic treasures in the myriad world. Even the clan leaders of the first-class clans would scramble for them. If you get these 2 items, you will no longer be able to dominate the myriad world. The voice was extremely violent. He wished he could kill Mu Yun personally. Sparrow God Fan, the 9 Nether Vermilion Bird clan's inheritance treasure was obtained by the Qing Emperor, Yi Yushi. I didn't expect it to fall into the hands of this kid. With it, your wish to dominate the myriad world will be one step closer. Great! At this moment, Xiaoxiao was in high spirits. At this moment, the treasures that Mu Yun displayed were all coveted by people in the myriad world. This provoked him even more. Why? Mu Yun could get these, but he couldn't? Mu Yun, today is the day you die. Xiaoxiao was completely provoked. Bang bang bang, suddenly, streams of blood essence began to transform inside of him. Powerful shockwaves spread out, each one stronger than the last. At this moment, his whole body was covered in blood. He condensed his blood essence drop by drop. The power of the apocalyptic blood codex could explode with blood as a guide. In an instant, Mu Yun waved her finger and a powerful force poured out. You're not the only one who has blood essence as a guide. At this point in the battle, if he continued to hide, he would only die without a burial place. He would never allow himself to be defeated. Blood gathered and drops of blood essence burned at this moment. Infinite blood explosion. At this moment, Xiaoxiao took the lead. He waved his hand and blood gathered. The sound of an explosion instantly filled the sky. Blood crystal explosion. At the same time, Mu Yun took a step forward without hesitation. Her killing aura condensed. Boom boom boom, immediately, the entire world seemed to have completely exploded at this moment. The sounds of explosions continuously hit everyone's eardrums. At this moment, the world seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. The powerful attack seemed to have arrived at the end of the world and enveloped the area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. In an instant, everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. Such a powerful battle made people feel bewildered. Qin Mengyao was stunned. Little girl, don't look elsewhere. The opposing illusionary divine dream master said coldly. If Mu Yun can't hold on, I will kill you before that happens. Shut up. Qin Mengyao snorted and took a step forward. I won't waste any more time with you. After finishing his words, Qin Mengyao was filled with killing intent. The battle between Xiaoxiao and Mu Yun could be said to be a battle of fate. The 2 of them had been entangled with each other for more than this lifetime. Now, they had to deal with the opponent in front of them. Otherwise, Mu Yun would go crazy. Dong, a dull explosion was heard. On the ground, 2 figures slowly fell to the ground. At this moment, the 2 figures looked at each other with a few hundred meters between them. Mu Yun's entire body was dyed red with blood. On the other side, Xiaoxiao was not any better. The 2 of them looked at each other. Damn it. Xiaoxiao was furious. He was in the divine transformation realm. He had executed a sure-kill plan to deal with Mu Yun, but he did not manage to kill her. Although Mu Yun was already at the end of her life, how could she still hold on until now? Next, I will take your life. Xiaoxiao said indifferently. Really? Mu Yun panted and smiled sadly. You seem to have forgotten something. Eh? Buddha's light slash. Square heaven boundary. Ghost finger. Heaven trapping seal. Heaven ascending technique. In the blink of an eye, 5 figures dashed out to attack. The 5 external incarnations suddenly besieged Xuexiao. At this moment, Xuexiao's face turned pale. He and Mu Yun had almost given their all in this life and death battle. However, they had forgotten that Mu Yun's 5 external incarnations had been lurking around. At this moment, the 5 external incarnations charged out and performed the sacred tablet divine skill. The 5 divine skills smashed down in an instant. Seeing this, Xuexiao's pupils shrank. You forced me, Mu Yun. Xuexiao roared when he saw that. He took a step forward. In an instant, a majestic force poured out from Xuexiao's body. However, this force had a unique aura. It did not seem to belong to him. Suddenly, as that surge of power spread out, 2 muffled bangs were heard. Mou and Huang Yan's violent aura suddenly disappeared at this moment. They were blasted down by the 2 sage-to-be Xue Qingfeng and Xue Qingyu. Blood spurted out from their mouths. Their faces turned pale instantly. What happened? Their faces turned pale. The moment the blood all transformed, the 2 of them clearly felt as if their bodies were being suppressed, causing them to lose all their strength. What kind of feeling was that? Both of them were dumbfounded. Are you okay? A beautiful figure flew over at this moment. It was Qin Mengyao. Tell Mu Yun to be careful. Mou said seriously. That force just now was very strange. Yes, it suppressed our strength. As soon as this was said, Qin Mingyao's eyes flickered. Suppressed Huang Yan and Mou, Qin Mingyao's eyes were cold. Be careful. As soon as Qin Mingyao finished her words, she flew up and charged towards Xue Qingfeng and Xue Qingyu. At this moment, the 2 of them realized that the illusionary divine dream master from the blood race who was facing Qin Mingyao had been killed. This woman was really terrifying. However, Huang Yan and Mou felt that they could not exert any strength. It was as if they were completely suppressed. What was going on? Get lost. At this moment, Xuexiao roared. Suddenly, the 5 external avatars, who were originally descending with destructive postures, were blasted back. Explosions rang out as horrifying wounds appeared on the bodies of the 5 external avatars, causing blood to flow out from them. This shocking change caused Mu Yun to be indifferent. The 5 external incarnations had almost completely lost their fighting power after being hit by Xuexiao. Mu Yun grinned and looked at the figure in front of her. At this moment, a pair of golden wings appeared behind Xuexiao's back. His legs and hands had turned into golden mechanical armor. At this moment, his body seemed to have transformed into the figure of a golden god of war. It was extremely different. Mu Yun could clearly feel that this was not a trick of the Blood Clan. Be careful, Lord. Mou's voice sounded in Mu Yun's mind. He said urgently, this guy, such a change, it's like the Golden Qilin of our Qilin clan. Golden Qilin, Mu Yun looked at Xuexiao with a stern expression. Mu Yun, you forced me to do this. Xuexiao's expression was ferocious. Gradually, scales appeared on his body. His entire body seemed to be clad in a layer of golden metal armor, and he looked extraordinarily mighty. Even his aura had undergone an earth-shattering change at this moment. It was powerful, obscure, and filled with a sharp golden aura. Golden Qilin. Mu Yun murmured softly. Mou and Huang Yan were the nails that the Qilin clan had secretly planted when they wanted to open up the human realm. Could it be? At this moment, on the other side, Huang Yan and Mou's bodies were trembling slightly. Young clan leader Mo, could it be? It should be him. Mou's tone was bitter, and his body was trembling. Even though he was the noble young clan leader of the Black Qilin clan, he also felt a strong oppression sweeping into his body. Uncle Jean, Mou murmured, he did not die in the space whirlpool and reach the divine realm. But why has he not contacted us for thousands of years? Is it really Jean Wantian? Huang Yan was completely dumbfounded. The Qilin clan was a first-class clan in the Kanglin myriad world. It was divided into 6 branches: Golden Qilin, Wood Qilin, Water Qilin, Fire Qilin, Earth Qilin, and Black Qilin. Back then, the Qilin clan was preparing to carry out a covert plan. They selected the top experts and young geniuses in the clan. In order not to let the humans of the unfettered sacred ground know about this plan, they had no choice but to take a risk. However, if they succeeded, the Qilin clan would be able to control the mortal world without the people of the carefree sacred ground knowing about it. That would bring them endless benefits. At that time, the Qilin clan had chosen a person to carry the cauldron. In the Golden Qilin clan, he was known as the #1 war god, Jin Wantian. Jin Wantian, as the strongest war god of the Golden Qilin clan, was extremely famous within the Qilin clan. With him leading the team, it could be said that nothing would go wrong. But who would have thought that an accident would happen while they were lurking in the mortal realm? Almost all of the Qilin clan's elites had been killed. At that time, he had clearly seen a palm strike down from the spatial vortex and kill Jin Wantian. But now, it seemed, that was not the case. What exactly happened between them, Huang Yan? At this moment, Mou and the other two were completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Mu Yun knew this from the two of them. She remained silent. Turning around to look at the people who were fighting around them, Mu Yan's brows showed a touch of indifference. The war god of the Golden Qilin clan, Jin Wantian. It turns out that your biggest reliance is this guy? Mu Yun suddenly asked. At this moment, Shuexiao was slightly stunned. It seems that you know everything. Shuexiao snorted and said, Jin Wantian, come out and greet the younger generation of the Qilin clan. Mou, Huang Yan, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Suddenly, a voice sounded from within Shuexiao's body. Senior Jin. Senior Jin. At this moment, Mou and Huang Yan were both shocked. What they had guessed was actually true. However, why would Jin Wantian be hiding in Shuexiao's body? Moreover, he knew everything about the outside world like the back of his hand. Could it be that Jin Wantian had already made contact with the Qilin clan? At this moment, the two of them were full of doubts. Senior, you are not dead, it's not much different from death. Jin Wantian said with grief and indignation, only a remnant soul is left to struggle at death's door. All of this is thanks to the master that you are serving now. Mou and Huang Yan were both completely stunned at this moment. What did it have to do with Mu Yun? They were ordered to infiltrate the human clan, but Mu Yun had not made a name for herself yet. Jin Wantian's voice sounded again at this moment. If it weren't for the father of your master, our Qilin clan's plan would have succeeded long ago. Human Emperor Mu Qingyu, good methods and scheming. With this sentence, Mou and Huang Yan gradually understood. Back then, when they were ordered to infiltrate the human realm, they encountered a palm in the space barrier passage that the upper echelons of the Qilin clan had opened. However, that palm had completely sent them flying. Jin Wantian's body directly exploded, and they thought that Jin Wantian had died long ago. It was precisely because of this that their strength was greatly reduced, and they had to hide in the human realm and be careful. If not for this, the human realm would have been ruled by them long ago. Mu Qingyu, Mou was stunned. Jin Wantian snorted, the two of you still recognize him as your master. What's the difference between this and recognizing a thief as your father? Mou and Huang Yan's faces were gloomy. What a joke. Mu Yun sneered at this moment. Instead of obediently staying in the Qilin clan's territory, as an invader, you are instead arrogant? Mu Yun sneered, if your Qilin clan falls in the future, and the human clan invades, will your Qilin clan still be the righteous party? Bullshit. Jin Wantian shouted, in the Kanglin myriad world, strength is the only power that speaks. Most of the lowly humans are just slaves. If that's the case, then it's fine. I am stronger than them, so naturally, I can subdue them and use them for me. You, alright, stop talking nonsense. Shuexiao waved his hand to stop them. His eyes were fixed on Mu Yun, and he smiled, I know your methods very well. Now that you have merged with the Golden Qilin bloodline, Mu Yun, you should know who is the real chosen one, right? Your so-called Nine-Fate Emperor's destiny, as long as I kill you, will be mine. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun sneered, then you can try. Mu Yun did not expect that there was a Golden Qilin's soul hidden in Shuexiao's body. Moreover, it seemed that this Golden Qilin had been hiding in Shuexiao's body for a long time. It was no wonder that this guy had always been angry with him. From this golden Qilin's mouth, Xiao had probably obtained many secrets of the outside world and supported his ambition step by step. It seems that from the beginning until now, your so-called brotherhood was fake. Mu Yun said slightly and smiled bitterly. At least from the bottom of his heart, he still had a glimmer of hope. In the beginning, Xiao still wanted to be friends with him. But now, it seemed that he was completely too naive. Idiot! Xiao could not help but shout, your current strength and identity cannot be compared to mine. Mu Yun, if you still have self-awareness, I suggest that you go to hell. Self-awareness? This sentence might be better for you. Suddenly, auras rose from Mu Yun's body. The color of heaven and earth changed drastically, and the wind and clouds swept across at this moment. An aura that could destroy heaven and earth descended from the sky. Great Death Abduction Skill, activate. In an instant, Mu Yun formed a seal with both hands, and his figure flashed out. Great Death Abduction Skill was a supreme divine skill. In the beginning, when he obtained the Great Death Abduction Skill, he thought that his father had imparted it to him. But later on, when he asked his father did not know about this. Therefore, the origin of the Great Death Abduction Skill became a mystery. However, this skill had always been hidden by Mu Yun. He had promised the girls that he would not use it again. But today, it was obviously impossible. Xiao, who was in the sage realm, was too terrifying. With the help of the golden Qilin's bloodline fusion, a mere illusionary divine stage cultivator would not be able to deal with him. You finally used it. Xiao laughed and said, at this point, it proves that you have no more trump cards. Since that is the case, let's see if your Grand Death Abduction Skill or my Blood Meridian Fusion Skill is more powerful. Xiao laughed maniacally. He took a step forward, and the murderous aura in his eyes surged wildly. Sacrifice to the heavens for 10,000 years. Mu Yun's voice was suddenly heard. In an instant, a vortex appeared above her head, and an endless amount of energy poured down. Exchanging one's lifespan with the heavens was an incredible thing. However, the great life-snatching technique was able to accomplish this. At this moment, everyone felt a unique aura sweeping down from the sky. At the side, Qin Mengyao and the others were stunned. You still did it in the end. Qin Mengyao said coldly as he faced two half-sages from the blood race. I'm afraid that no one can stop you. Everyone's hearts sank. If it was just Xiao alone, Mu Yun might be able to resist him with the help of her 9 avatars and her original body. But now, the battlefield was separated. 4 of her 9 avatars had to be separated to face the other parties. With only 5 avatars, Mu Yun could not perfectly display her strength and advantage. Moreover, Xiao was not alone. He had merged with the soul of Jin Wantian, the god of war of the Golden Qilin race. This was an act that defied the heavens. With the Sage Realm and the Bloodline Fusion skill, Xiao's original strength had reached the peak of what the realm of gods could accommodate. 10,000 years of lifespan can give you the strength of a half-sage? But can it give you the strength of a Sage Realm? Xiao laughed and took a step forward. His speed was so fast that his afterimage disappeared. That's enough. Mu Yun waved her hand and attacked as well. At this moment, the two of them were fighting without the use of divine skills or the help of divine weapons. It was just a collision of physical strength. At this moment, the two of them were no longer experts standing at the top of the realm of gods, but youths who had just entered the martial Dao and were exchanging blows. However, the two of them were exchanging blows with their fists and feet. Every time their blows landed, the sky changed color and the mountains and rivers collapsed. It was as if their bodies had merged with the space of the realm of gods and had become the masters of the realm of gods. The two of them understood that if they were too close to the crowd, the warriors below would definitely be severely injured. The two of them went straight to the sky. She is indeed a genius who has fused with the Ice Phoenix spirit. The two of them said indifferently, but with such little ability, you are looking down on us. Qin Mingyao's expression was as cold as ice. Originally, I did not want to kill all of you so quickly. Qin Mingyao's figure exuded an endless cold aura. Behind her, a shadow that was hundreds of feet tall appeared. A gust of cold aura descended from the sky. At this moment, the powerful figure revealed its true form. A gigantic icy blue phoenix appeared at this moment. Qin Mingyao flew up and entered the glabella of the ice phoenix. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other. This woman is actually able to control the ice phoenix spirit so steadily. The two of them were in disbelief. However, Qin Mingyao would not give them time to be surprised. On the other side, Mingyue Xin had also dealt with the illusionary divine dream masters. She flew out and killed her way into the army of the blood race. At this moment, the other women were all using their own abilities. The strength they displayed was not inferior to their opponents in the slightest. At this moment, an invisible pressure was released. At the same time, in the Heavenly King Valley, the battle between the four armies and the King of Hell's army was extremely intense. The four armies combined had more people than the King of Hell's army. However, the training of the King of Hell's army was so brutal that it made one's hair stand on end. At this moment, the four armies charged out. Even though the four armies had more people, they could not completely resist the killing intent. If not for the fact that Mu Yun had sent more illusionary divine dream masters here, they would not have any advantage at all. The King of Hell's army was not inferior to the blood race. The strength of the King of Hell's army was comparable to that of the Green Feather army and the Royal army. Mu Yun saw this scene. Mu Yun, who was dressed in a golden robe, looked cold. With the appearance of the two patriarchs, it was not a problem to suppress the two brothers, Wang Zetian and Wang Ziyun. However, the soldiers were engaged in a bloody battle. Mu Yun's expression was cold, as if she was thinking about something. My lord. At this moment, Yun Zhongwu and Mu Bai flew over. How is it? The battle is too bitter. Our brothers are holding on with their last breath. If this continues, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Mu Bai said carefully, the Cloud Guards, the Xuanji Battalion, and the Xianxia Guards are fine. The Cloud Guards are not weak, but they don't have systematic training. Against the systematic cooperation of the Netherworld King's army, it is very difficult to gain the upper hand. Yun Zhongwu nodded his head. Both parties faced off against each other. At this point in time, since both parties had the same number of illusionary divine and half-step sages, the outcome would depend on the combat strength of the warriors. But now, it was very difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. In fact, the Netherworld King's army had a slight advantage. This was not the way to go. Mu Yun frowned. I have an idea, but, my lord. At this moment, Mu Bai opened his mouth and said, your idea will definitely not work. We will not agree to it. As the former captain of the Xianxia Battalion and the current commander of the Xianxia Guards, Mu Bai naturally knew Mu Yun very well. Mu Yun's idea would definitely cause him great harm. My lord, don't worry. Yun Zhongwu said again, we will fight to the death. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. Boom boom boom, at this moment, just as the three of them were discussing, suddenly, deafening booms could be heard in the entire Heavenly King Valley. When the booms were heard, everyone could feel a trembling aura. It was as if the heavens and earth were being torn apart. A terrifying aura was approaching at high speed. Open! Suddenly, a shout rang out at this moment. Wang Qinglin, the patriarch of the royal family, let out a long roar, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. The royal bloodline has been activated. Warriors of the royal family, in today's battle, we, the royal family, will destroy the shepherds, exterminate the blood tribe, and unify the god realm. Today is the day to establish a great dynasty. As Wang Qinglin roared, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and a colossal statue appeared. As soon as the colossus appeared, a domineering aura began to spread out from it. In an instant, the royal family warriors on the battlefield felt the domineering aura of the royal bloodline in their bodies increase by several times. This is, Patriarch Mu Guifan was stunned. He shouted, the colossal statue of the royal bloodline. The colossal statue of the royal bloodline, Mu Yan's expression changed slightly. She did not know what was going on. She had never heard of this name. Yun'er. Mu Guifan left Wang Zetian and flew down. He said, the colossal statue of the royal bloodline has appeared. We cannot win today's battle. Let's retreat. However, Mu Yun stood rooted to the ground when he heard this. Mu Guifan explained again, the colossal statue of the royal bloodline is said to be the most precious heirloom of the royal family. This treasure absorbs the bloodline of the royal bloodline from generation to generation. Hearing this, Mu Yan's expression changed. Simply put, it's like the inheritance of the 9 sacred steels of the shepherds, Mu Guifan added. Mu Guifan added, if we release the stored bloodline energy now, we'll be able to boost the bloodline power of these royal warriors to the maximum. If we continue fighting, we'll only lose. I've only heard about it from the 6th generation patriarch. I didn't expect it to be real, the colossal statue of the royal bloodline. Retreat is impossible. Let's go. Mu Yun shook her head indifferently. Mu Guifan and the others looked at Mu Yun. Your true body is fighting the blood tribe. Don't mess around. Mu Guifan said. Don't worry, 7th generation patriarch. I won't mess around. At this moment, Mu Yun flew up. This body was an avatar that possessed the domineering aura of the royal family. At this moment, Mu Yun's expression changed slightly as she stood in the void. There was no possibility of retreat in this battle. The fact that the royal family had taken out their inheritance treasure was enough to show that they had to win this battle. If they retreated now, the royal family would definitely pursue them, and the casualties would be even greater. Looking at the warriors below fighting a bloody battle, Mu Yun finally made up her mind. Great Death Requisition Technique, activate. With a low growl, the avatar started to absorb the power of the world continuously, burning her lifespan in exchange for strength. The Great Death Requisition Technique was just that fair, lifespan was the most precious thing to every warrior. But at this moment, Mu Yun didn't care at all. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 30,000 years, if this lifespan was in the immortal world, it would be burning millions of years of lifespan. In the end, a full 50,000 years of lifespan dissipated at this moment. At this moment, the black hair of this Chu Feng's avatar had turned silver. However, the power that Mu Yun burned 50,000 years of her lifespan and descended from the sky didn't enter her body. Instead, it entered the bodies of the 50,000 shepherds present. Broken limbs regenerated and scabs formed over their wounds. At this moment, the dying warriors slowly regained their vitality. All of this was as magical as a gift from the Creator. Today, there is no way to retreat. If we retreat any further, the secret realm of the shepherds will be behind us, our home. Mu Yun shouted. Today, I sacrifice 50,000 years of my lifespan to the heavens in exchange for a hearty battle for the shepherds. As soon as these words came out, everyone on the battlefield was completely shocked. 50,000 years of lifespan, everyone at the scene was stunned. In the immortal world, even an ancestor god only had a lifespan of 90,000 years. And if one wasn't a saint, it was impossible to exceed the limit of 100,000 years of lifespan. At this moment, Mu Yun burned more than half of her lifespan. Lord! Lord! Yun Zhongwu, Mu Bai, and the others all had grave expressions at this moment. Mu Qingya, Mu Qinglang, and Mu Xuanji also had grave expressions. In the end, they still couldn't protect their nephew well. 50,000 years of lifespan, half of her lifespan. Moreover, the consumption of lifespan was also a consumption of the warrior's own strength and foundation. It was also a great damage to the body. It would be even more difficult to break through in the future. If Mu Yun couldn't become a saint in her remaining lifespan and become a saint, she could only pass away. Kill! A deep roar sounded at this moment. Among the crowd, there wasn't only a howl. The entire team of shepherds went completely crazy. On the other side, the royal family army was also exceptionally solemn at this moment. The royal family's domineering aura condensed a domineering aura. At this moment, everyone could clearly feel the increase in their physical strength. The King of Hell's army was not afraid at all. The killing between the two sides suddenly escalated. At this moment, Heavenly King Valley was completely destroyed. Boom, a powerful collision spread out. At this moment, two figures suddenly separated. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out. At this moment, Xuexiao was panting. His face was pale, and many of the scales on his body had fallen off. On the other side, Mu Yun stepped out. Her face was also pale. Her white clothes were stained with fresh blood. It was hard to tell if it was hers or Xuexiao's. Crown Prince of Shepherds, can you still hold on? Xuexiao panted. burning 60,000 years of lifespan as a sacrifice to the heavens. How generous. You have less than 40,000 years left. If you don't continue burning, you won't be mine. If you continue burning, you won't be able to break through the Saint Realm in your lifetime. You will also die. You really know how to worry about me. At this moment, Mu Yun was dressed in a white shirt. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind. The royal family's foundation was similar to the blood clans. When the four armies advanced, the coordination was too poor. With 50,000 years of lifespan added to 50,000 warriors, the royal family should have no problem. However, Xianxia knew this like the back of his hand. If I want to become a saint, why would I need 10,000 years? Mu Yun said coldly. Killing you is the most important thing. Is that so? Xianxia grinned. I'm afraid that even if you exhaust all your lifespan, you still won't be able to kill me. As his words fell, a cold aura slowly spread out from Xiaoxiao's body. Mu Yun was slightly moved and said faintly, continue to deepen the beast transformation? Aren't you afraid that Jin Ruantian will take this opportunity to take away your body and devour you? You don't have to worry about that. Xiaoxiao laughed loudly. At this moment, his body suddenly expanded out of thin air, reaching a height of 30 feet. His hands, feet, and chest were covered in golden armor, and his aura soared. Mu Yun's eyes flickered. The fusion of Xiaoxiao and Jin Ruantian should belong to the same body. Once Xiaoxiao used Jin Ruantian's bloodline beast transformation too much, it was very likely that Jin Ruantian would take the lead. This guy had really gone crazy in order to kill him. Mu Yun's eyes were cold at this moment. Suddenly, a berserk aura gushed out from his body. Since it was not enough, he would do it again. Mu Yun's heart was full of murderous intent at this moment. 40,000 years of life was enough. Don't force yourself. A palm was placed on his shoulder at this moment. Mu Yun's body was slightly stunned. Qin Mingyao flew over at this moment and said, this guy has fused with the war god of the Golden Qilin clan. He was once a powerful venerable expert. How did his spirit and memory have been awakened? He knows a little about the things in the myriad worlds, Qin Mingyao said calmly, let me deal with him. You've consumed too much, you may not. You said that you won't use the death-snatching technique again, but didn't you break your promise? Qin Mingyao looked at Mu Yun and said coldly, lying to us has become a habit. Don't worry. At this moment, Qin Mingyao released a cold aura from all over his body. Suddenly, a half-saint aura spread out. Half-saint realm, Mu Yun's eyes narrowed. Don't force yourself. Mu Yun said again at this moment, Xiaoxiao is in the saint becoming realm. Burning 10,000 years of life is enough for me to destroy him. But Jin Ruantian is not easy to deal with. I understand. Qin Mingyao's figure flashed and rushed out directly. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure landed and exhaled. At this moment, the side effects of his body's functions began to show. Exchanging one's life with the heavens to obtain great strength was a gamble of one's life. Burning 60,000 years of his lifespan in one go was too much for him, and the backlash would be even stronger. Most importantly, a portion of the lifespan was used on the disciples of the shepherds who were fighting against the royal warriors. It did not enter his body. Landing on the ground, Mingyue Xin flew over. How is it? Looking at Mu Yun, Mingyue Xin asked worriedly. 60,000 years of lifespan was too long. He was worried that Mu Yun would not be able to hold on. It's all right. Mu Yun exhaled and said, however, even if Yaoer makes a move, I'm worried. Boom. At this moment, the ice phoenix appeared in the sky. Qin Mingyao stood there proudly, like a lotus flower in the snow, pure and holy. Seeing Qin Mingyao appear, Xiaoxiao was obviously stunned. You killed Xue Qingfeng and Xue Qingyu. Xiaoxiao obviously could not feel the aura of the two half-saints, and said coldly. Of course, I killed those who deserved to be killed. You too. Qin Mingyao did not want to say more. Killing two half-saints in the half-saint realm, worthy of the ice phoenix spirit. Shui Zhao's eyes turned cold. Looking at Mu Yun below, he shouted, what? Hiding behind a woman at such a critical moment? If you have the ability to find such a beautiful and powerful woman, you can also hide behind a woman. Mu Yun did not want to waste time and sneered directly. Mu Yun, you underestimate me. Xiao was murderous at this moment. Facing Mu Yun, he had no patience. Qin Mengyao did not stay any longer. He flapped his wings and rushed out instantly. At this moment, Shui Zhao's eyes were extremely cold. Who do you think I am? Shui Zhao snorted and said, the saint transforming realm, the peak of the mortal realm. No matter how powerful you are no match for me. At this moment, Shui Zhao was murderous between his eyebrows. His body, which was covered in scales, grew several feet taller at this moment. His stalwart body reached a height of 10 feet. Between his movements, there was a murderous aura. Bastards, get lost. With a deep shout, Shui Zhao stepped on the ground and waved his hands. Boom boom boom, in an instant, within a radius of dozens of miles, those who came close, regardless of the realm of the ancestral god, were all turned into flesh and blood and exploded. With a deep shout, thousands of warriors were killed. Whether it was the Blood Clan or the warriors of the shepherds, they were all turned into minced meat. This scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? This guy is crazy. Mu Yun said in a low voice. He actually merged with Jin Ruantian's soul again. If this goes on, Jin Ruantian can swallow him at any time and occupy his body if he wants. Boom, Qin Mengyao had already rushed up at this moment. The two figures immediately exchanged blows. At this moment, Mu Yun stood below. Her long hair gradually turned from silver to white. The side effects of the Great Death Abduction technique were becoming more and more obvious. The royal warriors can't hold on any longer. Mu Yun said at this moment, in the southernmost prairie, grandfather is in charge. The 3 clans are not a concern. Now, we can only look here. Mingyue Xin said, don't worry. The Heavenly King Valley and the southernmost prairie will take care of those people. The 3 ancestral ancestors will rush over. With the 3 half-saints joining forces, they may be able to kill Shui Zhao. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. But for some reason, she had an ominous premonition in her heart. Shui Zhao had been brewing for 10,000 years. He even knew the last life of his 9 lives like the back of his hand. Was this guy's only trump card? Dong dong, muffled sounds could be heard one after another. At this moment, the strength that the 2 of them had displayed was enough to destroy the world. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun kept thinking. But as Shui Zhao fought, he released a strong murderous aura from time to time, floating in all directions. What was this guy doing? But suddenly, Mu Yun's eyes froze, and her body trembled slightly. At this moment, the peacock god fan in the blue sky underworld map had a strange movement. Mu Yun took out the peacock god fan, held it in her hand, and sensed it carefully. At this moment, a layer of black flames appeared on the peacock god fan. But Mu Yun did not feel the heat of the black flames at all when she held it in her hand. Instead, Mingyue Xin, who was beside her, cried out in surprise. What's wrong? It's so hot. Mingyue Xin frowned. I'm from the Water Spirit clan. I'm born with water. Even the heavenly fire can't hurt me. What are you? I don't feel it at all. Mu Yun held the peacock god fan and looked at the burning black flames. She was even more surprised. Mother, you gave me this peacock god fan. At least tell me how to use it. Mu Yun muttered to herself helplessly. The black flames curled up, and a murderous aura was released. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with doubt. Dong, a dull sound rang out again. In the sky, a figure suddenly fell to the ground. With a clang, the sharp sound of metal rang out. At this moment, the ground caved in a few hundred meters. A figure fell to the ground in a sorry state, and the iron armor on his body was frozen. Suddenly, a kacha sound was heard. One of that figure's arms was broken. Suddenly, a beautiful figure fell from the sky, panting heavily. It was Qin Mengyao. At this moment, Qin Mengyao was panting, and there was a hint of contempt in her eyes. She stood in the void, and the huge figure of the ice phoenix shrouded her body. Haha, on the ground, a chuckle rang out. Shui Zhao suddenly stood up, and there was a crazy smile in his eyes. He laughed loudly and said, haha. Haha. Good ice phoenix spirit. You have successfully angered me. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Shui Zhao seemed to have gone crazy. With a loud rumble, Shui Zhao's broken arm suddenly grew out again. Not only that, his figure expanded again. It reached a height of 500 feet. The huge figure suddenly flashed with an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. What kind of power was this? At this moment, Mu Yun realized that the blood on the ground had disappeared. All the blood seemed to have evaporated in an instant and disappeared. This time, Mu Yun's expression was cold. Yaoer, be careful. This guy has swallowed the blood. Mu Yun shouted. It's too late. In an instant, Shui Zhao's figure flew out like a bolt of lightning. Dong, a dull sound rang out. Shui Zhao's figure charged out directly. In an instant, a loud sound rang out. Qin Mengyao, who was in mid-air, had merged with the ice phoenix's huge body. One of its wings was directly broken at this moment. Qin Mengyao's body suddenly became unstable, and he landed on the ground. At this moment, Shui Zhao's figure charged out rapidly. He clasped his hands together, and a huge force was released. A cracking sound could be heard as the other wing was broken. Qin Mengyao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Damn it! Mu Yun's figure flashed, and in an instant, she appeared in front of Qin Mengyao. She waved the sparrow god fan in her hand, and the space storm and time displacement were executed instantly. Then, she hurriedly carried Qin Mengyao and landed on the ground. Yaoer, I'm fine, Qin Mengyao spat out a mouthful of blood as soon as he finished speaking. This guy, Qin Mengyao said with difficulty, has merged with Jin Wantian's soul completely. What? As soon as these words came out, Mu Yun's expression froze. With such a fusion, Shui Zhao's strength had increased by more than 10 times in the sacred realm. It was completely the top power that the mortal realm could bear. Have a good rest, Mu Yun said calmly. Her figure flashed, and she flew out, waving the sparrow god fan. Mu Yun, don't you know? Shui Zhao said coldly, in order to kill you, I have given up everything. The Nine-Fate Emperor should not be you, but me. You are too stubborn. At this moment, Mu Yun clenched her fists, and a majestic force poured out. The Great Death Abduction technique was activated again. Shui Zhao now disregarded everything and merged with Jin Wantian's soul. In one body, there were 2 powerful spiritual spirits. In this way, he could obtain greater power from Jin Wantian's spiritual spirit. A power that was stronger than his own. Mu Yun, are you afraid? Are you afraid of me? Shui Zhao laughed and said, what else can you do now? You will die in my hands. That may not be the case. At this moment, Mu Yun's expression was cold and murderous. Suddenly, she clenched her fist and the gate of heaven and earth opened. Layers of mysterious and obscure runes piled up on top of each other. The death abduction technique was activated again. This time, Mu Yun did not hesitate to burn 30,000 years of her life. At that instant, a strong aura was unleashed. With 30,000 years of life, Mu Yun's strength was close to the sage-to-be realm. At this moment, it was broken. In an instant, a powerful fluctuation comparable to the sage-to-be realm bloomed from her body. The sage-to-be realm was even higher than that. Mu Yun took a step forward. In her palm, there was a vigorous aura, as if she could control the world. Open! As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun rushed out. A series of rumbling noises could be heard. In an instant, she seemed to have changed completely. An obscure and powerful aura spread all over her body. 9 Heavens Emperor Finger. She pointed out a finger. The most powerful ancestral primordial spirit skill bloomed with monstrous strength. One finger could break mountains and rivers, and destroy the sun and moon. Boom, in an instant, the finger pointed out and an extremely powerful force crushed the space and landed directly on Shui Zhao's body. Boom, explosions were heard continuously. Shui Zhao's figure was pressed down by the finger, and his chest made a cracking sound. The black flame that suddenly appeared on the peacock god fan was released and stuck to Shui Zhao's body. Damn it! Shui Zhao was slightly stunned. The strength that Mu Yun displayed at this moment was not inferior to his at all. Damn it, damn it. While cursing, Shui Zhao suddenly got up and flew toward Mu Yun. In an instant, his figure expanded again and reached a height of 100 feet. With a punch, the space between heaven and earth shattered. As the two continued to fight, they caused the space to collapse. Die. Boom, in an instant, the two figures exchanged blows. But this time, there was no so-called trump card to show. At this moment, the two of them had already reached their limits. 9 Origins Emperor Fist. With a punch, waves rolled and layers of space collapsed. More and more wounds appeared on Shuizhao's body. At this very moment, Mu Yun's body was covered in wounds. I will definitely kill you, Mu Yun. Shuizhao had completely lost his mind. He had spent tens of thousands of years to reach this realm, all for the sake of killing Mu Yun. No matter how powerful Mu Yun was, she had to die. As he waved his hands, killing intent spread out. At this moment, Shuizhao's figure was majestic and vast. At this moment, the kindred warriors in the midst of battle were all caught in his hands. Together with the rest of the illusionary divine dream masters, they were all sucked into his palm. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the figures were swallowed into its stomach. Crunching sounds could be heard as Shuizhao devoured the disciples of the blood tribe one by one. At this moment, his body had reached a height of 1,500 feet. At this moment, his huge body was like a giant pillar that supported the heavens, standing proudly. I will kill you. At this moment, a thunderous voice descended. Shuizhao stomped his foot and did not stop because of his huge body. It's too late. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly shouted in a low voice. In an instant, 9 external incarnations appeared beside Mu Yun. Eh? Shuizhao was stunned. When did Mu Yun summon the 9 external incarnations to her side, this fellow? Damn it, the 9 external incarnations attacked. The 9 external incarnations had not advanced to the sacred realm, but each of them displayed a cultivation aura that surpassed that of a half-sage. Meteor shower. Earth explosion and sky fall. 4 directions of heaven. Buddha's light earth slash. 9 divine palm arts. All of a sudden, the 9 secret skills were unleashed and attacked Shuizhao from all directions. 10 external incarnations attacked at the same time. Blood crystal explosion. Mu Yun's main body released a drop of blood essence from his palm, and a drop of blood essence instantly exploded. Boom boom boom, in an instant, everything exploded. It was as if heaven and earth were about to collapse. This scene intimidated everyone. Mu Yun did not stop. With a wave of her hand, the crimson spirit divine spear appeared in her hand, and she attacked instantly. With a puff, the spear pierced Shuizhao's heart, and blood burst out. The explosion swept across, and the ground was covered with dust. Mu Yun stood in the void at this moment, her white hair dancing in the wind. He panted heavily as he looked down. She could feel that Shuizhao's aura was disappearing and evaporating. It's over, Shuizhao. Mu Yun's face was pale, and her white hair was as white as snow. Qin Mengyao, Mingyue Xin, and the other girls rushed over. Brother Yun, the girl's eyes were filled with worry. I'm fine. I still have about 10,000 years of life left. It's enough for me to break through to become a sage to be and become a sage. Mu Yun exhaled. Although this was the case, the girls were still worried. At the same time, 300 Osteopyrum, Huan Yen, Mou, and the rest led the shepherd's green feather army, and their morale was high. Shuizhao was dead, 2 sage to be had fallen, and the 9 illusionary divine dream masters had been devoured by Shuizhao. The blood race did not have anyone who had surpassed the ancestor god realm, so they could not hold on. Mu Yun looked around, and a cold look flashed across her eyes. This battle would eventually come to an end. However, the blood race was a huge race, and it would take a long time to wipe them out completely. This was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Mu Yun exhaled, looked ahead, and said softly, from today onwards, I'm afraid there won't be peace for a long time. It's okay. Meng Zimo, as the leader of the 9 women troop, comforted her. At least Shuizhao is dead. The most important thing now is for you to take care of yourself. Mu Yun only had less than 10,000 years of life left. However, Mu Yun was only in the illusionary divine realm. There was still a long way to go before she could become a sage to be, become a sage to be, and become a sage to be. The reduction of her lifespan was not only a matter of time, but also her cultivation speed and potential. This was not a good thing. At this moment, Mu Yun took a step forward and looked below. This battle could be said to be extremely tragic. Fortunately, Xianxia was dead. Swoosh, just as the shepherd's army was chasing after the blood race's army, the girls stood beside Mu Yun and looked around. The sound of something breaking through the air was suddenly heard. The sound of something breaking through the air was extremely fast, and it produced an ear-piercing sound. At this moment, there was a sudden sound. Suddenly, a long spear pierced through Mu Yun's chest. Fresh blood flowed out, and a bloody hole appeared in Mu Yun's chest. If not for the few bones connecting her, her entire body would have been broken into two. Brother Yun. Leader. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded and panicked. Mu Yun, it's not good to be so careless. A slightly hoarse and cold laughter suddenly sounded at this moment. As the laughter echoed in the air, Xianxia, who had a bloody hole in his heart, stood up at that moment. He was supposed to be dead. Looking at the bloody hole in his chest, Xianxia grinned and said, "Nine-Fate Emperor is really ruthless." At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was rapidly dissipating and disappearing at an unbelievable speed. Her vitality was disappearing. Mu Yun's expression was ugly at this moment. The 9 girls' expressions were even uglier at this moment. "I'll kill you." Ming Wuxin and Qin Mengyao attacked angrily at this moment. They did not know why Xianxia, who was already dead, had come back to life unscathed. 2 figures charged out, and instantly swept over. "Get lost." Xianxia roared and clapped his hands lightly. Bang bang, a low roar sounded, and the girls' bodies immediately made cracking sounds. Blood spurted out, and they immediately retreated. One hit, and they were severely injured. At this moment, everyone was stunned. "He's not Xianxia." Mu Yun's mouth was bleeding. She endured the pain and shouted, "He's Jin Wantian." As soon as she said that, the girls were all stunned. This guy has taken the lead now. Xiaoxiao's soul has disappeared. Mu Yun said again. He had the devourer bloodline. The moment he killed Xianxia, he completely devoured all of Xiaoxiao's shattered soul. Resurrection had happened to him, so when he killed someone, he had to kill thoroughly. Only when the soul disappeared, would a person be truly dead. Xianxia was really dead. He had spent 40,000 years of his life to kill him. The person in front of him was not Xianxia. As expected of the 9-Fate Son of Heaven. "You can see through me at a glance." A hoarse voice sounded. At this moment, Xiaoxiao's eyes had a trace of a mischievous smile. To be precise, it was Jin Wantian. "I have to thank you. Back then, my divine body was destroyed by your father in the space passage. I only survived with a remnant soul. When I met Xianxia, he took advantage of my weak state to imprison my soul with the spirit control talent and stored it in his body. For so many years, I was under his control and had to obey him. Later on, I cooperated with him. I cooperated with his cultivation and helped him take revenge. His guard against me finally lowered. Now, thanks to you, I can control this body. Although it's broken and not worth mentioning." The corners of Jin Wantian's mouth widened as he chuckled. "The human realm. This is the human realm, the place that my Qilin clan has wanted to occupy for millions of years. Rumor has it that the human realm is inseparable from the 4 great origins." Jin Wantian waved his hands and laughed. "I, Jin Wantian, have lived for tens of thousands of years. Now, I can finally achieve my clan's goal. Mou, Huang Yan, both of you have betrayed my Qilin clan. You deserve to die, but I will hand you over to the elders of my clan. They will punish you personally." Jin Wantian growled and took a step forward. His entire body was filled with a murderous aura. As the former war god of the Golden Qilin clan, his hands were stained with millions of lives. Golden blood floated into the air. At this moment, drop by drop, they gathered together and condensed into a golden pattern. Huang Yan and Mou were terrified when they saw this scene. Mou's expression was horrified at this moment. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he shouted, "Stop him, Mu Yun. He wants to forcefully open the 10 passages of the seal of the human realm so that the Qilin clan can enter the human realm." Mu Yun's face turned cold as soon as he said that. Mu Yun's fingers formed a seal, and at this moment, she flew up directly. "It's too late to stop me. Jin Wantian's expression was cold and unrestrained. When he saw Mu Yun charging over, he laughed loudly and waved his hand, pushing her away. Boom! At this moment, intense explosions swept out in waves. Mu Yun's face turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was on the verge of collapse. Great Death Abduction Technique, activate. Mu Yun bellowed and said again. The remaining 10,000 years of lifespan was burned again at this moment. You're crazy. In the Scroll of the Gods, Guai almost jumped up at this moment. Although he often made sarcastic remarks about Mu Yun was the grandson of the first god emperor, Yi Xiaoyao, and also Yi Yusher's son. He had watched Yi Yusher grow up. Although this kid usually sang a different tune with him, he treated Mu Yun more like a junior. The seal of the 10 realms cannot be shaken. Otherwise, the billions of humans in the entire god realm will suffer a destructive blow. Mu Yun said in a deep voice, the Qilin clan will not treat humans as the orthodox of the 10,000 realms. If they find what they want, I'm afraid these guys will destroy the human realm. We can't let him open the seal passage. Then you can't exhaust all of your lifespan. That's courting death. Lifespan is the foundation of a martial artist. There's no other way. As Mu Yun's figure flew out, she burned all of her lifespan at this moment. In an instant, the bloody hole in her chest was completely healed, and her aura was strengthened by more than one level at this moment. The more lifespan the Great Death Abduction Technique was burned, the stronger it was. Mu Yun took a step forward and reached out with her hand. Boom! In an instant, there was a loud explosion. Mu Yun's palm locked onto Jin Wantian's chest. With a ripping sound, Jin Wantian's arm was torn off by Mu Yun. At that moment, even Jin Wantian's expression changed. Do you want to die? Jin Wantian was furious. If not for the fact that Shui Zhao's body had just been sanctified by the heavens and earth, he would not have taken a mere Mu Yun seriously. But now, Mu Yun was burning her lifespan to stop him regardless of the consequences. Bastard, it's too late. I've formed a seal here. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to escape. Jin Wantian roared as his other arm shot towards Mu Yun. Scram! With a low roar, a violent energy surged out. The surrounding heaven and earth completely collapsed at this moment. With a ripping sound, Jin Wantian's other arm was completely torn apart. The screams were mixed with angry roars. At that moment, Jin Wantian had completely gone mad. Mu Yun, you're dead. Dead. Looking at the seal above activating, Jin Wantian's eyes were about to pop out. The current Mu Yun had activated the Great Life Abduction Technique. It was simply unstoppable. Even if he regained control of Shui Zhao's body, he would still be unable to obstruct Mu Yun. However, the seal had already formed. As long as he could hold on a little longer, he would definitely be able to open the passage that the Qilin clan had accumulated for a long time. At that moment, Mu Yun was fighting with Jin Wantian. In the vast Kanglin myriad world, in a vast and majestic great world. In a dazzling golden palace. Clan leader. An old man cupped his hands and said, something big has happened. Something big has happened. What's the matter? In the main hall, a man in a golden robe said coldly. There's movement on Jin Wantian's side. As his words fell, the man took a step forward. A powerful aura instantly surged out from his body. That unbridled tyranny made everyone in the main hall tremble. An old man cupped his hands and said, Clan leader, more than 10,000 years ago, we sent Jin Wantian and some of the Qilin clan's prides into the mortal realm. They were interrupted by Mu Qingyu. But now, Mu Qingyu is only focused on rescuing Emperor Qing. Perhaps Jin Wantian is preparing to make a move at this moment. Hearing this, the man's eyebrows flickered. Rumor has it that the mortal realm is closely related to the 4 great origins. If you grasp the secrets of the mortal realm, you can find the 4 great origins and unify the myriad worlds. You can do what the heaven-sealing divine emperor did. The man snorted and said, immediately activate the transmission seal here. Once it's connected, quickly send people into the mortal realm. Vigorously search for the secrets of the mortal realm. After finding the secrets, raise the mortal realm to the ground to prevent future troubles. Yes. Immediately, the Qilin clan began to get busy. Report. Suddenly, another figure rushed directly into the main hall at this moment. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and hurriedly said, "Bad news. Jean Wantian's transmission seal has disappeared." "What?" The golden-robed man's expression changed at this moment. "Quickly bring me to take a look." Everyone immediately moved. In the mortal realm, Mu Yun's expression was ferocious at this moment. In front of her, Jean Wantian was panting and his face was pale. "Mu Yun, even if you kill me, you will die without a doubt. My life in exchange for the life of a nine-fate emperor, it's worth it." Hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes flickered. Her head of white hair fluttered in the wind. "It's worth it for me to exchange the billions of lives in the mortal realm for myself." Mu Yun exhaled and said, "Although I'm not a kind and compassionate person who cares about the world, at least I can protect the people I love." Ridiculous. In martial arts cultivation, every man for himself, and the heavens take the hindmost. Your way of doing things is ridiculous. How can you step into the top ranks? Jean Wantian sneered. His arms were broken, and there were bloody holes in his chest and body. It was terrifying. Moreover, even if I can't open the space-time passage to the Qilin clan, do you think I'll be such an idiot and be unprepared? Haha, Jean Wantian laughed maniacally. At this moment, his entire body exploded with a bang. In an instant, countless pieces of flesh, blood, and soul fragments spread out in all directions. "It's useless." Mu Yun waved her hand and the devouring power condensed. But at this moment, Mu Yun was stunned. The devouring power was useless, she could not devour Jean Wantian's flesh and soul. "Mu Yun, I came to the mortal realm 10,000 years ago to establish a node here to connect with the Qilin clan. However, there is more than one node in the Kanglin myriad world. Even if you break the node that connects me to the Qilin realm, I will sacrifice my body, flesh, and soul to the heavens to open this node after I die. Although it doesn't lead to the Qilin realm, it will lead to one of the myriad worlds. At that time, if the Qilin clan doesn't enter the mortal realm, it will be other clans. You will still die, and the mortal realm will still be destroyed." Jean Wantian's wild voice sounded at this moment. "Damn it." Mu Yun's expression was ferocious at this moment, but she could not stop him. Although Jean Wantian's body was no longer there, he was still the Golden Qilin clan's god of war back then. A character of this level was so powerful that it was beyond imagination. "Guai, what's going on?" Mu Yun could not help but ask. "This guy used Shuizhao's flesh and soul as a guide to place this spatial node in a place among the myriad worlds." Guai said solemnly, "Although it is not in the Qilin realm, it will definitely be a place among the myriad worlds. As for whether it will be discovered by a human force or a ninth-grade clan force, I can't say for sure." Guai was one of the four great origins, the space-time origin. Naturally, he could see some clues. Connecting to one of the myriad worlds, Mu Yun's expression was ugly at this moment. If that was the case, regardless of whether it was a human force or a clan force that came, the result would not be good. At this moment, Shuizhao was dead. Jean Wantian had taken over Shuizhao's body. Now that he had self-destructed, he was also dead. However, the prosperous and complicated will seal that had condensed in midair was still spinning at this moment. It was like a death curse that shrouded above everyone's heads. It was like a death curse that made people's hearts turn cold. At this moment, it affected everyone's hearts. Meng Zimo, Qin Mengyao, Yi Sueki, and the other girls were standing beside Mu Yun at this moment. They looked at the sky and were extremely worried. No matter where that passageway led to, it was likely that the human realm would face a great calamity at this moment. However, to the 9 girls, they were not worried about this at this moment. Instead, they were worried about Mu Yun's lifespan. What should they do next? However, Mu Yun did not seem to be worried at all. She looked at the wheel seal with a nervous expression. After doing so much, was the final result going to be like this? At this moment, Mu Yun was very unwilling to accept this. Weak, he was still too weak, this world was too vast. His efforts all this time were not enough to stand at the top of the world and look down on the world. A wave of anger spread from the bottom of his heart. Buzz, at this moment, at a height of 10,000 meters above, the wheel seal started to spin. Suddenly, figures stepped out one after another. In an instant, a suppressive aura that made it hard for people to breathe rushed over. At this moment, the suppressive aura gave people the feeling that the sky was about to collapse. It was as if those figures increased their strength slightly, the entire human realm would disappear. Tui, among the dozens of figures that appeared, a voice suddenly sounded. Damn it, Tui, a slightly hearty voice sounded at this moment. He cursed, those bastards from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, they tricked me. When I return, I will definitely settle the score with them. The one who spoke was a handsome man in brightly colored clothes. The man looked to be around 20 years old. His skin was fair and his long hair was scattered behind his head. He was originally extremely handsome, but when he spoke, it was hard for people to accept. Fine. Zhang Fangming, you're amazing. The people from the Pill Emperor Manor are all pretending to be profound. I hate this the most. Qin Shuang patted his clothes and curled his lips. If it weren't for those bastards from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, I wouldn't care about you. Let's go together with the people from the Pill Emperor Manor. Qin Shuang seemed to be very unhappy at this moment. He kept muttering to himself. Zhang Fangming was speechless. Fine. From now on, the people from the Ice God Palace can't buy a single ancient pill from the Pill Emperor Manor. Haha, hearing this, Qin Shuang laughed. Brother Ming, I'm just joking. Haha, don't be so serious, the two of them talked as if they didn't put Mu Yun and the others in their eyes. Buzz, as the two of them talked, dozens of figures appeared. At this moment, the dozens of figures were divided into 3 groups. After sizing each other up, they looked at the people below. Among the 3 groups, the one on the left was led by a young man in black clothes. He looked calm and didn't say a word. He stood in the air and seemed to have merged with the void. There was a woman in the middle. Her figure was slim and her curves were perfect. She was breathtaking. The man on the right had a tall and sturdy build. He had short hair, and his eyes were bright and full of expression, causing one's heart to tremble. When the 3 of them appeared, they didn't say anything. Qin Shuang walked forward and looked at the young man on the left. He smiled. And Tianming, I didn't expect that the old antiques of the Divine Sword Pavilion would let you come out. Hearing this, the young man called and Tianming frowned and didn't say anything. Zhang Fangming couldn't help but say, Qin Shuang, and Tianming is indifferent. Be careful that you say something wrong and offend him. One day, when you're cultivating, your soul will be pierced by a sword and you'll die. Hearing this, Qin Shuang rolled his eyes at Zhang Fangming and walked towards the woman in the middle. Senior Liu Yao, it's been a long time since we last met. Your figure is getting better and better. When will you be able to spend time with me? Get lost. The woman said indifferently. At this moment, she didn't sound reasonable. You're so good-looking, but your words are so unpleasant. Qin Shuang asked for a snub and walked away. Qin Shuang's gaze fell on the burly young man at the back. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. It was best not to strike up a conversation with someone from the Shao clan. Alright, the Pill Emperor Mansion, the Ice God Palace, the Divine Sword Pavilion, the 9 Songs Heavenly Palace and the Shao family are all here. Can we start now? Qin Shuang looked at them and said. Liu Yao from the 9 Twists Heavenly Palace said indifferently, the Heavenly Demon Alliance's Wang Chen and the Lunar Sect's Xue Qiong have yet to arrive. It's better if those 2 fellows don't come. The big, short-haired man said in a muffled voice, we still don't know if the Heavenly Demon League is working with us humans or the level 9 races in the Kanglan Myriad domain. In the Lunar Sect, that Xue Qiong is the coldest. I dislike him the most. The moment he said this, 2 buzzing sounds came from the wheel seal in the air. Shao Yuanba, it is true that your Shao family has existed for 1,000,000 years and has a deep foundation. However, I, Xue Qiong, am not happy to hear you slander my lunar sect. A man in a grey robe took a step forward at this moment. That man had a delicate face and a demonic appearance. If he were to change into a woman's dress, he would definitely be more attractive than a woman. Look, everyone, look. Xue Qiong, if you were to change into a short skirt, I reckon that countless men in this world would be charmed by you. Do you want to compete with me? Xue Qiong's tone turned cold. Alright. Everyone, calm down. Zhang Fengming advised at this moment. Xiao Yuanba's stinky mouth has indeed offended people. Can't your Xiao family send someone else? A voice sounded at this moment. The person who appeared last had a cold expression. His eyes were like knives, causing everyone present to feel uncomfortable. Wang Chen, can you restrain your aura? You're making it seem as if we don't know if you're a human or a demon. Chen Shuang also complained at this moment. At this moment, the wheel seal seemed to have quieted down. However, at this moment, the people of the mortal world below felt an aura as heavy as Mount Tai. Every single one of these people had the aura and strength to completely destroy the mortal world. It was incomparably terrifying. Now, everyone should be here, right? Chen Shuang said again at this moment, those bastards from the Divine Secret Pavilion told us that we can't stay here for long. No matter what, this is the human emperor's territory. If we anger the human emperor of the three sovereigns of the unfettered sacred ground, although our ice god palace isn't afraid of them, we don't want to get into trouble. This time, the Divine Secret Pavilion paid a huge price to let us come here. That Jing Wantian of the Golden Qilin clan is an idiot. He thought that in these 10,000 years, he was connected to the Qilin clan. In reality, the Divine Secret Pavilion had secretly changed them long ago. Since it's a rare opportunity, let's begin. Hearing this, the others who took the lead all nodded. At this moment, Mu Yun heard the discussion of those people and understood some information. Zhang Fengming came from the Pill Emperor Manor. Chen Shuang came from the Ice God Palace. Lu Yao came from the Nine Songs Heavenly Palace. As for the unsmiling and Tianming, he was from the Divine Sword Pavilion. There was also Xiao Yuanba of the Xiao family, Wang Chen of the Heavenly Demon Alliance, and Shui Qiong of the Lunar Sect. These guys weren't from the 9th-class races of the Kanglin Myriad world, but the human race. And the Divine Secret Pavilion that Chen Shuang and the others were talking about seemed to be the force that led all of this. But why did these human race forces of the Kanglin Myriad world come here? Wait a little longer. At this moment, the usually serious and Tianming opened his mouth and said, there's one more person who's about to arrive. One more person? Hearing this, the others immediately frowned. Zhang Fengming said, leave it to Tianming. We've agreed that the 7 parties will enter the mortal world together. Everyone will take what they need and leave immediately. We won't stay any longer to avoid being discovered by the people of the unfettered sacred ground. You should know that this time, the 7 parties spent a huge amount of dawn stones to make this deal with the Divine Secret Pavilion. Chen Shuang and the others also nodded. He won't ask for anything. He's just here to take a look. And Tianming said faintly, and I believe that when he arrives, you won't say anything unhappy. And Tianming seemed to have a very indifferent personality. After saying this, he fell silent. A few people frowned, all of them were dissatisfied. Below, Mu Yun and the others stood still, not knowing what was going on. These people were not in the same category as them. Just by standing there, they were unable to raise any thoughts of resistance. More importantly, these guys came here with a premeditated plan. They did not even know what these people wanted to do. How much longer? Do we have to wait? Xiao family Xiao Yuanba said with dissatisfaction, the person I want has already been found. I won't accompany you here. Xiao Yuanba was impatient and could not help but take a step forward. His figure instantly descended and arrived in front of Mu Yun, grabbing out with his hand. Slap, but at this moment, a slapping sound rang out. Xiao Yuanba's palm was slapped down. Hee, Xiao Yuanba, you're still so anxious. If there's time, I'll go find your father and have a good chat about how to discipline you. How about it? A chuckle rang out at this moment. In front of Mu Yun, a man wearing patched clothes suddenly appeared. The man's clothes were ragged, his long hair was scattered. His smiling appearance was very casual. That said, when the crowd saw that man, they were all stunned. Wang Jiandong! Wang Jiandong! The leaders of the 7 forces stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Wang Jiandong, Mu Yun frowned, looking at the man in front of her. Who was this? The 7 forces obviously had an extraordinary background. But it seemed that these people were all fearful of this guy. Everyone, long time no see. Wang Jiandong looked at the crowd and laughed. Not seeing you for a lifetime, I also don't want to see you again. Chen Shuang muttered softly. At this moment, it seemed that everyone had appeared. Hundreds of people from the seven forces landed and stood in the surroundings. Wang Jiandong stood a few meters away from Mu Yun and the others, looking at them. Zhang Fangming of the Pill Emperor Manor said, "Since Senior Wang has come in person, can we begin?" The others also looked at Wang Jiandong with inquiring eyes. "Well, there's not much time. Let's not waste it." Wang Jiandong grinned and turned his gaze. "I have a rough idea of the deal that the old antiques of the Divine Secret Pavilion, who fiddle with the secrets of the heavens all day long, made with you." Wang Jiandong said again, "The main purpose of my coming this time is to supervise you. Choose the right person and leave directly. Everything in the mortal realm will develop as originally. There can be no changes." At this point, Wang Jiandong paused, then grinned and said, "Otherwise, you should also know that if you change anything, or if you want to take something away from the divine realm, the human emperor is not to be trifled with." Back then, the Bone clan suffered a great loss at the hands of the human emperor. The human emperor even made a big fuss and kidnapped 300 bone spear warriors. As Wang Jiandong spoke, he looked at Mu Yun intentionally or unintentionally. At this moment, the others also shrank their necks. That person was indeed not to be offended. This time, if the human emperor had not been in a hurry to rescue the Qing emperor, we would not have had the chance to come here. I think you all should know what to do and what not to do. Think about it carefully. As soon as these words came out, the few people trembled and smiled. "Don't worry, Senior Wang." Zhang Fangming smiled faintly and said, "The Pill Emperor Manor has always known our limits. This time, we will only take people with us. We will not touch anyone else." They were all geniuses from various forces. This time, they were ordered by their elders to take people with them. The elders had also instructed them that even if they knew that there was a big secret hidden in the mortal realm, they would not touch it. "Same for us." Chen Shuang grinned. The others nodded as well. Wang Jiandong said, "Since that's the case, let's begin. The prediction given to you by the Prophecy Pavilion is the people here. You can choose for yourselves." As soon as Wang Jiantong finished speaking, he looked around, found a place, and sat down leisurely. He didn't say a word. "Who are you?" At that moment, Mu Yun took a step forward and spoke to the crowd. This question caused the originally excited crowd to suddenly fall silent. "Who are we?" Chen Shuang laughed. "You don't have to care who we are. We're here to choose a few people to take away and train. Kid, how about it? Are you interested in entering my Ice God Palace? I can teach you the Ice God technique. Look, it's like this." Chen Shuang waved his hand and an ice sword appeared in his hand. Crack, however, the instant the ice sword appeared, the space around him started to emit cracking sounds. "Idiot, stop." Zhang Fangming cursed. "This is the human world. The space barrier is weak. You may want to die, but we don't." Oh, I forgot." Chen Shuang hurriedly stopped and looked at Mu Yun. "Kid, are you interested?" "Not interested." Mu Yun frowned and said coldly. "Forget it if you're not interested. Sigh, I see that you're about to die. Even if you're interested, our Ice God Palace doesn't want someone like you." Chen Shuang looked at Qin Meng Yao and Ming Wuxin beside Mu Yun and laughed. "I want these too." "You know how to choose, Chen Shuang." And Tian Ming from the Divine Sword Pavilion said coldly. "But it doesn't matter. You can choose." And Tian Ming's expression didn't change. He looked at the 9 girls and a long sword appeared in his hand. "Of the 9 of you, whoever can pull out this sword will come with me." And Tian Ming looked at the girls and said coldly. "Go with you?" Mu Yun's expression became even more unfriendly. It was as if these fellows had come to the mortal world to pick things. They would take away whatever they liked. Mu Yun snorted and said, "This is the mortal realm. I think you should know that the mortal realm is ruled by the human sovereign, Mu Qingyu. Even the unfettered sacred ground is under Mu Qingyu. Aren't you afraid of Mu Qingyu's revenge by doing this?" "Hee, kid, you know quite a lot." A gourd appeared in Wang Jiandong's hand. He gulped down a mouthful of wine, smacked his lips, and said with a smile, "Of course we know Mu Qingyu. However, this guy can't even take care of himself now. He can't care about the mortal world and the unfettered sacred ground. Wang Jiandong glanced at Mu Yun and said, and you should be glad. If it weren't for the divination pavilion, Jing Wantian would have succeeded in opening the passage. At that time, I'm afraid you won't even know how you died. This time, the 7 great sects and families chose these 9 people. It was deduced by the divination pavilion. It's imperative, and it's not a bad thing. Mu Yun clenched her fists. How they cultivate is their business. You shouldn't meddle in other people's business. Kid, it's none of your business. Xiao family Xiao Yuanba snorted and said, you, come with me. Xiao Yuanba pointed his palm at Xiao Yuner. You dare. Mu Yun's face turned cold. Taking a step forward, Mu Yun's body slowly surged with killing intent. But suddenly, Mu Yun's face turned pale. Her body staggered, and with a plop, she fell to the ground. The drawbacks of the great life-snatching technique began to show. He had spent more than 90,000 years of his life to use the great life-snatching technique to its highest level. Now, it had reached its limit. Brother Yun! Brother Yun! At that moment, the 9 women's faces changed. The current Mu Yun was completely different from before. She was majestic, and her body even began to show signs of collapsing. That was not a good thing. Damn it! Mu Yun panted, but she was even more furious. These people came from the human forces of the Kanglan 10,000 world. Each of them was extremely powerful. If it wasn't for the human realm space not being strong enough, they would have attacked. It was impossible to stop them. Lu Yao from the 9 Lights Heavenly Palace couldn't help but say, I don't have time to waste here. This spatial seal won't last for long. I still have to return and report. You, come with me. Lu Yao waved her hand. Among the 9 women, Wang Xianxia couldn't control her body at that moment. Even if she was a half-saint, she couldn't support it. Seeing that, Mu Yun's face turned cold. The others wanted to attack, but Wang Jiandong sat at the side. With a glance, everyone couldn't move. Too powerful. They weren't on the same level. This scene caused everyone to feel powerless. Both sides weren't on the same level. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were like clouds and mud. At this moment, Lu Yao grabbed Wang Xianxia and took a step forward. She entered the spatial vortex and directly disappeared. That scene made Mu Yun's eyes almost pop out of their sockets, but he couldn't move at all. Chen Shuang smiled and said, in that case, I won't be polite. The Ice God Palace contributed the most this time, so I'll take 2 people with me. You don't mind, right? Chen Shuang said and looked at the people around her. With a wave of her hand, Qin Mengyao and Mingyue Xin were swept away by Chen Shuang without any resistance. TSK, you're so lucky. The women around you are so beautiful. If you dare touch them, I'll kill you even if I have to go to the ends of the world. Of course, you can choose to kill me today. Mu Yun said coldly. I don't dare. Chen Shuang smiled again and said, you're the son of the human emperor Mu Qingyu and the Qing emperor Yi Yushi. Who dares to touch you if your father and mother aren't dead? At least, our human race won't touch you. Chen Shuang laughed and said, you brat, this is a great opportunity. Don't worry, I'll bring these 2 back to the Ice God Palace and teach them well. With that said, the people of the Ice God Palace left again. Mu Yun watched as the 3 women were taken away, but there was nothing he could do. Zhang Fangming of the Pill Emperor Manor also spoke. Those 2, I want them. His palm pointed at Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu. As soon as Zhang Fangming finished speaking, he glanced at Mu Yun. Without another word, he led the 2 of them away. Xiao Yuanba of the Xiao family looked at Xiao Yun and said, Miss, come back with me. This is not a place you should stay. Xiao Yuanba was unexpectedly respectful, causing the others to be startled. What a Xiao family, no wonder you're so proactive this time. Lu Yao said in a deep voice, the remaining 3 of you, draw your swords. Lu Yao was also in a hurry. Only Yi Sueki, Jiao and Bao Qingyu were left. She still didn't know which one was the person the sect wanted this time. Xiao Yuno looked at Xiao Yuanba and shouted, why should I go with you? Either you kill me or bring Brother Yun with me. Miss, don't make things difficult for me. Xiao Yuanba said in a deep voice, this is the patriarch's intention. The seniors in the clan are all waiting for Miss to return to the clan. Xiao Yun wanted to say something, but suddenly, Xiao Yuanba grabbed her and Xiao Yun's body stiffened. Xiao Yuanba said calmly, Miss, I'm sorry. You are a member of the Xiao family. There are already a few 100,000 left outside. I have to bring you back. Xiao Yuanba's gaze finally landed on Mu Yun and said, you brat, you better forget everything about my Mississippi. If not, the Xiao family will not be courteous to you in the future. With that, Xiao Yuanba turned and left. A divine sword appeared in Lu Yao's hand. She looked down and said, quickly make your choice. If the three of you don't draw your swords, I'll kill this person. Lu Yao said, I don't care about the human emperor or Emperor Qing's son. The sect mission is the most important. With that said, Yi Sueki, Jiao and Bao Qingyu's faces changed. Looking at Mu Yun, the three of them walked up and took the swords. But Bao Qingyu and Jiao used all their strength and were still unable to draw their swords. But Yi Sueki gently pulled them out. Lu Yao's gaze turned cold. She looked at Yi Sueki and said, it's you. With that, Lu Yao grabbed Yi Sueki's arm and walked towards the wheel mark. At that moment, only Jiao and Bao Qingyu were left. As for the seven great sects, the Heavenly Demon Alliance led by Wang Chen and the Lunar Sect led by Shui Qiong still stood there. Wang Chen smiled and said, Brother Shui, I don't think we have anything to argue about with the remaining two, right? This lady is a nine-tailed fox. Our Heavenly Demon Alliance lacks such talents. I'll take her away. Shui Qiong looked at Bao Qingyu and nodded. Wang Chen smiled and looked at Jiao. Hello, I'm from the Heavenly Demon Alliance. I'm sure you know that the Kanglan 10,000 worlds are filled with ninth-grade races. Our human race is interspersed among them. We humans can be found in every world. Our Heavenly Demon Alliance is a top existence in the Kanglan 10,000 worlds. Unlike the ninth-grade races in the Kanglan 10,000 worlds, our Heavenly Demon Alliance is mostly made up of people like you. Wang Chen didn't say much and smiled. Let's go. Jiao looked at Mu Yun with a worried expression. Jiao immediately looked at Wang Chen and asked, can you save him? She knew that this time, there was no way to resolve the current situation. Splitting up was unavoidable. However, Mu Yun didn't have much lifespan left after using the great life-snatching art. This is the result of exchanging life with the heavens. There's nothing I can do. Wang Chen said helplessly, not to mention me, even the supremacy experts in our Heavenly Demon Alliance can't do anything. Jiao's face turned pale when she heard this. Little Yun, she and Mu Yun had known each other in the celestial world. They had always called each other Little Yun and Little Jiao. Little Jiao, don't worry. Mu Yun smiled and said, I won't die. Go with him and protect yourself. I'll look for you. Really? End of chapter 2195. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.